Then it was as though Guadalcanal were being reversed, for here were 10,000 Japanese holding a jungle beachhead and airfield against the onslaught of some 19,000 Americans, and here all the superiority of air and sea was as surely American as it had been Japanese at Guadalcanal. Again, Radio Tokyo announced the result in advance. While the 1st and 7th Regiments were aboard their destroyer transports and LCIs, leaving the 5th in reserve on New Guinea, the Japanese radio was informing the world of how that devil's brood of degenerates and jailbirds, called the 1st Marine Division, had been kicked out of Melbourne in disgrace, and were now about to be turned loose on Cape Gloucester. "But I am pleased to add," said the announcer, "that our soldiers are fully prepared to repulse this insolent attempt. The jungles will run red with the blood of the butchers of Guadalcanal." 19. It was Christmas Day in the States, but on the dark waters of Dampier Strait it was the morning of December 26th, and Major General Iwao Matsuda's radios were already sputtering with reports of an invading force circling the Cape and standing off the northern coast a few miles to the east. At 6 o'clock the thundering began. 2 cruisers and 8 destroyers sailed back and forth, blazing at the shore with orange-yellow bursts, while a pair of rocket-firing LCIs daintily picked their way through an opening in the barrier reef. They took up positions on either end of the landing beaches, and soon the swoosh of their missiles was audible beneath the booming of the guns. It was still dark, and the Marines assembled on the decks of their destroyers could feel a twinge of pity for the enemy ashore. They knew what it was like to receive naval gunfire. There had actually not been need of a big force of warships, for the bombers of the 5th Air Force had been pounding Cape Gloucester for weeks. They had dropped 2,000 tons of explosive. During the last few nights, liberators had been circling the airfield, dropping a bomb every 6 minutes, putting Japanese nerves through the ringer of an American washing machine Charlie. Now, in the beginnings of a blue day, arising roseate behind 6,500-foot Montelawi, there were more of the big 4-engine liberators coming back to bomb. Flight after flight of them appeared high in the sky, humming like bees and seeming as small. There was the red winking of Japanese anti-aircraft fire, but then the ferocious Mitchells and Havocks, 2-engined attack bombers, swooped low with flashing nose cannon and machine guns. There was no more winking. Men of the 7th Regiment went over the side of their destroyers into the landing boats. The boats fanned out and headed for a landing beach about 5 miles east of the airfield. They charged into the smoke, being swept seaward by an onshore wind. They vanished. After them went the LCIs, groping for the barrier passage and a quick run-in. They disappeared. The bombardment and bombing lifted. The smoke drifted seaward. The LSTs came forward slowly, and then the returning landing boats burst out of the smoke. They were empty. Their coxswains were grinning and raising jubilant clenched fists. "Landing unopposed," they shouted, and the water began boiling beneath the sterns of the LSTs as these unlovely dray horses of the sea surged forward through the reef passage. To the southwest, Master's bastards were also landing unopposed. They were the men of the 2nd Battalion first, and they called themselves that because Lieutenant Colonel James Masters was their commander, and because Master's bastards had a good, rude ring to it. They landed at Tuali, on the extreme west of the Cape, roughly 7 miles southwest of the airfield. A swarm of LCIs beached themselves, their ramps banged down, and Master's bastards ran ashore. They darted across a man's length of sun-bathed black mud beach and plunged into the murk of the jungle. They would not see daylight again for 2 weeks. They sat there facing east, blocking the coastal track running from Japanese bases to the southeast of the airfield. They patrolled constantly and killed a few of the enemy and waited for the Japanese to try to force their way through them. The 7th Regiment sector was marked on the map as damp flat. "It's damp, all right," growled those Marines who were already wading through a hip-deep swamp, already glum with the recollection of Guadalcanal. "It's damp clear up to your ass." It was a forest swamp, and General Matsuda had not thought any sane commander would land there. He had fortified it lightly, while concentrating his forces to either side of it. When Colonel Julian Frisbee's men landed here, they encountered only a few empty coconut bunkers, a pair of untended and unemplaced 75s, and a huddling handful of terrified shipping engineers. The Marines overran the beach and swept into the jungle. On the left, the 1st Battalion, 7th, made for a height called Target Hill. They found that the Japanese had abandoned Target Hill during the bombardment, and they occupied the enemy's positions. On the right, the 7th 3rd Battalion sloshed to its designated perimeter. In the center, the 2nd Battalion crossed the coastal road and drove inland through sporadic sniper fire, only to bog down in the worst of the swamp. Men moving over what seemed like solid ground were sucked down into waist-high muck and had to be pulled out. The Marines were floundering, tripped by vines and sometimes thrown down by them. They had to be careful of the numerous shells lying unexploded in the soft mud. They had to clamber over rotten forest giants, which had begun to fall during the shelling and were still falling. One man was killed by one. He was the division's first fatality on Cape Gloucester. 19 more men would be killed by New Britain's falling trees, and some 30 others would be badly injured. The Marines were already calling them widowmakers. At last the men in the center debouched on dry ground. They moved on, but they had not gone 100 yards before they were in swamp again. They had penetrated to a depth of 1,200 yards. By 10:15, Major General William Rupertus, the division's new commander, was ashore with his staff and setting up a headquarters. By noon, the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, were landing on another beach about 3 miles farther west. They wheeled right, marching up the coastal road to attack Cape Gloucester airfield, another 2 miles west. By mid-afternoon, Rupertus was calling for the 5th Marines to come up from New Guinea. In Rabaul, it was believed that the American task force, sighted between New Guinea and New Britain on Christmas night, was headed for Arawe, on New Britain's southern coast. An Army cavalry regiment had landed against light opposition at Arawe 11 days earlier, and the Japanese believed that the task force was bringing more troops there. Then came Matsuda's call for help on the northern coast. The officer commanding 63 Zeros and 25 dive-bombing Vales sent aloft from Rabaul quickly changed the target to Cape Gloucester, but his order was not transmitted. The planes flew up to Arawe, found nothing, and flew back home again. At 2:30 in the afternoon, however, they were on the target, coming in low and fast on the beach supplies and the second echelons of LSTs just arriving from New Guinea. They struck, and the Americans began to make mistakes. While the Japanese sank the new destroyer Brownson and hit others, gunners on the LSTs shot down 2 American bombers and seriously damaged 2 others, so confusing the Mitchell pilots that they began to bomb and strafe Marines on Cape Gloucester. They killed 1 man and wounded 14 others before they flew off, and then the Japanese planes headed east for Rabaul, and the heavy booming of bombs gave way to the sharp crackling of the fight being made by the 3rd Battalion 1st on its march to the airfield. Sergeant Robert Oswald figured he had 2 good men in the brothers Hanson. They were twins, Paul and Leslie, both privates, sons of a widow who had already lost an older boy in the war. As Oswald's Amtrak moved along the road to the airfield, Leslie Hanson was on the machine guns with him, and Paul was driving. They were carrying ammunition for the 3rd Battalion 1st. Up front, one of the companies was raked by bullets coming from a system of 4 bunkers bristling with machine guns. It was a roadblock. Captain Joseph Tersey and Captain Philip Wilhite of Company K were instantly killed. Their men deployed. They let go with a newfangled bazooka, but the rockets merely lodged in the soft earth around the bunkers. The flamethrowers wouldn't work. The riflemen deployed and began firing, and someone yelled for ammunition. "Let's go," Oswald shouted, and Paul Hanson let out the Amtrak's clutch and gunned its motor. The gray amphibian came careening up the road with blazing machine guns. Paul Hanson pointed its nose at the nearest bunker, intending to roll over it and cave it in. The Japanese spilled out of the exits and came swarming at the Amtrak. Many of them were shot down by Sergeant Oswald and Leslie Hanson, but the rest got to the Amtrak before the ground Marines could drive them off. Oswald fell, mortally wounded. Leslie Hanson was dragged from his gun and beaten and stabbed to death. The Japanese turned to take Paul Hanson, but by then he had skillfully rocked the Amtrak free and was rolling over the bunker and crushing it while riflemen closed and polished off the Japanese. With the blind sides of the remaining bunkers exposed and many of their defenders slain, the Marines quickly overran them with grenades and bayonets. By then it was late afternoon, and the Marines halted and dug in, just as the first of the monsoon rains broke over their heads. It came out of the northwest, men on the beaches struggling to unravel the traffic snarl of 150 abandoned Army 6x6 trucks could see it coming, an opaque gray wall of water marching across the Bismarck Sea. It came with the sound of rolling drums, and then it was over the jungle, and the water was swishing, streaming, gurgling earthward. It was as nothing these Marines had seen before, this Niagara of a monsoon. It was not a rainstorm, a spell of rain, it was a season of it. It was the cloudburst in perpetuity, and it was so constant during the ensuing 4 months that both Japanese and Americans numbered the dry days of sunshine and cherished their memory. Already one of the 105mm howitzers, of the 4th Battalion, 11th Marines, had sunk together with its prime mover. There were 5 inches of gun shield, the top of the tractor's vertical exhaust pipe, and the tips of its levers above the surface. In a little while, there would be nothing. Night. Louis the Louse. Flares. Out of their rain-filled holes tumbled Marines, their nerves again pulsing and twanging as though it were Guadalcanal again, and there had never been in Australia. But there was no thundering and flashing out at sea. The Marines went back to their holes, already too miserable to be mystified by the inexplicable enemy. 20. Major General Matsuda had to decide whether he was cut in two or whether he had the enemy surrounded. He chose the latter. It was not because he was a stupid commander, which he was not. It was because on a map this could appear to be the truth. The Americans were in the swamp. They could not maneuver. They were exposed to the very tactics with which Matsuda had hoped to defend the Cape. While Colonel Sumiya's men held out on the airfield to the west, Colonel Katayama's 141st Regiment would counterattack from the east. Matsuda had already ordered Katayama to call in all his patrols and to march north, leaving only token forces behind to defend his southern garrisons. For Matsuda had accurately concluded that the major assault on New Britain had come in his Cape Gloucester area. The Americans south at Arawe were not to be feared. But then Matsuda acted on a pair of misconceptions which seemed to be congenital among Japanese army commanders. He underestimated the enemy's strength and belittled his fighting ability. He put the Marine force down at 2,500, when it was by then actually 5 times that, and then sent about 1,000 men up against it without waiting for Katayama's 141st to arrive from the south. Matsuda ordered the 2nd Battalion, 53rd, to move from Morgan Bay positions east to the center of the 7th Marines position at Damp Flat. Shortly after midnight, the morning of December 27th, just as a thunderstorm broke, the Japanese began attacking. Even the howls of the banzai makers were drowned out in the clashing of the clouds, the drumming of the rain, the drawn-out toppling crash of the widowmakers being hurled to earth by the wind, and the treetop explosions of artillery shells. The defending Marines could not fight from foxholes full of water. They lay on top of the ground. It became a blind battle, decided in the end by Marine mortars, laid in by guess and by God, and the dawn arrival of a special weapons battery. The Japanese withdrew in the morning, leaving more than 200 dead on the field. There were 25 dead Marines and 75 wounded. That same morning, Pappy Boyington led his black sheep up to Rabaul again. Once more the Zeros rose to meet them, and again Boyington's aim was true. He shot one down. He was within one plane of tying Joe Foss's record, and he flashed eagerly among the red-bowled Zeros. Then oil spurted over his glass hatch. 3 times Boyington wound back the hood and tried to wipe the film away, but he couldn't. Exasperated, he turned and flew back to Torquemada Airfield. He landed. Someone said it was a shame the oil had prevented his tying Foss's record of 26 planes. "What's the difference?" Boyington growled. "I couldn't have hit a bull in the ass with a bass fiddle anyway." But he knew it was not so, and he had wanted that 26th kill very badly. The morning of December 28th brought high winds to Cape Gloucester, as well as an earthquake, and that rare bird of war, an enemy prisoner. His name was Corporal Kashida Shigeto, and he was taken by the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, during an action fought at Hell's Point, about a mile east of the airfield. There were a dozen big bunkers there, each occupied by about 20 Japanese soldiers. There were a few 75mm gun emplacements. The Marines threw 4 Sherman tanks at Hell's Point. One of them rumbled around a bend and ran into a Japanese 75mm gun. The Japanese gunner ran to his gun and pulled a lanyard. The gun roared and the shell struck the tank and exploded. It left a small dent. The astonished Japanese soldier fled, for the tank had lurched forward and was rolling toward him. Now the other tanks came up, flushing the Japanese out of the bunkers into the fire of following riflemen. One of these riflemen struck his foot on an object in the ground. Looking down, he gazed into the agonized eyes of Corporal Kashida Shigeto. The Marine hesitated. He did not know whether to shoot or to kick the Japanese, but he had plenty of time to decide, for Colonel Shigeto was buried up to his neck. His trench had caved in on him a few moments after he had received a painful wound in the shoulder. Then, to Corporal Shigeto's amazement, the Americans began to dig him out. An intelligence officer had arrived just in time to convince the puzzled rifleman that he should neither kill nor kick, that he should in fact be kind. The Marines had learned how kindness could open the lips of Japanese prisoners. Taught to expect torture, Corporal Shigeto was delighted to accept the offer of cheese from a K-ration and an American cigarette. He began to answer questions. His country had not signed the Geneva Convention, under which all captured soldiers are to give their name and serial number, and nothing more, nor did Japan tell her soldiers how to act when captured, for surrender was the supreme disgrace. Cave-ins and other forms of accidental surrender were not anticipated, and so the suddenly amiable Corporal Shigeto began to answer his captor's questions with great fervor and detail. As a result of what he said, General Rupertus did not press his attack to the airfield. He decided to wait until the 5th Marines arrived in the morning. Colonel John Selden led the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 5th Marines into Cape Gloucester shortly after dawn on December 29th, landing at the beach where the 1st Marines had come in. The 5th's men were brought uproad to the airfield by truck. They dismounted and were deployed wide to the left or south of the road. They were to advance on the airfield through the jungled ridges, while the 1st rolled up the road. The assault began and quickly picked up momentum. The rain stopped, the sun was shining. The road-bound Marines burst from a wood onto the edge of a field of kunai grass. Beyond it was the airfield. Artillery shells screeched overhead and crashed in front of them. The tanks rolled forward, their 75s blasting and machine guns blazing. Riflemen clustered behind them and began moving at a trot. There was the happy barking of a dog. A German shepherd, whose Japanese master had fallen at Hell's Point, was running out in front. He had taken the point. He was leading them in, and suddenly the troops were grinning with relief, for there was no one on the airfield to oppose them. Colonel Shigeto's reports of thousands of men seemed proven false. But the Japanese prisoner had actually not exaggerated. Colonel Sumiya and his men had abandoned the airfield. They had also withdrawn from a series of ridges directly south of it, and it was past these empty bunkers that the men of the 5th Marines moved as they came in on the airfield from their jungle march. During the darkness of that night, the Japanese came back to these bunkers, reoccupied them, and turned the guns toward the airfield below. It had been a dull, damp war at Tuali, where Master's bastards still sat in roadblock. Patrols moving out from the perimeter ran into occasional brief skirmishes on narrow jungle trails, but then the enemy vanished. Throughout the day of December 29th, patrols came in with reports of a silent jungle. Lieutenant Colonel Masters was worried. That night, the men holding his perimeter facing east to the jungle were on full alert. A fierce storm burst on their heads, and at 2 o'clock the following morning, 116 Japanese came charging west down a natural causeway connecting the Marines' ridges with their own. They came yelling in what might have been a hurricane, and they came with such swift ferocity that they immediately overran one gun pit. The Marines counterattacked. Gunnery Sergeant Joe Giuliano cradled a light machine gun in his arms and plunged into the dark melee, firing from the hip. The Japanese were thrown out of the pit they had taken, but they came back. Giuliano fired again and led another charge. The fight raged on through the wind-whipped darkness until in the morning it had come to the end usually foreordained when 100 lightly armed men charged 1,000 better armed men holding the high ground. The Marines, whose losses were 6 killed and 17 wounded, never found out for sure why this detachment from the 53rd Regiment had launched that charge. There were no officers among the 5 men taken prisoner, and everyone else was dead. Up at the airfield, a patrol from the 5th Marines had run into heavy fire from the deserted bunkers in the southern ridges. The regiment prepared to return to the ridges, for the Japanese had to be driven from the high ground if capture of the airfield was to be completed. The 5th began a series of small, nasty actions in which the Marines slugged through muck and fire to clear the hills. By 1 o'clock on the afternoon of December 30th, Major General Rupertus was able to send this message to Lieutenant General Walter Kruger, the commander of Alamo Force. 1st Marine Division presents to you as an early New Year's gift the complete airdrome of Cape Gloucester. Situation well in hand due to fighting spirit of troops, the usual Marine luck and the help of God. Rupertus grinning to Kruger. Next day, the American flag went up the pole at Cape Gloucester Airfield, and by the time it reached the top, it was already limp and dripping. That same day, General Rupertus did what he could to assuage the grief of an American mother. He ordered Private Paul Hanson sent home, never to be returned to combat again. And back in Melbourne, the newspapers celebrated the easy victory with the exulting headlines, "Our Marines take Cape Gloucester." 21. Major General William Rupertus began the year of 1944 by drawing a perimeter around the airfield and calling upon Brigadier General Lemuel Shepard, the Assistant Division Commander, to clear out the Japanese holding high ground in the Borgen Bay area. Borgen Bay was the 10-mile indentation formed by Cape Gloucester on the west and the irregular northern coast jutting out to its east. Along its coast was a series of hills, which the Marines wished to hold to guarantee their beachhead. The eastern flank of this beachhead was represented by Target Hill, about 6 miles southeast of the airfield and about 1,000 yards west of the mouth of Borgen Bay. General Shepard, long considered one of the Marine Corps' foremost tacticians, sent a force into the jungle at Suicide Creek, about a mile northwest of Target Hill. The Marines were to cross the stream and swing like a gate southeast through the Borgen Bay Hills. Shepard's plan was simply to hold at Target Hill and hit at Suicide Creek. While Shepard's battalions moved into position on the airfield side of Suicide Creek, the Japanese across the stream were building an intricate ambush in a morass. Colonel Kenshiro Katayama, who had arrived from the south coast to take command in Borgen Bay, had conferred with Matsuda at Nakarap, and the Swamp Fox, who never came within a half-dozen miles of the front, had given him complete control of the battle. It was Katayama who ordered Major Shinichi Takabe to dig in southeast of Suicide Creek with his 2nd Battalion, 53rd. Katayama had also studied Suicide Creek and Target Hill. He had found that the creek area was impassable for the dreaded American tanks and decided to hold there. Target Hill, however, was open on its seaward side, where the coastal road to the airfield ran around it. To recapture the airfield, Katayama decided to hold at Suicide Creek and hit at Target Hill. It was the exact opposite of Shepard's plan and the guarantor of battle at both points. The colonel assigned the 2nd Battalion, 141st Infantry of Major Toyoichi Mukai to seize Target Hill. He held Mukai high in his esteem. High in Mukai's esteem was Lieutenant Shinichi Abe, whose 5th Company was chosen to spearhead the attack. Lieutenant Abe was among the most popular and able young officers in the 65th Brigade. He quickly gathered his platoon leaders and issued orders. The men were to move out from Aogori Ridge, the Borgen Bay bastion which guarded Hill 660, as well as the approaches to Matsuda's lair, and move to the western face of Target Hill. Artillery, mortar, and machine cannon fire would pin down the Americans, while the assault troops and engineers stealthily cut steps in the steep lower slopes of Target Hill. This would make it easier for the 5th Company to strike the Americans fast and hard. Lieutenant Abe also sent a field dispatch to one of his platoon's leaders, Warrant Officer Kiyoshi Yamaguchi, who was then moving forward to the attack zone. The message instructed Yamaguchi on the hour of attack and location of the company CP, and it concluded with this admonition: "It is essential that we conceal the intention that we are maintaining position on Aogori Ridge. Concerning the occupation of this position, it is necessary that Aogori Ridge is maintained." Yamaguchi read it and thrust it into his pocket, unaware of how truly important Aogori Ridge was to the defense of Borgen Bay and the safety of Iwao Matsuda, not thinking that he might be killed, that the message might be found on him, that the Americans might be able to read it. For Warrant Officer Yamaguchi was in a tearing hurry to get his platoon into position for the attack on Target Hill, which was scheduled for before dawn on January 3rd. On January 2nd, the Marines attacked Suicide Creek. The newly arrived 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, was on the right or west, with the 3rd Battalion, 7th, on the left. They came up cautiously to the creek's steep banks. Scouts waded across. It was difficult going, for though the creek was but 20 to 30 feet wide, and from 2 to 3 feet deep and sluggish, its floor was covered with slippery stones. There were also fallen trees, which the scouts had to clamber over, but they got across. They slipped into the jungle, and soon they were back, waving the main bodies on. The first platoons crossed, and the Japanese struck. Machine gun fire swept the Marines from every direction. Marines pitched to the ground or threw themselves down to return fire blindly. It was as though they had been attacked by a battalion of ghosts. They had no notion where their enemy was. They could only hear the bullets whining about them, smacking into trees, cutting leaves, digging up spurts in the mud, sinking into flesh. One platoon was pinned down. A young rifleman was blinded by powder burns. He blundered about, calling, "I can't see! I can't see!" Corporal Larry Oliveira grabbed him by the arm. Together they withdrew. Oliveira paused every few feet to fire, then hefted his rifle and pulled the blinded boy all the way back across the creek as the youth mumbled in a stupor, "I can't see! I can't see!" Some of these platoons crossed Suicide Creek 4 times, only to be hurled back 4 times. One platoon came down again to the water's edge. A big husky rifleman stepped into the water. A bullet smacked loudly into his belly. "Them dirty bastards," the stricken man mumbled in amazement, and sank into the water dead. There were wounded Marines stumbling through the water, rolling down the banks, fighting the current that swept them downstream. Men ran out to seize them and pull them to safety, and were shot down themselves. Still the fight raged on, a battle incredibly unreal, for there was still no sign of the enemy. At dusk, the Japanese very nearly turned the repulse into a rout. About 50 of them followed the retreating Marines across the creek. They crept up the sheltering high banks near an emplacement of 4 machine guns. The gunners had started to dig their own foxholes. The guns were untended. If the Japanese could get to them, they could swing them on the Marines and strike a serious counterblow at the entire attack. They ran for them in a silent rush. They were 30 yards from the digging Marines before someone spotted them and shouted, "Japs!" Captain Andrew Haldane and Lieutenant Andrew Chiswick heard the shout as they spoke to a group of riflemen. They whirled and raced away to intercept. It was going to be close. Not even the Marines around the guns had much time to lunge for the weapons they had put aside. Some of them had begun to scatter, but many more had joined Haldane and Chiswick. A Japanese soldier was first to the guns. He slid into sitting position to fire one of them, and the Marine bayoneted him through his chest. Then the tall men in green closed with the short ones in brown. Some of the Japanese fell. The remainder broke free and ran back across the creek. By now the Marines had their weapons, and they cut down 20 of the enemy before the skirmish was over. They got the guns emplaced as darkness fell. They braced for a nocturnal counterattack. Just before dawn, they heard firing to their left, where Lieutenant Abe was attacking Target Hill. Lieutenant Abe, like so many Japanese soldiers, prepared to go into battle wearing all that he possessed. He pulled on his extra pair of trousers. He put his third shirt over his second shirt and slipped his arms into his raincoat. He stuffed his pack with all his goods and food, and also every document concerning Target Hill which had come his way, and onto the back of this he strapped his rolled overcoat. He hoisted this onto his shoulders. He slung his field glasses over this, buckled on his pistol, seized his sword and his entrenching tool, and called for mortar fire. The first Japanese mortar shell struck the nose of a ridge held by Captain Marshall Moore's Company A of the 1st Battalion, 7th. It instantly killed Gunnery Sergeant Theon Decrow, but a machine gunner and a dozen other Marines stayed in line. Soon they detected the sound of digging beneath the mortar barrage. They guessed that the Japanese were cutting steps into the hillside. They waited. The mortar barrage grew in intensity. By 5 o'clock, the Japanese had begun to throw in artillery and 20mm machine cannon, but they missed target, and the Marines on the plateau still waited. At 5:45, the red flare rose and the charge began. The machine gunner, who had stayed at his post after Decrow's death, ran 20 belts of machine gun ammunition through his gun. That was 5,000 bullets from a single weapon, and there were others firing as well as mortars exploding among the Japanese coming up the hill. Lieutenant Abe was quickly killed. Warrant Officer Yamaguchi was shot to death, and that Major Mukai, who commanded the attacking battalion, was driven back into the jungle after Captain Moore heard him screaming orders and brought fire down around him. What report Major Mukai made to Colonel Katayama is unknown, but the colonel sent this message to Major General Matsuda. By the desperate struggle of the officers and men of the regiment, Target Hill had been captured and the enemy were forced to the water's edge, but owing to the enemy counterattack with superior forces, we have relinquished it again with much regret. Of course, Target Hill had not been relinquished, nor had the Marine lines been bent, let alone broken. Close to 200 Japanese were killed or wounded during a 2-hour run at the wire, at the expense of 3 Marines killed and 10 wounded. Target Hill had been so one-sided that division refused to believe that it had been a well-planned attack with the intention of turning Shepard's seaward flank. That belief would continue until intelligence officers examined Lieutenant Abe's well-clad body and someone thought to look into Warrant Officer Yamaguchi's pocket. But even as intelligence officers arrived on the battlefield, angrily shooing the souvenir hunters away, the clamor of battle had shifted back to Suicide Creek. Dawn at Suicide Creek burst from the Japanese mortars. Before the Marines could leap erect to continue the attack on the morning of January 3rd, the shells were flashing and roaring among them. One young rifleman was decapitated by the direct blast of an exploding shell. Men going forward looked at that sitting, headless figure with just the neck from which dog tags dangled and wondered who it might have been. They went across Suicide Creek, small unit by small unit, sometimes finding and knocking out an enemy gun, but always being thrown back again. One Marine lay behind a log, firing. "It don't do no good," he muttered, his face ashen. "I got 3 of them, but it don't do no good." Platoon Sergeant Casimir Polakowski shouted at him angrily. "What the hell you bitching about? You get paid for it, don't you?" The shocked Marine managed a weak grin and continued to fire. Polakowski arose to take his platoon across the creek to rescue another one trapped over there. He saw 3 of his men killed in rapid succession, returned, ran to rescue a wounded Marine being shot at by a sniper, and was shot in the back. Lieutenant Elijah Atkins led his platoon of heavy machine gunners across the water. The enemy gunners allowed half of them to cross, and then the converging fire of 6 automatic weapons made a screaming, bleeding hell of the others. Some men lay in the water not daring to move, not even daring to rescue others who lay across trees in full view of the enemy, who coiled helplessly, over and over, whose blood flowed into the faces of those who dared not move to help them. Across the bank, Lieutenant Atkins lay in a tangle of vines. He had been hit 3 times and was losing blood fast. PFC Luther Rashke found him. He cut him free and tried to drag him back across the creek, but Tommy Harvard, as the men called Atkins, refused to go. "Go on," he gasped. "Keep the line moving. Get the men out." Rashke and Corporal Alexander Caldwell obeyed. They got back in time to hear that the engineers of the 17th Marines had laid a corduroy road of logs through the swamp which Major Takabe considered impassable. At last, there were tanks coming up to Suicide Creek. At last, there were Corsairs coming up to Rabaul, coming up to one of those wild aerial battles the Marines called a big, hairy dogfight. Since the December 27th fighter sweep in which Pappy Boyington had shot down his 25th plane, there had been no attacks on the dying Japanese base on eastern New Britain. It had rained constantly, while Boyington alternated between badgering others and being badgered. He had but a few days to go on his 3rd and final tour in the Pacific. He hounded meteorological people for the latest word on the weather, and was hounded by war correspondents for the latest word on when he was going to break Voss's record. On the night of January 2nd came reports of clearing weather at last. At dawn of the next day, while Japanese mortars scourged the Marines at Suicide Creek, Pappy Boyington fireballed his splay-legged fighter down the Torquay strip and circled aloft, while his black sheep climbed to join him. They pushed the stick forward and roared north. Over Rabaul, 40 to 60 fighters rose to meet them. When they had reached 12,000 feet, Boyington told his fighters to get set. He looked around him. "Okay," he shouted, "let's get the bastards." They went nosing over. Boyington went down. Captain George Ashman followed on his tail. They pounced on a pair of Zeros flying at 15,000 feet. Boyington made an overhead run on one of them. From 400 yards away, he fired a short burst. The Zero burst into flames. "You got a flamer, Skipper," Ashman yelled, and Boyington grinned in his cockpit. He had shot down as many enemy planes as any other American. Boyington climbed, Ashman riding his wing. Again they saw Zeros below. Again they went over, thinking the rest of the Black Sheep were diving after them. They scissored over the Japanese, weaving back and forth over one another, firing short bursts. 2 of the slender brown red-balled sausages flamed and fell, but Boyington did not grin this time, for Ashman's plane was puffing smoke, and his wingman was going down in a long graded dive. Behind him came a dozen Zeros converging for the kill. "Dive, George!" Boyington screamed. "For God's sake, dive!" There was not so much as a waggled aileron in reply, and the Zeros were taking turns at tail passes. Boyington slammed in behind them, kicking the rudder back and forth, triggering short bursts. Ashman's Corsair was now a fiery meteor, and was dropping into the sea. But there was another Zero in flames, too. Pappy Boyington's 28th kill, and also his last. For there was now a pack of Zeros growling on his tail. Boyington threw the stick forward and raced over the ocean at 400 knots. He could see the enemy bullets stitching patterns in his wings. His main gas tank blew up. It was all over. Boyington felt as though his body had been hurled into a blast furnace. With his remaining strength, he released his safety belt with one hand, seized the ripcord ring with the other, and kicked the stick hard, forward with both feet. He had given his body centrifugal force, made it weigh a ton, and he went flying out of the top of his plane. He was only 100 feet above the water when his chute opened with a spine-snapping jerk, and though he slammed the water hard, he was alive and treading water when he surfaced. The Japanese tried to gun him to death. They played cat and mouse for half an hour, one Zero coming in low and pulling out just as another dove in from a different direction. 20mm cannon exploded all around Boyington. He was gagging from the seawater he had swallowed, as he had played duck the apple for the enemy pilots. After 2 hours of treading water, he reached beneath him for the rubber life raft dangling between his legs. He pulled it out and found that it was intact. He inflated it. He climbed aboard and examined himself. His scalp was dangling down over his eyes. His left ear was half chewed off. His throat was cut and his left ankle torn up. There were shrapnel holes in his hands, and his leg ached where it had struck the stabilizer when he was catapulted free. But he was not dismayed. He found himself humming something and tried to puzzle it out. It was, "If the engine conks out now, we'll come down from 40 thou and wind up in a rowboat at Rabaul." The Sherman tanks lumbering up to Suicide Creek were led by a tunnel-blasting bulldozer driven by Corporal John Capito. Capito began cutting down the 12-foot-high near bank, pushing the earth into the stream to form a causeway. A sniper peppered him, and Capito was shot in the teeth. Then the Japanese began raking the bank with small arms fire. Staff Sergeant Kiri Lane crawled forward and jumped into the driver's seat. He too was shot. PFC Randall Johnson crawled up to the bulldozer. He swung it around between him and the enemy. He began running alongside it, working the controls with a shovel and an axe handle as he cut the bank down. There was now a passage, but it was already getting dark, and the crossing would have to be made in the morning. In that fading light, Pappy Boyington paddled his rubber boat toward Rabaul and hoped there was no truth to the line, "'cause they'll never send a Dumbo way out here." If there was no rescuing Catalina, there might at least be an American submarine. A submarine surfaced, and it had a big red bowl painted on it, and in the dimness of dusk Boyington could see the conning tower hatch pop open and disgorge a dozen short men with odd flat hats. Boyington was brought aboard. His wounds were not treated, but he was offered tea and cookies and given cigarettes. A pharmacist's mate who spoke English said to him, "You don't have to worry about anything as long as you are on this boat." An hour later the sub docked at Rabaul, and Boyington was led ashore, tied and blindfolded. It was dark on the Japanese side of Suicide Creek. Corporal Caldwell and PFC Rashke found it hard to see as they crawled down the creek in search of Lieutenant Atkins. They had been given permission to return for their wounded platoon leader and had brought 2 riflemen with them for fire cover. They came to the bank where they had last seen Tommy Harvard and crawled up into the underbrush. They could hear only the rushing of the river and the muttering of the Japanese. Should they go back or should they risk calling out? Caldwell and the riflemen lay in the bushes with covering rifles, while Rashke slithered out on the edge of the bank and began calling softly. "Tommy Harvard? Tommy Harvard?" A voice came weakly. "I'm down here." Rashke stiffened. It could be a Japanese trick. He called out again. "What's your real name?" The voice gasped. "Elisha Atkins." The Marines slid cautiously down the bank. They found Atkins shaking from hours of immersion in the water, weak from the loss of blood. They lifted him up gently and carried him back to their lines. "God," Lieutenant Atkins whispered hoarsely, "am I glad to see you." 22. Aogiri Ridge. Could there be such a place? There wasn't anything with that name on the map. Even the Melanesians now returning from their mountain hideouts had never heard of it, nor could you trust them. They were so happy to see the Americans, for the Japanese had latterly treated them wretchedly, that they would smile and bob their heads and say yes to any point fingered out on the map. Obviously there was such a place, for the message taken from that dead Japanese warrant officer's pocket mentioned it twice, emphasizing its importance, and the documents found in the pack of the deceased Lieutenant Abe indicated that there was at least a full regiment back there somewhere. Also, when the tanks rolled over Suicide Creek on the morning of January 4th, they found that the enemy had retreated. So there should be quite a hatful of Japanese to the southeast, probably around Hill 660. Was Hill 660 Aogiri Ridge? No. Corporal Shigeto said Hill 660 was called Manjuyama, meaning Sweet Cookie Hill. Maybe it was Hill 150, just to the south of Target Hill. A rough sketch on the message made it look that way, and so the attacking Marine battalions were sent against Hill 150. They took it and found that it was probably not Aogiri Ridge at all. The attack southeast continued, with Brigadier General Shepard still anxious to locate this Aogiri Ridge. The terrain still favored the Japanese. As the Marine battalions swung like a gate southeastward to Borgan Bay, they plunged into another swamp. The 17th Marines again built corduroy roads and knocked down riverbanks to get the tanks into bitterly resisting Japanese pockets. At noon on January 7th, as the right flank swung through an area 1,000 yards diagonally southwest of Target Hill, Lieutenant Colonel David McDougall of the 3rd Battalion 5th was wounded. 5 hours later, his executive officer, Major Joseph Skochilis, was also hit. Lieutenant Colonel Chesty Puller, still commanding the 3rd Battalion 7th, took over both outfits. Next morning, Puller turned the other battalion over to a tall, brawny, square-faced lieutenant colonel with the fanciful name of Silent Lew Walt. As Walt's men pressed the attack that morning of January 8th, they felt the ground rising gently beneath a tangle of vines and creepers. It seemed drier. Though the map insisted they were on level ground, They were in fact beginning to climb steep slopes. They were being swept by interlocking small arms fire. They did not know it then, but they had found Aogiri Ridge. Nor did they know that there were 37 bunkers ahead, most of them connected by underground tunnels. If one bunker fell, and the Marines moved on, it would suddenly erupt again behind them. Walt's men took heavy casualties, and General Shepard had to rush 2 reinforcing companies up to Aogiri Ridge. The Marines did not take Aogiri Ridge, or even dent it that day. They fell back to their morning positions and dug in. At dawn of January 9th, Walt's men struck out in straight frontal attack. They couldn't flank the position because its guns could rake either side. They couldn't bypass it, for it would cut Marine communications. They had to strike straight ahead, staggering with fatigue, moving through jungle so thick they could not see 10 yards ahead of them, and all the while being struck by an invisible foe. They faltered, and Walt called for a 37-millimeter cannon. The 900-pound gun was trundled forward. "All right," Walt shouted, as he and his runner put their stooping shoulders to one of the wheels. "Who'll give me a hand?" There was no response, but then Walt tore at the gun with such savage fury that his men leaped in beside him. They pushed the cannon up the steep slope, stopping to fire canister shot, blasting apart the jungle and clearing a path through the bunkers. Men were killed or wounded, but others rushed in to take their place. Up it went, bumping and volleying, and at last it was atop the ridge, and the hail of its canister was sweeping among the enemy like shotgun pellets. The Marines had a hold on Aogiri Ridge. The Japanese and Rabaul led Major Boynton by rope halter to a hut half a mile from the dock. There they questioned him for 24 hours. When he balked, they twisted the ropes around his wrists until he was about to lose consciousness. Then they loosened the rope and continued. They did not treat his wounds for 10 days. They preferred to punch him in the jaw and beat his legs with rifle butts. They beat him regularly during the 6 weeks in which they held him prisoner there, for they did not like the American major who had taunted them so derisively, nor did they like the terrible things his comrades were doing to their once mighty base. Already there was a new light bomber strip being completed on Bougainville, and Rabaul had only 6 more weeks to live. Colonel Katayama had decided to use his last reserve battalion to knock the Americans off Aogiri. It was the 3rd Battalion, 141st, commanded by Major Asachichi Tatsumi. During the darkness succeeding the Marines' conquest of the ridgetop, these men of Major Tatsumi had been gathering on Aogiri's reverse slope. Around midnight of that January 9th, they began to chant, "Marines, prepare to die! Marines, prepare to die!" At 1:15 in the morning of January 10th, they rushed up the slope screaming and howling, but were swiftly cut down by the Marines who had seized upon the chanting to get ready in the right place. The shattered waves flowed back down the slope and came up again. Once more they were hurled back. In his foxhole, silent Lew Walt was calling 105-millimeter fire in closer and closer to his lines. He cut through the objections of the artillery officers in the fire direction centers and called for shells as close as 50 yards to his own men, for the Japanese were obviously under orders to retake Aogiri or die. A 3rd wave came up and was stopped. The 4th rushed up, led by Major Tatsumi himself. In belted raincoat, with pistol in one hand and samurai sword in the other, the battalion commander led 2 other officers in a dash through the Marine lines. They ran toward Walt's command post, where the American commander lay in his water-filled foxhole, waiting for them, his .45 automatic pistol in his hand. 2 of them fell, but Tatsumi came on. Suddenly 2 short round shells struck the treetops overhead and exploded and killed Tatsumi. He fell a few paces from Lieutenant Colonel Walt. Now the Marine machine guns atop Aogiri Ridge were low on ammunition. Walt hurriedly sent men to the rear for ammunition, for he expected a 5th charge. He could hear the enemy chanting again, massing again, and then the ammunition belts arrived. Walt looked at his watch. 1 minute, 2, 3, 4. They came up again, and this time they were broken forever. Aogiri Ridge had been captured and held, and now it was being renamed. Brigadier General Shepard climbed the ridge later that morning to look about 2,000 yards southeast to Hill 660, the highest ground in Borgen Bay, lying about 7 miles southeast of the airfield. Shepard spoke to Walt's glassy-eyed Marines and congratulated their leader. He suggested making an American out of Aogiri. "We'll call it Walt's Ridge," he said. 23. Having found a place that was not on the map, Aogiri Ridge, the Marines on western New Britain now turned to looking for a place marked on the map but impossible to find. The difficulty was a matter of phonetics. When the Australians began to map New Britain, they often used place names already in use among the Melanesians, translating them phonetically. A tiny village such as Nakarop remained Nakarop. When the Japanese replaced the Australians, they made Japanese translations of these English phonetics. Thus, Nakarop, the site of Matsuda's lair, became Igarapu. The Marines had only lately learned from prisoners that Major General Matsuda was in western New Britain. They heard that he had his headquarters somewhere inland. From enemy maps and documents, they correctly guessed that Matsuda was at Igarapu. But no one familiar with New Britain, not an Australian planter, not a missionary, not a Melanesian, had ever heard of Igarapu. Many attempts were made to compare Australian and Japanese maps, but the Japanese maps were so sketchy it was impossible to pinpoint any one interior village. Aerial reconnaissance was useless, for there was nothing to be seen beneath the ubiquitous jungle roof. More, there seemed to be no inland trails from the north coast. The Marines had no way of knowing that Matsuda had linked his headquarters to Borgan Bay in the north by means of a 7-mile trail tunneled through the jungle. Nor did any other maps show other concealed trails running out Nakarop Igarapu's back door to points far east of Borgan Bay. Even on the morning of January 10th, when the importance of Aogiri Ridge as an outerwork of Hill 660 was being grasped, the Marines did not know that they had uncovered the northern trail to that mystifying Igarapu. Mopping up Aogiri Ridge that morning, they crossed a wide, firm trail, which was found to connect all of Borgan Bay's supply dumps, bivouacs, and landing facilities with some point inland. That point inland was the headquarters of Colonel Katayama at a place called Maigairapua. Beneath Maigairapua was Nakarop. But the Marines did not go south along this hidden trail because they were busy cleaning out a nasty pocket between Aogiri and Hill 150. It was nasty in a very literal sense, and it was not crushed again in a literal sense until the engineers had built another corduroy road over which 4 light tanks and a pair of half-tracks were brought up. When the pocket fell, it was found to contain the enemy's biggest supply dump on New Britain. All that remained was to take Hill 660, on which General Shepard expected to find the bulk of some 2,500 to 3,000 Japanese estimated to still be in the Borgan Bay area, for many of the 53rd Regiment had slipped out of Cape Gloucester over jungle trails and had joined Katayama's 141st. In the meantime, Shepard gave his Marines a rest. The day after the pocket was crushed, and the 2nd Battalion, 1st, had marched up to Cape Gloucester from Tuali, the Marines in Borgan Bay spent at their ease in the rain-swept coastal swamps. They read and reread letters from home, then committed them to memory, for they had begun to fall apart. They thought of writing letters themselves, but the paper was sodden. Their pencils had swelled and burst, the fountain pens had become clogged, and their points had separated. They pried apart their pocket-knife blades, which had rusted together, and scraped the mold off their clothing and off their rifles, and slung the rifles upside down under their ponchos, while debating whether or not to keep a ruined wristwatch or heave it into the swamp. They removed their precious cigarettes from beneath their helmets and lit them with matches kept dry inside a contraceptive and smoked them with cupped hands. They badgered their officers for dry socks or cartridge belt to replace those now decomposing. They ate hot chow, of which the rain quickly made a cold, wet slop, and they were very grateful for the coffee kept hot in covered GI cans, sometimes so hot that it heated the lips of the canteen cups and burned the lips of the drinkers. Then the self-control of men who could joke about jungle rot and dysentery would at last break, because the sudden pain caused them to drop the coffee. And now I am pissed off. In the morning, they cleaned the protective oil off their clips of cartridges, made certain that grenade pins were not rusted tight, and then, after the artillery and mortars had stopped firing and the 5th Air Force's bombers had flown home, they attacked the steep, stern, slimy face of Hill 660. Captain Joe Buckley had been a Marine when practically all the men subordinate to him, and some of those superior to him, were as yet unborn. He had joined the Marines in 1915, and here he was, 28 years afterward, a man close to 50 and a veteran of wars large and small, leading a ragtag bobtail of a force through the jungle of New Britain. Captain Buckley was going to skirt Hill 660 on its seaward or eastern side and get in behind it. To do this, he had a pair of half-tracks, 2 light tanks, a 37mm gun platoon, about 80 riflemen, and 40 pioneers who had thoughtfully brought along their bulldozers. There was also a belligerent Army sergeant who had gone AWOL from his service outfit in New Guinea. He had stowed away on an LST and had been gladly welcomed aboard by those Marines with whom he wished to fight. Early in the morning, with a bulldozer plowing a passage through the barrier of mud, Buckley's motley set out. They were fired at from the Japanese atop Hill 660, but the tanks and half-tracks roared back, and the little column sloughed on. By 10:30 in the morning, it had skirted the base of Hill 660 and set up a roadblock behind or south of it. Any Japanese attempting to retreat from Hill 660 would have to move through Buckley's Marines or wade a swamp. Only occasional snipers hampered Lieutenant Colonel Henry Buse's Marines in their approach march to the foot of Hill 660. The Marines shot them out of the trees, leaving them dangling on their ropes. Hill 660 slopes were as steep as 45 degrees. They were slimy with rain-soaked, malodorous vegetation, and they were swept by enemy fire. The Marines began to climb on all fours, but they were pinned as flat as they could make themselves. Bullets sang above them, and they could go no farther, nor could they withdraw. Lieutenant Colonel Buse got a platoon of light tanks forward. They laid a covering fire in front of the Marines' noses, and the companies finally came back down the hill as it grew dark. The next morning, January 14th, Buse sent companies around to the right or west of Hill 660, to its inland side. He was probing for a soft spot. His men could never go up that front slope without terrible casualties. Almost to the rear of Hill 660, separated from Captain Buckley by a swamp, the Marines found their soft spot. It was lightly guarded because it was so steep. The Japanese did not think anyone could come up it. Buse ordered his men up, and they went up. They went up in a sudden burst of energy and valor as mystifying as it was marvelous. They clawed up that vertical face of gummy clay and came in on the startled enemy and put him to death among his guns. Those who fled down the hill ran the roaring gauntlet of Captain Buckley's men. Those who counterattacked a day later were torn apart in a march and countermarch of mortar shells. And those who survived the slaughter perished in sea or swamp to either side of Buckley's guns, one whole group of them cut down in a daisy chain as they crossed a creek holding hands. Hill 660 had fallen. Its price had not been high in blood, but in hardship, in the ordeal written on the faces of the men who took it, and were at last being relieved after 23 days in the swamp. They were all dripping hair and smeared red-brown with soil. Mud-stained ponchos or Japanese raincoats hooded their heads against the rain, and they walked woodenly, staring straight ahead, while mechanically spooning mouthfuls of cold beans from the little ration cans in their hands. The last of Colonel Katayama's forces in Borgen Bay had been shattered, and the colonel had himself gone back to Nakarop Igarapu, where General Matsuda was already preparing his getaway. The fighting at Borgen Bay had been as decisive a victory for the 1st Marine Division as the battle for Cape Gloucester airfield. 24. Conquest of the Gilbert Islands in November of 1943 had caused the first break in the outer works of Fortress Nippon. Now in February of 1944, seizure of the Marshall Islands would start the breakthrough. The Marshalls sat athwart the Central Pacific, about 400 miles north and 650 miles west of Tarawa in the Gilberts. They guarded all the routes to Tokyo. Directly west or behind them lay the Carolines, with the monster air-sea base at Truk and the ocean fort at Peleliu. South and west of them lay General MacArthur's Bismarck, New Guinea route to the Philippines. North and west of them lay the Marianas with Guam and Saipan, the volcanoes with Iwo Jima and the Bonins. Japan by now had no real hope of holding the Marshalls. Even though Premier Tojo still expected to wear down the American will to fight, he planned to do it by delaying in the Marshalls while strengthening the inner ring of defenses, especially at Peleliu, the Marianas, and the Bonins. The Marshalls were admirably suited to delaying action because there were so many of them. There were 36 true atolls, with perhaps 2,000 islets and islands in this enormous chain running 650 miles on a northwest-southeast diagonal. They had been in Japan's possession since they were seized from Germany in World War I, when Japan was on the side of the Allies, and also acquiring such easy German booty as the Marianas, but Japan had not bothered to fortify them in any strength until just before the attack on the Gilberts at Macon and Tarawa. Now there were 6 atolls on which she had based airfields. There were Eniwetok, Kwajalein, Wochi, Meluilap, Jaluit, and Mili. Of these, Eniwetok was the farthest west, closest to Japan. Kwajalein was in the center. Wochi and Meluilap were east and north. Jaluit and Mili were east and south. Vice Admiral Musashi Kobayashi, who was in command of the Marshalls, first began fortifying Woche and Meluilap, but then came Tarawa, and emphasis was shifted to Jaluit and Mili, closest by far to the new American bases south in the Gilberts. Admiral Kobayashi paid little attention to Kwajalein or Eniwetok. They were fortified, of course, but nothing like the eastern atolls, and nothing at all like Tarawa. Kobayashi expected the Americans to attack on the eastern atolls, more likely on Jaluit and Mili. Admiral Nimitz chose Kwajalein. He chose it because, by knifing right into the heart of the Marshalls, he would bypass all those Japanese outposts on the eastern atolls, and he would make Kobayashi's work there useless. The neutralizing of the bulk of 28,000 troops stationed in the Marshalls could speed up the war by opening both the Central Pacific and the Southwest Pacific fronts. More, Kwajalein Atoll was lightly defended. It had airfields, and its lagoon was the largest in the world. It was 65 miles in length and 18 miles in width, within an atoll chain forming a shape best described as a flattened pyramid, canted on its right-hand base. Its terminals were Ebedan Islet on the west, the twin islets of Roy Namor about 40 miles to the east, and then Kwajalein Islet about 45 miles south of Roy Namor and a bit to the east. Nimitz was concerned only with Kwajalein Islet in the south, where a bomber field was under construction, and Roy Namor in the north, where there was an excellent air base. But Nimitz's commanders, Admirals Raymond Spruance and Kelly Turner, General Howland Madsmith, were concerned about the risks of an operation against Kwajalein. It could be taken, but afterwards the vast Pacific Fleet, which had brought the assault forces to Kwajalein, was going to be turned over to Admiral Halsey to cover General MacArthur's proposed landing on New Ireland in the Southwest Pacific. The fleet's withdrawal would leave the men on Kwajalein alone and at the mercy of a ring of hostile airfields, especially Eniwetok, with its lines running directly back to Japan. Neither Spruance nor Turner nor Smith wanted to take on Kwajalein without first nailing down some or all of those airfield atolls in the east. It was then that Admiral Nimitz took a long look at Majuro Atoll, nestling almost exactly in the center of that quartet of outer bastions. It was then that Captain Jim Jones took his recon boys up to Majuro by destroyer, while the greatest invasion fleet yet assembled waited for word of what he found there. 25. Mr. Michael Madison said, "Perhaps you gentlemen would like a drink," after the recon boys of Captain James Logan Jones blinked and wondered if they were back on Apamama. Though they were not, though they were on Majuro Atoll in the Marshall Islands, it was certainly true that one of this tall half-caste daughters had just shinnied up a coconut tree and had slid back down grasping a blue sake bottle filled with palm toddy. Now she was going up again for more, and it looked like Majuro might be better than Apamama. It was not this for which Lieutenant Harvey Weeks had led a platoon ashore Majuro's Calalin Islet, for which Lieutenant Leo Shin had led the point of the platoon in its reconnaissance across the islet. They had come as the scouts of the big invasion force, which was to arrive 9 hours later. They had left Captain Jones back aboard their destroyer, inflated their rubber boats, and passed through the same ordeal of confusion, surf, and wind which had nearly swamped them off Apamama. They had talked to the Micronesians and found that there was only a Japanese warrant officer left on the island. That had been on the night of January 30th. Now it was the dawn of January 31st, and here was Mr. Michael Madison offering glasses and palm toddy. Actually, it was a moment worthy of celebration. The landing on Calalin at 11 o'clock the preceding night represented the first American invasion of soil which Japan had held prior to World War II, and that invasion was made a conquest a little later when a warrant officer Nagata was surprised and captured. Nagata said that the 300 to 400 Japanese who once garrisoned the island had been evacuated long ago. This piece of good news was relayed to Captain Jones. After some delays, Jones was able to message Admiral Hill to call off the bombardment of Majuro, which had already begun. Luckily, only a few shells had fallen, and most of Majuro's valuable installations were unharmed. The 2nd Battalion, 106th Infantry of the Army's 27th Division could now come ashore unopposed. The work on the first of several airstrips could commence. Majuro Lagoon could be made into an anchorage, and Admiral Chester Nimitz could go ahead with the Marshall Islands conquest, which had depended so much on the seizure of Majuro. 26. To bombard Kwajalein Atoll and transport the troops there, Admiral Turner had an enormous fleet of nearly 300 ships, including 1 big and 10 smaller aircraft carriers and 7 old battleships. To make the assault on Kwajalein Islet in the south and Roy Namur in the north, Major General Howland Madsmith, the Expeditionary Troops commander, had 2 full divisions and a brigade. Of this force, Smith would use the Army's 7th Infantry Division against the southern islet and the 4th Marine Division against Roy Namur. The brigade, consisting of the orphan 22nd Marine Regiment and the remaining 2 battalions of the 106th Infantry, would be in floating reserve. It was an overwhelming force, something like 40,000 troops going against Kwajalein Atoll's 8,000 defenders, or whatever number survived the pre-invasion bombardment and shelling which was to outdo anything attempted before. The Navy gunfire people had learned from Chihuahua that pillboxes could only be knocked out with direct hits from big shells or big bombs, and that these missiles must be armor-piercing. Old battleships such as Maryland, Colorado, Tennessee, New Mexico, Idaho, Mississippi, and Pennsylvania had been found to be ideal for bombardment. They had been schooled in it, had learned how to knock out beach installations with patient, pinpointed fire directed by the Joint Assault Signal Companies, JASCO, whose mission was to put ashore spotters trained in calling down naval gunfire. It had also been learned that neither shells nor bombs will destroy underwater beach defenses. This had to be done by hand, by sailors who volunteered to swim into enemy beaches under covering gunfire, and there to explode anti-Amtrak obstacles or to disarm underwater mines. They formed the underwater demolition teams, and these two would be used for the first time at Kwajalein. Impressive, too, was the massive preliminary bombing of December-January, during which land-based planes in Macon, Tarawa, and Apamama dropped 1,677 tons of explosives on Kwajalein, Wolche, Maluilap, Mili, and Joliet. Carrier-based planes also hit these and other atolls with multiplying fury, sinking ships and damaging cruisers, knocking down planes and destroying them on the ground. 7th Air Force high-altitude bombing added to the misery of the marshals. Then came 6,919 tons of naval shells fired against Marshall's targets for 3 days preceding and during the invasion. Already, as the American Armada separated into northern and southern attack forces, the bombardment had killed Vice Admiral Michiyuki Yamada on Namur. Already a radioman on Roy Namur had made this notation in his diary: "Convoy left Pearl Harbor on January 22nd to attack us." A convoy had left Pearl Harbor on that date, and it was in the northern force, headed for Roy Namur. It carried the men of the 4th Marine Division. They had sailed from San Diego in California, and had paused but a day in Lahaina Roads while their officers went ashore to confer with naval officers. Then they moved on, learning a few days out of Hawaii that they were sailing straight from the States to the battleground. Their zigzag course between San Diego and Roy Namur islets covered considerably more than the 5,000-mile beeline lying between these points, and they began to boast of it. Being a brand new outfit, the 4th was desperate for things to boast about. They hadn't much other than that among their ranks were the sons of 5 Marine generals, including Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vandergrift, Jr., and that a private first class named Stephen Hopkins was also the son of Harry Hopkins, the right-hand man of President Roosevelt. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson of Raider fame was on the division staff, and this was another desperate distinction. But combat honors? No. Tradition? No. Even the 3rd Marine Division had a regiment able to claim descent from the 3rd Marines of World War I, not so the 4th. All their outfits were brand new, born of the Marine Corps expansion from a 50,000-man pre-war force to one now approaching 500,000. The 4th's regiments had double-digit numbers that made them sound like Army outfits: the 23rd, 24th, and 25th Marines, the 14th Marine Artillery, the 20th Marine Engineers. The 4th Division was not nearly as well trained in amphibious operations as was that 7th Army Infantry Division, which would take Kwajalein Islet to the south. The Marines themselves had trained the 7th, and the 7th had already been in battle at Attu, but the 4th had not had much opportunity to train as a unit. Yet green as it was commanded by one of the most experienced leaders in the Marine Corps, Major General Harry Schmidt. The sun helmet General Schmidt wore over his scowling face testified to his status as an old China hand. He had been assistant to the Marine Commandant. With Howland Mad Smith, he had been a pioneer in developing marine amphibious techniques, and he had worked out a good plan to implement Smith's novel tactic of landing artillery a day before the main body of infantry. It was a tactic used at Tarawa, when Julian Smith had placed artillery on Bariki to support troops advancing on Bayshore. At Roy Namur, as well as at Kwajalein Islet, it would be used for that reason, and also to force a passage into the lagoon itself, for even the transports were going to go inside the lagoon. Unlike Tarawa, where the Marines were boated outside the reef, the Americans were going to sail inside Kwajalein Atoll, already boated in the bowels of LSTs. To enter the lagoon at Roy Namur, Roy, the air base on the west or left, joined by a causeway to Namur, the supply dump on the right, the Marines must first seize a pair of islets to either side of the lagoon passage below or southwest of Roy. At 8 o'clock in the morning of January 31st, even as Mr. Madison of Majuro was regaling the recon boys with palm toddy, Rear Admiral Richard Connolly ordered the bombardment of these tiny specks of coral to commence. After the naval guns came the carrier planes. After them came the rocket boats swooshing their missiles aloft like flights of arrows, and next the wallowing amphibian tanks, the armored pigs, striking the seaward side and blasting away with cannon. A few minutes before 10, The Marines of the Division's Scout Company and the 1st Battalion, 25th, were churning ashore. Most of the few score Japanese had killed themselves. There were others to be killed during a swift mop-up on both islets, but squalls and a wild surf turned out to be more of an obstacle to the landings than the enemy. Before 11 o'clock, Lieutenant Colonel Clarence O'Donnell was able to radio that the islets were secure. An hour later, artillery began to come ashore. At the same time, minesweepers approached both channels. Moving slowly, almost as though they were butting the mines aside, the stubby little vessels entered the passages while carrier planes swooped over Roy Namur's lagoon beaches to lay down a covering smokescreen. Slowly, like the rising thunder of a storm, the fury of fire issuing from 3 battleships, 5 cruisers, and 19 destroyers grew around Roy Namur. Fires were leaping from Namur's lagoon beaches under the pounding of Tennessee and Colorado. To the west, Maryland was hurling steel and fire at Roy and its airstrip. But Admiral Connolly wanted Maryland to make sure of Roy's blockhouses. "Move really close in," he radioed Maryland. The Marines were delighted. This was what they had wanted at Tarawa. Mighty old Maryland was less than a mile offshore. Her spotter could see the targets. Admiral Connolly had earned his nickname. Henceforth, he would be known to Marines as Close-In Connolly. The men of the underwater demolition teams were returning to the destroyer Schley, reporting their work successful. More Marines were moving across the lagoon to take a trio of islets just below Namur. They were the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, 25th, led by Lieutenant Colonels Lewis Hudson and Justice Jumpin' Joe Chambers. They seized the islets. Artillery was brought ashore here, too. All was in readiness for the next day. In the morning, 4 battalions of land-based artillery began firing. The bombardment ships hurled the last of 2,655 tons of steel into 2 islets not a mile square apiece, and the carrier planes bombed and strafed once more. As one Marine cried out exultantly, "This time we've got what it takes. This time we've got everything." Everything, as he would soon discover, would have to include the rifle slung over his shoulder. 27. It was a bright pink dawn, but neither Roy nor Namur could be seen in it. Only the narrow white lines of their beaches were visible, with here and there a jagged coconut stump sticking out above the smoke, flames, dust, and flying rubble. The skies became overcast. There were squalls. The lagoon water was choppy, and Marines became nauseous in their Amtraks. They cursed the holdup caused by the novelty of bringing the LSTs into the lagoon. They had been scheduled to attack at 10 o'clock, but now they would not make the 4,000-yard run to shore until 12 o'clock. They should have been thankful for the delay. By the time they hit the beaches, not a single Japanese officer of consequence was alive to direct the defense of either island. Even as the Amtraks formed in line and swept shoreward, a 1,000-pound bomb fell on the Namur bomb shelter, holding the 7 senior officers who had survived the bombardment, which killed Admiral Yamada and most of his staff 3 days ago. It was now every man for himself. The 23rd Marines landed on Roy at exactly noon and raced rapidly inland, against almost no opposition. 17 minutes later, Colonel Louis Jones was jubilantly signaling Major General Schmidt, "This is a pip. Give us the word and we'll take the island." But Schmidt ordered Jones to halt and reorganize while warships shelled the northern half of Roy. At 4 o'clock, with tanks leading the way, the 23rd swept forward again. 100 separate skirmishes erupted. Dazed and leaderless, the Japanese fought singly or in small groups. They hid in drainage ditches and fired into the rear of the advancing Marines. They made desperate stands and ruined pillboxes. At one of these, PFC Richard Anderson pulled the pin of his grenade to throw, and the missile slipped from his hands. There was no time to retrieve it. It had been his fault, and he compensated for the error by smothering the grenade with his body and was killed. The men whose lives he had saved moved forward. They raced across Roy's airfield, until at 6 o'clock they had come to the northern beaches on the sea. There they found an enemy trench filled with dead soldiers. The Japanese had placed their rifle muzzles under their chins and kicked the triggers with their big toes. They lay there in precise rows, as though they had been obedient to the last, killing themselves in order. Roy had fallen to the 23rd Marines, but it had fallen to the bombs and shells of the invasion fleet, to the howitzers set up on the lower islets. The horrible efficiency of that pre-invasion bombardment was nowhere more evident than in the desolation of Roy's 3-strip airfield. Hundreds of Japanese lay sprawled around it, their bodies horribly mutilated. They were caught in attitudes of flight as though they had been cut down while running for safety. They lay in huge shell holes and in ruined blockhouses. Sheets of corrugated iron were strewn everywhere. Gaunt, denuded concrete pilings stuck out of the ground in rows, and the buildings they had held together were heaped about them in rubble. Japanese aircraft littered the airstrips like broken giant birds. There was nothing left. only a handful of doves cooing in a dovecote atop an unharmed radio station, a few little red chickens dashing noisily about, a pig nosing in the ruins, and a big white foolish goose, which had escaped the invaders' shell fire, only to land in their cooking pot. Roy was the quickest conquest of the Pacific, but across the causeway of Namur, there was a real battle going on. "Okay, you Liberty Hounds," Sergeant Pappy Meeks had bellowed, "let's go ashore." Meeks's platoon had gone charging up Namur's lagoon beach, along with all the other assault platoons of the 24th Marines, and had lost contact with headquarters almost immediately. Major General Schmidt's staff had to depend for information on a Douglas dive bomber which roamed the skies about the battlefield with a major named Charles Duchin in its rear gunner's seat. Shortly before noon, immediately after the bombardment lifted, Major Duchin reported Japanese soldiers crossing the causeway from Roy to Namur. At 12:30, he reported that the 24th Marines had landed successfully on Namur, but were running into opposition from pillboxes and blockhouses that were still standing. Shortly before 1 o'clock, Major Duchin peered down at Namur's eastern shore to see a Marine assault team moving against what seemed to be a giant blockhouse. But the building was used as a warehouse, and it was stuffed with torpedo warheads. Lieutenant Sol Stein led his men up cautiously to the big blockhouse on Namur. One of his Marines slipped forward and placed a shaped charge against the side of the building. He ran back and ducked. The blast tore a hole in the side of the building. Out of the hole, out exits suddenly flung wide, came streams of Japanese soldiers. Lieutenant Stein's Marines were too surprised to open fire. They were not bewildered. They had heard the Japanese were crazy. "Throw in some satchel charges," Stein ordered. They were thrown in. "Great God Almighty!" Major Duchin roared. He thought he had seen the island disappear, and his plane had shot up into the air like a rocket. He peered into the dense clouds of smoke billowing in all directions below him, and he yelled again to headquarters, "The whole damn island's blown up." "Are you hurt?" headquarters inquired. "Wait a minute," Duchin replied, still trying to see land beneath the smoke. "Stand by a minute." "Is your plane damaged? Where are you?" Duchin could hear debris rattling off the bomber's fuselage, but he breathed with relief, for he had seen land beneath the smoke, and he answered the question. "I'm about 1,000 feet higher than I was, but the island's still there." It was, but the warehouse that had held tons and tons of torpedo warheads had vanished completely. Its fragmented remains were still falling on those Marines who crouched in shell holes and craters, wondering what had caused that unbelievable rocking roar. They crouched in an inky darkness, while whole heads of palm trees, chunks of concrete, bomb and torpedo casings fell from the skies. It seemed an endless rain, and then the smoke drifted away, and where there had been a warehouse, there was now only a great crater filled with water. Lieutenant Stein and most of his men were dead, though one man, who had been blown 150 feet out into the lagoon, was found unhurt. There were 40 Marines killed by the explosion and another 60 wounded. A half hour later, there were more casualties when the Japanese blew up 2 other blockhouses. At 4 o'clock, the 24th Marines were attacking again, and the Japanese were fighting back. On the left flank, a pillbox pinned down a platoon of Marines led by Lieutenant John Power. The men tried to work up to it to lob in grenades, but were driven back. Power charged and was hit in the belly, covering the wound with his left hand, firing his carbine with the right. Receiving 2 more wounds, he completed his charge. He routed the enemy and fell to his knees, dying. With PFC Anderson, Lieutenant Power would receive a posthumous Medal of Honor. Now the Marines were moving through terrain which made Namur so much more difficult than Roy. The tanks were stalled by fallen trees and logs, and were laid open to the attacks of Japanese who jumped on them to drop grenades through the visual ports. Captain James Denig and his gunner were killed that way, though a barman named Howard Smith shot down 5 of Denig's assailants and risked flaming gasoline and exploding shells in an attempt to save him. The Marine attack slowed down with the approach of night, and the order came to dig in. "Stand by for a counterattack," came the word. It came in a clear, pale, moonlit night, and the Marines fought individually to contain it. Sergeant Frank Tucker lay behind a tree and shot 38 Japanese dead, firing ammunition brought to him by PFC Stephen Hopkins. Tucker received bullets through his helmet, his canteen, his field glasses, while Hopkins received the rifle shot that killed him. Corpsman James Kirby lay in a shell hole between the lines to care for a dozen wounded Marines, saving the life of PFC Richard Sorensen, who had fallen on a grenade to save his buddies and would now live to receive a Medal of Honor. 19-year-old PFC Jack Brown was killed, while his father, Corporal Earl Brown, survived. and then the medium tanks Jezebel, Jenny Lee, Joker, and Juarez rolled up to the front at 5:30 in the morning with machine guns and 75s flashing flame, and the Japanese attack was broken. With the full light of day, these 4 tanks led a counterattack. This was the final lunge which brought death and a posthumous Medal of Honor to Lieutenant Colonel Ikea Diaz as he put himself at the front of his battalion. The drive ended on Namur's northern shores at some time before noon of February 2nd as the tanks rolled up to the edge of a bomb crater filled with Japanese. Corporal Michael Giba looked through Jenny Lee's periscope and saw an inflamed Japanese eye. The enemy soldier had jumped on Jenny Lee, draped himself over its turret, and now he was contemplating Corporal Giba. The Japanese did not seem to know what to do. Corporal Giba reached for a weapon, and the Japanese produced a grenade, pulled its pin, tapped it against the turret to arm it, and then lay down on it. Jenny Lee jumped. Giba heard bullets clattering against Jenny Lee's sides. The other tanks were shooting the Japs off his turret. Then all 4 of them lumbered down into the crater. It was all over on Roy Namur. In 2 more days, it was all over at Kwajalein Islet to the south. 11 days later, the 4th Marine Division sailed east to its new base of Maui in Hawaii, a veteran outfit. The 4th had secured its objective in 24 hours, had lost 190 dead and 547 wounded, and had buried 3,472 enemy troops while taking 264 prisoners. The camp in Maui was not far from Camp Tarawa, where the 2nd Marine Division was renewing itself for combat, a battle which the 4th would join and find more fierce than this. For Admiral Nimitz had his desired bases in the Central Marshes, and American air and sea power were truly neutralizing the other atolls in the chain. Soon the vast and various American panoply would strike west beyond the Marshalls. But not before the seizure of Eniwetok, the land between east and west. 28. Eniwetok was truly a dividing land. The Micronesians had found it so in their long canoe journeys to and from the Carolines in the west and the Gilbert's Marshalls in the east. It had been a stopping place, what the logistics of modern war call a staging area. Eniwetok was to become a staging area for the United States Armed Forces. Its numerous islets could hold airfields and receive men, and its broad round anchorage could harbor ships. More, lying nearly 3,000 miles west-southwest of Pearl Harbor, Eniwetok was only 670 miles northeast of Truk and about 1,000 miles southeast of Saipan. Truk and Saipan would have to be pinned down while Eniwetok was being seized. Truk, being closest, would be hit first, and it would be hit with the swelling power of the 5th Fleet under Vice Admiral Spruance. 9 carriers under Rear Admiral Mark Mitcher, 6 big new battleships under Ching Lee, 10 cruisers, heavy and light, 3 full squadrons of destroyers, and a special task force of 10 submarines. All of this would strike at the mighty atoll which the Marines called the Gibraltar of the Pacific. That would be on February 17th. That same day, the Orphan Regiment of the Marine Corps would be fighting for the airfield on Engebe Islet on Eniwetok Atoll. The 22nd Marines were the waifs of the Pacific. They were an independent regiment formed in early 1942. They had been out of the States 18 months, but had spent almost all this time on garrison duty in the Samoan Islands, maneuvering in the jungle, making countless landings, training, and coming down with malaria and that horrible swelling of the legs and genitals called filariasis or elephantiasis, but which the Marines knew as mumu. Disease, not bullets, had riddled the 22nd and filled it with replacements. In late 1943, the staging for Kwajalein began, and it seemed that Colonel John Walker's regiment would at last see battle. But the 22nd wound up with the 106th Army Infantry and that tactical reserve commanded by Brigadier General Thomas Watson. They stood off Kwajalein in their ships while the boots of the 4th Marine Division went ashore at Roy Namur. Now it was these very 4th Division boots who were salty. They hadn't a month overseas yet, but they were already coming around offering to show their scars. It was not pleasant for a grizzled gunnery sergeant of the 22nd to be patronized by fuzzy-chinned teenagers who were still wearing their first pair of GI socks. To them, the hash-marked gunnies could not scream, "You chicken boot, I've worn out more sea bags than you have socks." The boots had only to blink and inquire earnestly, "You guys seen any action yet?" But all this would change at Eniwetok. Up at Engebe Islet, at Eniwetok Atoll, Colonel Toshio Yano of the 3rd Battalion, 1st Amphibious Brigade, was completing his battle orders. Colonel Yano calmly expected the invasion of Engebe, for it was the largest of Eniwetok's northern islets, and it possessed the atoll's airfield. Also on Engebe were about 1,200 of the 2,586 troops with which Major General Yoshima Nishida was supposed to defend Eniwetok. On the 10th of February, with General Watson's plans for the invasion of Eniwetok already complete, Colonel Yano informed his troops that they could expect to be bombed and shelled and invaded, concluding with this directive: plans must be followed to lure the enemy to the water's edge and then annihilate him with withering firepower and continuous attacks. It was the inflexible Imperial Staff doctrine of annihilation at the water's edge again, but unfortunately for Colonel Yano and his men, the staff manual said nothing about what was to be done with battleships lured to the water's edge. There were battleships almost at the water's edge that windy, overcast morning of February 17. Great ghostly gray shapes, old Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Colorado, they prowled not a mile off Engebi's beaches with the muzzles of their 14-inch guns streaming flame and smoke. The entire invading force had entered the lagoon. Rear Admiral Harry Hill had decided to force his way through the southern reef, through Wide Passage, 25 miles directly south of Engebi, at the bottom of the lagoon, 7 miles northeast of Wide Passage. Minesweepers had cleared a path, sweeping up 28 moored mines in Wide Passage, and then the ships formed a column. The little minesweepers led them in, then the destroyers, next the battle wagons and cruisers, finally the transports. They came in with old guns firing, blasting and raking blackjack-shaped Eniwetok Islet on the right at Wide Passage, battering Parry and Japton Islets to either side of Deep Entrance. They sailed up the lagoon to Engebi and pummeled her, while Major General Nishida got off this signal from his headquarters on Parry Islet: enemy fleet entering the lagoon in large numbers. Request reinforcements. Even if it had been possible to send them, they could never have arrived in time. Already Captain Jim Jones's recon boys were going ashore on Camellia and Ruggiero, 2 coral specks lying to the east or right of Engebi. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jones had reported their capture. By nightfall, Company D, Scout of the 4th Tank Battalion, had captured Little Bogan to the left of Engebi, and artillery was ashore and emplaced on these bracketing islands, ready to join the warships at dawn. That same evening of February 17th, the Gibraltar of the Pacific had been found to be not an impregnable rock, but rather an empty shell. For years, American planners had spoken in awe of Japan's secret base in the Carolines. Truk had been the invincible this and the invulnerable that. No one wanted any part of Truk, not the Army, not the Army Air Force, not the United States Marines. It was the most perfect oceanic fortress that nature could devise. It was a drowned mountain range with a coral reef. The peaks of those mountains formed the numerous wooded islands within vast Truk Lagoon. On 4 of these islands, the Japanese had built airfields, and on other islands were naval and administrative centers. All of these islands and the ships sheltering in Truk Lagoon were beyond the range of hostile warships, forced to stand outside the enclosing coral reef. The Truk Islands were therefore safe against naval surface attack, and assault troops would never get across that reef if Truk airplanes ever allowed them to reach it. Truk was only open to attack from the air, but before Kwajalein, airplanes had to fly a long, long way to reach Truk. Before Torquay and Tarawa, it was beyond range. By early February, however, the terrible attrition of the Bismarcks and the Solomons had siphoned off much of Truk's air strength. At the same time, 2 Marine pilots, Major James Christensen and Captain James Yawn, had taken Liberator scout planes aloft from Torquay Airfield and flown 850 miles to Truk under cover of freak tropical storms. Upon their return, they produced the war's first aerial photographs of Truk, photos which electrified Nimitz headquarters because they showed the Japanese combined fleet anchored in Truk Lagoon. That had been February 4th, the very date on which the Army's 7th Division secured Kwajalein Islet, ending the entire Kwajalein Atoll campaign. Immediately, Rear Admiral Mitcher's Fast 3 carrier groups sped down to Majuro to refuel. On February 12th, they were streaking north of Eniwetok to rendezvous with tankers, to join up later with the battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and submarines which, with themselves, formed Spruance's 5th Fleet. But by then the bird had flown. The 8-rayed flag of the Commander-in-Chief Japanese Combined Fleet had departed Truk Lagoon forever. Fleet Admiral Koga had not liked the appearance of that American reconnaissance plane and had ordered his big ships back to Tawi-Tawi. He himself sailed to Japan in 63,000-ton Musashi. Yet his 72 Hellcats rose off the decks of 5 carriers before dawn of February 17th, and as Admiral Spruance led the big warships on around the atoll prowl, there were still 2 Japanese cruisers, 8 destroyers, and upwards of 50 merchant ships in and around Truk Lagoon, to say nothing of 365 airplanes and those 4 airfields which Mitcher's warbirds were coming to destroy. At sunrise, the Hellcats were over truck and battling 45 Japanese fighters. They shot down 30 of them, formed again, and came roaring down to shoot up the aircraft parked on 3 fields. One exuberant Hellcat pilot spotted a transport plane which had slipped into a safe landing at Parham Field. Its occupants were dashing for a concrete slit trench at one end of the field. The Hellcat pilot swooped and blew up the transport. He came back again to try for about 15 fighters parked near the slit trench. He hit a few and tried to spray slugs within the trench, but he wasn't able to, which was lucky, for Major Pappy Boyington and 6 other American flyers were in that trench. The Japanese had been taking them from Rabaul to Japan via truck, and had arrived in time for the Americans to take a dubious delight in the capabilities of the new Hellcat fighters. Though Boynton and his companions had been blindfolded, their guards were not at that moment insisting on regulations. The Americans saw the Hellcats chew up about 40 more Japanese planes. They even watched while the Avengers came in with 100-pound fragmentation bombs, but they ducked for safety with the arrival of Dauntlesses bearing 1,000-pounders. Most of the big bombs were dropped on the ships in the lagoon. They hit everything afloat, and outside the atoll there were more ships sinking beneath the bombs of the carrier planes or being slashed into shredded steel by the guns of Mammoth, New Jersey and Iowa, the heavy cruisers Minneapolis and New Orleans, and 4 destroyers. The Japanese sailors fought with customary valor, here a destroyer taking on a battleship, here a subchaser trying to outgun a destroyer, but the results outside the atoll were the same as within. In all, Japan lost 2 light cruisers, 4 destroyers, 3 auxiliary cruisers, 2 submarine tenders, 2 subchasers, an armored trawler, and an airplane ferry, and 24 merchant ships, of which 5 were tankers. With smaller craft, a total of 200,000 tons of shipping was lost. Most of Truck's 365 aircraft were either destroyed or damaged, and 75% of the base's supplies ruined. Against this, the Japanese retaliated with a single torpedo bomber strike. One Kate got a torpedo into Intrepid, killing 11 men, wounding 17, and forcing the carrier to retire. With this went 12 American fighters downed, 7 torpedo bombers and 6 dive bombers, a total of 29 pilots and crewmen killed. There was not an American ship lost. It was a total stinging defeat, a source of great bitterness to those Japanese fighter pilots who fought so vainly to prevent it. As had the men of the bastard Air Force at Guadalcanal, the enemy flyers fought throughout the day, flying, returning, rearming, and flying again. In mid-afternoon, one of them skidded his Zero into a landing at Parham Field. He jumped from his plane and ran for the bomb shelters to sit out the strafing attacks until his plane was ready again. He passed the slit trench, in which the 7 Americans were crouched, and stopped, astonished. He recovered his composure and said quietly, "I am a Japanese pilot." The Americans said nothing, though they wondered if the Japanese was joking. "I am a Japanese pilot," the man said again. He tapped his leather pistol holster ominously. "You bomb here, you die." The Americans were still not sure, but having survived weeks of torture in Rabaul, expecting more of it and perhaps death in Japan, they were almost beyond caring. "With all the goddamn trouble we got already," Boynton growled, "ain't you the cheerful son of a bitch?" There was a bare pause, and then there was a roar of powerful motors, the chilling sound of Hellcat 50 caliber bullets smacking the coral, the tinkling of falling empty cartridges. The Japanese pilots sprinted for the bomb caves, and the Americans were left with another grim joke to sustain them in the bleak 18 months lying between the present and the day of their liberation in Japan, a liberation which brought Boynton the Medal of Honor and found him still the outstanding Marine ace of all time. Next morning, Admiral Mitcher's planes flew again over Truck's fields, but not a single plane rose to oppose them. The Fifth Fleet sailed east in jubilation. On that same morning, Radio Tokyo spoke to the Japanese nation and the world with unaccustomed candor. A powerful American task force suddenly advanced to our Caroline Islands Wednesday morning and repeatedly attacked our important strategic base Truk with a great number of ship-based planes. The enemy is constantly repeating powerfully persistent raids with several hundred fighters and bombers attacking us intermittently. The war situation has increased with unprecedented seriousness, nay, furiousness. The tempo of enemy operations indicates that the attacking force is already pressing upon our mainland. There had never been such an admission before. It suggested that Premier Tojo's iron grip upon the emperor and nation was weakening. Within another day, there was to be more bad news to hasten the downfall of Tojo's Manchuria gang. Engebe was falling. The 22nd Marines attacked bomb-pitted, shell-shocked Engebe 2 battalions abreast. They ran into Japanese crazed by thirst and maddened by the fury of the bombardment. The battle split off into small, separate actions. Sometimes the Japanese fought with knives, leaping into the shell holes where the Marines had set up their guns, closing with a fury born of desperation. Sometimes they fought out of spider holes, lifting the lids after the Marines had passed, firing into their rear. The inevitable debris of the bombardment clogged the routes of advance, and there were often live Japanese firing machine guns from the ruins. But by 4 o'clock the Marines had overrun the airfield, and General Watson had withdrawn the 3rd Battalion, 22nd, for use against Eniwetok Islet the next day. The other battalions dug in and spent a restless night. It was the 22nd's first night in combat, and no one had thought to collect all those Japanese and American weapons strewn about the battlefield. The Japanese crept out of their holes, rearmed themselves, and infiltrated. One of them tossed a grenade in a foxhole, held by Corporal Anthony D'Amato and 3 others. D'Amato flung himself on the bomb and was killed. He was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously. Sporadic fighting fluttered on, but by dawn resistance on Engebe had been crushed. Colonel Yano and all but a few of his men were dead, and these others would be mopped up during the day. At dawn, Colonel Walker raised the American flag over Engebe, while a private blew to the colors on a captured Japanese bugle. At dawn of February 19th, the 2 battalions of the 106th Infantry went ashore on Eniwetok Islet. They made slow going at first. General Watson sent in a 3rd Battalion, 22nd. The Marines struck across the islet's waist. The pace of the other battalions quickened. The Japanese spent themselves with individual squad counterattacks during the night, and Eniwetok Islet was secured by late afternoon of February 20th. It remained to take Perry Islet. Perry was about 2 miles north of Eniwetok Islet. It formed the southern side of Deep Passage. Across Deep Passage, a half-mile farther north, was Japton Islet. To take Perry, the recon boys first seized Japton Islet as a base for artillery. That was on February 21st, and on the same day, Pennsylvania and Tennessee stood within a half-mile of Perry's lagoon beaches and pounded the little islet. Next day, with cruisers, destroyers, and rocket boats joining the battleships and the Japton artillery, all 3 battalions of the 22nd Marines attacked Perry. At 7:30 that night, after Japanese tanks were destroyed in a pitched battle with the Marine mediums, and after naval gunfire destroyed the last pocket and probably also destroyed Major General Nishida, the battle ended with this message from Colonel Walker to General Watson. "I present you with Perry. Request this unit be relieved for re-embarkation in the morning." The request was granted. On February 23rd, the 22nd Marines went back aboard ship. They were veterans now. They had lost 184 killed, 540 wounded, and had disposed of roughly 2,000 Japanese. They were going back to Kwajalein, where, with Captain Jones' 5th Corps Recon Company, with the Scout Company of the 4th Marine Division, they made dozens of landings to secure the islets of that enormous atoll. Then there was a brief idyll. With other Marines they sang hymns with the Marshallese and walked sentry duty naked but for a tan GI towel swathed about their hips like a Micronesian's lap-lap. And they tried very hard to twist their tongues around those unpronounceable islet names: Enomenant, Edgigan, Enebuj, Gugawi, Big Edge, Enilebagan. When they met and mastered Enogen-Ligalap, the campaign in the Marshall Islands was obviously over. 29. The Swamp Fox of New Britain, Major General Iwao Matsuda, had been prepared to flee long before he was ordered to withdraw. While the Borgen Bay complex had been falling in mid-January, Matsuda had ordered Lieutenant Hanahara up to Natamo Point on the eastern edge of Borgen Bay and charged him with the do-or-die defense there. He had also brought Colonel Jirosato up from the south and ordered him to defend the approaches southwest of Nakarap Igarapu. Hanahara then held a roadblock between the Americans at Borgen Bay and the mouth of the trail to Matsuda's headquarters. Sato held the high ground between the Americans at the airfield and Matsuda. True, the trails from the south coast were now undefended, but it would take the Americans some time to work all the way around the Cape and come up on Nakarap from the south. Hanahara and Sato were in place before that January 21st, on which Matsuda received a message from Lieutenant General Yasushi Sakai, commander of the 17th Infantry Division at Cape Hoskins, a north coast point midway between Cape Gloucester and Rabaul. Sakai instructed Matsuda to pull the 65th Brigade back to a rallying place called Kokopo, about 6 or 7 miles east of Natamo Point and something like a dozen miles northeast along the backdoor trail from Nakarap. Matsuda left Nakarap by the back door. He sent out his sick and wounded first, then himself guarded by Colonels Sumiya and Katayama and the only available combat troops. His artillery followed. If Sato survived, he could come too, but not Hanahara. He was to fight to the death. Iwao Matsuda was in high spirits. as he crossed the headwaters of the Natamo River and encountered Superior Private Toshio Hirotsune. He sought to raise Private Hirotsune's flagging morale by assuring him that there were strong reinforcements marching even then to the brigade's relief. Then Matsuda vanished into the jungle, bound not for Kokopo, not for any intermediate rallying place, but for Cape Hoskins, some 170 miles east. The Marines in New Britain were mystified, for the enemy had vanished. No Japanese had been found in force since Hill 660 fell on January 15th. The Marines began to hunt the enemy, their search complicated by the fact that he knew the terrain while they did not, and that he could fight when and where he chose. For every one of the enemy's moves, the Americans would need to counter with a dozen groping moves of their own. They were actually mapping the terrain as they patrolled it, and a day rarely passed without a report of another unmapped trail found through an unknown jungle, over an anonymous mountain, around a nameless swamp. Worse, the Marines had still not located Igarapu, that place as pregnant with mystery as it was stuffed with vowels. So the war in western New Britain became a huge blind chase, made more nerve-wracking by the fact that the pursued was as capable of fight as flight. A week passed, once a patrol going south from the airfield was ambushed on Mount Talawe. In the sharp, quick fight that followed, Sergeant Phil Matola shot a Japanese. The man screamed in English, "I'm shot!" "Shot hell," Matola yelled. "You're dead." With that, Matola finished him off and the patrol moved on, to run into another ambush and then another. The closer the Marines got to low ground behind Mount Talawe, the stiffer became the opposition. Some attempts to close with the enemy at the points of ambush would find the position abandoned, or sometimes the Japanese would be in pillboxes on cliffs, commanding the trails winding down from the hills. From these they fought with mortars and machine guns. Colonel Sato's men were fighting a skillful delaying action. At Natamo Point east of Hill 660 on the north coast, a patrol was stopped by intense automatic weapons fire. A captured map showed Natamo Point to be fortified with many machine gun positions. For 2 days, planes of the 5th Air Force worked it over, but when the Marines sought to cross the Natamo River, they found their way still barred by automatic cannon and artillery. It was not until they had made shore-to-shore landings around the river, called down their own artillery, and brought up rockets that they were able to force Lieutenant Hanahara's roadblock. For such it was the last gate to the northern approaches to Nakarup. 500 yards east of Natamo Point, the Marines found a wide, unmapped corduroy road. They sent patrols down it. On January 29th, the Marines entered their Igarapu, which they at last knew to be Nakarup. It was empty, and now began an elaborate game of hide-and-seek as Marine amphibious patrols pursued the fleeing Matsuda. They chased him throughout February, leapfrogging patrols along the coast to all the rallying places. Matsuda had not tarried at Kokopo. He had gone on to Karaye, about 20 miles farther east. The Marines landed at Karaye and found only the dead and dying. Matsuda had taken a boat. He might be found at Upmadung. Upmadung? There had not been so much fun with the word since the Marines had maneuvered in Melbourne Bay aboard a ship called HMS Munura. But Matsuda had not stayed there either. While Colonels Sumiya and Katayama had marched off by land, he had taken another boat, which eventually landed him at Cape Hoskins. Behind him, crawling over the trails, eating native dogs and plundering native gardens, starving and suffering, came the wretched, rotting remnant of his brigade. They had been abandoned by their comrades, they were wounded and their flesh stank, their bodies were covered with fungus infections. There were many of them actually crawling on hands and knees, for their feet were too rotten to support them. They had little idea where they were going. When they had no more strength to move, they lay on the trail. The moment the point of a Marine patrol came into sight, they blew themselves up with grenades. There were others too weak to do this, and the Marines began to take prisoners. The Marines had begun to pity the foe, for they had never seen such miserable defeat, and even they became nauseous as they moved along the trails between Borgan Bay and Iboki Plantation, holding their noses against the stink of death. 30. Rabaul, the mighty fortress to which Matsuda's miserable soldiers were crawling, was completely exposed to aerial attack in the last days of February. The ruinous American strike on Truk had led Fleet Admiral Koga to order all naval planes and pilots out of Rabaul to Truk as reinforcements, and the great base on eastern New Britain was left with a few Army aircraft and an occasional patched-up naval fighter after the January savaging of the fighter sweeps launched by Marine pilots to the south. Among these flyers was Butcher Bob Hansen, the lieutenant who had shot down 3 enemy planes over Torquay on D-Day and had so jauntily survived his own crash. Hansen began his second tour of duty on January 13th with 5 planes to his credit. Within the following 17 days, he shot down 20 more. Whenever Hansen went up, he shot down at least one Japanese aircraft. On January 30th, the last day of that period, Hansen flew up to Rabaul to help strike at newly arrived fighter strength there. Of 21 Japanese planes shot down, Hansen got 4. His record now stood at 25 planes. He had another 10 days to go on his tour of duty, and it seemed likely that he would surpass even Pappy Boyington's mark of 28 planes. But Hansen was not the pilot to play it safe. It was his habit to volunteer for every mission that came his squadron's way, whether a fighter sweep, which could mean more red balls painted on his Corsair's fuselage, or strafing mission, which meant the risk of the black bursts of enemy aircraft fire. On February 2nd, Hansen volunteered for a strafing mission over Cape St. George, and he was killed when he was unable to pull out of a run made at typically low altitude. The citation accompanying his Medal of Honor spoke his epitaph. He was a master of individual combat. And now in late February, Rabaul was almost helpless beneath mounting hammer blows. The fighter sweeps had accounted for the destruction of 863 Japanese planes since the construction of Torquemada Airfield, and the Milk Run bombing flights were now beginning. These sorties, Army, Navy, New Zealand, and Australian, as well as Marine, were launched off the big new fields on Bougainville and Green Island. February also marked the date when the Japanese and Rabaul started to go underground, beginning the first of 350 miles of tunnels and caves for storage and living purposes. Kavieng, that air-sea base on New Ireland, which General MacArthur did not have to invade after all, was also flattened, and Marine bombers of Commander Air Solomons began to sing a new song to the tune of "O Susanna." "Oh, I went up to Kavieng, the maps upon my knees, the soup was thick, the night was black, no wingtips could I see. The lights went on, they shot at me, I swore and heaved a sigh, we stayed up there for 2 damn hours, calm air souls, don't you cry. Oh, calm air souls never cries for me, though I go to Kavieng each night and bomb the enemy." We tune in on the radar set, gaze in the crystal ball, geishas smile in the scope, we know we're at Rabaul. This life's a mighty pleasant thing, if I depart too soon, please write my epitaph to read, no hits, 12 runs, no moon. It was these Marine airmen, flying half of all the Allied sorties against Rabaul, shooting down 3/5 of all Rabaul planes, destroyed in combat, who were largely responsible for keeping the power of this monster base in check and the way to new invasions open. On the 29th of February, 1,000 troopers of the dismounted 1st Cavalry Division landed in the Admiralty Islands, 250 miles northwest of Cape Gloucester. It was a reconnaissance in force accompanied by General Douglas MacArthur. At the end of that day, the troopers had captured the airfield of Los Negros, and MacArthur had decided to stay. 6 days later, the 1st Marine Division was staging another invasion of its own, one as well planned as it was unnecessary. The plan was to invade the WWII Peninsula, 120 miles east of Cape Gloucester. Why has never been made clear. It has been argued that WWII contained an airfield, but it was in fact only big enough to receive Piper Cubs, or that its seizure would cut off the retreat of Matsuda's survivors, but everyone knew that those poor wretches, if they lived, were already a burden to the enemy. Or that finally the Marine troops had become dispirited in the miasma of the swamp and needed an offensive operation to revive them, a misconception which seems to afflict many commanders once they pass from company grade to field rank and above. But plainly, men don't like to fight. They do it for a number of reasons, some of them noble, but not even the men who write Marine propaganda would suggest that the men's morale is raised by finding strong points for them to storm. The truth is that in February, the 1st Marine Division possessed all that was useful in western New Britain, the airfield and the Borgan Bay Heights guarding it. The division was also in contact with the army at Arawe in the south, and the enemy had been cut to pieces. Still, the operation known as the Tallahassee Landing was ordered, and it was turned over to Colonel Oliver P. O.P. Smith, a man who had a reputation as a planner and who now commanded the 5th Marines. Smith decided not to go around the northern tip of the peninsula to get at the airfield on the east coast of Tallahassee. Most of the 1st Battalion, the 54th Infantry, was concentrated there under Captain Kiyamatsu Teranuma. Smith preferred coming in the back door, on the west coast at a place called WWII. This meant a shore-to-shore voyage covering 60 miles, from a Boki plantation to WWII. On the afternoon of March 5th, the vanguard of some 5,000 Marines climbed into Amtraks, and the Amtraks rolled aboard a group of LCTs. At 10 o'clock that night, with torpedo boats leading the way, they sailed east to WWII. In the morning, they attacked under the covering fire of the 1st Marine Division, Navy, and Air Force. The Navy consisted of tanks carried aboard LCMs. Their turret machine gunners had a clear field of fire, and their artillery could blast straight ahead after the ramps were lowered. The Air Force consisted of a Piper Cub observation plane from which Captain Theodore Petrus dropped hand grenades, once it became known that Australian Beauforts were weathered in and could not show up to deliver an airstrike. The Marines went in and were hit by mortars. They began to take casualties, but they continued on. Then they ran into flanking fire from Little Mount Worry and halted. They had only 5 miles to go to Tallahassee, but it took them 3 days. The men who had planned the invasion of Bougainville had chosen Cape Torquena because they estimated that it would take Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Ayukatate 3 months to mount a counterattack there. They were wrong. It had taken 4 months. On March 8th, from 100 to 200 artillery shells fell on the perimeter, which the Army's 14th Corps held around Torquena's airfields. It was the opening gun in the heaviest artillery bombardment which Japan mounted in all the South Pacific. For months the scattered units of Hayakutate's 17th Army had been toiling over the Bougainville mountain trails to the Torquena assembly point. Field pieces had been laboriously hauled up by hand. Shells had been brought up by hand, too, and it took 2 men 4 days to bring up a single 100-pounder. On March 8th, they were ready. Still using the tactics of Guadalcanal, still smarting from Guadalcanal, Hayakatate told his men, "The time has come to manifest our knighthood with the pure brilliance of the sword. It is our duty to erase the mortification of our brothers at Guadalcanal. Attack, assault, destroy everything. Cut, slash, and mow them down. May the color of the red emblem of our arms be deepened with the blood of the American rascals. Our cry of victory at Torquena Bay will be shouted resoundingly to our native land. We are invincible. Always attack. Security is the greatest enemy. Always be alert. Execute silently." Then, estimating that Major General Oscar Griswold's 14th Corps had only 1 division, when in fact it had both the 37th and the Americal, Hideyoshi Hayakatate sent 15,000 Japanese up against 3 times that many Americans. On March 10th, the 5th Marines broke into Tallahassee. They had come on through heavy mortar fire and numerous ambushes. They had passed through a unique banzai the night the Japanese worked themselves up into a frenzy and charged off to their own rear. But on March 10th, Tallahassee was theirs, at a cost of 17 Marines killed and 114 wounded against 150 Japanese dead. The end result of their effort was expressed with succinct eloquence by a mud-stained Marine whom a war correspondent fresh from the States had asked, "What outfit did you relieve here?" The Marine spat disdainfully and said, "The 54th Japanese." Boredom had set in on Cape Gloucester, wet blanket boredom. There had been no nocturnal air attack since mid-February. Except for the 5th's excursion to Tallahassee, there had been no action. The storms had begun to subside, though 20 men had been killed so far by the Widowmakers, and 50 more had been injured, and there had been an Army captain who crawled down a riverbank to drink and had his arm chewed off by an alligator. There had also been men killed by lightning, and one night a storm turned a brook into a torrent and swept away a battalion's bivouac area. Marines on patrol about 10 miles down coast awoke the next morning to find the battalion's ration of powdered eggs, powdered milk, 10-in-1 rations replete with bacon, eggs, and even vanilla extract, which would make excellent jungle juice, washed up at their feet. They canceled patrolling for the day and gorged themselves. Otherwise, it had been boring since mid-February, and the Marines amused themselves by carving designs on their mess gear, listening to Tokyo Rose, swapping specimens of the highly pornographic propaganda which the Japanese dropped on New Britain, or by launching a counter-advertising campaign against that bitter yellow pill called Atabrine, which they were forced to swallow 3 times daily. Atabrine was a malaria preventative. It had been developed after Japan had cornered most of the world's sources of quinine. It had been introduced in the Pacific at the end of 1942, and in early 1944 on New Britain it had kept the incidence of malaria down to a rock-bottom minimum. But the men did not like Atabrine. It was the perfection of bitterness. Many men could not swallow Atabrine. It also turned a man's skin yellow, a permanent yellow, many men innocently assumed. There were rumors that it made a man sterile. Nothing had more power to make Atabrine unpopular than this last rumor, and as the number of Atabrine delinquents grew, medical people resorted to an advertising campaign which suggested that, so far from being a sterilizer, Atabrine actually possessed powers which were at once a compound of monkey glands, Spanish fly, and wax from the ear of the queen bee. There were roadside signs of voluptuous nudes accompanied by the legend, "Come back to this, take Atabrine." There was in the School of Art, which has made the memory land the American oriflamme, a picture of a bare-breasted blonde Amazon who offered 2 reasons why you should take Atabrine. The Marines had become fed up, and they passed off the boredom by producing their own reduction of the powers of Atabrine. Soon the lines and the bivouacs blossomed with signs such as these. Reach for an Atabrine instead of a Jeep. Hemorrhoids? Give Atabrine a 30-day trial. Write for free booklet. Stop excess falling hair. Use Atabrine. And then the entire silly business of sugarcoating the bitter Atabrine pill came to an end after the appearance of this taunt. Why wear truss? Take Atabrine. The last nail was being hammered into the coffins of Cavaillon and Rabaul. The St. Matthias Islands, the northernmost of the Bismarcks, were coming under attack. Since the 1st Cavalry's reconnaissance in force in Los Negros had been turned into eventual capture of the Admiralty Islands, it had only remained to seize a base north of Caving. Once this was done, the American bases to the south on Cape Gloucester and to the west on the Admiralties, the Bismarcks and the Solomons, would be completely cut off from the Empire. The St. Matthias Island chosen for this maneuver was Emiro. The attacking force was the 4th Marine Regiment, an outfit now composed of all those Raider units which had been deactivated once it became apparent that the Raider hit-and-run specialty was no longer of use in the Pacific. These men were also the heirs of the old 4th Marine Regiment, which had served in China, had barely gotten out of Shanghai before Pearl Harbor, and had arrived in the Philippines in time to fight in Bataan and Corregidor, where they burned their colors and surrendered. The new 4th Marines went into Emiro on March 20th, and because they once were raiders and had that raider penchant for songs and slogans, they went in whistling, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." It was a beautiful morning on Emiro, for there was not a Japanese in sight. There was only a little wooden sign which said in Japanese, "This island occupied by the Imperial Landing Party, January 1942. It was not much in the way of material for a new raider ballad, but it would have to do, at least until April, when the 4th Marines went back to Guadalcanal to hook up with that other loner regiment, the 22nd, and form the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade. In the meantime, Cavaillon and Rabaul had been cut off. They were not aware of it, for they believed in the coming of that mythical Greater East Asia Annihilation Fleet, which Premier Tojo had invented to keep up the morale of his bypassed bases. But if the Annihilation Fleet could keep up morale, it could not keep the great bases of the Bismarcks in the war. It was all over at Torquemada by March 25th. By then, the three-pronged assault which Aiguatate had ordered had been shattered by the soldiers of the 37th and American Divisions, with considerable help from their artillery. Some 5,000 Japanese soldiers had been killed and only 263 Americans had died. The long, bloody, toilsome climb up the Solomon's Ladder, which had begun more than 19 months before at Guadalcanal, was at an end. The slot was now an American canal. Hideyoshi Aiguatate had issued his last battle order, and the surviving men of that 17th Army, which he had lost twice over, were reduced to grubbing for existence in the native gardens of Bougainville. A similar end soon overtook their counterparts in New Guinea, where units of Lieutenant General Hatazo Adachi's 18th Army were being chopped up and isolated. On April 22nd, the soldiers of General MacArthur leapfrogged far up the New Guinea coast to land unopposed at Hollandia in Dutch New Guinea, and to move inland to a stiff fight. By then, some 130 miles of New Britain's coast were in Marine hands. Matsuda's 65th Brigade had been all but annihilated, and the last battle had been fought at Lingalinga on March 20th. A patrol of the 2nd Battalion first, led by that same Charles Brush, who had ambushed the vanguard of the Ichiki detachment on Guadalcanal, ambushed Colonel Jiro Sato's rear guard. Of the 500 men whom Sato had gathered at Upmedung, not 100 had survived the march, and these were all killed by the Marines. Sato himself died like a soldier, with his sword in his hand at the head of his troops, concluding the delaying action which had enabled Matsuda and half his men to escape. 5,000 Japanese had been killed on New Britain, and an unprecedented 500 had survived. All this was accomplished at a loss of 310 Marines killed and 1,083 wounded, proof of how low Marines could keep their casualties when maneuver was possible. By now also the men of the 1st Marine Division wanted to get away from the Army. In mid-April they awaited the arrival of their relief, the Army's 40th Infantry Division. And yet, when the Army did arrive, there were actually some Marines who were reluctant to leave. That was because the 5th had found a home at Tallahassee. They'd found a beautiful grove of tall, graceful coconut trees. They'd found Bitukara Mission on the high bluffs overlooking blue and breezy Garua Harbor, a place of broad green lawns, of gardens riotous with the vivid blooms of the tropics, of neat white-painted buildings, all dominated by capacious St. Boniface Mission Church. There was also smiling San Remo plantation, and there were even sulfur springs. Some nights the Melanesians would stage sing-sings for the American Marines, who had been so generous with their cigarettes and had guaranteed many, many years of labor trouble for Australian planters who bought work with sticks to back. "Finding this place," said one Marine, "is like finding heaven in hell." But they were out of Tallahassee before May, sailing back to the norm of hell in heaven, the mud and rotting coconuts and rats and bats and dejection of a place called Pavuvu in the beautiful Russell Islands. From Pavuvu, some of them went home, for the rotation system developed by the U.S. Armed Services was at last bringing relief to those men who had been overseas 2 years or more. But there were more Marines coming out from the States than going in, for there were now 5 full divisions and a brigade in the field. On the same 28th of April, on which the last Marine quit New Britain, the Navy struck the blow which would send this striking force charging off in a new direction. On that day, Truk was destroyed. American carriers stood about 150 miles to the west of the once fearful base in the Carolines and flew off flights of Hellcats. They swept over Truk to clear the skies for the bombers. They tangled with 62 Japanese fighters and shot most of them down. In 2 days, they destroyed 59 in aerial combat and knocked out 34 on the ground. Truk was left with 12 planes. Though there were no ships of any size in the lagoon, everything afloat there was sunk. Everything above ground on the airfields was knocked down. So thorough was this obliterating blow, so devastated were the Japanese, that the Americans could rescue their downed airmen in Truk Lagoon. A float plane pilot from North Carolina went after 3 men on a raft there. He capsized in choppy seas, but another of North Carolina's floats came in, took the raft under tow, and taxied out to the waiting submarine Tang, which had patrolled the reef on lifeguard duty. Of 46 Americans shot down, more than half were rescued. Truk was through. Task Force 58, which had finished it, was already wheeling and steaming north to give Marianas bases a foretaste of the storm which would soon blow up the northwest route to Tokyo. Guadalcanal, New Georgia, Choiseul, Bougainville, Tarawa, Kwajalein, Eniwetok, New Britain, all those fights in the air, in water, on earth, were now history. Kavieng, Rabaul, Truk, the 3 terrors of the Pacific, were penned in and chained up. The seasons do not change, wrote Vice Admiral Chuichi Hara, the commandant at Truk. I try to look like a proud Vice Admiral, but it is hard, with a potato hook in my hands. It rains every day. The flowers bloom every day. The enemy bombs us every day. So I remember. 3. Brisk and bold. They want war too methodical, too measured. I would make it brisk, bold, impetuous, perhaps sometimes even audacious. Antoine-Henri Jomini. 1. They were coming out of the lagoons, out of Majuro, out of Kwajalein, out of Eniwetok, coming with a bright white bone in the teeth of their prows. They sortied out of the reef passages, battleships leading, while the blue sea-water boiled white and frothy over the reefs and curled away in the round distance. Escort ships heeled over and broke column, stiffening their strings of signal flags as they bent it on and raced around the others in protective circle. Up ahead were the fast aircraft carriers, 16 of these new Queencraft of the seas, guarded by 7 big new battleships, 13 cruisers and 58 destroyers. In all, there were 800 ships standing out of the lagoons, carrying 162,000 men and all the guns and airplanes necessary to take the Marianas Islands away from Japan. For this was early June of 1944, and it was exactly 2.5 years since Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo had gathered his armada and sailed for Pearl Harbor, thereby incurring the terrible vengeance now drawing closer to Japan, and Nazi Germany as well. Even as these ships sailed to battle in early June, the greatest amphibious force ever assembled was preparing to cross the English Channel to the beaches of Normandy. And yet, though the Channel force was the greater, it was both American and British, and it would sail hardly 20 miles. Here in the Pacific, these Marines and soldiers, under Lieutenant General Howland Mad Smith, were sailing a total of 3,700 miles from the Hawaii staging areas and 2,400 miles from those in Guadalcanal, and every ship but 3 was American. More, this Pacific force was going to make 3 separate landings, on Guam, Tinian, and Saipan. Saipan would be the first. Already the assault battalions of the 2nd and 4th Marine Divisions had been told that Saipan was their objective. They had learned that this island, 14 miles by 6, had caves like Tulagis, mountains and ridges such as those of Guadalcanal and Bougainville, a reef like Tarawa's, and a swamp like Cape Gloucester's, while also possessing such novelties as cities, a civilian population of Japanese and Chamorros, and open plains where maneuvering would come under heavy artillery fire. Saipan did not look appealing, and it sounded especially repugnant to those men of the 4th Division who listened to their battalion surgeon explain some of the island's other defects. "In the surf," he said with solemn relish, "beware of sharks, barracuda, sea snakes, anemones, razor-sharp coral, polluted waters, poison fish, and giant clams that shut on a man like a bear trap. Ashore," he went on with rising enthusiasm, "there's leprosy, typhus, filariasis, yaws, typhoid, dengue fever, dysentery, sabergrass, hordes of flies, snakes, and giant lizards." He paused, winded, but rushed on. "Eat nothing growing on the island, don't drink its waters, and don't approach its inhabitants." He stopped, smiled benignly, and inquired, "Any questions?" A private's hand shot up. "Yes." "Sir," the private asked, "why in hell don't we let the Japs keep the island?" The answer, if the doctor had known, would have been fourfold. Those islands, which an angry Magellan had named Los Ladrones, or the Thieves, in honor of light-fingered Chamorro natives, and which a priest had renamed Las Marianas, in honor of Spain's Queen Maria Ana, were important to the Pacific strategy because possession of them would cut off Truk irrevocably, would pierce Japan's second line of defense, would provide a base to bomb Japan with those huge B-29s now coming off the assembly lines, and might lure the Japanese fleet into all-out battle. Saipan was the chief target because it was 1,500 miles from Tokyo and already possessed a good air base and has Leto Airfield to its south and a new one being built in the north at Marpi Point. It was the heart of the Marianas, the headquarters of Japan's Central Pacific Fleet, commanded by Admiral Nagumo, as well as that of the 31st Army, which Japan had formed by siphoning off battalions from its celebrated Kwantung Army in China, thereby setting up a pushover for the Russian rush a year later. On Saipan were 30,000 troops, mostly soldiers of the 43rd Division, the 47th Mixed Independent Brigade, and the usual clutter of Army detachments and groups under the command of Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito. Lieutenant General Saito was an aged and infirm man. He had taken over on Saipan after the 31st Army's commander, Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata, had departed on a far-flung inspection tour. Saito did not get on with Nagumo, for the hero of Pearl Harbor had been powerless to prevent the steady sinking of Marianas-bound ships by American submarines. On February 29th, the submarine Trout sank the transport Sakito Maru, bound for Saipan with 4,100 troops. Only 1,680 men survived to be shipped on to their destination at Guam. It went on intermittently, this submarine scourging, and as late as June 6th, the submarines Shark, Pintado, and Pilotfish sank 5 of 7 ships, bringing 3,463 soldiers to Saipan, causing a loss of 858 men. Almost as bad was the loss of cement and construction steel with which Saito hoped to emplace his numerous coastal guns. Of this he complained bitterly to Nagumo. "We cannot strengthen the fortifications appreciably now unless we can get materials suitable for permanent construction," he informed the Central Fleet commander. "No matter how many soldiers there are, they can do nothing in regard to fortifications but sit around with their arms folded. The situation is unbearable." Nagumo did not think the situation unbearable at all. He did not think the Marianas would come under attack before November. He was positive, as was Japanese Imperial Headquarters, that the Americans' next step would be along the New Guinea-Philippines axis, probably in the Palaus. For this reason, Japan had spent most of her material and energy in fortifying the Palaus, especially a postage stamp of an island named Peleliu. Admiral Suemu Toyoda had assembled the combined fleet at Tawi-Tawi in the Sulu Sea, preparatory for a dash to the Palaus to engage the American invasion fleet in an all-out battle he sought as much as had Toga before him, and before him Yamamoto. And so, while General Saito got his abundant artillery in place in the hills, grumbling over his inability to emplace coastal guns to carry out his plan to destroy the enemy at the water's edge, Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, like almost everyone else in the Army and Navy, kept his eyes fixed on the Palaus. Lieutenant General Smith, in command of all Marianas ground troops, planned to attack Saipan on June 15th. 3 days later, Guam would be assaulted. Tinian would be taken a few days after the fall of Saipan. That was the overall plan. The plan for Saipan called for a 2-division assault on the island's western side, just south of the coastal city of Garapan. The left or northern beach would be hit by units of the 2nd Marine Division, now commanded by Major General Thomas Watson, who had earned his 2nd star after Eniwetok. The 4th Division, still led by the stolid Dutchman, Major General Harry Schmidt, would strike the right or southern beach. In reserve would be the Army's 27th Infantry Division under Major General Ralph Smith. While some 700 Amtraks carried the assaulting battalions ashore, another force, drawn from the 2nd Division, would make a feint at the heavily defended beaches north of Garapan. 4 days before this attacking force dropped anchors off Saipan, the planes and guns of the fast carrier fleet began striking the culminating blows of the preliminary bombardment. 3 days later, on June 14th, the carrier force sent 2 smaller groups racing north to pin down enemy aerial strength at Iwo Jima and Chichijima and Haajima in the Bonans. That same June 14th, Admiral Chuichi Nagumo changed his mind. "The Marianas," he wrote, "are the first line of defense of our homeland. It is a certainty that the Americans will land in the Marianas Group either this month or the next." But a tank officer named Takuzo Matsuya figured the ships offshore meant something more immediate, and he filled his diary with bitter lamentation. "Where are our planes?" he wrote. "Are they letting us die without making any effort to save us? If it were for the security of the Empire, we would not hesitate to lay down our lives. But wouldn't it be a great loss to the land of the gods for us all to die on this island? It would be easy for me to die, but for the sake of the future I feel obligated to stay alive." And on June 14th, the commander of Task Force 58, Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher, got off an exuberant message characteristic of all bombardiers or artillerists captivated by the sound and fury of their cannonading. "Keep coming, Marines," he signaled. "They're going to run away." 2. Saipan burned fitfully beneath a drifting pall of smoke, and yet she did not seem menacing. She was, along with Tinian, absolutely ringed round by American warships. They sailed back and forth, firing, and some of them lay in the strait between Saipan and Tinian to hurl broadsides at Saipan's southern tip. Others in the strait fired along the beaches, which would shortly be swarming with American Marines. Yet Saipan was silent, almost dreamlike. The western beaches were quiet. The peak of 1,554-foot Mount Topacho seemed to float on a sea of smoke in the middle of the island. Behind the landing beaches, in their center, the ruined village of Chadankanoa smoldered, and the blackened smokestack of a wrecked sugar mill seemed to cleave the air like a marker dividing the front. Far to the left, outcoast, lay the city of Garapan, marked only by an occasional ray of sunshine glinting off roofs of corrugated iron. Above Garapan, the Marines of the Divisionary Force had boarded their landing boats. They were roaring inshore, naval gunfire breathing heavily overhead. They were drawing off a regiment of General Saito's force, but no more. The aged defender of Saipan had guessed that the true effort was coming at Charankanoa's beaches, and he had prepared his artillery for it. His guns were in place behind Mount Finasusa, the ridge overlooking Charankanoa. They were firing with skill, for they had the water between beaches and reef thoroughly registered, and they had sown it with little colored flags to mark the range. Counter-battery shells screamed seaward. Tennessee was hit. Shells burst on the decks of the cruiser Indianapolis, the flagship of Admiral Spruance, but the American warships lashed back. Dive bombers shrieked down on both islands. The shore batteries were silenced. A flight of 161 Navy bombers came down a staircase of clouds to pound Chadankanoa once more, and the LSTs had run in close to the fringing reef and were disgorging Amtraks filled with Marines, discharging also those amphibious tanks or armored pigs which would lead the assault in flaming Vs. Halfway inside the 1,500-yard run to the beach, the Amtraks began to take hits. Officers and men could almost guess the caliber of the next enemy barrage by the color of the flags they passed. On the right sector, attacked by the 4th Marine Division, riflemen were vaulting from the Amtraks and running in low toward Charankanoa. Shells were exploding among them. Some of the combat teams remained aboard their Amtraks, fighting from them as they swayed inland. But the Amtraks were targets for the enemy artillery, as were the Amtanks, and soon the Marines preferred to advance on foot toward Charankanoa. On the right, at the southernmost beaches, the assault of the 25th Marines had split up into squad-to-squad battles. Lieutenant Fred Harvey led his platoon up the beach. A Japanese officer rushed him, swinging his saber. Harvey parried with his carbine, jumped back, and shot his assailant dead. A Marine fell, and Harvey seized the man's M1. With other Marines, he closed on 3 Japanese in a shell hole. Harvey's M1 jammed. He drove in, slashing with the bayonet. A grenade landed. Harvey hit the deck. The explosion picked him up and slammed him down again. He arose, helmetless, to help finish off the enemy. So the battle raged, moving steadily inland through the wrecked village, moving over gently rising hills made labyrinthine by hidden caves, spider holes, and interconnected dugouts. The Marines and Japanese fought each other among bleating goats, lowing oxen, mooing cows, and scampering, clucking chickens. Soon the Japanese soldiers began to fall back behind Mount Finasusa, and then their artillery fire increased. On the left, the 2nd Marine Division passed through a rhythmical, flashing hell of artillery and mortars. Every 25 yards, every 15 seconds of their ride to the beaches, a shell exploded among the Amtraks. On a Fetna Point, in the center of the landing beaches, an anti-boat gun began clanging. Shore batteries opened up again. Close-in destroyers roared back at them, silencing them. But there were Amtraks smoking and burning. There were bloody Marines writhing on their twisted decks. And the anti-boat gun was driving the Amtraks farther and farther north, forcing some of the battalions to land on the wrong beaches. Within a few minutes of the arrival of the Marines on the leftward beaches, every one of the commanders of the 4 assault battalions had become a casualty. Lieutenant Colonel Raymond Murray of the 2nd Battalion 6th was so seriously wounded he had to be evacuated. Jim Crow was also badly hit. The big flamboyant redhead, now lieutenant colonel, became separated from his men as his 2nd Battalion 8th landed by mistake on another battalion's beach. At 9:30, he moved along the shore with his runner, Corporal William Donatelli. They were fired at by enemy snipers. Crow slumped to the earth, struck by a bullet which pierced his left lung below the heart and smashed a rib as it came out. Donatelli fell thrashing in a bush, his left side punctured near the kidney. He thought he was dying. "I'm hit pretty bad, sir," Donatelli gasped. "I guess I'm a goner." "God damn it," Crow spluttered. "Don't talk like that, boy." The act of speaking had caused hot air to puff from Crow's punctured lung, and he felt blood continuing to gush from his side. Jim Crow also thought he was a goner. "I guess they got me too, boy," he choked. "God damn it, sir," said Donatelli. "Don't talk like that." They lay in the bushes, aware of the grim comedy of their exchange, their wounds multiplying under showers of shrapnel thrown down by Japanese artillery tree bursts, until they were found nearly an hour later and brought back to an aid station. O'Corman and Dr. Otto Jantan attempted to fix them up, but Japanese shell fire killed the corpsman and wounded the doctor. Crow was taken out to a transport where a young surgeon began to cut away his blood-stained clothing. "Before you do anything else, Doc," Crow said, "cut off that hanging thumbnail." "Be quiet, Colonel," the doctor hissed. "You are a very sick man." "Sick man, hell," Crow croaked. "Cut off that thumbnail. It's damned annoying." The doctor obliged, probably because he wished to humor a man who hadn't much chance to live. But Crow did live, and his battalion was reformed by that soft-voiced Major William Chamberlain, who was his very opposite. Chamberlain's men wheeled to the right to strike south at a Fetna Point, blasting away with shotguns issued especially for close-in fighting. They knocked out the anti-boat gun and also reduced those batteries which covered the reef channel where the tanks had been held up. But by nightfall, a Fetna Point had not fallen. It was a Japanese pocket almost in the center of the beachhead. About 1,200 yards behind it, near Lake Susupe, the armored pigs were engaging enemy tanks for the first time. Sergeants Ben Livesey and Onell Dickens had halted the AM tanks they commanded on the crest of a little tree-shaded hill. It was 10 in the morning, and the men were hungry. They jumped out, heated their cans of sea rations, opened them, and began to eat. They heard firing. Below their hill, 3 Japanese tanks were rolling toward a trio of Marine Amtraks mired in the muck of Lake Susupe swamp. The Japanese were between the Amtankers and the trapped Marines. The Amtankers jumped back into their armored pigs, buttoned down the turrets, and went rocking down the hill and up the road on the Japanese tank's tail. The Japanese wheeled. One of them stalled. The 75 in Dickens' tank roared. Flame gushed from the stalled enemy. Then Livesey's 75 spoke. The middle tank jumped and spun off the road. Side by side, Livesey and Dickens moved up on the remaining tank and shot its treads away. The Amtank turrets popped open. The Marines jumped out with rifles in hand, and the surviving Japanese crewmen were put to death. With the Marines they had rescued, Livesey and Dickens returned to their hill crest. For the rest of the day, the Lake Susupe region was left alone. Back on the beaches, the accuracy of Japanese artillery fire was crowding medical aid stations with casualties. Never before had the Marines encountered such deadly artillery fire, and with 8,000 men put ashore by 9 o'clock in the morning, there was a plenitude of targets for the enemy gunners. Within the 4th Division zone, men dug foxholes to shelter the wounded. One man was brought in with his leg almost blown off between hip and knee. A battalion surgeon amputated it without bothering to remove him from his stretcher. 2 more stretcher cases came in, one a private, the other an old-time sergeant. The private said he had to relieve himself. A corpsman seized the sergeant's helmet and handed it to the private. It was the ultimate violation of authority, and the sergeant watched in helpless fury, raging, "That I should live to see the day when a private should do that in my helmet." They were taken, both violated and violator, out to the reef and there transferred to landing boats. From there they went to hospital transports, already stuffed with wounded and preparing to pull up anchors and sail away. By nightfall, the 2nd Division alone had 238 men killed and 1,022 wounded, and of 355 reported missing, few would be found alive. The 4th Division, though not so badly hit, had already exceeded its casualty rate for the Roy Namur campaign. But by nightfall, there were something like 20,000 Marines ashore in Saipan. They held a beachhead about 4 miles wide from its northern down to its southern flank, and a mile at its deepest inland or eastern penetration. Within the perimeter, which had both flanks bent back to the sea, were tanks and artillery, as well as Generals Watson and Schmidt, both of whom came ashore in the afternoon. However, neither division had reached its first day's objective. The Afetna Point pocket still stood between both divisions at the sea, and there was another bulge inland, in the unconquered Lake Susupe region. Among the men, the veterans had ceased comparing Saipan to other battles, and were rating it on its own merits. It was clear that Saipan was going to be a thing of dirt and strain, of heat and thirst, of clouds of flies, of clanging steel and splintering rock. It would be a point-by-point advance against an invisible, dogged, slowly retreating enemy, a foe who had already mystified them by whisking away his dead. So they lay down that night in the ruins of the sugar refinery with which the fast battleships had had such aimless sport, failing even to kill its single occupant, that valorous Japanese soldier who hid in its chimney to call down artillery on the enemy Marines. Or they lay down in the muck and stench of pig pens and chicken runs, on the hot smoldering earth of the blackened cane brakes, under the guns of Mount Finasusa, and beneath the bursting, crashing glare of their own star shells, illumination so brilliant that it seemed to make the bougainville trees things of airy flame. Opposite them, the enemy was stirring. The counter-attack was preparing. The men of Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito were in high spirits. For everyone in the Marianas seemed to know that the combined fleet was coming to the rescue. Admiral Nagumo had told General Saito so. As far away as Guam, Lieutenant Rai Imanishi was writing in his diary, "The combined fleet is about to engage the enemy in decisive combat. The enemy has already begun landing on Saipan. Truly, we are on the threshold of momentous occurrences. Now is the time for me to offer my life for the great cause and to be a barrier against the enemy advancing in the Pacific Ocean." Although he would have to wait a month or more for his chance on Guam, Lieutenant Imanishi was right. The combined fleet was indeed coming. Admiral Suemo Toyoda had bitten hard on the Saipan bait. 3. On the morning of June 15th, the word of the Saipan invasion was flashed by Nagumo to Admiral Toyoda at his headquarters on Japan's inland sea. At 5 minutes to 9 that morning, Admiral Toyoda sent this message to all his commanders: "The combined fleet will attack the enemy in the Marianas area and annihilate the invasion force." 5 minutes later, suddenly mindful that it was close to the 39th anniversary of Admiral Togo's destruction of the Russian fleet at Tsushima, Toyoda bethought himself of the immortal Togo's words on that occasion and flashed them to the combined fleet. "The fate of the Empire rests on this one battle. Every man is expected to do his utmost." It was, to the Japanese mind, the tocsin of total battle. It brought the carriers of Admiral Jisubaro Ozawa up from Tawi-Tawi to the narrow waters of San Bernardino Strait, bound for their Philippine Sea rendezvous with a battleship force led by Vice Admiral Matomi Ugaki. It brought the Japanese fleet out fighting for the first time since Guadalcanal. Exhilarated by the great news, the Japanese and Saipan attacked all along the line. From dark until dawn, there was hardly a moment when enemy shells were not falling on the Marines or the enemy was not probing for the weak spot against which he would launch his full fury. At about 8 o'clock on the night of June 15th, the Japanese thought they had found a hole in the front held by the command-riddled 2nd Battalion, 6th. At that time, the Japanese began moving down the coastal road from Garapan. They came in columns of platoons, riding tanks, trucks, anything that rolled, coming with the customary clamor of a traveling circus. At 10 o'clock, they were close enough to attack. Flags were unfurled. Samurai sabers flashed and glinted in the moonlight. Someone made a speech, a bugle blared, and the Japanese charged. A Marine officer picked up a telephone and spoke 2 words. Illumination requested. It came so swiftly it stunned the Japanese. They had not calculated on the American warships still cruising up and down the west coast. They found themselves outlined from their putty-taped ankles to the round tops of the mushroom helmets, and they were rapidly cut to pieces in a horizontal hail of bullets, canister shot, mortar, and bazooka shell fragments. They broke and fell back, and then the naval gunfire and Marine artillery burst among them. The counterattack downroad from Garapan cost General Saito 600 soldiers. It also cost him Garapan, for in the morning General Watson asked the warships and planes to flatten this enemy staging place. General Saito's plans for driving a wedge into the gap between the Marine divisions was also doomed. Some 200 Japanese, who emerged from the gloom of Lake Susupe and struck for the Chiran-Kanoa Pier, collided with the men of Lieutenant Colonel John Cosgrove's 3rd Battalion, 23rd. They were destroyed. So was a 3-tank attack launched down the Garapan Road just before daylight. June 16th dawned with the Marines still holding what they had seized the day before and preparing to expand it. That same day, Admiral Spruance hauled back on the line, holding the Saipan bait. Spruance knew that Ozawa had sortied from Tawi-Tawi. Throughout the afternoon and night of D-Day, he had been receiving submarine reports of the Japanese approach. At 4:30, the sub-Flying Fish sighted the Japanese carriers debouching from San Bernardino Strait into the Philippine Sea, making dead west for Saipan. An hour later, Seahorse spotted Ugaki's battleships racing north to the rendezvous area. On the morning of June 16th, Spruance conferred with Admiral Turner and General Holland Smith aboard Turner's flagship Rocky Mount. He ordered Mitcher's Task Force 58 to intercept the Japanese, postpone the Guam invasion, promised Smith only 2 more days of unloading operations, launched prolonged air searches for the enemy, and alerted the old battleships to make nocturnal patrols 25 miles west of Saipan to block any Japanese ships which might elude Mitcher. In the meantime, the escort carriers would continue to give the Marines on Saipan aerial cover, and Smith would commit the 27th Division that very day. The conquest of the island was to be pushed forward as rapidly as possible. Satisfied, Spruance prepared to return to his own flagship, Indianapolis. Smith stopped him. "Do you think the Japs will turn and run?" "No," Spruance said, "not now. They're out after big game. If they'd wanted something easy, they'd have gone after MacArthur's operation at Biak. But the attack on the Marianas is too great a challenge for the Japanese Navy to ignore." That attack was going forward with the 2nd Battalion, 8th, and the orphan 1st Battalion, 29th Marines, slugging steadily through the Afetna Point pocket. By noon, they had cleared it and secured Chiran-Kanoa Pier. On the right, the 4th Division's artillery fired shell for shell with the Japanese, while General Schmidt marshaled his regiments for a noon attack. With 15 batteries of the 14th Marines ashore, it should have been the pushover that artillery duels with the Japanese had always been. But it was not. 4 batteries were knocked out, although the ingenuity of the Division Ordnance Company had them back firing before dusk. One howitzer named Belching Beauty took a direct hit, which killed or wounded every member of the crew but one. Belching Beauty was repaired and firing an hour later. 2 others were blown to bits, and the ordnance men gathered up the pieces and made a new gun from them. Gradually, the Marine artillery asserted its superiority. One by one, the enemy guns were silenced, the last of their rounds killing Lieutenant Colonel Maynard Schultz, while he waited at the 24th Regiment CP to receive instructions for his 1st Battalion's attack. At 12:30, the 4th Division moved out. It slugged ahead slowly. The battalion commanders began calling for tanks. As the Shermans moved up to the front, the Japanese 75s erupted again. The platoon of Shermans, led by Gunnery Sergeant Bob McCard, ran into the concentrated fire of an entire battery of 75s. Almost instantly, McCard's tank was cut off from the others and crippled by the converging shells of 4 enemy guns. McCard battled back with the Tank 75 and machine guns, but the Japanese 75s had the range now. The Sherman was done for. "Take off!" McCard roared at his crew. "Out the escape hatch!" One by one, the crewmen lowered themselves through the hatch in the tank's floor, scuttling to safety while McCard hurled grenades from the open turret. Machine gun fire raked the tank, wounding McCard. The Japanese charged. McCard seized a machine gun and faced them a second time alone. He shot 16 of them before they killed him. The other Marine tanks returned. The stand, which won McCard the Medal of Honor, had also won the time to coordinate the attack. It went forward slowly, but by dusk the Marines' lines were firm all along the beachhead. The 4th Division had a penetration of 2,000 yards across its 4,000-yard front. The 2nd Division had contented itself with cleaning out the Afetna Point Gap, with patrolling, and with consolidating its own left flank, facing north toward Garapan. It was well. At dusk, while the 27th Division 165th Infantry began to come ashore, Lieutenant General Saito ordered the first night tank attack of the Pacific War. It would strike the left flank sector, held by the Jones boy named Bill. "He may be only 27, but he's the best damn battalion commander in this division, or any other division." That was what Colonel Jim Risley of the 6th Marines thought of the commander of his 1st Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Jones, the Marine Corps' youngest field commander, and one so at home in battle he could tell his men, "I'd rather command a battalion in combat than sleep with Hetty Lamar." Jones was the brother of Captain Jim Jones, whose recon boys were then assigned the unglorious mission of guarding the Corps CP in the rear, and he delighted in warning his officers that they must stand at all costs, "because if my brother gets hurt, Mother will never forgive me." This night of June 16th through 17th, they would have to stand against the full brunt of Colonel Hideki Goto's 9th Tank Regiment. Up in the blackened rubble that was once the city of Garapan, Colonel Goto unbuttoned the turret of his regiment's leading tank. He stood erect. He raised his saber and flourished it over his head. The turrets of the following tanks came open. The commanders, among them the Tozuko Matsuya, who had written so fiercely in his diary 2 days before, stood erect. They flourished their sabers. Colonel Goto struck the side of his tank a resounding clank. His junior officers spurred their metal mounts forward with similar saber slaps. The turrets were closed. The 9th Tank Regiment swept forward. "Colonel," said Captain Claude Rollin, "it sounds like a tank attack coming. Request illumination." "Right," said Lieutenant Colonel Jones, and passed the request for illumination back to Colonel Risley. Then he notified a medium tank company to stand by and got bazooka men from A Company moving over to Captain Rollin's sector. That was at 3:30. 15 minutes later, the squeaking, rattling Japanese mediums, the kitchen sinks as the Marines called them, burst into Rollin's sector in 2 waves. The first wave carried riflemen or light machine gunners sprawled on the long trunk of the engine compartment or hanging onto the guide rails like firemen. Crewmen led the tanks forward on foot, although here and there a commander stood erect in an open turret, shouting orders and flashing his saber in the crashing glare of the star shells. Behind the second wave of tanks, the bulk of Colonel Ogawa's 136th Infantry Regiment came trotting forward. The tanks drove into a roaring cauldron of explosions and flashing light. As they were hit and set afire, they illuminated other tanks farther back. Sometimes the tanks to the rear stopped. An officer jumped out, waved his saber, made a speech, and climbed back in again. A bugle blared. The tanks came on, and the Marine bazookamen tore them apart. Sharp shooters, such as PFC Herbert Hodges, had 7 rockets for his bazooka, enough for him to knock out 7 tanks. Private Bob Reed got 4 with 4 shots, and then, running out of ammunition, he got a 5th by jumping aboard it and dropping in a grenade. Some of the enemy tanks got in. 2 of them rolled over a pair of 60mm mortar positions. Another came up on Captain Rollin, and a rifleman rider fired just as Rollin attached a grenade to his carbine. The bullet detonated the grenade, and Rollin fell, pinked with shrapnel, his eardrum shattered. Captain Thomas came up to take his place, the same Norman Thomas who had held off the Jap Banzai in Tarawa. A 4th tank raced up. Its riders shot Thomas dead. They turned to take Sergeant Dean Squires under fire. But Squires had already blown off the head of the tank's commander. He followed through by tossing a satchel charge in the open turret, finishing both tank and riders. A 5th Japanese tank penetrated as far back as Colonel Risley's command post. The commander of the 6th Regiment had been sitting on a tree stump smoking a cigar while he watched the battle. The tank rattled closer. Colonel Risley removed his cigar. "Son," he called to his regimental clerk, "get me a bazooka." Before the man could obey, a Marine half-track clattered up on the tank and set it aflame with its first shell. Thereafter the half-tracks roved like wolves among the Japanese tanks. Each time they fired, a tank burned, until close to 30 had been knocked out. The others fled, and the last of these was sighted going up a distant hill. Its turret could be seen moving among a cluster of houses. The Marines gave the range to an offshore destroyer. The destroyer fired 20 salvos, and the tank burned for the rest of the day, sending up a cloud of oily smoke to mark the limit of the battleground, where General Saito had lost another 700 foot soldiers, as well as Colonel Gatto and most of the 9th Tank Regiment he commanded. Tokuzo Matsuya had not been killed. He had survived to fill his diary with another lament. The remaining tanks in our regiment make a total of 12. Even if there are not tanks, we will fight hand to hand. I have resolved that, if I see the enemy, I will take out my sword and slash at him as long as I last, thus ending my life of 24 years. It was no boast but a prediction, and by the morning of the third day, there were already 3,500 Marine casualties to give it force. June 17th brought more than 500 more casualties in a slow, gouging attack which extended the beachhead north about 1,000 yards and up to 2,000 yards east or inland. The inland successes, however, also served to lengthen the Lake Susupe bulge between divisions. The Japanese had hidden in Susupe's marshes, and the Marines, who went in after them with heavy machine guns and mortars, sank up to their waists in muck. It would be many days before Lake Susupe was cleared. On the right or southern front, the 4th Division's gains were followed by the entry of the 165th Infantry on the Marine right flank. The 165th would also attack Asalito Airfield in southern Saipan the following day. On the extreme edge of the left or northern flank, the 2nd Marines under Colonel Walter Stewart moved cautiously up coast in a column of battalions until the point 1,000 yards below Garapan had been reached. They were to sit there until southern Saipan had been cleaned out. Out in the ocean, Kelly Turner was already taking the transports and cargo ships away from Saipan to empty blue seas many, many miles to the south and east. There they joined all the ships and men of the Guam invasion force, circling, to the extreme disgust of the troops until word arrived of the victory or defeat of Mitcher's Task Force 58. And at a point about 500 miles west of the Philippines, the fleets of Admiral Ozawa and Ogaki rendezvoused and refueled and were now streaking east for Saipan, their scout planes conducting searches many hundreds of miles before and around them, hunting for the American fleet. Tracking the Japanese for Admiral Spruance was a submarine called Kavala. She was making her first cruise. She had sighted Ozawa's carriers astern at dusk. Commander Herman Kostler had quickly turned tail and put 15,000 yards between them and Kavala. It turned dark, but Kostler could still see the vast silhouette of a monster carrier. "Christ," Kostler swore, "it looks like the Empire State Building." Then Kostler had been forced to take Kavala down. She submerged 100 feet, and Kostler and his men tried to count the screws of the ships passing overhead in a half-hour-long procession. They counted 15, but Kostler thought that was too low. Kavala surfaced and got off her report to Spruance. She went down again for 2 hours. When she surfaced, shortly before midnight, she had lost contact. On Saipan, in the early morning of June 18th, the Japanese had received a message from Premier Hideki Tojo. It said, "Because the fate of the Japanese Empire depends on the result of your operation, you must inspire the spirit of the officers and men, and to the very end continue to destroy the enemy gallantly and persistently, thus alleviate the anxiety of our Emperor." Back flashed the message of Colonel Tokuji Suzuki, the 43rd Division's Chief of Staff. It said, "Have received your honorable imperial words, and we are grateful for boundless magnanimity of imperial favor. By becoming the bulwark of the Pacific with 10,000 deaths, we hope to requite the imperial favor." At daylight, Lieutenant General Saito began burning his secret documents, preparatory to moving his headquarters farther north from the American invaders, even then breaking out of their beachhead. By the night of July 18th, the 4th Marine Division had struck straight across the island to the shores of Magician Bay, Magazine Bay, as it would be forever called, while beneath them the 27th Division's 165th Infantry had overrun Asalito Airfield. All was gradually shaping up for the drive to the north planned by Lieutenant General Howland Mad Smith, who had set up headquarters at Sharon-Kanoa the day before. Smith now had 3 divisions on Saipan, and he hoped to attack to the north on a 3-division cross-island front. He already had seen to the emplacement of his corps artillery, 30 155mm long-toms and howitzers, which would fire in support of the assault, but he would not launch the clean-up drive until Mount Tapachao in the center of the island was seized. Kavala was going down again. A night-flying Japanese plane had sighted the American sub, and Commander Kostler was submerging. It was 3 o'clock in the morning of June 19th. At 7 o'clock, Kavala was up again, but once more an enemy plane spotted her and drove her down. Something was stirring. Kostler could guess it from the number of enemy planes abroad. At 10 o'clock, he brought Kavala up. Again the Japanese planes menaced him. Kavala went down. Kostler decided to wait 15 minutes. Albacore was cruising at its periscope depth, and Commander J.W. Blanchard was peering into the glass. He started. There was a big carrier, a cruiser, and the tops of other ships about 7 miles away, and that carrier was big. It was Taiho, the carrier Commander Kostler had first sighted in the biggest flat top that Japan was able to float. She was 33,000 tons, brand new, and she flew the 8-rayed single-banded flag of Admiral Ozawa. She was launching planes, for Ozawa's attack on the Americans was already begun. Commander Blanchard retracted his periscope and made plans to attack. He calculated the range and ordered a spread of 6 torpedoes prepared. Then something went wrong with the torpedo data computer. The correct solution light refused to flash, and Taiho was fast moving out of range. Blanchard upped periscope and fired by sight. Then he sent Albacore plunging down deep and awaited the arrival of both the enemy destroyers and the sound of a torpedo explosion. They came swiftly. 3 destroyers and 1 great explosion. Blanchard was disappointed. He could never hope to sink the biggest enemy carrier he had ever seen with a single torpedo. The quarter hour had passed and Kavala was up to periscope depth. There were 4 planes on the starboard bow, but they did not molest Kavala. Kostler watched. He saw the mast of a destroyer over the horizon. He moved to his right. He saw the mast of a carrier. She was taking on planes. She was not as big as the monster he had seen last night, but she would still rate around the 22,000-ton Shokaku class. Wanting to be sure she was Japanese, Kostler came in closer. "God damn," he exploded when the ship's flag came into view. "It's the rising sun, big as hell." Kavala began firing torpedoes. She got 4 off in rapid succession and another pair as she began to submerge. Going down, Kostler heard 3 of his fish hit, and then he heard and felt the wrath of the Japanese depth charges. For 2 hours the enemy worked Kavala over, while above the surface mighty Shokaku was a holocaust of burning gasoline and exploding bombs. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kavala's sound gear picked up monstrous water noises. Kostler and his crewmen heard great concussions. "That damn thing is sinking," Kostler said. He was right. One of Shokaku's bomb magazines had exploded, and the big ship fell apart and sank. A single torpedo hit did not alarm Admiral Ozawa, nor should it have. Taiho was much too big, much too modern, to be so easily knocked out. But aboard her was a damage control officer who was not very experienced, and after Albacore's fish had ruptured one of Taiho's gasoline tanks, the damage control officer ordered all ventilating ducts turned on full blast while the ship tore ahead at 26 knots. He hoped to blow the fumes away, but he only succeeded in distributing them. He filled Taiho with gasoline fumes and also the vapors of the crude petroleum then being used for fuel, and he turned her into an enormous floating gas bomb. All that was needed was friction. It came at 3:30. Taiho's flight deck blew up, her hangar sides blew out, and her bottom blew down. She rolled over on her left side and sank by the stern, taking with her many airplanes and all but 500 of her 2,150 officers and men. Among those who survived were Admiral Ozawa and his staff. Carrying the Admiral's flag and a framed portrait of the Emperor, Ozawa and his staff were ferried by lifeboat to the destroyer Wakatsuki. From there, Ozawa moved to Zuikaku, and it was aboard this carrier that he received the first of those terrible reports that bore upon his head like hammer blows. Not only was Taiho lost and Shokaku sunk, but his airplanes and aviators were being torn to bits in the battles which the Americans would derisively name the Marianas Turkey Shoot. That day alone, Ozawa lost 330 planes, against 30 American craft destroyed, the most resounding single day's defeat in the history of aerial warfare. Next day he lost a 3rd carrier, Hayo, plus 2 tankers, and 7 more of his ships were damaged. The airfields on Guam were turned into rubble by the American bombers. He himself was forced to flee toward Okinawa, with Admiral Ugaki following. There was no rescue at Saipan. In the log of the commander who opened battle June 19th with 430 aircraft on his decks, there was this ominous entry on the night of June 20th. Surviving carrier air power, 35 aircraft operational. The disaster had been even greater. With scout planes and land-based air losses added in, Japan's defeat in the Battle of the Philippine Sea totaled 476 airplanes destroyed and 445 aviators killed. American losses were 3 ships damaged and 130 planes lost, 80 of these during night landings at the conclusion of the pursuit of the Japanese, and 76 airmen dead. No nation had ever been so badly beaten in the skies, but Tokyo was already telling the world of the customary magnificent victory. just as Lieutenant General Saito had been telling Tokyo of the splendid successes being scored in the hot, shell-blasted hills south of Mount Tapacho. 4. During the first 4 days of the fighting in Saipan, it was a rare Marine who had not felt himself slammed to earth by concussion, or had not heard the whine of flying steel and rock, or the nasty peening of the bullets, for the Japanese holding the foothills, masking Mount Tapacho, and central Saipan were fighting with tenacity and skill. In those first 4 days, the 1st Battalion, 6th, lost all but 2 of its captains, and Lieutenant Colonel Bill Jones concealed his grief in the grim joke that to save these 2, I guess I'd better bust him down as Second Louis. In the 4th Marine Division sector, the eastern half of the island, a battered rifleman also made a sardonic estimate of the first 96 hours. 3 times in the past 4 days, he said, my wife has been almost a rich woman. I could see them counting out my insurance money $10 at a time, and the wife riding downtown in a new Packard Roadster with a spotlight on each side. The following 4 days were equally harrowing, especially for the 3rd Battalion, 25th Marines, under Lieutenant Colonel Justice Chambers. Chambers was known as Jumpin' Joe for his exuberant style in the field. He looked a bit like a buccaneer, big and raw-boned, with a cut-down bayonet knife dangling from his cartridge belt alongside a .38 revolver stuck in a special quick-draw holster. Under his left armpit was a .45 shoulder holster. If it were not true that Jumpin' Joe had used these weapons, as a raider captain under Red Mike Edson, at Kwajalein, and latterly on Saipan, the effect might have been a caricature of what is supposed to be a type of Marine commander. But Jumpin' Joe was genuine, as were the men who called themselves Chambers Raiders, and who spent the last half of their 8 days on the line, overrunning the defenses around Hill 500. The hill was actually a clutter of rocky peaks, which commanded most of southern Saipan, and which also covered the approaches to Mount Tapacho. It was about a mile inland from the eastern coast. It was pocked with caves, filled with machine guns, carefully sighted in on the flat, approaching plain. Chambers got his men across the plain and up to the base of the hill by laying down a covering smoke screen. Before they attacked, the hill's defenses were showered by 4.5-inch rockets fired by rocket trucks just appearing in the Pacific War. Then Chambers' men charged. Hunched bent-over figures, shadowy in the thinning smoke, they went up Hill 500 while artillery shells walked briskly up the slopes ahead of them. 6 machine guns gathered in a single cave raked them, but by mid-afternoon they had taken Hill 500. We lost 50 men, but we came a-hellin' and took our objective, Jumpin' Joe Chambers said. Of these 50 casualties, only 9 were killed, although there were more that night when the Japanese counterattacked, waving knives and bayonets lashed to poles, idiot sticks, as the Marines called them. In the morning, Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson joined the battalion as a division observer, while Jumpin' Joe led his men farther north toward Tapacho. In 2 days, they had overrun Hill 500's peaks and were debouching into a valley beyond. There they walked into a trap. Machine guns to either side began chattering, and mortars could be seen rising from a clump of woods to the front. PFC Vito Crasaro, Chambers' radio man, was hit almost immediately. Chambers and Carlson went out to rescue him, and bullets made smacking sounds in someone's flesh. "I'm hit," Carlson gasped. The famous raider leader had been shot in the leg, and another bullet had shattered an arm. He was dragged to safety, along with Casado, and placed on a stretcher. "Last time I was wounded was the First World War," he told Chambers. "If I can keep them that far apart, I'll be all right." He was carried to the rear, still chomping on his foul pipe, while he dictated a memo covering the location of a new division command post. Behind him, as Chambers' Marines pulled out of the valley pocket, it was seen that there was still a wounded man lying out in the open. He was unconscious. His crumpled body made a fine aiming reference for the Japanese gunners in the woods beyond. Each time someone crawled out for him, a spate of bullets drove him back. Then the tanks arrived. A Sherman commanded by Lieutenant Robert Stevenson lumbered out into the valley, with bullets spanging harmlessly off its steel hide. The Sherman straddled the unconscious Marine. It rolled forward and obscured him. "Open the escape hatch and drag him in," Stevenson ordered. It was done. The man was saved, and the other tanks joined Stevenson to lead the advance. Half-tracks and 37s also came up. The emplaced Japanese began to withdraw. "Come and get us, Marines," they cried. "Take your time, boys," the Marines replied. "We will." The Japanese began blowing up positions and supplies. They blew up an ammunition dump near the battalion CP, and the blast knocked Jumpin' Joe Chambers unconscious. He was taken to the rear, while Major Jim Tall took command. But the moment Chambers had regained consciousness, he was on his feet and demanding the return of his weapons. "But you can't go back there, sir," said the battalion surgeon. "You're a casualty." "Casualty, hell," Jumpin' Joe exploded. "You'll have to lock me up if you want to keep me here." Chambers returned to his battalion, but to his ill-concealed annoyance and to the unconcealed delight of Major Toll, the objective had already been taken. All along the line, by late afternoon of June 22nd, the 4th Division had gained 2,000 yards. On the left, the 2nd Division held half of Mount Tipopale and was prepared to strike Mount Topacho itself about 600 yards northeast. By nightfall of this 8th day of battle, about 6 of Saipan's 14 miles in length were in American hands. This represented most of the southern half of the island, although there was still a Japanese pocket down at Nafutan Point, on the southernmost tip of the east coast. The Japanese in Nafutan, about 500 of them, had been bypassed in the rush to take Aslido Airfield. They were now hemmed in by the 27th Division's 105th Infantry, which was preparing to clean out the point. Elsewhere on Saipan, the engineers had made rapid progress on improving the airfield, now called Isley Field, after the Navy flyer who was killed in pre-invasion attacks on it, and they were hauling supplies from the Charankanoa beachhead about 3 miles to the northwest by means of a narrow-gauge railway, formerly employed in the Charankanoa sugar industry. Isley Field was fit to receive squadrons of Army P-47 Thunderbolts assigned to Saipan Combat Patrol and scheduled to arrive the following day. Out on the bay, the battleship Maryland was holed on her port side by a Japanese aerial torpedo strike launched in the afternoon of June 22nd. She would have to return to Pearl Harbor. The next day, June 23rd, the 3 Division attack to the north, planned by Howland Mad Smith, at last got going. The 27th Division, less its 105th Infantry, still south at Nafutan Point, went into the line between the 2nd Marine Division on the left and the 4th on the right. The 4th again made good gains, although the attack was still a matter of climbing another mountain to behold another mountain. The division's chief objective this day was Hill 600, guarding the entrance to Cagman Peninsula, which stretched east into Magician Bay for about 3 miles. The Marines of the 4th took Hill 600 and renamed it Hot Potato Hill for the fierce hand grenade fight which won it. Then they swerved right or east to bite deep into Cagman Peninsula. They could have gone farther, but the 27th Division in the center was unable to move because of resistance met in a crackling lowland called Death Valley. The 4th halted and dug in, for the lag in the center had exposed its left. On the left of the 3-division front, the 2nd Division's Marines began struggling up the cruel steeps of Mount Topacho, blundering through a jungle of limestone crags, lava heads and coral ridges, gullies, gulches, and ravines, all piled one upon another as though kicked together, all exposed to the direct rays of a hot sun. All around Topacho were caves and subterranean forts from which Japanese artillery had attempted to destroy the Marines on the beaches. The short tan men of Nippon were still fighting from these at closer, more accurate range now, and still invisibly. Against them, against the slashing madness of Topacho itself, came the 6th and 8th Marine Regiments. They came without tanks, jeeps, or bulldozers, for there was not even so much as a trail up the mountainside. They came warily, sending out probing patrols, waiting for the sound of firing which would signal that the patrol had found the enemy, and then going forward on foot, climbing. But they advanced, and then, finding their right flank exposed by the 27th's failure to make any appreciable gains, they too halted and dug in. In the morning, both the 2nd and the 4th Marine Divisions moved out, but the 27th in the center was again slow, again unable to get through Death Valley. For the 2nd straight day, the attack was slowed down, and Lieutenant General Howland Smith relieved Major General Ralph Smith of his command of the 27th Division. The Army's Major General Sanderford Jarman, who was to have been Saipan's military governor, took Ralph Smith's place. The pace of the attack began to quicken, but by nightfall there were still long vertical gaps between the Marine divisions ahead on the flanks and the 27th behind them in the center. That night the Japanese counterattacked the 2nd Division's front in the Topacho Hills, coming in greatest strength against a machine gun post held by PFC Harold Epperson with Corporal Malcolm Jonah and PFC Edward Bailey. It was very dark. The Marines could barely make out the bulk of a dense wood about 50 yards away. It was out of the wood that the Japanese came, running straight at Epperson's pit. The young gunner opened fire. The short shapes began to fall. One of them seemed to crumple right under the muzzle of the gun. Epperson fired on. Suddenly the figure under the gun came alive. The Japanese jumped up. He tossed a grenade into the pit. PFC Epperson threw himself on it and was killed. It had saved the lives of his comrades, and they were able to fight on and break up the attack, and he had won a posthumous Medal of Honor. The following day, June 25th, Mount Tapacho's peak was placed under direct assault. Since June 22nd, the orphan 1st Battalion, 29th, had been driving up a jumbled valley which ran between two ridges to Tapacho's crest. They had fought forward under Lieutenant Colonel Rathbun Tommy Tompkins, who had taken over after Lieutenant Colonel Guy Tannehill had been wounded. They had been joined by the 2nd Battalion, 8th, led by Jim Crow's executive, Major Chamberlain. On June 25th, Chamberlain and Tompkins conferred with Colonel Clarence Wallace, commander of the 8th, and got up a plan to take Tapacho. While Tompkins' men went up the valley, Chamberlain's battalion was to attack along the ridge, where the bulk of enemy opposition could be expected. But it was the valley that was nastiest. Tompkins' men ran into rough terrain and a stubborn enemy, while Chamberlain's Marines were moving swiftly along the heights, advancing as far as a 50-foot cliff which crowned Tapacho like a top hat. Chamberlain sent a patrol up the cliff. The men returned with the report that the crest of Tapacho seemed unoccupied. The patrol's return coincided with the arrival of Tommy Tompkins from the valley below. He brought with him a platoon from the division's scout company, for he had become convinced that a frontal attack up the mountain was impossible. He took the scouts up the steep side of Tapacho's top hat. They were all but exhausted by the rigor of that climb, but at 11 o'clock in the morning there was no longer anything above them. They broke into the clear, into the open where their helmets touched the sky, and all around them rolled the vast, smoking, glinting, glittering, moving panorama of an ocean island under assault from the sea. They stood at almost the exact center of Saipan, with the northern extremity of Marpy Point on the west coast 7 miles in front of them, and the southern tip of Nafatan Point slanting the same distance to the rear on the east coast. Tompkins ordered the scouts to hold the crest while he returned to the valley to get his battalion. They occupied a 12-foot square dugout abandoned by the enemy during the day's shelling. They fought from it to hold off repeated Japanese thrusts at them, while all around Tapacho the ridges shook to furious Marine onslaught calculated to pin the Japanese main body down, while Tompkins' men came up from the valley single file. At dusk, Tompkins and his men clawed their way up to the crest, where the scouts had killed 40 Japanese while losing 3 of their own men. They too dug in. They hurled back the inevitable nocturnal counterattack, holding Tapacho even as destroyers and rocket boats offshore shattered in attempt to reinforce southern Saipan by barge. On the same night, Lieutenant General Saito began to tell Tokyo the truth about what was happening on his island. He signaled the Chief of Staff in Tokyo. "Please apologize deeply to the Emperor that we cannot do better than we are doing. However, because of the units sunk at sea, the various forces have no fighting strength, although they do have large numbers. There is no hope for victory in places where we do not have control of the air, and we are still hoping here for aerial reinforcements. Praying for the good health of the Emperor, we all cry Banzai." The aerial reinforcements, for which Saito still hoped would never come. Only the day before, Vice Admiral Joseph Jocko Clark's carrier force had raided Iwo Jima and destroyed 95 fighters and bombers at a loss of 6 Hellcats. On the very day of Tapacho's fall, June 25th, another American carrier force struck hard at air bases on Guam and Rota. There is nothing for this ailing and aged commander to do but to retreat north and await the end made so clearly inevitable to him by the constant presence of those circling, booming American warships. 5. The Japanese, cornered on Nafatan Point, were preparing to break out of the trap. Since the capture of Isley Field on June 18th, these 600 soldiers of the 47th Brigade's 317th Infantry Battalion had been holed up on their stern-browed peninsula, endlessly pounded by offshore American warships or battered by artillery supporting the American 105th Infantry, blocking their escape route north. On the night of June 26th, having eaten the last of their food and drunk their water, they prepared to make a breakout born of desperation. Their commanding officer, one Captain Sasaki, issued this final order: "Casualties will remain in their present positions and defend Nafatan Point. Those who cannot participate in combat must commit suicide. The password for tonight will be Shichi Sai Hokoku, 7 lives to repay our country." Shortly after midnight, Sasaki's men slipped down from their high caves and stole through the outposts of the 105th Infantry. Many of them wore American uniforms. Most of them were half crazed with thirst, and all were bent on destroying Isley Field before wheeling east to Hill 500, where Captain Sasaki imagined brigade headquarters to be. On Hill 500, most of Jumpin' Joe Chambers' men were already asleep. The battalion had been placed in reserve, along with the remainder of the 25th Marines, and ordered back to the hill they had captured on June 20th. Men such as PFC Torrin McQuabe and PFC Bill Cramford, a bar team holding down a foxhole outpost to the south or rear of Chambers' command post, could hear the sound of sporadic firing to the north and be grateful for the chance to rest behind the lines. Captain Sasaki's band had gotten past the American soldiers. By 2 o'clock in the morning, they had penetrated about a mile to the north. They blundered into the 2nd Battalion, 105th Infantry's command post, and fought a savage close-in fight, inflicting 24 casualties on the soldiers while losing 27 of their own men. Then they swept on to Isley Field, reaching it a half-hour later. The Japanese set one P-47 on fire and damaged a few others before they were beaten off by a counterattack of Seabees and Marine engineers. Sasaki's men turned right and headed for Hill 500, about 3 miles above them. It was getting light. Japs! Tom McQuabe and Bill Cramford yelled the warning with a single astonished voice, even as they saw the short men slipping through the half-light toward Hill 500. The Japanese replied by hurling a grenade which landed in the Marines' outpost foxhole and wounded McQuabe. Cramford got his bar going, shooting off 3 clips before he too was wounded, and the Japanese rushed past screeching, "Shichi Zai Hokoku!" Huddled in a hole beneath a strip of galvanized iron, PFC Jim Ferguson and PFC Ed Martin heard the shrieking and the sound of gunfire. Ferguson knocked aside the roof with the muzzle of his Tommy gun. A helmeted Japanese stared down at him. Ferguson shot him dead with a stream of 45 slugs. Now Sasaki's men, many of them armed with only idiot sticks, were hacking wildly at the Marines. One of them bayoneted PFC Robert Postal, but Postal killed him with a rifle shot as he struggled to withdraw the blade. Another knocked PFC Jim Davy down with a shovel. A third charged PFC Ken Rayburn with the lowered bayonet. Rayburn's carbine jammed. He seized a pick-matic and hurled it into the Japanese's stomach. While Chambers' men quickly recovered from the surprise of finding the front to their rear, the rest of the Japanese were battling with the artillerists of the 2nd Battalion, 14th Marines. The American uniforms they wore helped them get close to the artillerymen between Isley Field and Hill 500. The Marines let them come, mistaking them for an army patrol scheduled to appear at about that time. By the time a sharp-eyed Marine yelled, "Those ain't doggies, those are Japs," it was almost too late, but the machine guns set up by the artillerymen to protect their guns opened up quickly. The battle raged on for most of the morning, and the men of the 14th Marines had killed 143 of the attackers and lost 33 killed and wounded themselves, and the 25th Marines had come down from Hill 500 and cleaned out the remainder of Sasaki's band. It had not been anything like 7 lives to repay our country. It had been a massacre, and as the men of the 25th turned to march back to Hill 500, they stopped to watch a Japanese bomber trying to get down through the storm of anti-aircraft fire puffing over Isley Field. "Blow up, you son of a bitch," a Marine yelled. The bomber did blow up, and a yell of fierce delight rose from the throats of thousands of Americans who had been watching the plane's descent. Then the crackling of small arms and the booming of artillery signaled that the attack to the north was still running into enemy resistance.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
6. Even with Topacho captured, the attack to the north could not become an all-out lunge until the 3 divisions had spent some time shifting, pinching out and tidying up the front. In the days between the mop-up of Nafatan Point on June 27th and resumption of full-scale attack on July 1st, the 4th Marine Division on the right or eastern flank had to clean out Kagman Peninsula before it pushed still farther north. In the center, the 27th Infantry Division still had difficulty moving, and General Jarman relieved one of his regimental commanders. By July 1st, however, the 27th had drawn even with the Marines on both flanks and had also received a new commander, Major General George Greiner. On the left, the 2nd Marine Division held fast on the coast between Garapan while it hit slowly through the Pimples, the 4 hills north of Topacho. Once the Pimples had been passed, the 2nd would hurl 1 regiment into Garapan, now flattened by naval gunfire, while the other unit swung left or northwest into Tanapag Harbor, just above the city. Also, during this interval, the Guam invasion was postponed, and the 3rd Marine Division was sent back to Eniwetok Lagoon, while the 1st Marine Brigade was held in floating reserve. Saipan had been much too tough to allow the Guam landings to proceed. The Japanese had fought with a doggedness and skill which had slowed the American advance beyond expectation. Without water, forced to chew leaves and eat snails or hunt big tree frogs, the Emperor's soldiers had made the invaders' life a hell of exploding shells and flying rock splinters. But the invaders had also taken a fierce toll among the defenders, and Howland Mad Smith was confident that his renewed assault would quickly overrun the northern half of Saipan. On June 29th, Smith and General Watson of the 2nd Division went up to Mount Tapacho to study the terrain Watson's men would be attacking 2 days later. It was nearly their last look at any terrain, for Japanese mortars began crashing around them. They jumped from their jeep and ran for a foxhole, waiting there until the barrage stopped, and then quickly departing Tapacho. Next day, a fierce American mortar barrage produced the same effect upon Lieutenant General Saito. He pulled back to his 6th and last headquarters, another cave, and the main body of his troops began retreating north to new positions. The following day, July 1st, the 2nd Marines attacked Garapan and found hardly a building intact in a city that had once housed 15,000 people. Hanging everywhere among the ruins, making a poignance of the desolation, were thousands of bright silk obis, the sashes which Japanese women bind about their midriffs and which the women of Garapan left behind in their flight to the north. Only occasional snipers hidden beneath scraps of iron roofing or machine guns, holed up in ruined buildings, delayed the first day's advance of the 3rd Battalion 2nd, commanded by Major Harold Thronson. But during the night, 200 Japanese slipped back into Garapan's rubble to set up machine guns. Thronson's men routed them the next day after vicious fighting. By dusk, the Marines held the lower half of the city. A command post had been set up on Broadway, across the street from the ruined Bank of Taiwan, and alongside a Spanish-style Catholic church, which was one of the few buildings still undamaged. Some of the Marines went in. They paused, shocked. Up on the altar was a plaster statue of Christ, with the face blown away. Underneath Sugarloaf Hill, in the foothills to the right or east of Garapan, the face of a young Marine had been blown away. An enemy gunner had shot him as he slithered forward over a rock. The bullet tore off the top of his head and sent his helmet clanging against the rocks. Blood spattered on a nearby sergeant. "God damn it, Mac!" the sergeant roared to everyone with hearing. "Let's go up and get those bastards." They went up, hanging on to stone knobs with one hand, hurling grenades with the other. Sometimes shot from their holds and dropped to the boulders below, but going up and over, cleaning out the caves and taking Sugarloaf Hill. Then they descended upon Garapan to the west. They fought into Royal Palm Park and gaped at the 40-foot stone shaft supporting the figure of a Japanese statesman. He wore Western dress. He was 10 feet tall. "Hell's fire," a Marine swore with fervent irreverence. "This must be the guy that told them they was bulletproof." The conquerors of Tapacho and the Pimples were coming down from the mountains. Their faces were smeared with dirt and grimy with beard stubble. Their dungarees were stiff with sweat and dried earth. Their hands were black. They were walking as wooden men with leaden feet, but now those dull, sunken eyes were beginning to gleam. For they had seen the blue, beckoning water of Tanapag Harbor, and the tanks had begun to lead them down the last hills to the cane fields below. And there were the Japanese, running. They were being flushed from their foxholes by the roaring 75s of the Shermans. They were in full view, and the Marines were rushing down the hill, dropping to their knees, firing, jumping up, and running forward to fire again, their gaunt faces suddenly alive with victory, their eyes glittering with a fierce joy. They came down the hill and swept through the canebrake and halted a few hundred yards short of the harbor, while to the left rear, the Marines in Garapan began attacking up to them. "Slaughterhouse is back," a Marine sergeant in Garapan yelled, and the men of the 3rd Battalion 2nd understood him to mean that Lieutenant Colonel Arnold Johnston had returned to command them. Johnston had brought the battalion into Saipan, had been wounded twice, and then evacuated, but now, in the morning of July 3rd, he had rejoined the outfit and taken over from Major Thronson. "Crazy gyrene bastard," the sergeant swore. "He's dead, but he won't lie down. He's back there stomping around on one gimp leg and a Jap cane." He was, and Lieutenant Colonel John Easley had also come back for the attack in the harbor. He had been wounded on D-Day while leading the 3rd Battalion 6th ashore. There were many men in the ranks like Johnston and Easley, fighting up to Tanapag with bandaged bodies, helping to overrun the few snipers standing between themselves and the big seaplane base the Japanese had built there. They reached it just before dusk. It was deserted. There were only the darkening, burned-out bulks of 8 Kawanishi 4-engine bombers. There was only silence, and offshore the black silhouettes of the transports they had not seen since June 15th. The Marines waded out into the harbor and bathed their faces. "Son of a bitch," one of them exclaimed, "if tomorrow ain't the 4th of July." 7. There was no longer any hope for either Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito or Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo or the men they commanded. Their food and ammunition were spent, as were their bodies, and by July 5th they held only the northern third of Saipan. The airfield, which Saito and Nagumo had ordered completed at Marby Point, was now a shambles. "General Saito is not going to get away in an airplane if we can help it," said Howlin' Mad Smith on July 5th, and the American artillery wrecked the little field. Shelling had also destroyed communications between Nagumo and Saito, and yet on July 6th, these separated commanders had come to the same conclusion. It was now time for the samurai or nobleman to make the final gesture. In the early morning of that date, tired old General Saito gathered his staff in his cave. He was a pathetic figure. His beard was long and matted, his clothing was stained, all of his strength had deserted him, and to sustain him he'd only the last resource of that deep oriental despair which is the other side of the coin of pride. "I am addressing the officers and men of the Imperial Army on Saipan," he wrote in his final message. "For more than 20 days since the American devils attacked, the officers, men, and civilian employees of the Imperial Army and Navy on this island have fought well and bravely. Everywhere they have demonstrated the honor and glory of the Imperial force. I expected that every man would do his duty. Heaven has not given us an opportunity. We have not been able to utilize fully the terrain. We have fought in unison up to the present time, but now we have no materials with which to fight, and our artillery for attack has been completely destroyed. Our comrades have fallen one after another. Despite the bitterness of defeat, we pledge 7 lives to repay our country. The barbarous attack of the enemy is being continued. Even though the enemy has occupied only a corner of Saipan, we are dying without avail under the violent shelling and bombing. Whether we attack or whether we stay where we are, there is only death. However, in death there is life. We must utilize this opportunity to exalt true Japanese manhood. I will advance with those who remain to deliver still another blow to the American devils and leave my bones on Saipan as a bulwark of the Pacific. As it says in Battle Ethics, I will never suffer the disgrace of being taken alive, and I will offer up the courage of my soul and calmly rejoice in living by the eternal principle. Here I pray with you for the eternal life of the Emperor and the welfare of our country, and I advance to seek out the enemy. Follow me." But if those valiant, suffering Japanese foot soldiers had indeed followed General Saito, there would have been no banzai. For the aged Commander Saipan sat down to a farewell feast of canned crab meat and sake. At 10 o'clock he had finished. He rose and said, "It makes no difference whether I die today or tomorrow, so I will die first. I will meet my staff at Yasukuni Shrine." He walked slowly to a flat rock. He cleaned it off and sat down. He faced the misty east and bowed gravely. He raised his glittering samurai saber in salute and cried, "Ten no Haika, Banzai!" He pressed the point of his blade into his breast, and the moment he had drawn blood, his adjutant shot him in the head. In another cave on Saipan at about the same time, Nagumo of Pearl Harbor sent a bullet crashing into his brain by his own hand. Tonight the Japanese would follow their leaders' orders, without their leaders. On that same July 6th, Howland Smith visited 27th Infantry Division headquarters and warned Major General Greiner that a banzai would probably come against his men that night or early the next morning. Smith had long anticipated a strong enemy counterstroke south, along the coastal flat on the island's western shore. It was for this reason that he had kept his left or northern flank strong during seizure of the beachhead, and the fact that all the strong Japanese counterblows had been made there had confirmed his judgment. For this reason, also, he had ordered General Major Watson to keep the 2nd Marine Division's west flank strong during the attack north. But now the 27th Infantry Division had taken over the entire west or left flank, for on July 5th, as his attack began moving on a front narrowing away to the northeast, Smith had reduced his commitment to 2 divisions. The 2nd Marine Division went into reserve, and the alignment became 27th on the left or west and 4th Marine Division on the right or east. In the 27th sector was Tanapag Plain, about 3 miles northeast of Garapan. It was because Tanapag Plain was a lowland made for counterattack, as well as because the hemmed-in enemy could be expected to make his unfailing reaction to such predicament, that Smith came to Greiner to warn him of impending banzai. He also cautioned him to be sure his battalions were tied tightly to each other's flanks. But as night fell on July 6th, the 105th Infantry Regiment, which held the Tanapag Plain, had not buttoned up its front. Its left-to-right alignment by battalions was 2nd, 1st, and 3rd, the last tying in with the 165th Infantry on high ground to the right or east of Tanapag Plain. Between the 1st Battalion in the center and the 3rd on the right was a gap of 300 yards, and north of it the Japanese had begun to mass. Across the sea, corpses in the water. Across the mountain, corpses in the field. I shall die for the Emperor. I shall never look back. The Japanese were singing as they massed, singing Umi Yukaba, the martial air which had been broadcast throughout Japan the day Premier Tojo announced the attack on Pearl Harbor. That had been December 8, 1941, and this was the black early morning of July 7, 1944. The hero of Pearl Harbor was dead. Tojo's own iron rule was beginning to crack, and yet here were between 2,000 and 3,000 Japanese promising to die in sea and field and forming ranks to do it. Down the coastal plain they swept. They rolled like a cattle stampede against the lines of the 2nd and 1st Battalion, 105th, and they cut them off and overwhelmed them. They found the gap between the 1st and 3rd Battalions, 105th, and thundered through it. Army artillery pounded them. Marine guns bayed, but they still swept over those Army battalions, for there were so many of them. They'd come determined to die, and they made the American soldiers fight for their lives. Some soldiers shot so many Japanese that bodies clogged their fields of fire, and they had to move their guns. Others shot themselves out of ammunition and fought with their hands. The 105th's left and center was cut up into pocket after pocket. Lieutenant Colonel William O'Brien of the 1st Battalion tried to rally his men and was killed firing a heavy machine gun from a jeep. Sergeant Tom Baker of the same outfit was wounded and refused to leave the lines when his unit withdrew. He asked to be propped up against a tree. He was. By morning he was dead, but there were 8 lifeless Japanese around him, and he was awarded a Medal of Honor, along with O'Brien. Throughout the morning the fighting swirled within and around the lines of these 2 battalions. Their remnants were forced to form a hasty perimeter on the water's edge. They were driven into the sea by their own artillery as much as by enemy fire, and had to be rescued by small boats. In all, the 1st and 2nd Battalions, 105th, suffered a total of 668 casualties. Meanwhile, the Japanese who had shot the gap during the night burst in a howling flood on the startled gunners of the 3rd Battalion, 10th Marines. The gunners lowered their 105s to point-blank range. They cut their fuses to 150 yards, to 100 yards, but still the enemy charged. The gunners disarmed their howitzers and fell back into a covered wagon defense. They too fought on through the morning, helped by men from brother artillery battalions, Marines such as PFC Harold Agerholm, who single-handedly evacuated 45 wounded men until he fell from the wound that would make his Medal of Honor posthumous. And then the turrets of the 106th Infantry's counter-attacking tanks came into view. Then also on this morning of July 7th, the Japanese hospitals disgorged, and the Banzai became a ghouls' parade. They came down the plain hobbling and limping, amputees, men on crutches, walking wounded supporting one another, men in bandages. Some had weapons, most brandished idiot sticks or swung bayonets, others were bare-handed or carried grenades. Behind them, some 300 of their comrades, who had been unable to move, had been put to death, and now these specters, these scarecrows, were coming down Tannapag Plain to die. They were requited. By nightfall, July 7th, the beaches of Tannapag Harbor were clogged with Japanese dead. Next day, the 2nd Marine Division came out of reserve to mop up the area, and a tank sergeant named Grant Timmerman won a Medal of Honor by smothering a grenade with his life to save his crew. Fighting fluttered on throughout that night, but by morning of July 9th, the mop-up was finished, and men were beginning to make the count of enemy dead that reached nearly 2,500. Gunnery Sergeant Claude Moore of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines, was among them. Sometimes Gunny Moore bent over to count, and once as he did, there came a shot from a sniper in a cave. Moore went down bawling his dismay. A corpsman rushed up to assuage the gunny's wounded posterior. He knelt down and gasped, "Damned if it didn't go in and out both cheeks." A beatific smile chased the grimace of pain from Gunny Moore's face. "4 Purple Hearts," he breathed, "and all with 1 bullet." Several hours later, at 4 in the afternoon, the 2nd, 24th, and 25th Marines drove up to the island's northernmost extremity at Marpy Point. They reported they could see nothing in front of them but blue sea. Saipan had fallen, and now the Japanese civilians began to make the final gesture. 8. Marpy Point was a high plateau. It rose 220 sheer feet from the shore above a clutter of cruel coral rocks. Its seaward face was honeycombed with caves. At Marpy Point had gathered half of Saipan's civilian population, together with the surviving remnant of its military defenders, and here, throughout the afternoon and night of July 9th, throughout the following day, there occurred an orgy of self-destruction which sickened those Marines who were powerless to halt it. Surrender pleas broadcast from sound trucks, the entreaties of the Marines themselves, the pleading of prisoners both civilian and military. Nothing could deter these Japanese civilians in the horrible slaughter of themselves and their families. Men and women jumped hand in hand from the cliff onto the rocks. Fathers stabbed or strangled their babies to death, hurled their tiny forms over the cliff, and threw themselves after them. Soldiers prodded groups of civilians out of the caves, posed arrogantly before them, and blew themselves apart. Cowed, the civilians also committed suicide. On the beaches below, one boy of about 15 paced irresolutely over the rocks. He sat down and let the water play over his feet. A roller gathered out on the sea. He waited it stoically. It broke over his body. It swept him away. He lay face down in it, and then, suddenly, frantically, unable to restrain the youth of his life, his arms flailed the water. But it was too late. He lay inert. His trousers filled with water, and he sank. Not far away, 3 women sat on a rock, combing their long black hair. They stood erect. They joined hands and walked slowly out into the sea. A father, mother, and 3 children had also walked into the water, but they had come back to the rocks. A Japanese soldier in one of the caves shot the father. The soldier fired again and hit the woman. She dragged herself along the rocks, but the sea seized her and floated her out in a spreading stain of blood. The sniper took aim on the children. A Japanese woman ran across the beach and carried them away. The sniper strode out of his cave, preening himself, and crumpled under the concentrated firing of 100 Marine weapons. Sometimes the Marines were able to rescue a child, and then an entire squad of men would rush about for dried milk to placate the squalling infant whose mother had chosen to leap alone. One big Marine squatted in the road, brushing flies from the face of a dazed 6-year-old girl, while the tears streaked his earth-stained cheeks. Along the reefs to the west of Marpy Point, knots of Japanese soldiers had gathered to commit suicide. An Amtrak full of Marines approached one group just as 6 men knelt down and an officer backed off to draw his saber from its scabbard. The Marines called to him to surrender. He swung. He hacked off 4 heads, and as the Marines approached the reef, he and the 2 remaining men charged. The Marines cut them down. Underneath Marpy Point, 100 soldiers emerged from the caves to frolic on the rocks. They bowed ceremoniously to the Marines above. They stripped and ran into the sea. They came out and put on their clothes. Their leader distributed hand grenades. One by one, they blew themselves up. By July 10th, the waters off Marpy Point were incarnadine and so clogged with bodies rolling on the swells that small American ships could not run into shore to rescue civilians from the soldiers who held them. Nor could they have come ashore if the waters had been clear, for the soldiers had begun to snipe at them, and the rocket boats and minesweepers were forced to turn their guns on the caves. It was then that a naked woman, in the last stages of childbirth, waded into the water to drown herself and her child. 8 days after this ultimate expression of the horror of Bushido, the very high priest of the cult, Premier Hideki Tojo, was himself fallen. The loss of Saipan, the catastrophe of the Battle of the Philippine Sea, had broken the power of the man who led the empire into the war. He was forced to resign on July 18th, although this disgrace did not shame him into the final gesture made by his misguided followers on Marpy Point. Hideki Tojo chose to live until the Americans came to Japan, and he was convicted as a war criminal and hung. Saipan had cost a total of 14,111 American casualties, 3,674 soldiers, 10,347 Marines, while destroying all but 1,000 prisoners of the island's 30,000 defenders. But Saipan also caused changes as important as the fall of Tojo. After Saipan, Japan was within bombing range of air bases which she could not neutralize, as she would do in China. She had no more carrier air power, and the inner works of the empire lay open to attack. The force of the blow struck by the Americans was measured in anguish by Fleet Admiral Osami Nagano, supreme naval advisor to the emperor. Hearing of Saipan's fall, Nagano held his head and groaned, "Hell is on us." 9. Back in San Diego, California, during this July of 1944, the new 5th Marine Division had completed training and was preparing to shove off for Camp Tarawa in Hawaii. On Pavuvu Island in the Russells, staff officers of the 1st Marine Division were drawing plans for the assault on a little island which was spelled P-E-L-E-L-I-U and pronounced Peleliu. In Neniwetok Lagoon, the long wait was ending for the men of the Guam Invasion Force. And in the narrow waters between Saipan and Tinian, on that very night of July 10th, while Marpy Point still shook to the last of the Suicide Cave explosions, there were a pair of destroyers discharging Captain Jim Jones and his recon boys into rubber boats. Tinian, 3.5 miles to the south of Saipan, had to be taken. Its seizure, along with the reconquest of Guam, would consolidate the Marianas. More, Tinian held an excellent aerodrome with 2 4,700-foot runways, and there were 3 more being built. Though Tinian was about 10.5 miles long and a maximum of 5 miles wide, it had enough level ground to make it the chief B-29 base in the Pacific. But Tinian had very few landing beaches. The only ones known to be suitable for invasion opposite Tinian town on the island's southwest coast, were also heavily defended. The Marines dared not risk them. That was why the recon boys of Captain Jones, together with sailors of 2 underwater demolition teams, had come into the strait between Saipan and Tinian. They were looking for unguarded landing beaches on Tinian's northern nose. In 2 groups, one bound for the western beaches, the other for those on the east, they paddled softly to within 500 yards of their objectives. Then they slipped into the water and swam the rest of the way, floating silently past parties of Japanese engaged in mining work. They found that the eastern beaches were a wicked labyrinth of boat blocks, underwater mines, and barbed wire, set among natural obstacles of boulders, potholes, and 20-foot cliffs. But on the west were 2 narrow beaches to either side of a cliff. One was 60 yards wide, the other 150 yards. It did not seem possible to land a regiment, let alone 2 full Marine divisions, on such abbreviated beaches, but they were judged acceptable by the new 5th Corps commander, Major General Harry Schmidt. Schmidt had taken over after Lieutenant General Smith had been made commander, Fleet Marine Force Pacific. Schmidt had handed his 4th Division over to the aristocratic Major General Clifton Cates, a veteran of World War I and a regimental commander on Guadalcanal. The 4th would be an assault, while the 2nd Marine Division sailed down to Tinian Town to make a feint off the fortified southwest beaches. Then the 2nd would turn around and land behind the 4th. Schmidt was making an armored battering ram of that 4th Division. He gave it the 2nd's tanks and artillery, and he would send it in with all of Saipan's guns banging away. The Marines would move from shore to shore in landing boats. The invasion was scheduled for July 24th, which was 3 days after the assault on Guam. "Guam, goddammit, man! These men have had Guam until it's been coming out of their ears." So spoke a Marine officer to a war correspondent, and he spoke the truth. For weeks and weeks on end, these men of the 3rd Marine Division and 1st Marine Brigade had looked at maps of Guam and listened to lectures on it. They knew by heart now that Guam had been American for 40 years before the Japanese landed there on December 10, 1941, that this peanut-shaped island, 32 miles long and 4 to 8 miles wide, was the biggest and most populous of the Marianas, and that its Chamorro inhabitants were deeply loyal to the United States, for which fidelity, including their reluctance to learn Japanese or to use the official new name of Omiyajima, Great Shrine Island, they had come under fierce persecution, their schools and churches closed, their priests tortured and murdered, their men beheaded for so much as a smile at the sight of a U.S. plane. The Marines also learned that the general objectives of their assault were all on Guam's west coast, the former U.S. Navy Yard at Piti, the old Marine barracks and airfield on Arote Peninsula, Apra Harbor, and the coastal city of Agana. By the time the news of the fall of Saipan reached them, they had become so familiar with their individual objectives that they talked to them with the familiarity of hometown landmarks. News of Saipan's fall, however, did not immediately release the Guam invasion force from the slack-jawed tedium of shipboard life in Eniwetok Lagoon. The high casualties suffered at Saipan had impressed Major General Roy Geiger, the Guam commander. He thought he would need about 40,000 troops to overwhelm the 19,000 men comprising the Japanese 29th Infantry Division and other units, commanded by Lieutenant General Dakishi Takeshina. Geiger asked for it and was given the 77th Infantry Division then in Hawaii. It would take 2 weeks for the 77th to reach Eniwetok, but Geiger did not chafe at the delay. It meant that Guam would receive 14 full days of naval and aerial bombardment, the heaviest preparation of the war, and there would also be time for the underwater demolition teams to clear the landing beaches. Geiger planned landings on either side of Apra Harbor, just as the Japanese had landed. Major General Alan Turnage's 3rd Division would land above Apra on the north. Below it on the south, the 1st Brigade was to come ashore under Brigadier General Emile Shepard of Cape Gloucester fame. When the 2 outfits joined, all of Guam's military facilities would have been enveloped, and the way would be clear for the 1st Brigade to push out on Arote Peninsula to the west. The 77th Division would be in reserve. And while that 77th Division was sailing for Eniwetok, the men, who were already there, had turned the lagoon into a floating slum. All over the weather decks of the LSTs, the Marines had set up tents or slung ponchos and spread tarpaulins between themselves and the blistering sun. Their bedding was strewn everywhere. Men gasped in the heat and scratched prickly rashes. They made bedding pools on the number of days they would be aboard ship before they landed. Those holding numbers 48 to 52 were the winners, and they imposed careful cigarette rationing on themselves, while giving the clothes they wore fewer and fewer washings, for they had begun to fray. Each day officers herded these bored and enervated Marines together and took them ashore in landing boats. They ran up to the reef and piled out. They waded ashore. They walked over the little islets and felt the burning coral through the thinning soles of their boondockers. Then they waded out to the reef again and went back to the ships. to ennui relieved only by a surprisingly inexhaustible supply of ice cream or an occasional good joke, such as that morning on which a group of Marines waded back to their boat. "Anyone here from Texas?" one of the coxswains called. A corporal brightened and pushed back his helmet. "Yeah, I'm from Lubbock," he said, his voice proud and expectant. The coxswain grinned impishly. "You can swim out, mate," he said. They were laughing, too, on Pavuvu. Chesty Puller had contributed another Pullerism to his legend. He had been made a full colonel and had taken command of the 1st Marine Regiment. And then some comfort-loving clod of a quartermaster officer had issued Chesty Puller's men sleeping pads. They were all of a half-inch thick, and to the comfort-hating Puller they were as corrosive and beguiling as the soft voices of the sirens in the ears of Ulysses' men. Chesty Puller ordered the pads gathered up and thrown into the bay. "God damn it," he raged. "Are they trying to make sissies out of my men?" There were rubber boats standing off Tinian's southern shore. There were 12 of them. They were filled with Japanese officers. Among them was a huge figure. Vice Admiral Kikuchi Kikuda was more than 6 feet tall, and his bulk of more than 200 pounds was big even by Western standards. By all standards, bald and burly Kikuda was a coward and a drunk. He was commander of the 1st Air Fleet on Tinian, but Kikuda could no more command than he could stop swilling sake or scheming for his own safety. On this night of July 15th, he had collected his headquarters staff and begun to paddle south toward Aigujian Island and the rendezvous he had arranged with a Japanese submarine, but the sub did not show up. Admiral Kikuda paddled back to Tinian. He tried again for 3 more nights. Still the submarine did not appear. On the night of July 20th, an American gunboat almost sent Kikuda's rubber boat flotilla to the bottom. The admiral retired in dismay. He hastened to a well-armored dugout on the eastern side of the island and was never heard from again. That was on July 21st, the day the Americans came back to Guam. 10. There had been a typhoon scare. Admiral Spruance had asked Close-In Connolly if he planned to postpone the Guam landings to avoid the typhoon headed his way, but Connolly's weather officer assured him that July 21st would be a perfect day for landings. It was. It dawned clear and slightly overcast, with a light wind and calm sea, and in that dawn a voice came over the bullhorns of the transport ships. "Men, this is General Geiger. The eyes of a nation watch you as you go into battle to liberate this former American bastion from the enemy. Make no mistake, it will be a tough, bitter fight against a wily, stubborn foe who will doggedly defend Guam against this invasion. May the glorious traditions of the Marine esprit de corps spur you to victory. You have been honored." The general's voice ceased. The Marine's hymn crashed out, and the men began to go over the side. It was an unusual D-Day morning, almost a theatrical one, but the Marines wanted Guam badly. Some of the NCOs and officers going over the side had served there. Many of them had buddies among the 153 Marines who were taken prisoner when Guam surrendered. The recapture of Guam would heal an old hurt. At 8 o'clock, the 3rd Division's first wave had made the transfer from landing boats to Amtraks. The men crouched low as the ungainly craft fanned out and roared ashore, heading for those beaches lying between the Devil's Horns of Adelit Point on the left, Hassan Point on the right. At 8:20, an air observer reported, "The rockets are landing and giving them hell. Good effect on beach. Landing craft seem to be about 1,000 yards from beach." 7 minutes later came this report. "First wave 200 yards from beach." Naval gunfire lifted and began pounding targets inland. At 8:33, the air observer reported, "Troops ashore on all beaches." The Marines had returned to Guam, and already the sands below the bleak white face of Janito Cliff were streaked crimson with their blood. About 6 miles to the south, underneath Orote Peninsula, which formed the lower land arm of Opera Harbor, the 1st Brigade attacked with both regiments abreast. And heavy as the Guam bombardment had been, it had not knocked everything out. Japanese 75s and 37s were firing as the men of the 4th and 22nd Marines rode their Amtrak shoreward. Before the amphibians had waddled up on the island, 24 of them were knocked out, casualties mounted, and there was no one to care for them. Doctors and corpsmen were the heaviest hit. One battalion's aid station took a direct hit from a 75, which killed and wounded all but one man. Corpsman Robert Law saw shellbursts spread 8 Marines around him. One of the men had a shattered leg, and his life's blood was spouting carmine from it. Law gave the man morphine. The man smiled and asked for something to hold. Law shoved clouds of earth into his hands. He pulled out his combat knife and began to amputate the leg. The Marine squeezed the clouds of earth to dust, but he made no sound. Law bandaged the stump. When he glanced up, the Marine smiled at him again, Then he sank into unconsciousness. On the left, the 22nd Marines under Colonel Merlin Schneider were charging toward the rubble of Agat village. Captain Charles Leckie began to lead his company around Bob's Hill, a mound overlooking the town. Machine gun fire knocked them flat. They took cover in a trench. They dug in, expecting to stay there for the night. Down a trail straight toward them marched a dozen Japanese, carrying the very machine guns which had pinned the Marines down. There was a crackling of American guns. The Japanese were slammed to earth, and the way to the village was clear. On the right, Colonel Alan Shapley's 4th Marines drove toward Mount Alafan, about 2,000 yards inland. They passed through a grove of palm trees and concealed snipers. Sherman tanks led them through a maze of pillboxes and blockhouses. They sprinted through the slippery muck of a rice paddy, leaping across its myriads of tiny interlacing streams. They ran the gauntlet of machine gun fire and mortar shells. They threaded the strong points of Alafan's foothills, while the lumbering tanks bucked and roared and sealed off cave after cave, and by nightfall they held a beachhead a mile deep. Behind that beachhead, the old bastards were wading ashore. They were not really so old, these dog faces of the 77th Division's 305th Infantry Regiment, but they were in their late 20s, something like an average of 4 to 6 years older than their youthful comrades in the 1st Marine Brigade. They had to wade into the southern beaches from the reef simply because the Marine Amtraks had suffered heavy losses and they had none of their own. Fortunately, the young bastards ahead of them were busily cleaning out the enemy. The soldiers had only the discomfort of waist-high water and occasional potholes to hinder their walk ashore. The entire regiment was on land by nightfall, the last to arrive being its commander, Colonel Vincent Tanzola, who was saved from being stranded on the reef when a rubber boat drifted by. He grabbed it and paddled ashore. The southern force had the situation in hand. "Our casualties are about 350, General Shepard signaled General Geiger at 6:30. "Critical shortage fuel and ammunition, all types. Think we can handle it." But up north, the 3rd Division was fighting hard for its beachhead. By noon of July 21st, there were 2 battalions of the 21st Marines atop the central height, which frowned down on the Azan-Adelup beachhead. Colonel Arthur Butler had discovered a pair of defiles to either side of the hill. He sent a battalion up each of these passes, while the 3rd Battalion swept the ground below the cliff. It was a fight all the way up, the men of the ascending battalions all but melting under the combination of fierce heat and the long, debilitating weeks aboard ship. Gasping for breath, their dungarees dark with sweat, they tumbled among the rocks and boulders and lay where they fell. NCOs and officers dragged them erect and sent them climbing again, to be savaged by crisscrossing Japanese machine gun fire or blown to bits by their grenades, which the enemy rolled among them. But they reached the top, linked up, and drove forward. On their right, the 9th Marines were moving swiftly through easier terrain and lighter resistance. They attacked with artillery firing in support, for the northern landings had been such near perfection that there were 105s ashore by noontime. They had been brought over the reef in ducks, those amphibian trucks developed by the Army and unloaded by A-frames mounted on accompanying ducks. By mid-afternoon, Chinito Cliff had been overrun in the center and the right. But on the left, the 3rd Marines were being torn apart. The steep, sheer seaward face of Chinito Cliff winked with the muzzle blasting of Japanese machine guns as the 3rd moved beneath it toward Adelup Point. The Japanese pulled back only after the point had fallen, and then the most savage fighting of the Guam campaign began. It was here that the 3rd Marines lost 815 killed and wounded within 48 hours, among them 2 Medal of Honor winners, PFC Leonard Mason, who died destroying a pair of machine gun posts, and PFC Luther Skaggs, whose leg was shattered as he took command of a mortar section and led it forward to annihilate a Japanese pocket. It took 4 days for the 3rd Marines to clean out their sector and make contact with the 21st Marines on their right. It also took 4 days for all of the division's regiments to drive forward and establish the Azan-Adelup beachhead to a depth of about a mile and a width of 6,000 yards. By then, the 1st Brigade to the south had expanded the Agat beachhead, had turned its sector over to the 77th Division, and had marched north to the mouth of Oroti Peninsula and sealed off the Japanese there. By then also, Lieutenant General Takeshina was satisfied that the Americans at Azan-Adelup had all their supplies and equipment ashore, and that he could now destroy them at one blow as he had planned to do. Takeshina had already begun to assemble his units on the Fonte Plateau just east of the Azan-Adelup perimeter. His suicide troops had infiltrated the Marine lines with explosives strapped around their waists or stuffed in packs. They were, in effect, human bombs. Their mission was to destroy the American artillery, tanks, and transport. "The time has come," Takeshina told his commanders, "to solve the issue of the battle at a single stroke by an all-out counterattack." That was on July 24th, the day when the time had come for Tinian, 130 miles to the north. 11. Short and sweet. This one will be short and sweet. That was what the Marines of the 4th Division thought as they stood on the rain-swept decks of the LSTs taking them to Tinian's northwestern beaches. It was a dream as old as Tulagi, and even though the realities had been the extremes of the long black night of Guadalcanal or the scarlet short-held Tarawa, Marines going into battle still looked about them eagerly for signs that this time it was true. Off Tinian, the morning of July 24th, the fact that the fight would be short seemed guaranteed by the streamlined combat issue the men carried. Packs, bedding rolls, and gas masks had been left in Saipan. Besides their weapons, the men had only a can of rations, a spoon, a pair of clean socks, and a bottle of mosquito lotion, all stuffed in a pocket. "Hell's bells," a Marine swore. "It's a silly picnic kit." That Tinian would also be sweet seemed to be indicated by the panoply of American might ringing the island with steel and booming guns. Battleships and cruisers, 5 escort carriers, and 3 of the big ones, Army and Marine fighter squadrons, Army bombers already operating from Isley Field and Saipan, 156 big field pieces massed hub to hub and firing from southern Saipan. All this was arrayed against that lovely flat checkerboard of canebrakes and rice paddies that was northern Tinian. And America's newest weapon was being tried out for the first time. Some planes were dropping napalm bombs, those tanks of jellied gasoline which the flyers accurately called hell jelly. Gushing flame clouds were mushrooming everywhere beneath the smoke, setting the northern canebrakes afire and flushing out concealed Japanese, burning buildings in Tinian town. Unknown to these Marines exulting in their nation's power, there was another reason why Tinian might be short and sweet. The quarrel between Colonel Kiyoshi Ogata, commander of the 60th Infantry Regiment, and Captain Goichi Oya, commander of the 56th Naval Guard Force. Between them they commanded slightly more than 9,000 soldiers and sailors, and between them there rankled that endless rivalry of the Anchor and the Star. Its bitterness was manifested by the diary entries of one of Ogata's artillerymen, who wrote, 9 March. The Navy stays in barracks buildings and has liberty every night with liquor to drink, and makes a great row. We, on the other hand, bivouac in the rain and never get out and pass. What a difference in discipline. 12 June. Our AA guns, Navy, spread black smoke where the enemy planes weren't. Not one hit out of 1,000. The Naval Air Group has taken to its heels. 15 June. The naval aviators are robbers. When they ran off to the mountains, they stole Army provisions. 25 June. Sailors have stolen our provisions. 6 July. Did Vice Admiral Kakuda, when he heard that the enemy had entered our area, go to sleep with joy? On the Navy side, Captain Oya never let his men know that with Vice Admiral Kakuda abstaining from everything but sake, command on Tinian Island passed to Colonel Ogata. Captain Oya's plans to defend Tinian Town were independent of those made by Colonel Ogata for the rest of the island. It was at Tinian Town that the southwestern beaches had been heavily fortified under Oya's direction, and here too Oya had concentrated the bulk of the island's coastal guns, which, being naval, belonged to him. At about 7:30 in the morning of July 24th, while the 4th Marine Division sailed toward Tinian's northwest beaches, Captain Oya ordered his 6-inch guns to open up on the big American warships, guarding the men of the 2nd Marine Division as they boarded landing craft and roared toward Tinian Town in a feigned invasion. Oya's gunners had a splendid target in Old Colorado, only 3,200 yards offshore, and they hit the big battleship 22 times before she could get out of range. Colorado lost 43 men killed and 198 wounded, many of them Marines on duty at the anti-aircraft guns. 6 hits on the destroyer Norman Scott killed her skipper, Commander Seymour Owens, and 18 other sailors, while wounding 47 more. But then the Japanese guns were spotted and knocked out by a rain of American salvos. Still, Captain Oya was elated. He had stopped the Americans. He could see their landing boats veering, turning, churning back to their mother ships. The enemy Marines were reboarding their transports. They were sailing north with their warships. It was then about 9 o'clock, and it was then that Captain Oya received word that the Americans had landed up in the northwest and were pouring over narrow beaches there in incredible speed and volume, and all of Captain Oya's guns were sighted to fire to seaward. He was out of the fight. From now on, it was up to Colonel Ogata. Colonel Ogata had also been hoodwinked by that feint off Tinian Town. By the time he had realized that the true landing was being made over those undefended northwest beaches, it was too late for him to move troops there. Battalion after battalion of the 4th Marine Division burst from the bellies of the LSTs and went racing shoreward. Full 533 Amtraks, all the 5th Corps could muster, brought them inland, while the LCI rocket boats raced ahead and darkened the sky with showers of rockets. Even the 144mm cannon, which Colonel Ogata had set up in Phoebus San Hilo on the right or south of the beachhead, were knocked out by battleships, which fired armor piercers into the cliff face above them and tumbled both guns and emplacements into the sea. Only landmines, which the Japanese had concealed between high and low water marks, survived to defend these narrow beaches against the attacking Americans. 3 Amtraks were demolished by these, and many others were forced to bring their boatloads around to the coral ledges. But the Marines jumped up on the ledges, and that marvelous, swift surge swept inland. At 10 minutes to 8, the Marines landed. A half-hour later, they had their beachheads. Before 9 o'clock, there were reserve battalions speeding in from the sea. Then there were tanks punching inland. Artillery was being brought in, and the assault troops were fanning out and sweeping aside the light resistance of Colonel Ogata's startled defenders. Here was a pocket of 50 Japanese fighting out of crevices on the cliff's ledges. There a pair of blockhouses the bombardment had missed. But they fell, and the beachheads were bought at a cost of 15 Marines killed and 225 wounded. Throughout the afternoon, Colonel Ogata sought desperately to reinforce his surprised northern sector. He tried rushing up small party after small party from the south, but the American planes spotted and scattered them. 2 of Ogata's tanks were knocked out while moving up. Many of his soldiers who sought cover would not venture forth again until night. They had been pounded for months, as had no troops of the Empire, and now they were terrified of the hell jelly bombs filling the air with gouts of sticky flame. By mid-afternoon, the Marines had knifed inland to well over a mile. They could have gone farther, but General Cates was content with a defensible beachhead. At 4:30, still offshore in an LST, for he had no wish to add to the congestion of those narrow beaches, Cates ordered his regiments to halt, to tie in their flanks, to string barbed wire, to dig in. They nailed down a beachhead 2,900 yards wide and about 1,700 deep at its farthest penetration west. It rested on all the best terrain. Its flanks curved back to a sea filled with friendly ships. It had been seized at a cost of 77 Marines killed and 470 wounded, and it held 15,614 Marines. And Colonel Ogata was going to strike it. Outnumbered, his communications all but knocked out, his units scattered, his very authority being constantly challenged by the orders of Captain Oya to his south, Colonel Ogata was still going to destroy the enemy at the beach. Even though the Americans were off the beach, he would carry out that plan of annihilation at the water's edge, which so many Japanese commanders seemed to conceive concurrent with their own conception. In fact, he had already instructed his units to counterattack at 2 in the morning. At exactly that hour, on the morning of July 25th, about 600 screaming Japanese struck at the left flank, held by the 24th Marines. They were annihilated. A half-hour later, the first of a series of strong thrusts began against the 25th Marines in the center. About 200 Japanese found an opening at the boundary between this regiment and the 24th. They poured through. They met muzzle-blasting artillerists and counterattacking riflemen. They were killed to a man. At 3:30, the third and final assault fell on the 23rd Marines to the right. He was blown to bits. 5 tanks were destroyed. At dawn, astonished Marines saw Japanese bodies flying 15 feet into the air. The wounded were blowing themselves up with magnetic mines, an end at once more powerful and spectacular than the customary hand grenade suicide. That dawn was also the end of Colonel Ogata's defense of Tinian. Strewn all around the 4th Division's perimeter were the bodies of 1,241 Japanese soldiers and sailors. At least another 600 had been wounded. With a single stroke, Ogata had deprived himself of perhaps a quarter of the best troops which had survived the first day's assault. He could do nothing else but fall steadily south until he and all but 255 of his command were destroyed. That took 7 more days, with the 2nd Marine Division joining the attack. On July 25th, the 2nd moved in behind the 4th. It cleaned out the northern end of Tinian, then wheeled to move down the eastern half of the island. 2nd on the left, 4th on the right, General Schmidt's attack rolled south with the impetuosity which had not been possible on Saipan. On July 31st, Tinian was declared fallen. On that night, Colonel Ogata himself fell, machine-gunned to death, on Marine barbed wire, while leading the last banzai. There was mopping up to follow, during which PFC Robert Wilson sacrificed his life for his friends by falling on an enemy grenade, winning the Medal of Honor. There was also a replication of the suicidal horrors of Marpy Point, but Tinian was the masterpiece of island war. Only 327 men had died, and 1,771 had been wounded in securing Saipan's southern flank and in seizing some of the finest bomber sites in the Central Pacific. It would indeed have been better if none had died and none had suffered, but such perfection is possible only against men of straw. By all the real and cruel standards of war, Tinian was amphibious assault mastered at last. The problem of how to land on a hostile, fortified island finally solved, and then made perfect by Colonel Ogata's back-breaking banzai. 12. Marines of the 3rd Division and 1st Brigade had been taught everything there was to know about Guam, except that it was the Japanese liquor locker of the Central Pacific. Guam had whiskey by the small pond. It had rivers of sake. It had lakes of beer by the uncountable case. It had, in this sea of intoxicants, the answer to a question which had puzzled Marines since the first banzai was broken at Tulagi on the night of August 7, 1942. That was, are they drugged or are they drunk? On Guam, the night of July 25th, the Japanese to the north were buoyant with booze, while those in the south were rip-roaring drunk. On the southern, or Agat beachhead, the Japanese troops, led by Commander Asaichi Tamai, had been driven west on Orote Peninsula by the 1st Marine Brigade. On the morning of July 25th, the brigade sealed off the mouth of the peninsula. The Marines dug in, 4th Regiment on the left, 22nd on the right. Tamai made a desperate effort to evacuate his troops by water. Barges put out into Apra Harbor from Orote's north coast, but Marine artillery on the mainland and on Cabras Island in the harbor blew them to bits. That happened at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A few hours later, with the advent of a black night, while the day-long drizzle changed to a downpour, Tamai's officers began passing out the whiskey. 6 miles to the north, outside the Ezan Adalup beachhead held by the 3rd Marine Division, the drinking did not begin until midnight. At Ezan Adalup, the attack was not going to be the drunken suicide rush brewing on Orote. This was to be the well-planned single stroke with which Lieutenant General Takashina hoped to solve the issue of the battle. Sake would be used to inflame the ardor of the troops, but not until after they had reached their assembly areas on the Font Plateau east of the American lines. 6 battalions from the 45th Brigade, the 18th Regiment, and other units, about 5,000 men, began moving out at about 10 o'clock under the cover of Japanese artillery and guided by red flares. After they had assembled, patrols went out to probe for weak spots in the American line. They found gaps. By July 25, the 3rd Division's line was about a mile deep and 5 miles wide, and it was held by only 7,000 riflemen. The alignment had the 3rd Marines on the left, with the detached 2nd Battalion 9th, the 21st in the center, and the 9th, less that detached 2nd Battalion, on the right. Between the 21st and the 9th was a gap 800 yards wide and held by a mere scouting unit. Many of the rifle companies were under strength. One Japanese patrol found a soft spot in the Marine left center, held by the 1st Battalion, 21st, and another one of 50 soldiers ran into the Marine scouts in the 800-yard gap and drove them back. There was now a broad, undefended avenue running to the American rear, and in its path, 200 yards inland from the beach, was the division hospital. Already many of the wounded in the hospital were stirring uneasily to hear the sound of Japanese artillery shells exploding around the batteries of the 12th Marines a few hundred yards to the left or north. Not far from the hospital, a young artilleryman of the 12th Marines felt a terror that is the palsy of the soul. He had crawled into a cave to take cover from the Japanese shells. He had gone to sleep. He had awakened to find someone sitting on him. He felt for his carbine. Someone was sitting on that. There were perhaps a half dozen of these intruders. He could hear the clinking of their canteens and smell the sour reek of sake. Could hear the soft jabbering of their voices. Could feel on the man astride him the hard, round shape of a magnetic mine. A squad of Japanese infiltrators had crept into his cave and were sitting there awaiting the daylight when they would depart to attack the Marine guns. It was 11 o'clock at night on the Orote Peninsula, and an indescribable clamor had erupted in a mangrove swamp outside the right front of the 1st Marine Brigade. "Listen at 'em," a Marine hissed to his foxhole buddy. "Damn if it don't sound like New Year's Eve in the zoo." The Japanese were screaming, singing, laughing, capering. They were smashing empty bottles against the big mangroves and clanging bayonets against rifle barrels. Hoarse voices cried, "The Emperor draws much blood tonight." Others rose in fits of cackling presumed to be terrifying. Some tossed grenades, yelling, "Corpsmen! Corpsmen!" or "K Company, withdraw!" If they had hoped to unnerve the Marines or to goad them into giveaway fire, they had less than success. Their uproar only helped artillery observers call down a restraining fire on the edge of the swamp, while carefully registering all the Japanese avenues of approach with the combined guns of the brigade, the Corps, and the 77th Division, as well as with the light and heavy mortars and 37s of the front-line companies. At 5 minutes before midnight, a Japanese officer staggered out of the swamp. He waved a saber in one hand, a big flare in the other. Stumbling into view behind him, wielding their rifles and light machine guns, as well as pitchforks, idiot sticks, baseball bats, and broken bottles, came his sake-mad followers. A Marine spoke into a telephone. "Commence firing!" Maniacal voices began bellowing over the mouth of Orote Peninsula. The ground shook. Flares cast their ghostly light. Putty-taped legs, khaki-clad arms went flying through the air. The ground to the left front became a slaughter pen. Within it, the Japanese began to run amok. They screamed in terror. Those who survived fled back into the mangroves, where the Marine artillery pursued and punished. Between midnight and 2 in the morning, 26,000 shells were poured into the swamp. 45 minutes later, another banzai began on the far right flank, with the cry of "Marines who die!" The Japanese rushed in among the Marine foxholes where flares and star shells displayed them in all their drunken madness. They reeled about. They tossed grenades into foxholes with the giggling cry, "Fire in the hole!" and lurched crazily on. They clambered over heaps of their own dead, to jump into the holes with the Marines, to die there, and often to kill as they died. Waves of attackers following them were caught in a crossfire and cut to pieces. Morning showed 400 Japanese bodies strewn in front of this position. On the 1st Brigade's left, a single platoon killed 258 Japanese without the loss of a single man. Commander Tamai's attack had failed utterly. But up in the north, Lieutenant General Takashina's counterattack was breaking through. Takashina's Grand Banzai came in 3 columns, and it was only the first and strongest of these which had no success. This stroke was made around midnight by the full force of the 48th Brigade on the left of the American line, the sector held by the 3rd Marines, reinforced by the 2nd Battalion, 9th Marines. It was against this last battalion that the 48th Brigade struck. But the 48th never got through. 7 times the Japanese attacked the American left, and 7 times they were hurled back. The fight raged for 10 hours, and was not spent until around 9 in the morning of July 26th. Before it was over, the 2nd Battalion, 9th Marines, was cut in half, but its men had killed 950 Japanese. Captain Lewis Wilson of F Company was wounded 3 times, but stayed to rally his men and win a Medal of Honor. Once the bull-chested Wilson ran 50 yards in front of his lines to rescue a helpless Marine. As the battle began to go against the enemy, he gathered 17 men and led them in a rush on high ground commanding his own position. 13 of those men fell, but Wilson and the others took the hill. In the morning they pursued the retreating Japanese from there, moving through assembly areas cluttered with empty bottles and sake sour canteens. Takashina's 2nd column was formed by the 2nd Battalion, 18th Regiment, led by Major Chusa Murayama. Murayama brought his men up to the soft spot discovered by the probes of earlier patrols. It was held by a 50-man company of the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, and stood at the left center of the American line. At 4 in the morning of July 26th, Murayama ordered his men to throw grenades. They fell in a hissing volley behind and among the Marines. "Wake up, American, and die!" the Japanese yelled and rushed. So tightly were they bunched, so oblivious were they to the death that swept among them, that they overwhelmed that undersized company and ripped a hole in the lines. The flanking Marine companies bent back their flanks. The left, held by Captain William Shoemaker's A Company, beat back Murayama's attempts to widen the hole. Shoemaker went among his men. "If we go, the whole beachhead goes," he told them. But a rumor swept the lines. Company A was being ordered to withdraw, some men whispered. Shoemaker heard it. He leaped to his feet, a big man bulging at the seams of his captured Japanese raincoat. His voice roared out in the dark. "By God, we hold here!" They held. On the right of the opening, Captain Henry Helgren's C Company was also holding. Both outfits began pouring an enfilading fire into Murayama's men racing through the narrow hole. The Japanese were dashing for the beach and the massed American equipment back there. Some of them ran with landmines in their hands. Others had packs stuffed with 20 pounds of explosives, or had charges strapped to the legs or wound around their waists. The Marine fire struck them, and the rain-swept blackness was illuminated with blinding white flashes as these human bombs blew up. But many others got through, sweeping down on Marine tanks parked to the rear. They attacked the tanks with their bare hands. They kicked them, beat upon them with their fists, backed off and fired useless rifle rounds against them, all in an effort to get at the crewmen within. Marines who were even then swiveling machine guns to shoot the squat 10 men off each other's tanks, with the aplomb of cows mutually switching flies off one another's backs. Unable to destroy the tanks, Murayama's men ran farther down the draw. They came to the cliff, destroyed 2 platoons of Marine mortars, and began attacking the 1st Battalion CP, their drunken yells and the booming of their grenades, counterpointing the shouts and firing of a pickup force of Marine cooks, clerks, and communicators, which had been assembled to counterattack them. The CP fight, in which Maruyama was killed, ended at daylight with the destruction of the Japanese soldiers who had broken through. Up at the opening which they had torn in the Marine line, Captain Shoemaker and Captain Helgren were counterattacking. They fought back across the hole, slamming it shut like a pair of swinging doors. A company of engineers and 3 weapons platoons were sent to reinforce them. They arrived just before Maruyama's reserve struck at the restored line in a second thrust. Howling, stumbling, waving sabers, bayonets, and long poles, the Japanese rushed at Shoemaker's and Helgren's men and were destroyed. The left center of the Marine line was now safe. The third column of Takashina's Banzai was formed by the 3rd Battalion, 18th Regiment, under Major Setsuo Yukioka. Shortly after Maruyama's stroke began, at about 4:15 in the morning, Yukioka's men struck a company of the 21st Marines on the center right. They captured 2 machine guns, but then the Americans reformed and drove them out. Yukioka took his battalion sliding along the Marine front, and it was then that they blundered into that 800-yard gap between the 21st Marines in the center and the 9th Marines on the right. They swarmed through, following lantern-bearing scouts. A Marine roadblock began firing on the right flank of the Japanese column, and Yukioka's men wheeled right and overran the roadblock. They moved farther to the rear, the main body setting up a position on high ground behind the 3rd Battalion, 21st, the men of the demolition squads continuing to move down the ravines toward the beach and the division hospital. The Japanese soldiers on the high ground began striking the rear of the 3rd Battalion, 21st, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Duplantis. Duplantis asked division for artillery. It was refused, for might fall on friendly troops. Instead, Company L was taken out of the 9th Marines Reserve in order to counterattack Yukioka. The Marines let loose a shower of grenades, charged, and routed the Japanese on the hill. But to the rear of that hill, toward the sea, Yukioka's demolition squads were slipping down the ravines toward the division hospital. They were tipsy, and they were swigging the last of the sake in their canteens. Some were already in the throes of hangover. They moved on, their ranks augmented by the suiciders creeping from the caves in which they had spent the night. One such group came out reeling drunkenly, unaware that they had spent the night sitting on a terrified American who had by now lost his mind. They joined up. They came to a high hill overlooking the American hospital tents. They could see the sea, only a few hundred yards west. It was 6:30 in the morning, and they started down the hill. A wounded Marine coming east from the hospital to rejoin his outfit on the front saw the short men in khaki slipping and sliding down the hill. He turned and wide-legged it back to the hospital, bawling, "The Japs are coming! The Japs are coming!" Corpsmen and patients grabbed weapons and flung themselves behind cots or cartons of plasma. Some of the walking wounded jumped from their cots and ran for the beach. A cook wounded the night before leaped erect, naked, and hobbled for safety. The Japanese came with a yell and a shower of grenades. Corpsmen and patients fired back. A doctor absorbed in an operation glanced up as shrapnel whistled through the tent canvas. He sent his corpsmen outside to fight and continued the operation. Meanwhile, at division headquarters, a few hundred yards to the right of the hospital, as it faced the front, Colonel George Van Orden began rounding up another pickup force. Every available man behind the lines, CBs, MPs, combat correspondents, truck drivers, was collected and led toward the hospital, where the Japanese were driven back into a jumble of hills. Then Colonel Van Orden's force turned to a methodical mopping up of all the terrain between the sea and the front lines. It was grisly work, relieved only by the fact that the Japanese began to blow themselves up. Here and there a new method of suicide appeared. Enemy soldiers took off their helmets, placed a prime grenade on top of their heads, replaced the helmet, and awaited oblivion with folded arms. By noon it was all over. By nightfall it was clear that General Takashina had lost 3,500 soldiers, exclusive of the Orote losses. He had lost 95% of his commissioned officers, and 90% of his weapons had been destroyed. He had so many wounded that their presence was weakening morale. He had no hope of help, either by sea or by air, and American power in those elements was battering him ceaselessly. His men had killed only 200 of the enemy, while wounding 645 more, and the 3rd Marine Division was already prepared to come out fighting on Fonte Plateau. There was nothing for Takashina to do but withdraw. He had staked all in that Grand Banzai, but in the words of the man who opposed him, Major General Alan Turnage, "It was a grand victory for us." 13. 2 days after General Takashina's Grand Banzai had been shattered, the general was himself dead. He was machine-gunned by Marines breaking out of the Azan Adalou beachhead. Command passed to elderly Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata, the commander of the Marianas defenses who had been caught on Guam when the Americans landed. On that same July 28th, the 77th Division completed patrolling to the south, came up north, took Mount Tenjo, and linked up with the 3rd Marine Division's right flank. Also that day, Brigadier General Shepard's 1st Brigade struck out along Orote and drove into the old Marine barracks. They found a cigar box holding pre-war post-exchange receipts, a star-spangled pillow which a Japanese soldier had made from the blue field of the American flag, and a bronze plaque. The rest was rubble. They drove on to take the airfield, and to herd the last of Commander Tamai's 3,500 men onto Orote's eastern tip. On July 31st, the day General MacArthur's approach to the Philippines reached its terminus on Sansapor Point in western New Guinea, the date of the Allied breakout from the Normandy beachhead in France, the 1st Brigade came to the end of the Orote Peninsula. The brigade had fought a bitter battle since the landing at Agat, the sweep north, the fighting left turn into Orote. Their dead and missing numbered 431, their wounded 1,525. But they had buried 3,372 Japanese and taken only 3 prisoners. Now a squad had come upon the last living enemy soldier on Orote. He was a forlorn scrimp of a man, small even for his race, and his tattered blouse and breeches were much too large. But there was an easiness about him that puzzled the Marines who took him captive. Many times Japanese prisoners had become ashamed of having surrendered and asked for a knife to commit harikari. Yet this soldier seemed almost eager to be taken away. A Marine interpreter spoke to him. "Why did you surrender?" "My commanding officer told us to fight to the last man." The Marine's eyebrows rose. "Well?" The Japanese soldier's eyebrows also rose, in wounded innocence, and he exclaimed, "I am the last man." The same day, Guam's 2-division attack to the northeast began with the 3rd Marine Division on the left, the 77th Infantry on the right. The Marines were moving against Agana, the city which stood on the island's western shore, at the narrow waist where the Guam peanut twists east and north. There was no opposition in Agana. The city had been ruined by American bombing and naval gunfire called down on General Takashina's artillery concentrations there. Its Chamorro population had fled into the bush days before the invasion after American warplanes dropped leaflets advising them to do so. A squad of Marines moved warily through Agana's streets, now silent and powdery with dust. They passed what had once been a neat little cemetery, now debauched by naval shelling. Huge 14-inch shell craters pocked it, and its crosses and headstones were a jumble of jagged pieces. One of the Marines shook his head. "Even the dead can't rest in peace," he said. On the right flank, Major General Andrew Bruce's 77th Infantry Division also moved ahead with no opposition. The only hindrances were the roughness of the terrain, the heat, and nagging swarms of flies and mosquitoes. Then, at a jungle place called Yona, the soldiers found a concentration camp filled with Chamorros. There were 2,000 of them, cheering, weeping, laughing, singing. They had been living in lean-tos and thatched huts built in the mud to either side of a sluggish stream. They had had little food, no medical care. They were clothed in rags. They were weak, racked by continual coughing fits, victims of malnutrition, malaria, and tuberculosis. Their bodies were sticks of bones, and their olive skin was drawn drum-tight. But this 31st of July was the day they had awaited for nearly 3 years. When they saw the American soldiers coming through the trees, they hobbled to their feet with glad cries. They sang the Marines' hymn, for they remembered the Marines. But the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, 307th Infantry, didn't mind that at all. They began to sing a song of their own underground, composed especially for this date, and memorized in face of every threat of reprisal. Early Monday morning, the action came to Guam, 8th of December, 1941. "Oh, Mr. Sam, Sam, my dear Uncle Sam, I want you, please, come back to Guam. Our lives are in danger, you better come and kill all the Japanese right here on Guam. Oh, Mr. Sam, Sam, my dear Uncle Sam, I want you, please, come back to Guam." Such scenes were repeated all the way up the island, while General Geiger drove his attacking divisions forward. There were battles along the way. On August 3rd, the 9th Marines reached a place called Finnegayan near Tuman Bay on the west coast. On that morning, a good-humored youth with a flashing white smile, and the name of Frank Whittick, said to his friends, "I think this is my day." It was surely so, although PFC Whittick did not see its end. He fought tigerishly in the attack at Finnegayan, exposing himself repeatedly to cover his squad. He shot 16 of the enemy. But as so often happens to the brave, He made his last charge and fell dead. As does not so often happen, he won the Medal of Honor. The next day, the gallant Captain Shoemaker fell. He was sitting beside the road when a Japanese 75 shell swooshed in and blotted out his life. "All the good ones go," a Marine said sadly, unashamed of the tears streaking his dusty cheeks. Next day, Finnegan fell. 2 days later, on August 7th, General Geiger put the 1st Brigade on the line. With the brigade on the left, 3rd Marines in the center, 77th on the right, the assault rolled north until it reached Retidian Point on August 10th, and Guam was declared conquered. But the southward streaming of the Chamorros did not stop. A civil affairs section had been set up to care for them. Stockades were built. Captured Japanese food was issued. Some Chamorros came to the stockades to eat, to regain a little strength, to find a bayonet or machete, and slip back into the northern hills for vengeance. But most of them stayed, among them an emaciated old man with snow-white hair. He came to the stockade and introduced himself as Gailey R. Kaminga, a former member of the Guam Congress. He found old friends among some of the Navy officers who had landed with the Marines. He showed them a little pillow he was carrying. It was the only article of comfort which the Japanese had allowed him to take to the penal camp. Suddenly he ripped it open. Inside it was a faded American flag, which had flown over the Petey Naval Yard the day of the Japanese invasion. Down at Orote, a new American flag flew over the rubble that had once been the Marine barracks. It had been raised on July 29th. General Geiger had been there with his chief of staff, Colonel Merwin Silverthorne. General Shepard had spoken quickly, while shells whistled east toward Orote's tip. "On this hallowed ground," Shepard said, "you officers and men of the 1st Marine Brigade have avenged the loss of our comrades, who were overcome by a numerically superior enemy 3 days after Pearl Harbor. Under our flag, this island again stands ready to fulfill its destiny as an American fortress in the Pacific." Colonel Silverthorne stepped forward. "Hoist the American colors," he commanded. Old Glory fluttered up the pole. "To the colors," commanded Geiger. A Marine blew the quick, sweet, slow, sad notes on a captured Japanese bugle. The Marine saluted. It had cost 7,800 Americans killed and wounded, 839 soldiers, 245 sailors, 6,716 Marines. But Uncle Sam had come back to Guam. 14. Hotel at all, no beer at all, no women at all, nothing at all. The sign had been raised outside a billet on Kwajalein Atoll, but like that Pavuvu Rifle and Gun Club, where life is a .30 caliber bore, it had its cousins by the dozen, from Camp Tarawa in Hawaii to the newly built 2nd Marine Division encampments on Saipan. Tedium had taken hold in the Pacific, except on Guam, where the 3rd Marine Division was still mopping up. Life had become an unutterable yawn. The blaze of battle had flickered out and would not flare up again until mid-September. There were occasional thrilling spectacles, such as that of the morning of August 28th at Eniwetok, when Admiral Halsey took Task Force 38 out of the lagoon for a westward ranging strike at the Palaus, later to swing north and strike in Mindanao in the southern Philippines. But generally there was a lull. There had not even been much news from Europe since the announcement that the Allies had landed in southern France on August 15th. On Pavuvu, it was a time when the men of the 1st Marine Division trained by walking around and around their tiny rat trap of an island, one outfit marching clockwise, the other counterclockwise, so as not to clog the single coastal road, exchanging cordial insults as they passed each other, cursing the pervasive odor of rotten coconut and those constantly falling nuts which made it necessary to wear helmets at all times, either when going to chow for that unvarying rest and rehabilitation diet of powdered eggs, spam, and dehydrated potatoes, or when watching a grade B movie in what was hopefully called an open-air theater, but was actually a clearing in which men sat on fallen logs and watched a screen, yelling like sex-starved satyrs the moment any human being in skirts skipped, swished, or staggered across it. There was no beer issue on Pavuvu for the men, as there was in the plush Army and Navy bases on surrounding islands. But the men of the 1st knew how to strain a bottle of aftershave lotion through a loaf of bread to make it palatable. They could cook up inebriate delights with raisins, sugar, and coconut milk, or vanilla extract stolen from the galley, and those men invalided across the bay to the Naval Hospital on Vanica could be counted upon to return with stores of medical alcohol bought with the battle souvenirs. So supplied, the men could drink and sing. "The coffee that they give us, they say, is mighty fine. It's good for cuts and bruises in place of iodine. I don't want no more of the U.S. Marines. Gee, but I want to go home. They say when you're enlisted, promotions are mighty fine. Well, I'm a goddamn private. I've been in over 9. I don't want no more of the U.S. Marines. Gee, but I want to go home. The bed sacks that they give you, they say are mighty fine. Well, how in hell should I know? I never slept in mine. The officers they give us can stand up to the worst. You find 'em every weekend, shacked up with a nurse. I don't want no more of the U.S. Marines. Gee, but I want to go. Right back to Quantico. Gee, but I want to go home. There was little of such diversion on Saipan-Tinian. The 4th Marine Division had already departed, sailing back to its old base in Maui in the Hawaiian Islands, and leaving the 2nd Marine Division sole proprietors of islands made dismal by the August monsoon and mosquitoes carrying dengue or breakbone fever. There were also close to 1,000 Japanese still holed up in the hills, and there were Marines being killed and cleaning them out. But for the 2nd's veterans, as with those of the 1st Division, there was the blessed rotation system, which was taking many of them home. Close to 1,300 Marines who could claim service back to Guadalcanal were shipped stateside. Some of their comrades painted gold stars on their tents in sardonic mockery of the American penchant for taking bows. If a man's school, church, community, club, factory, or office could put his name on a plaque headed, "Our Men in Service," why couldn't a man's squad commemorate his entry in the ranks of the rear echelons? So they put up signs like, "We have a boy stateside." Back at the 2nd's old Camp Tarawa in Hawaii, the new 5th Marine Division was getting accustomed to training overseas, adjusting to such novel nuisances as censorship. But there was one private who had cause to bless the censor. He had received a note, letter at mail desk, name on envelope Dorothy, name on letter Betty, check, and if correct, mail. The last of the Marine divisions, the 6th, was being formed on Guadalcanal. Its nucleus was the 1st Brigade, and its commander was the brigade's old leader, but Lemuel Shepard now wore the twin stars of a major general. To the brigade's 4th and 22nd Marines, units of which had fought at Guadalcanal, Macon, Bougainville, and Eniwetok, was added the 29th Marines. The 1st Battalion, 29th, had captured Mount Tapacho on Saipan, but its 2nd and 3rd Battalions were newly formed in the States. Though the 6th Marine Division also got an artillery regiment, the 15th, it got almost none of the specialists characteristic of Marine amphibious divisions of the past. For the Fleet Marine Force Pacific had been divided into 2 corps, the 3rd under Major General Geiger, the 5th under Major General Schmidt, and all the special functions were now taken over by the Corps. A Marine Division was now streamlined to about 18,000 men, although the 1st, scheduled for a 1-division landing, remained at a strength of above 20,000. Training of the new 6th Division began in late August with the arrival of the 1st Brigade from Guam, and it was made difficult by the Guadalcanal base commander's insistence that Marine divisions furnish 1,000 men daily for base working parties. It had been to avoid this typical harassment of line divisions by rear echelon generals that the 1st Division had been assigned to its private Littlese and Pavuvu. To some of the 6 veterans who had known Guadalcanal in the days of the Tokyo Express and Pistol Pete, or Washing Machine Charlie, the island had become a placid, fat cow of a place, with its officers' clubs, its hospitals, its warehouses, its roads and piers, and libraries and theaters, and indoor mess holes and Quonset huts, its battalions of military police required to guard its Red Cross girls and nurses and to enforce the numerous regulations clattering off the typewriters of those ubiquitous clerk typists who had become the new heroes of Guadalcanal. The Marines did not like it there, nor could they take the new Guadalcanal seriously when, at night, with the open-air theaters going full blast, the MPs got around to playing air raid precaution. "Put those goddamn lights out," an MP called to a Marine driving a jeep one night. The driver obeyed, but he happened to be a general's driver, and the general said evenly, "Put those goddamn lights back on." The driver obeyed. "Put those goddamn lights out," the MP shrieked. "I can't," the Marine yelled back. "I got the goddamn general with me." If late August and early September meant a time of lull to the Marines on the ground, it marked the end of the doldrums for the Marines in the air. They would soon get the escort carriers from which they would launch close-up aerial support of their foot-slogging comrades. They would also send 17 squadrons into the Philippines to place this tactic at the service of Army divisions, and the forgotten war they had been fighting over the marshals would be over. Having shown how to knock out a base at Rabaul, the Marine Flyers had been assigned a repeat performance over the bypassed atolls of Voce, Meleoap, Mili, and Jaluit. Resistance had been fierce at first. 36 planes had been shot down. But then the fearful accuracy of such dive bomber pilots as Major Elmer Iron Man Glidden, who set the record of 107 combat dives in the Pacific, gradually eliminated the Japanese anti-aircraft guns, and the Marshal's mission became a long, boring milk run. All of the glory, all of the glamour had moved westward with the invasion timetable. Except for the Marshal's siege and the occasional appearance of squadrons flying by stages to the Marianas, life in Eniwetok, Kwajalein, and Majuro could be the perfection of tedium. It was worse at Tarawa, now the backwater of the Pacific War. Only the cemetery and Beisho served to remind the atoll's garrison of the savage 4-day battle fought there less than a year before. It was a place of shining coral and slender white crosses, surrounded by a neat coconut log wall which the Seabees had built. Here a lieutenant colonel lay between privates. Here also, so often the word unknown, and here on a white plaque raised above the cemetery gate was inscribed the sadly beautiful epitaph which Captain Donald Jackson wrote for his comrades. To you who lie within this coral sand, we who remain pay tribute of a pledge, that dying thou shalt surely not have died in vain, that when again bright morning dyes the sky, and waving fronds above shall touch the rain, we give you this, that in those times we will remember. We lived and fought together, thou and we, and sought to keep the flickering torch aglow, that all our loved ones might forever know the blessed warmth and exceeding flame, the everlasting scourge of bondsmen's chains, liberty and light. When we with loving hands laid back the earth, that was for moments short to couch thy form, we did not bid a last and sad farewell, but only rest ye well. Then with this humble, heartfelt epitaph, that pays thy many virtues sad acclaim, we marked the spot, and murmuring requiem, moved on to westward. Westward they had moved, until by mid-September 1944, full 40 degrees of longitude lay between Tarawa and another coral island called Peleliu. 15. The Palau Islands, of which Peleliu was one of the two chief bastions, were to be held at all costs. Imperial General Headquarters had made this clear to Lieutenant General Sade Inoue when he had taken command there in March. For the Palaus, a series of volcanic islands made a coral reef 77 miles long and 20 wide, provided the anchorage and air bases no longer available at Truk. They were only about 555 miles east of the southern Philippines. In March, Imperial General Headquarters had wrongly guessed that the Americans would strike the Palaus and not the Marianas. The Japanese had expected General MacArthur's invasion of the Philippines to take precedence over the Marianas' route to Japan. Having used the Palaus to stage their own Philippines invasion of 1941, it seemed to them likely that the Americans would want them for the same reasons in 1944. After the surprise at Saipan, after the disaster of the Battle of the Philippine Sea, and the agony of the Marianas' losses, Headquarters regarded a Palau invasion as inevitable. So did Inoue. The commander of the Palau Sector Group, which also included Yap and Ulithi atolls, decided to make his defense so tenacious as to gain months of time during which the Empire could recover from the air and fleet losses of the Marianas fighting. To do this, he withdrew all troops from Ulithi and began concentrating his 30,000 to 40,000 men in the Palaus in Little Peleliu, just inside the southern end of the reef, and on Big Babeltuap, just within the northern end. Another island, Angar, was 10 miles south of Peleliu, but outside the reef. It got only about 1,400 men. Peleliu got between 10,000 and 11,000 men. The 2nd Infantry Regiment, a battalion of the 15th Infantry, a battalion of the 54th Independent Mixed Brigade, a naval guard force, and a tank battalion, all commanded by Colonel Kunio Nakagawa. Most of these units were from the 14th Infantry Division, Inoue's own outfit, and the nucleus of his force. It was a proud old division, with a service record running back through 4 years in Manchuria to the Russian War. In General Inoue and his Chief of Staff, Colonel Tokechi Tada, at Babeltuap, and in Colonel Nakagawa at Peleliu, the 14th Division possessed 3 of the finest officers in the Japanese Army. Such ability was reflected in the Palau Sector Group Training for Victory plan issued by Inoue on July 11th. It began, "Victory depends on the officers and men of the entire Army, concentrating on our thorough application of recent battle lessons, especially those of Saipan." Less than startling to Western ears, this was unorthodox in Japan. For years, the doctrine of defense had been simply and inflexibly annihilation at the water's edge. Hold the beach and you hold all. More, the invading American Marines had not been in the habit of allowing anyone to survive to challenge it. But there had been a few officers who escaped from Saipan, where General Saito's artillery had punished the Americans. They came to Inoue's command, They passed along their observations. The result? If the situation becomes bad, we will maintain a firm hold on the high ground and prevent the enemy from establishing or using an air base by daring guerrilla warfare with our artillery. Peleliu was made for such defense. It was 6 miles long south-north and 2 miles wide at its broadest west-east. It was shaped like a lobster's claw. It was, in fact, a pair of peninsulas joined on the east coast about 1/3 up its length. On the east coast were shoals and mangrove swamps in a series of islets extending the lower prong eastward. On the west were narrow beaches of white coral sand, fortified and defended in the accustomed manner. Both coasts were encompassed by the reef surrounding all the Palaus but Anguar. In the south was Peleliu's excellent airfield, one which had been in use since before the war. Rising above it and running north about 2 miles was a low wooded ridge which the Japanese called Momiji Plateau, which the Micronesians called Umurbrogul Mountain, and which the American Marines would call Bloody Nose Ridge. It was this high ground which made Peleliu so perfectly adaptable to defense in depth, for it was neither ridge nor mountain, but an undersea coral reef thrown above the surface by a subterranean volcano. Sparse vegetation growing in the thin topsoil atop the bedrock had concealed the Umurbrogul's crazy contours from the aerial camera's eye. It was a place that might have been designed by a maniacal artist given to painting mathematical abstractions, all slants, jaggeds, straights, steeps, and sheers, with no curve to soften or relieve. Its highest elevation was 300 feet in the extreme north, overlooking the airfield islet of Negasibus, 1,000 yards off coast there. But no height rose more than 50 feet before splitting apart in a maze of peaks and defiles cluttered with boulders and machicolated with caves. For the Umurbrogul was also a monster Swiss cheese of hard coral limestone, pocked beyond imagining with caves and crevices. They were to be found at every level, in every size, crevices small enough for a lonely sniper, eerie caverns big enough to station a battalion among its stalactites and stalagmites. It was here that Colonel Nuno Nakagawa and his engineers set to work widening, improving, and fortifying the caves. When Colonel Nakagawa reported to General Inoue on Babel Tuap that Vice Admiral Ito was interfering with his work, Inoue sent Major General Kenjiro Murai down to Peleliu. He was not to take command, he was only in that friction between the anchor and the star to match rank with Admiral Ito. Beneath the cover of this stalemate, Nakagawa continued his fortifying, and by the end of August, he had 500 caves completed. Nearly all were connected by interior tunnels. Most had entrances on more than one level, and all had entrances on both sides of the mountain. Log and sandbag barricades protected the entrances, and their tunnels ran only a few feet inside the mountain before turning sharply to escape both direct gunfire and the terrible American flamethrowers. Some of the caverns were 5 and 6 stories deep. They contained barracks and kitchens. If the top of the Umurbrogul were to be lifted off, some of these tunnel networks would appear like monster H's or series of E's laid back to back, and this would be repeated for 5 and 6 levels down. Within these caves, Colonel Nakagawa placed all of his artillery, except his coastal guns, all of his mortars, and also the new 200mm rocket launchers just received from Japan. The guns fired from cave mouths, equipped with sliding doors of armored steel. They could hit the beaches, the airfield to the south, and Negasibus to the north. They were protected by squads of riflemen and machine gunners firing through the slits of natural crevices. All these strong points were covered by interlocking fire. For the Americans to attack one of them would be to bring down the fire of 2 or 3 others on them, to say nothing of those which would remain silent until the Americans advanced under the delusion that they had knocked out the entire system. Then, as Hercules had found with Hydra, they would find the beheaded stump sprouting 2 fresh heads to bite at them. The Umurbrogul was the Pacific's masterpiece of defensive engineering, and it was going to be manned by a new Japanese warrior. For Lieutenant General Inoue's training plan, instructions had also killed the Banzai. Inoue had agreed that we are ready to die honorably, but he had also gone on to suggest, in that imprecise language which was as great a military drawback as the Banzai itself, that mere dying was not enough. It had to have that exotic Western thing, purpose. Otherwise, we must preserve personnel and ordnance, nor was spiritual power any longer vaunted over material power. It is certain that if we repay the Americans, who rely solely upon material power, with material power it will shock them beyond imagination. Unlike the crimson imagery with which commanders such as Hideyoshi Hyakutake urged the Japanese soldier to eat 3 of the American devils with each morning's bowl of rice, this remark had the quality of reality. A bursting shell, as Saipan had shown, did have more effect than a banzai scream. Clearly, General Inouye agreed with Napoleon's cynical dictum that God is on the side of the heavy artillery. In a Japanese paraphrase, he said, "Heavenly aid on the road to victory falls only to those commanders who have a thorough control of command." Nor did Inouye fear naval gunfire. He told his men, "Without concerning ourselves with the great explosive bursts or the strong local effect of naval firing, the destructive power wrought upon personnel is not very great. Aerial bombardment is almost identical. By observing very carefully the activity of enemy planes and the bombs while they are falling, avoiding thereby instantaneous explosions, and by taking advantage of gaps in bombardment in order to advance, it can cause no great damage." In proof, Inouye ordered his men to practice crawling through the bombs dropped during the light American raids of the spring and summer. But he ordered them to the anti-aircraft guns when Admiral Halsey's warbirds struck at the Palaus from Task Force 59 carrier decks on September 6th through September 8th. When the bombardment force of battleships and cruisers showed up under Rear Admiral Jesse Ohlendorf in the pale moonlight of early morning September 12th, old Palau troops got under cover. At Peleliu, Colonel Nakagawa left about a battalion south of the airfield, perhaps another battalion along the western beaches, while withdrawing the rest of his men and tanks into the Ummerbrogel. Up at Babeltuap, General Inouye prepared to receive the main American attack. It was his only mistake. 16. The American plan in the waning summer of 1944 was to commence the invasion of the Philippines by stages. The first stage was to open the gates, Morotai and New Guinea in the west, Peleliu, Anguar, and the Palaus on the west. This would be followed by invasion of Yap on October 5th, and after that the seizure of Ulithi. Then in mid-November, General MacArthur would land on Mindanao in the southern Philippines. Victory here would lead to December invasion of Leyte in the central Philippines. By March of 1945, the American forces in the Pacific would combine to secure either Luzon in the northern Philippines or to capture Formosa and ports on the China coast. On either of these land masses, the necessary large bodies of troops could be staged for the final assault on Japan. Then the tides of war began shifting and the plan changed. The Japanese and China launched their inevitable attacks on American air bases there, and the 14th Air Force had to retire from its forward fields. Soon the Japanese would make the China coast difficult to invade. For these reasons, and because no more American troops could be spared from Europe, the Formosa-China route to Japan was about to be canceled out. And then on September 13th, Admiral Bull Halsey made his electrifying discovery that Japanese air power in the Philippines was on its last leg. On September 12th, the carriers of Task Force 58 stood within sight of the mountains of Samar in the central Philippines. They flew off 2,400 sorties. They destroyed 200 enemy planes. They sank ships. They bombed installations. They roved with such impunity that Halsey suggested to Admiral Nimitz and thence to the Joint Chiefs of Staff that all the Palau, Yap, Morotai, and Mindanao landings be called off in favor of an immediate bold thrust into Leyte and the central Philippines. But General MacArthur was already headed for Morotai aboard the cruiser Nashville, and the ship was maintaining radio silence. 2 days of messages shooting back and forth among Nimitz in Hawaii, the combined Joint Chiefs of Staff attending the Octagon Conference in Quebec, and Lieutenant General R.K. Sutherland speaking for MacArthur in New Guinea produced these changes. Instead of taking on Mindanao in November and then on to Leyte in December, MacArthur would go directly to Leyte in October. The Yap landing would be called off and the 24th Corps would be used at Leyte instead. The Morotai landing by the 31st Infantry Division would go forward as planned, as were the landings on Anguar, Ulithi, and Peleliu. The last three considered necessary to obtain the air bases and anchorage which Admiral Nimitz wanted to support the Philippine landings were to be made by troops of the 3rd Corps under Major General Geiger. The 81st Infantry, Wildcat Division, to hit Anguar, and after that Ulithi, the 1st Marine Division, to take Peleliu. Peleliu, it had been known for months, was going to be a tough nut. The Marines had asked for heavy pre-invasion bombardment there, and yet, off Peleliu on September 14th, Admiral Ohlendorf got off this message from his bombardment force: "We have run out of targets." That same day, correspondents and unit commanders aboard the transports broke open sealed envelopes given them by Major General Rupertus, still commanding the 1st Marine Division. They read that Peleliu would be tough, like Tarawa, but also just as short. It would take, said General Rupertus, something like 4 days. 17. On the morning of September 15th, the 1st Marine Division struck at Peleliu's western beaches, 3 regiments abreast. On the left or north was the 1st Marines, using the code word Spitfire. In the center opposite the airfield was the 5th, or Lone Wolf. On the right, moving against the southern tip, was the 7th, or Mustang. The Marines were almost gay going in, for General Rupert's prediction of 4 days had made them cocky. But once their Amtraks had bumped over the fringing reef, once Colonel Nakagawa's thousand-eyed mountains stuffed with men and guns had begun to flash, they stopped calling to one another, stopped throwing kisses, stopped wagging 4 confident fingers. They ducked behind the gunwales and began to pray. "Playmate, this is Spider. The first waves are on the beach. Repeat, the first waves are on the beach. Over." "Spider, this is Playmate. What resistance do they seem to be meeting? Over." "Playmate, this is Spider. Hard to tell much through the smoke. Over." All that could be seen to shoreward was a great pall of twisted, drifting smoke, sometimes suffused with a pinkish glare by the shivering of flames beneath or within it. It was a fiery mullock of a cloud, created by the thundering of the great naval shells exploding beneath it, the crashing of thousands of rockets, and the wailing thump of the bombs which screaming dive bombers dropped through it. It was so impressive that the skipper of Colonel Chesty Puller's transport rushed up to the veteran Marine commander as he began to go over the side to join his men. "Coming back for supper?" he called out cheerfully. "Why?" Puller growled. The skipper waved an airy hand shoreward. "Hell, everything's done over there. You'll walk in." "If you think it's so easy," Puller snapped, "why don't you come on the beach at 5 o'clock? We could have dinner together, and maybe you could pick up a couple of souvenirs." Then Spitfire's commander went ashore, losing all his communications Amtraks on the way. "Playmate, this is Spider. Resistance moderate to heavy, I'd say. There are Amtraks burning on the reef. Repeat, there are Amtraks burning on the reef. Over." "Spider, this is Playmate. Where are our front lines?" "Lines well inland on the right and center, but left of Spitfire is still on the beach. They seem to be pinned down. I'm going lower to try to see what's to their front." They were pinned down. The Marines of Captain George Hunt's K Company first had come in jauntily singing "Give My Regards to Broadway," until the Amtraks began to lurch, and odd bumping, strangling noises against their sides signaled the arrival of Japanese mortars. The Marines fell silent, their faces paling beneath the outlandish streaking of their camouflage paint. Captain Hunt's Amtraks crunched ashore, his men jumped out, and they were struck from their left by a terrible enfilading fire. On that left stood the Point, a mass of coral rising 30 feet from the sea, a natural fort made of crevices, boulders, and pinnacles, fortified at its base with 5 pillboxes of ferro-concrete, sprinkled with others protected by coral and concrete roofs 6 feet thick, and salted with spider holes. Within the pillboxes were heavy machine guns, and one of them held a 47mm anti-boat gun. Even now that gun was dropping shells among the 1st Marines on the beaches, for the Point stood on the division's extreme left or northern flank, and it had the first landing zone clearly in view beneath it. Over a rocky corridor, between the Point and the sea, the Japanese could launch a counterattack almost any time they chose. Clearly, the Point must fall. Captain Hunt ordered 2 platoons up against it. They turned left from the coconut grove and attacked. They were riddled. Hunt called battalion. "We're pretty well shot up, and there's a gap between my 2 assault platoons. I'm throwing the 1st platoon in to take the Point. The goddamn naval gunfire didn't faze the Japs. We need stretcher bearers." "All right, bub," said Major William McNulty. "I'll have L Company fill in the gap. I'll send up everybody I can spare with stretchers." But L Company did not plug the gap, nor did A or B Company from the 1st Battalion, nor were the stretchers able to reach the stricken during that incredible and impetuous assault which did, in fact, storm the Point. The wounded had to be taken out by Amtraks, running the gauntlet from the sea. When they had departed, there were Captain Hunt and Lieutenant Bill Willis and 30 men, all alone atop the Point. "Playmate, this is Spider 2. Spider 1 has been shot down. Lone Wolf is on the edge of the airfield in several places. Mustang making good progress too, but resistance is heavy behind Spitfire's beaches. Over." "Spider 2, this is Playmate. How are things on the reef now? Over." "Damn bad, boy. The stuff's sure hitting the fan now. There's about 20 Amtraks burning off the Spitfire beaches, and I make about 18 off Mustangs. They got that one inflated too." "Spider 2, Ow, I see 'em, 6 of them with a field gun. Request permission to attack. Over." "Spider 2, this is Playmate. Your request? Negative." "Please, just one little strafing." "Spider 2, this is Playmate. Negative. Repeat, negative. You're supposed to be an aerial observer. Stay in the air and observe. Over." "Oh, God damn it to hell." On the heavy cruiser Portland, a gunnery officer had also seen the Japanese field piece. He watched through glasses as a great steel shutter swung open in the face of a hill, as tiny figures trundled out a gun, as it fired, as the men pulled it back inside the cave and the steel door swung shut again. The gunnery officer had the target spotted. Fire! A full salvo of 8-inch armor piercers screamed shoreward. The hillside flashed and smoked. The shutter swung open again. The field piece was run out again. It spoke again. It was withdrawn again. 4 times more Portland's 8-inchers breathed flame and smoke rings. 4 times more the cave gun fired, and at last the gunnery officer shook his head in grieving futility and said, "You could put all the steel in Pittsburgh on that thing and still not get it." From the division's right flank, the beaches south of the airfield where the 7th Marines were landing, where Spider II had seen all those burning Amtraks, Colonel Herman Henry Hannigan sent the command ship that most ominous message of an amphibious invasion. Assault waves are wading ashore. The 7th had come in to a deadly subsea garden sown with anti-boat mines, anti-boat barriers, anti-tank mines, and anti-troop mines, above which sprouted a wicked black tumbleweed of barbed wire, and all planted to channel attacking boats and waiting Marines into pre-registered mortar and artillery fire. From reef to water, smoke and flames rose from burning Amtraks, while ammunition popped around them. The white coral sands of the beaches ashore were pocked with shell holes, and these were filled with Marines and mottled green dungarees and helmets. And there were limbs and heads and pieces of flesh flying through the air. There were men staggering about in the last throes of death, their lives spouting crimson from severed faces or stumps of arms. There were files of men erased from sight in the water by obliterating shell bursts. There were bullets clipping the wavelets and Marines falling with heavy splashes among them. Then there were Sherman tanks coming ashore, plodding carefully in the wake of the few remaining Amtraks, stopping whenever the Amtraks became waterborne in coral potholes, waiting until a safe path could be scouted. The Shermans got ashore, only to be blocked by beach mines. One of the tank commanders unbuttoned his turret. He scouted the mine beach on foot. He led his tank through it, trailing toilet paper to lead the others through. They lumbered inland at the point where the 7th's left flank joined Colonel Harold Bucky Harris's 5th, or Lone Wolf, in the center. "Playmate, this is Spider III. Enemy tanks forming in target area 134R. Enemy tanks supported by infantry crossing airfield to attack Lone Wolf." The Japanese tanks came in a cavalry charge. They emerged from a cluster of concrete buildings which formed the Japanese headquarters and barracks area on the northern edge of the airfield. They approached as Japanese artillery on the ridge to their rear began to fire, and when they reached the edge of the airfield, the drivers stepped on the gas and the tanks sped over the crushed coral surface at 30 miles an hour, leaving the infantry far behind. They charged on a southwest diagonal for the left-center juncture of the 1st and 5th Marines. They went whizzing past the front of the 2nd Battalion first, about a baker's dozen of them, the little wheels spinning within their treads, their guns barking. Snipers rode their engines or were slung to the rear in camouflage nets. They took a terrible flanking fire. Snipers were picked off one by one, and the men in the nets shot to death and left lolling like dolls stuffed in Christmas stockings. One tank butted a Marine Amtrak in its rear, but another Amtrak butted the Japanese rear. Caught, the Japanese tankers popped out of their turret and were cut down by rifle fire. Then the Marine tanks arrived. An American rocket-firing plane swooped low over the airfield, and the work of destroying the Japanese tanks was begun. The Japanese infantry, witnesses to that annihilated charge, withdrew. The 7th Marines moved east across the island and turned to the right to face south and close off Peleliu's southern tip. The 5th Marines drove across the southern edge of the airfield to reach the east coast. The 1st was able to keep its right flank tied in with the 5th's left, but its own left was splintered into 3 segments. Night began to fall on Peleliu, and up on the point, where K Company was still cut off, Lieutenant Willis whispered to Captain Hunt, "There's one thing that can be said for our situation. We'll be able to kill some more of the bastards." That night they did not kill as many as they thought they would, for the single thrust that the enemy made was quickly repulsed. Hunt thought it was only a sharp probing attack. In the morning, Hunt found that the probing attack had actually been a skillful infiltration in force, and all along the line the Marines could sense that the Japanese on Peleliu seemed to breed vastly different from their brothers on Guadalcanal and New Britain. 4 days? It looked more like 40. 18. It was the 7th Marines who were first to test the tenacity of Japan's new defensive fighter. On the blazing hot morning of September 16th, the 7th, 1st, and 3rd Battalions began their drive to clean out southern Peleliu. They were contested by the elite 3rd Battalion, 15th Infantry, which Colonel Nakagawa had left behind, and all the way they encountered copious supplies of those targets which the bombardment force claimed to have exhausted. Pillboxes, casemates, bunkers, rifle pits, trenches, and here and there a blockhouse. They were still standing, still spitting death and defiance. If they had not been fixed to fire seaward over the eastern beaches, the ordeal of the 7th to the south might have rivaled the slaughter impending in the north. But the Marines were able to strike at the Japanese rear and flanks. All the while the enemy stayed holed up. Soon the Marines found themselves harassed by the tactic of passive infiltration, which General Inoue had recommended in his training plan. Swarming along their underground tunnels, the Japanese reoccupied pillboxes which the Marines thought they had knocked out. They attacked the Marines from the rear. They popped up out of unsuspected cave mouths. When they held high ground, they ran out entrances on one side of the ridge, while the Marines pumped explosives or swished flame into it. Then they ran back in again and resumed fighting. The attack south became a grinding 3-day push, but the 7th's 2 battalions gradually herded the enemy before them into a pair of tiny pillbox-studded promontories. It was here on the 3rd day that PFC Arthur Jackson launched a one-man attack. He charged pillbox after pillbox, spraying automatic fire, hurling white phosphorus grenades and explosives brought up by other Marines, moving from point to point in an astonishing single-handed foray which wiped out 12 pillboxes and brought death to 50 Japanese, as well as the Medal of Honor and a lieutenant's commission to PFC Jackson. On the afternoon of September 18th, the surviving Japanese jumped in the water in hopes of swimming to the islets on the Peleliu lobster claw's lower prong. They were picked off by riflemen. Colonel Hannikin reported to General Rupertus. The 7th Marines' mission on Peleliu was completed. In the first light of September 16th, Captain Hunt's men on the point beat off the Japanese attack launched by the force which had infiltrated during the night. They hung on to their vital height until other Marines reached them and Captain Hunt's band was firmly tied into the line. In the meanwhile, the front of the 1st and 5th Marines was plugged and straightened everywhere, and the 2 regiments wheeled across the northern edge of the airfield to face the Ummerbrogel rising above it. The Marines crossed the airfield with the temperature at no degrees. Heat rose from the surface of the runways in shimmering, visible waves. Bullets hummed along the Marines and struck them down. They went across standing up, for there was no place to hide on this cruel tabletop, and they walked or ran, scattered, hundreds of men, but each to himself alone. Men were falling of water poisoning, sickened by water floated ashore in oil drums from which the oil had not been thoroughly cleansed. All along this line, steadily straightening from west to east and swinging north, there rose the shrill calls of "Corpsman, Corpsman," and the hoarser cries for blood plasma or water, the lesser calls for salt tablets. Amtraks answering these calls had to run the gauntlet of the reverberating hell which Colonel Nakagawa's concealed guns were making of the airfield. They had to go careening up Purple Heart Run from the beach to the airport, zigzagging wildly over Silver Star Run from airfield to ridge. At the end of the day the line was straight, but the Ummerbrogel was not yet quite reached, although the Marines had already a hint of the confidence of the men who held it. They had found a Japanese propaganda leaflet which said, "American brave soldiers, we think you much pity since landing on this island. In spite of your pitiful battle, we are sorry that we can present only fire, not even good water. We soon will attack strongly your army. You've done bravely your duty. Now abandon your guns and come in Japanese military with white flag or handkerchief, so we will be glad to see you and welcome you comfortably as we can well." There were no takers. "There they are, they're coming in at us." It was 10 o'clock at night, and the cries of alarm rose all over the point. They rose as 350 Japanese charged furiously at Captain Hunt's men, now supported by Marines on the right, as well as with mortar and artillery fire and the illumination of naval flares. "Give 'em hell," Hunt bellowed. "Kill every one of the bastards. Clough, cut loose. Fire until I tell you to stop. Leckie. Yes? Let 'em have it. Traverse the whole line and keep firing. Kill. Artillery falling short. God damn it, Clough, lift the range 200 yards. Short rounds are raising it now. Who's there? It's LeBurge. Who's there, I say? I'll shoot. It's LeBurge, God damn it, don't you know me? I'm LeBurge. Bang. Are you satisfied now, you son of a bitch? Did you shoot me? They're coming around the flank in the water. Bring that gun down to the beach. Leckie, drop some rounds along the beach 50 yards in front of us. There they are. Let 'em have it. They're ducking in the niches. Don't let 'em get away. Use thermite grenades." "Oh, my God! Oh, Jesus! Look at 'em! Look at 'em burn, even in the water! You hear 'em?" After the last ammunition belt had gone off like a string of firecrackers, after the last scream had subsided, there were no more sounds of battle on the point. Captain Hunt's Marines had held. Of 235 who had landed on September 15th, there were 78 left on the morning of September 17th, where K Company was relieved. 19. On the Sunday morning of September 17th, the southern third of Peleliu, where the island is broadest and the airfield is located, was in American hands. The 7th Marines were cleaning out what few enemy remained within this sector, while above them the 5th Marines began to move up the east coast to the mouth of the lower peninsula, or Prong, and the 1st Marines struck headlong at the Umabrogel. The 1st attacked across a 3-battalion front. On the left, the 3rd Battalion had good going along the west road, running like a corridor between the sea on the left, Umabrogel on the right. They had to slow down. They were outdistancing the 1st Battalion on their right. One of those enormous blockhouses missed by the bombardment force had halted the 1st Battalion. It had reinforced concrete walls 4 feet thick and was supported by 12 surrounding pillboxes in a maze of tunnels. The Marines marked time while old Mississippi steamed in to hurl her 14-inch armor piercers and high-capacity shells into it. The blockhouse shuddered and began to fly apart. Those Japanese who attempted to escape it were cut down. The Marines of the 1st Battalion rolled through the remaining pillboxes and fought through a tiny, dense jungle. They came to the ridges. On the right, the 2nd Battalion was the first to reach the Umabrogel's outpost hills. They went up against Hill 200, while the Japanese field pieces ran in and out of cover to strip them of supporting Shermans and Amtanks, to knock out the Amtraks coming up with supplies, and then to fire point-blank among the climbing riflemen, even then being raked with small arms fire. Up, fighting in an oven of 112 degrees, climbing the cruel, slashing coral, clawing over razorbacks, flopping behind boulders to gasp for breath, shinning up the pinnacles, rolling down steep inclines to escape the bullets and grenades, crawling back up it again to reform and attack once more, and all around the clanging hell of the enemy artillery and mortars, the cries for water and plasma, and over again, "Pass the word for stretcher-bearers! Pass the word for stretcher-bearers!" But they went up, sometimes having to slide back down to retake fallen caves which had erupted with killing fire again. They took the first height of the Umabrogel and found that to their left above them was another. It was Hill 210, just that much higher than Hill 200, and down from it plunged a terrible rain, while up from the wooded ravine between ridges flashed a matching fire. The men of the 2nd Battalion first dug in. That is, they gathered coral rocks and piled them between themselves and the enemy fire. Then they lay down on the unyielding rock, feeling its intense heat through dungarees slashed and torn by the ordeal of their climb. But they had driven a deep salient into the enemy's lines and had covered the 5th Marines to their right against possible flanking fire. The cost? "We're up here," replied the single company commander who had survived, "but we're knee-deep in Purple Hearts." In the morning, there were more casualties all along the line. The 2nd Battalion's salient, in fact, had made a shallow W of the entire front from west to east coast. The Japanese took advantage of the W and hammered hard at its joints, counterattacking and shooting the gaps where they found them. Hill 200 shook to constant battle, and Colonel Puller was forced to take G Company from the 2nd Battalion 7th, given him as a reserve, and rush it up to bolster the line. The Marines held, and in the morning of September 18th, the attack went forward in an attempt to straighten out the W. It went forward at 7 o'clock, with the thermometer already rising to 115 degrees, and each man issued a dozen salt tablets and 2 canteens of water to resist the Umabrogel's horrible heat. The guns of both armies had stripped the battleground of all shade. Everything lay open to the sun, which hung in the sky like a burning ball above a jumble of blinding white coral rubble. The Marines were lying out on this like fish, gasping in a skillet. The enemy was in his caves, cool and covered. Marines dropping of heat exhaustion were helped to the rear to be revived with intravenous feedings of normal saline. Then they returned to battle, their camouflage nets pulled out from beneath their helmets and hanging over the back of their necks, like the kepis of the French Foreign Legion. In this heat, Chesty Puller roamed his command post stripped to the waist, his pipe stuck in one corner of his mouth while he issued his orders from the other. Puller had already relieved his badly mauled 1st Battalion and placed the 2nd Battalion, 7th, in the center of his line. He had fed 115 men from the 1st Pioneer Battalion into the other depleted battalions. His own regiment's casualties were 1,236, not counting combat fatigue or heat exhaustion, or about one-third, and most of these were among Marines of the line. But Puller was optimistic, as was Major General Rupertus. High ground had been reached the day before, had been held during the night, and now the enemy collapse was imminent. It had always happened that way. Once the Marines had fought into dominating terrain, Japanese resistance had weakened until it had been utterly broken by a last banzai. Although there had been no banzai as yet, there was no reason not to expect one. Nor could Puller or anyone else conceive of the depth of the position under attack. There had been a few uneasy reflections on the 35 unmapped caves which the 1st Battalion had been forced to knock out the day before, but no one dreamed that so many hundreds more awaited them in the higher ridges, as no one doubted the efficacy of the naval gunfire, artillery, and airstrikes preceding each assault, laying bare more and more of the Umabrogel's ugly white pate. But on this September 18th, there were so many more caves, so many more troops and guns in those higher ridges that the attacks of the 2nd Battalions, 7th and 1st, were quickly fragmented center and left. Though the object was to pinch out the Japanese on Hill 210 inside the first V of the W, the Marines were attacking in every direction of the compass, for they were under fire from every direction. It was a bloody scramble of squads or platoons, with here and there a surviving officer rounding up the remnants of a company and leading them on until the Hill 210 bulge was erased. And the Japanese, in surrounding ridges, retaliated by bringing down such a murderous fire on the 2nd Battalion first, and by mounting a series of counterattacks so savage that Lieutenant Colonel Russell Hansowitz reported that he might not be able to hold. "What do you mean you can't hold?" Buller roared. "You're there, ain't you, Hansowitz?" Then, while a smoke barrage was laid down to conceal Hansowitz's position, Puller ordered B Company out of the 1st Battalion Reserve to a point forward and right of besieged Hill 200. B Company went up it in a rush, but it was only an isolated ridge. It did not relieve much of the pressure on 2nd Battalion first. B Company pushed on. They came to a system of peaks and palisades called the Five Sisters, a complex running transverse to the entire Umurbrogel. They attacked it. They were hurled to the ground. They had come to the heart of Colonel Nakagawa's infernal mountain, and because they had been stopped so abruptly by what had seemed a single roundhouse punch, they gave it the name which would describe the entire Umurbrogel, the name of Bloody Nose Ridge. They did not take it that day, nor that month, nor the next. It was to be the final pocket of Japanese resistance in Peleliu, and it would not fall until November 25th. In the meantime, the first attack had fared better on the flanks. The 3rd Battalion had moved again on the west or left coast, and again had to halt to mark time. On the right flank, the 2nd Battalion had sent troops over the low ground between Hill 200 and the village of Asius on the east. They tied in with the left flank company of the 5th Marines. Between this company and the rest of the 5th lay a deep swamp which would divide them until a new phase of the offensive began on September 23rd. By dusk, that uncomfortable W formation had been erased. Puller's command at Bloody Nose Ridge now held the enemy in a very shallow U. The regiment's casualties, exclusive of those of the attached troops, were now at 1,500, or half its strength. But the report to division said that although gains were slight, the center of Japanese resistance has been detected and the weakest spots probed. "Let's go get killed in that high ground up there," the red-haired sergeant yelled, and he and his men went up the sides of Bloody Nose Ridge, and many of them were killed. This was the morning of September 19th, when the 1st Regiment 2nd Battalion was broken on that evil coral complex, and the 1st Battalion all but disappeared. Everything was hurled against the ridge's sheer southern face, all the big guns of land and sea, along with aerial bombs, tank weapons, bazookas, flamethrowers, mortars, and machine guns, and the banned weapons of attacking riflemen. And Colonel Puller had also reinforced the 2nd Battalion with the Division Reconnaissance Company and Company C of the 1st Battalion. All that the 1st Battalion had left in reserve was A Company, plus a machine gun platoon composed of men from the battalion intelligence section, cooks, clerks, and jeep drivers. In Lieutenant Colonel Hansowitz's 2nd Battalion command post, an ominous sequence of orders and reports began. 05:45. Heavy mortar fire fell all through our lines during the night. Lieutenant Mercer was killed, and his platoon hit hardest. 06:05. Enemy rockets firing on E Company lines. 06:10. Mortars notified to fire on rocket launchers in 141U. 07:15. F Company reports enemy mortars falling on our lines, requests Amtracs to evacuate wounded. 07:45, the attack is proceeding. 07:52, enemy artillery shelling front lines heavily. 08:05, from regiment, practically all dead enemy officers are booby-trapped. Use caution. 08:15, observation post requests naval gunfire and bombing on east side of island at phase 04 line. 08:18, heavy enemy artillery fire and observation post, stretcher bearers and corpsmen dispatched as requested. 08:50, tanks moving forward. 09:02, from F Company, I have approximately 60 men left and 4 officers, including myself. Lieutenant Russo has 3 pieces of shrapnel in his back. Lieutenant Maples has been wounded in the shoulder. We are still in the fight. 09:15, observation post requests that more tanks be rushed forward, but runners sent to bring tanks forward report no tanks in entire area between command post and observation post. 09:17, G Company reports that they are hitting caves with 37mm armor-piercing and high explosive. Will require tanks with 75s before they can advance. 09:30, C Company and G Company being committed up the draw to get into 141U. 09:40, mortar fire commencing on target. 1:10, advance stopped, all companies and observation posts pinned down under heavy mortar barrage. 11:05, E Company reports they have only 1 effective squad due to exhaustion and heat prostration. 11:10, to regiment, we need more men to continue the advance. From regiment, we'll furnish A Company to support you. 11:30, A Company moving forward, they report they have 56 men. 1200, G Company radio operator wounded, replacement sent forward. 1212, command post under mortar barrage. 1220, attack continues at 1230. 1245, F Company requests 15 stretchers and as many bearers as available. 1250, F Company requests that tanks be sent forward. They are receiving heavy machine gun fire and are having heavy casualties, and only tanks can clear the way. 1300, G Company requests permission to withdraw. The men are dropping from exhaustion, and our casualties are great from heavy machine gun fire and mortars. The position is untenable. From battalion, how far will you have to withdraw? From G Company, to the reverse slope of the hill to avoid fire. From battalion, do not withdraw any farther than absolutely necessary. We will lay smoke to cover your change of position. 1302, to A Company. What situation is G Company in? Can you go forward at all? From A Company, no. 1310, to 1st Battalion sickbay. Please send all available ambulances and stretchers to our command post. 1320, A Company reports that 2nd Battalion 7th is pinned down to the left and cannot cross the ridge. 1325, to A Company. You will advance at once across the ridge to relieve pressure on the line. From A Company, we cannot move out. There's heavy machine gun fire raking the entire ridge. To A Company, it is necessary that you move out at all costs. I'm giving you a direct order. You will move out at once. If you move in small rushes, your casualties will not be great. 1345, all contact lost with A Company. 2nd Battalion 7th has taken hill to the left. 1350, situation. Troops and observation posts are pinned down by machine gun fire and mortars in front of Hill 100. All available firepower is being brought to bear on this sector. 1420 from F Company. I must have more men to continue the advance. I'm having heavy casualties. 1425. All available men in the command post who can be spared ordered forward. 24 men moving out. 1440 to E Company. Move up in support of F Company. 1450. Pioneers have been sent forward as support for F Company. 1455. A Company has reported to observation post for further orders. They have 6 men and 1 officer, of original 56. 1505. G Company and E Company have been withdrawn. 1515. 5 of 24 men from command post knocked out by mortar fire on the way to the lines. 1530. Flame-throwing tanks on way to support F Company. 1531. To mortars. Extend fire into 143E. 1540 to mortars. Cease firing. 1550 from G Company radio operator. Lieutenant Fournier has just been killed, but I think I can get the machine gun that got him if I can get a bazooka. 1555 from G Company radio operator. Machine gun nest knocked out. Am awaiting orders. 1558. Captain Tiscornia has reported back from hospital ship and is being sent forward to take over G Company. Lieutenant Maples killed in F Company. F and G companies combine under Captain Tiscornia. Lieutenant Burke wounded and evacuated. 1750. The 3rd Squad of the 4th War Dog Platoon moving up to support G Company. 1755. Assault continued on entire front on Hill 100. 1759. C Company reports they have taken Hill 100. It was not called Hill 100 but Walt Ridge, this vital height which Captain Everett Pope and 90 men of C Company had been assaulting since noon. It stood well north of Bloody Nose Ridge, dominating the east road and the swamp lying between the 1st and 5th Regiments. If it were taken, Bloody Nose Ridge might be hit from the rear. Lieutenant Colonel Hansowitz ordered Pope's company to seize it, with the Division Reconnaissance Company following in support. Pope's men moved through the swamp to attack. They were driven back. They moved to their left along East Road, following it until it formed a causeway across a large sinkhole. Pope called for tanks to lead them over the causeway. One tank slipped off the left side, another off the right. "We'll have to cross it in squad rushes," Pope ordered. They crossed. With mortars and machine guns in support, they drove up to the crest of Walt Ridge, and it was at 1 minute before 6 o'clock that they reported it seized. From then on, C Company was struck at from every side. They were shelled, machine-gunned, and counterattacked. They fought with rocks and with fists. They struggled with their assailants and hurled them bodily over the cliffs. They held, but at dawn there were only Captain Pope and 16 others alive, and of these only 9 had enough strength to fight. It was because of Pope's leadership that there were any left at all, and for this he won a Medal of Honor. But on the morning of September 20th, Pope had to bring his men down from the hill, which would be renamed Walt Ridge later in the fight. The combined 1st 2nd Battalion then attempted to retake Walt Ridge and was shattered in relentless crossfire. It was the 1st Regiment's last bolt. Colonel Nakagawa jubilantly signaled Lieutenant General Inoue. Since dawn, the enemy has been concentrating their forces, vainly trying to approach Higashiyama, Walt Ridge, and Kansokuyama, Hill 300, with 14 tanks and 1 infantry battalion under powerful aids of air and artillery fire. However, they were again put to rout, receiving heavy losses. Bloody Nose Ridge had cut the 1st Battalions down to half the size of companies, had reduced some companies to less than a squad. In the combined 1st 2nd Battalion, with its attached units from division, there were not 100 effectives by the end of the day. In hard figures of killed and wounded, the 1st Marines had lost 1,749 men, and there were additional hundreds made non-effective by heat exhaustion, water poisoning, combat fatigue, or blast concussion. But they had killed 4,000 Japanese and had taken 10 defended coral ridges, 3 big blockhouses, 22 pillboxes, 13 anti-tank guns, and 144 defended caves. 1/3 of Peleliu's armament, 2/5 of its defenders. It would require 4 regiments to take the rest. But it required only 2 small hospital transports, Pinckney and Tryon, to take the first survivors back to Pavuvu. Even on the way out to the ships, misfortune overtook them. It was a high sea. The edge of a typhoon was moving toward Peleliu. Some of the ducks were swamped, though no one was lost. Weary, dirty, dripping, the Marines climbed over the rails, to be met by clean, dry, eager sailors. "Any souvenirs?" an officer asked the Marine. The Marine stood examining him in silence. He patted his behind. "I brought my ass out of there, swabby," he said. "That's the only souvenir I wanted." 20. Early reports of the slaughter under Bloody Nose Ridge had convinced Major General Roy Geiger, the 3rd Corps commander, that Peleliu would not be the whirlwind conquest predicted by Major General Rupertus. Geiger saw very quickly that reinforcements would be needed, but General Rupertus was reluctant to use Army troops, which became available after the 81st Infantry, Wildcat Division, took Angwar in 3 days. Although resistance on Angwar was to continue for another month, only 2 of the 81st Regiments were needed to contain it. Thus, a 3rd Regiment was free to enter the bigger battle on Peleliu. On September 21st, Geiger came to Rupertus' headquarters on Peleliu and told him he thought the 1st Marines should be relieved and that he was considering bringing an Army regiment into the battle. Rupertus became alarmed. He asked Geiger not to take such action, and he assured the 3rd Corps commander that Peleliu would fall in another day or 2. Geiger disagreed. He told Rupertus to prepare to evacuate the battered 1st and also to receive reinforcements from the 81st Division. Then Geiger asked Major General Paul Miller, the 81st commander, to detach his 321st Infantry Regiment for assignment to the 1st Marine Division on Peleliu. The 321st soldiers came into the island on September 23rd, the same day on which their brother Doughfoots, of the 323rd Infantry landed unopposed on Ulithi, and they marched up West Road to relieve the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. The following day, the 321st turned right to strike at the western face of the Ummerbrogel pocket. The next day, the 25th, the 5th Marines launched a drive around the western side of the pocket into northern Peleliu, the upper prong of the Lobster's Claw. Colonel Harris's battalions marched rapidly out of the eastern peninsula, the lower prong of the Claw, crossed the island south of the Ummerbrogel, and then turned right or north to move up West Road. They passed through the 321st to drive into enemy territory. That night, Colonel Harris bent both his flanks back to the sea. He was all alone, holding a solitary beachhead. The Japanese counterattacked 3 times, savagely. They were beaten off. On the morning of September 26th, the Marines raced farther north. They left the Ummerbrogel behind, overran a radio station, crossed the junction of west and east roads, and came up on the left of L-shaped Amiangel Mountain. Here they encountered cave systems so constructed that Marine tanks could fire point-blank into entrances and be struck by fire which continued to come out the same cave mouth. Here the Marines could seize a hill, sit on it to rest or smoke, and smell the rice and fish being cooked by the enemy 4 or 5 stories beneath them. Here, too, they made skillful use of the tank dozer, which had been developed by fitting a Sherman tank with a bulldozer blade and using it to seal off caves under fire. On September 27th, while the 5th began attacking east to seal off the northern tip of Peleliu, the 321st made the maneuver which cut off the Ummerbrogel pocket. Captain George Neal of the 2nd Battalion, 321st, formed a task force of 7 Sherman tanks, 6 Amtraks, 1 Amtrak flamethrower, and 45 riflemen. He led them up West Road, came to the captured junction, and turned down East Road on a southward run that brought his force up behind the enemy. When Task Force Neal came up against Hill 100 and killed 15 Japanese in a brief fight, the Ummerbrogel pocket was contained. Above Neal's force, the 5th had been caught between 2 fires. On the right, they had come up against the biggest cave on Peleliu. It housed 1,000 men and occupied all of the island's northernmost ridge. Its seaward tip loomed over the road, here so narrow as to allow only a single tank to pass. Its face was freckled with cave mouths. The moment a tank nosed around its snout, it was struck. The moment infantry sought to crawl along the road, they were hit from cave mouths on the right and from Japanese gunners across the 1,000-yard strait on Negasibus and its adjoining isle of Kangauru to its right or east. The Marines called for naval gunfire on Kangauru. They brought land artillery fire down on Negasibus, firing smoke shells every 4th round to disconcert the enemy, while 9 Sherman tanks rolled into range to fire nothing but smoke. Then they sent 5 armored Amtraks wallowing into the strait. The Amtrak sailed 300 yards, wheeled, swiveled their guns around, and poured a terrible flat fire into the cave mouths. While they did, Sherman swept along the road and around the snout with infantry following. Following them came an Amtrak flamethrower, which doubled back to burn out the cave mouths. That happened on September 27th, the day after Major Robert Cowboy Stout brought the white-nosed Corsairs of Squadron 114 into Peleliu. Now the Marine flyers would get their first chance to show how well they had developed that tactic of close-up support, first used at Hellzapoppin Ridge and Bougainville. Cowboy Stout's low chargers were to support the 3rd Battalion 5th during the invasion of Negasibus on September 28th. The Marines crossed the strait in Amtraks, after an hour of naval gunfire, aerial bombing, and shelling by Corps and Division artillery. 200 yards from the beaches, the Corsairs roared over them and began to strafe. They kept it up until the Marines were but 30 yards from the shore, and they struck at levels so low the terrified Japanese were unable to defend the beaches. The landing was made without a single casualty, although 50 Japanese were killed or captured in coastal pillboxes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 hours after the assault began, all but a few hundred yards of Negasibus had fallen. The rest, with the airfield and adjoining Kangauru Islet, was in Marine hands. There had been 28 men lost. The next day, Major Stout's flyers were strafing and bombing up and down the Ummerbrogel pocket, helping the 7th Marines hammer where the 1st Marines had left off. Day after day, Corsairs made the 15-second run from airfield to Bloody Nose Ridge to drop tanks of napalm on the Japanese, banking and landing to rearm without having bothered to retract landing gear. The enemy plan, Colonel Nakagawa reported to General Inoue, seems to be to burn down the Central Hills post to ashes by dropping gasoline from airplanes. But as the typhoon edged nearer and sullen rains fell on Peleliu, Colonel Nakagawa began to experience less difficulty with napalm, and soon had trained his men to keep very low whenever the Corsairs were flying over the pocket. So the Corsairs began to drop unfused tanks of napalm, leaving it to the attacking Marines to set them alight when they chose by dropping white phosphorus shells on them. When the Typhoon's rains did come, they were a blessing to Nakagawa's remnant. The Japanese had begun to run out of water. Now they trapped enough in underground cisterns to last for months. Meanwhile, the 7th Marines had relieved the 321st of their sector in the west, had held there, and begun a steady drive from the north and east. They fought against an enemy maintaining an extraordinary discipline. Marines could move through a draw, conscious of hundreds of hostile eyes focused on them, and not be fired at. But when they attempted to get a tank through the draw, or tried scaling the ridges, then it fell in fury. At night, the Japanese swarmed from their caves as infiltrators. They caused little trouble to veteran Marines, but they killed many souvenir hunters, sailors and service troops who wandered up to the pocket in search of souvenirs or thrills, oftentimes never came out of it alive. Some were even impressed as riflemen by Marine commanders who needed reinforcements and were not fussy about how they were obtained. There were also Marine airmen and service troops who came up to the pocket for the express purpose of fighting. Still, Nakagawa held out. As September turned into October, his men had inflicted so many casualties on the gradually advancing 7th Marines that their ranks were almost as badly depleted as the 1st had been. On October 4th, with the two most vital of the eastern ridges in their hands, the 7th Marines made their last attack. The 3rd Battalion tried to take Baldy Ridge, hoping thus to drive a deep wedge from the east. To get at Baldy, L Company struck at Ridge 120 to its left or south. From this, they hoped to strike Baldy in the flank and rear. A force of 48 men took Ridge 120 with ease. They turned to drive at Baldy and found they were in a trap. The Japanese struck at these exposed Marines from Baldy in a ring of strong points, hitting them with small arms, machine guns, cannon, and mortars. Gunnery Sergeant Ralph Phillips fell dead at the first machine gun burst. Men were falling everywhere. Big 230-pound Lieutenant James Dunn attempted to lead the men down the ridge's sheer face. He was hanging on to rocks when machine guns chugged across the draw and dropped him to his death on the boulders below. Now the bullets were spanging among the Marines as they crawled wildly for cover. Some of the wounded urged their comrades to leave. Others begged them to stay. A corpsman jumped erect. "Take it easy," he called. "Bandage each other. Get out a few at a time." Then he fell dead. Down in the draw, Captain James Shanley watched the slaughter of his men in horror. He bellowed to the men of K Company on his left, "For God's sake, smoke up that hill." K Company's Marines began hurling smoke grenades into the ravine between their own positions and Ridge 120 to their front and right. Wind wafted a billow of phosphorus over the stricken platoon on the ridge crest. Captain Shanley called for a tank. It came up the draw, but was halted by the boulders. It could not strike at the Japanese, but it became a rallying point for the men on the ridge, who were even then pulling out under the smoke. Some of them jumped and ran to the tank, but there were still 6 wounded on the ridge, guarded by 3 Marines and one of the 3 corpsmen who had not been killed. The wounded urged the able to leave. "You've done all you can for us," one of them sobbed. "Get out of here." The unharmed Marines rolled their stricken comrades over the ledge. They fell among the boulders. One man's foot caught in a vine, and he hung there until a comrade kicked it free. Above them, a trio of Marines who had been playing dead jumped to their feet and ran for the ledge. One was killed, but the others jumped to safety. In the draw, 2 wounded men stumbled toward the tank. One of them put his arms around his friend and half carried him forward. They could not make it. They sank to the ground, and Japanese bullets spurted around them. Captain Shanley shook off a lieutenant's restraining hand and ran out to get them. He seized one man in his arms, ran back to the tank with him, laid him down, and ran out again. But a mortar shell exploded behind Captain Shanley, and he fell, mortally wounded. Lieutenant Harold Collis ran to rescue Captain Shanley. He fell beside him, dead. Now there was more smoke drifting over the ledge. More of the unharmed Marines jumped to safety. They ran across that terrible draw, and only a few survived it. 2 who did ran back to rescue the wounded. They were killed. And then dusk began to veil that tableau of tragedy. Of the 48 men who went up Ridge 121, only 11 came back down, and 6 of these were wounded. The 7th Marines could also fight no more. Their casualties were 1,497, nearly matching those of the 1st. It was up to the 5th Marines to crush less than 1,000 Japanese still living in the constricted Umerbrogel pocket. They relieved the 7th on October 6th, But the valiant, arrogant 5th, the regiment that had been bloodied in Belleau Wood, could not do it either. By October 15th, they too were exhausted, and their casualties of 1,378 were also nearly 50%. On that date, with the assault phase in Peleliu ended, with about 500 of Nakagawa's men still holding out in a pocket about 400 yards at its widest east-west, about 600 yards at its longest north-south, command in Peleliu passed to Major General Paul Miller of the 81st Division. There began then a grim step-by-step reduction that would last a month and would be fought with bulldozers and explosives and bombs and napalm as much as by foot soldiers with handguns. For now, the need for speed no longer existed at Peleliu. 5 days after the Army took command, General MacArthur's soldiers began landing at Leyte in the Philippines. 2 days more marked the beginning of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the struggle which was the greatest naval battle in history, bringing death to the Japanese Navy and establishing America as the greatest sea power afloat, while also marking the passing of the battleship and introducing that strange new banzai with wings called kamikaze. On October 12th, the first of the B-29s landed on Saipan. On November 24th, the first B-29 bombing raid was flown from there to Tokyo. On that same night, when the thunder of the monster American bombers could be heard above the Ginza, Colonel Nakagawa and Major General Murai killed themselves on Peleliu. They had destroyed the colors of their commands, and they had no one left to command. Kunio Nakagawa and his men had inflicted a total of 6,526 casualties on the 1st Marine Division, of whom 1,252 were killed. They also killed 208 and wounded 1,185 soldiers of the 81st Division. They had made the oldest and most battle-experienced of all the Marine divisions fight for their lives, fight for each other's lives. In that recurring and noblest phenomenon of the Marines' war, Lieutenant Carlton Rowe, Corporal Louis Boswell, PFC Richard Krause, PFC John New, PFC Wesley Phelps, and PFC Charles Roan all threw themselves on enemy grenades to save their comrades. Lieutenant Rowe survived his wounds to receive his Medal of Honor. The others did not. Out of this Peleliu, which gave General MacArthur his secure right flank, which obtained Admiral Nimitz's anchorage and air base, came the new phenomenon of the war, the Japanese soldier fighting with head as well as heart. Colonel Kunio Nakagawa had shown the world that in place of the fiction of the Japanese warrior irresistible on offense stood the hard fact of the world's most tenacious defensive fighter, immovable except in death. There were many more of them. As one who had been overpowered on Saipan snarled to the conquerors who would not let him kill himself, "You may have this island, but back there is the Empire." Against these new warriors, into the heart of this empire, the Marines would now go charging. 4. And no more. God and the soldier all men adore, in time of trouble and no more. For when war is over, and all things righted, God is neglected, the old soldier slighted. Inscription carved in a stone sentry box on Gibraltar. 1. It was nearly 1945, and the Marines had had their second breather. They had fought and won 7 major actions in 1944, but apart from 2 artillery battalions fighting in the Philippines, Marine ground forces had not fired a shot since the 5th Marines came down from the Umarbrogel in mid-October. They needed the respite, for the battered 1st Division to recuperate from Peleliu, for the new 5th to shake down in Hawaii, for the 3rd to fill its ranks and train the newcomers by sweeping Guam of its remaining Japanese soldiers, for the 2nd and 4th to renew themselves with replacement drafts from the States, for the 6th to twist the regimental rivalries of the loner 4th, 22nd, and 29th Marines into the single strand of divisional pride. And now there were 6 full Marine divisions in the field, 2 corps, a full army, some 200,000 men, the largest, the most successful, the most experienced body of amphibious assault troops the world has known. Before this force, invincible since Guadalcanal, lay 2 final targets, Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Iwo and Oki, the first to bear 8 square miles of desolate crag and volcanic ash, lying 760 miles south of Tokyo. The second, an irregular island, 60 miles at its longest, 2 at its narrowest, and 18 at its broadest, but lying only 375 miles below southernmost Japan. Iwo would come first, for Iwo was already urgent. 2. The B-29 superforts, which had been flying from Saipan to Tokyo since November 24th, had been suffering severe losses. Japanese anti-aircraft fire was savage. There were many fighter planes left to defend the Japanese home islands, and some would ram a superfort if they could not shoot it down. And there was no chance of surprise, because Iwo-based radar warned the homeland in time to fly off fighter protection. Worst of all was the long 1,500-mile flight home. Crippled superforts, unable to fly more than a few hundred miles from Tokyo, fell into the sea and were lost with their crews. Those which fell between Iwo and Saipan might be reached by Dumbo rescue planes, but if the crews were saved, the enormously expensive B-29s were surely lost. With Iwo Jima in American hands, the superforts could fly much closer to Tokyo undetected. They could be escorted over the Japanese capital by Iwo-based fighters, and men shot down off the very shores of Japan might even hope for the arrival of Iwo-based rescue planes. Most important, any superfort capable of flying halfway home could be saved by an emergency landing at Iwo. With eventual use of Iwo Jima as a regular stop-off on return flights, smaller gasoline loads would make possible bigger bomb loads. Iwo's own raids on Marianas would cease, bringing about the release of Marianas-based fighters for use elsewhere, and possession of the island would nail down the right or eastern flank of the Okinawa operation. Such was the importance and urgency of Iwo Jima in early 1945. Rarely before had an objective been so clearly necessary. Perhaps never before had so much counted on the seizure of such a no-count place. It was only 4.5 miles long, 2.5 miles wide, this Iwo Jima, or Sulphur Island. It was a loathsome little cinder clog, a place black and charred and shaped like a lopsided pork chop. To Major Yokosuka Hori, who had come to it in late 1944, the place was an abomination. It was only an island of sulphur, no water, no sparrow, and no swallow. Major Hori's detestation of Iwo was evident in what may stand as one of the world's most original defense plans, the one he submitted to his superior, Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi. Now we have no fleet and no air forces, Major Hori's plan stated. If American forces will assault this island, it will fall into their hands in 1 month. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary not to let the enemy use this island. The best plan is to sink this island into the sea, or cut the island in half. At least we must endeavor to sink the first airfield. General Kuribayashi rejected the plan. After a few more disagreements with his staff officer, he transferred Major Hori to Chichijima, 160 miles to the north. Tadamichi Kuribayashi was like that, curt, stern, cold, one of those moon-faced, pudgy men who are all ruthless energy and driving determination. The troops did not like him. They had no girls of the comfort troops, no sake, only duty. They called him a martinet. But Tadamichi Kuribayashi was something more than that. He was a perfectionist. He had begun his career in the cavalry, the elite service of the Japanese Army. In 1938 and 1939, he was a colonel commanding the 7th Cavalry Regiment during action in Manchuria. In 1940, he was promoted to Major General and given the 1st Cavalry Brigade. 2 years later, he was transferred to Canton and made Chief of Staff of the 23rd Army. He was called to Tokyo in 1943 on the ineffable assignment of reorganizing the Guards Brigade into the 1st Imperial Guards Division, and Tadamichi Kuribayashi had met the Emperor. Not many Japanese below cabinet rank are so favored, but Tadamichi Kuribayashi was going out to command at Iwo Jima, and Iwo Jima was in the very prefecture of Tokyo. He reached his unlovely black pork chop in June 1944, taking over the usual mixture of Army and Navy troops, which would eventually reach 21,000 men, and of which his own 109th Infantry Division formed the nucleus. He sent the civilians back to Japan and grimly told his troops that it looked like a fight to the death. For comfort, he issued the Iwo Jima courageous battle vow. It said, "Above all else, we shall dedicate ourselves and our entire strength to the defense of this island. We shall grasp bombs, charge the enemy tanks, and destroy them. We shall infiltrate into the midst of the enemy and annihilate them. With every salvo, we will, without fail, kill the enemy. Each man will make it his duty to kill 10 of the enemy before dying. Until we are destroyed to the last man, we shall harass the enemy by guerrilla tactics." The vow may have sounded like the same old Bushido, but there was a new and coldly logical mind behind the defense plan which Kuribayashi drew up. Like any good plan, it took utmost advantage of Iwo Jima's unusual terrain. Unlike many plans, it had the genius of placing the right number of men at the right points. Lieutenant General Kuribayashi had hit on the great secret of proportion. Luck had given him the 21,000 men, which was all that he needed, and had also spared him the confusion of a crowd. With this force, with his engineers, with all the guns and ammunition he needed, with the sufficiency of stored water and the materials of fortification, He was going to make Iwo Jima into a fixed position, at least unsurpassed in modern military history. At the southwest end of this southwest-northeast slanted island, at the very tail of the pork chop, stood Mount Suribachi, a dead volcano, humping 550 feet above the sea. Here General Kuribayashi stationed from 1,500 to 2,000 men in a semi-independent position. Between Suribachi and the point north where the chop bellies out to Iwo's extreme width of 2.5 miles was a flatland of volcanic ash, about 1.5 miles wide and 2 miles long. Here was the island's finest airfield, Airfield No. 1. Here General Kuribayashi put only light infantry defenses, for here, either to west or to east, were Iwo's only landing beaches. Here the enemy would have to come, and once the enemy was ashore, with his vehicles and ammunition and stores piling up behind him, with his boats coming ashore by the literal thousands, here would fall all the fire of Kuribayashi's guns sighted on Suribachi to the south and the high Motoyama Plateau to the north. How many guns? 12 320mm spigot mortars, 22 150mm trench mortars, 4 15cm coast defense guns, 4 14cm coast defense guns, 9 12cm coast defense guns, 12 12cm short coast defense guns, 30 12cm dual-purpose guns, 6 10cm dual-purpose guns, 5 8cm dual-purpose guns, 18 7.5cm dual-purpose guns, 1 150mm howitzer, 4 120mm howitzers, 6 10cm howitzers, 4 90mm howitzers, 5 75mm pack howitzers, 17 75mm field guns, 24 70mm battalion guns, 70 90mm or 81mm mortars, 380 50mm heavy grenade dischargers, knee mortars, 54 47mm anti-tank guns, 15 37mm anti-tank guns, 4 40mm anti-aircraft machine guns, 213 25mm machine guns, 9 23mm anti-aircraft machine guns, 4 20mm machine guns, 168 13mm machine guns, 30 tanks dug in as pillboxes, 61 flamethrowers, 350 heavy machine guns, 480 light machine guns, 200 rocket launchers, 10,000 rifles. Though the 320mm spigot mortar was bizarre, its 675-pound shell bigger than the firing cylinder and fitting over and round it, its life no more than half a dozen rounds, its erratic projectile feared as much by its crew as by its intended victims, it could nevertheless make a monster bang. And when 60,000 Marines became packed into tiny Iwo Jima, it would be difficult for it to be harmless. The rockets, varying in size from 550 to 200 pounds, were likewise more noisy than nasty. But the rest of that fearful armament could have ferocious effect, and Kuribayashi had emplaced these guns in an elaborate system of caves and concrete blockhouses. Where Peleliu had 500 caves, Iwo Jima had 1,500, most of them on the Motoyama Plateau rising north of Airfield No. 1. Where Tarawa had blockhouses and pillboxes of ferroconcrete, Iwo Jima also had them, 5-foot walls, 10-foot ceilings, sandbagged, humped around with 50 feet of sand, and piggybacked with machine gun turrets. But Iwo Jima also had them invisible. Tarawa's had been above ground, for the water level was only 4 feet. Iwo had no bottom, and up in the north it had a tunnel system surpassing the Umabrogals. Kuribayashi had already set his men to work digging the first links of an underground network to total some 30 miles. Construction was around the clock. Every man worked 3 hours on, 5 off, or as long as was necessary to dig a minimum 3 feet. They worked wearing gas masks to filter out the fumes from Iwo's numerous sulfur wells. Some places were so hot with sulfur that the men could cook a pan of rice over them in 20 minutes. But Kuribayashi got only about 4 miles of the master tunnel system finished before the Marines came, although he still had many miles of completed tunnels and interconnected caves below the ridges and among the rocky gorges of the true cross-island defense systems he had completed in the northeast. The first of these 2 barriers was the main one. It began on the Motoyama Plateau, about a mile northeast of Airfield No. 1, and the narrow Ashen Neck on which Kuribayashi hoped to annihilate the Americans. Both of its flanks were on the sea, and its center was anchored on Airfield No. 2, located at almost the exact middle of the island. This line was actually a belt of mutually supporting positions about 1,000 yards in depth, southwest to northeast. The second line, not as deep or as formidable, began a mile or so northeast of the first. The second line's flanks were also on the sea, while uncompleted Airfield No. 3, a mile directly northeast of Airfield No. 2, represented its center. Behind the second line, in the last mile or so of northeastern Iwo, were more defenses, all made menacing by fantastic terrain. Such terrain could conceal the communications center located just south of Kita. It was a fortress with 5-foot walls and 10-foot roof, a single room 150 feet long and 70 feet wide, housing 20 radios, reached only by a 500-foot tunnel about 75 feet underground, the tunnel's entrance cleverly hidden between two small hills. Nor were the gunners popping out of this monster Chinese box of defense be the usual bad shots the Marines had encountered across the Pacific. Kurabayashi made sure of this in training characterized by this order. It is necessary to eliminate completely the idea that firing results are satisfactory if shells merely fall in the enemy area. We must, without fail, score direct hits on the targets. The general was also that rare thing among Japanese officers. He was security conscious. He set up 8 different defense sectors, each with a plan of its own, none aware of the others. If the Bushido Code made it impossible for Kuribayashi to instruct his men on what to say when captured, he could at least guard against the inevitable by giving them nothing to talk about. There were also plans for defense against possible airborne attack, for the destruction of roads, for the digging of numerous ditches to guard against the American tanks Kuribayashi feared so much, and finally for encouraging the troops to disregard the devastating aerial and surface bombardment which preceded the American attacks. We must strive to disperse, conceal, and camouflage personnel, weapons, and materiel, and make use of the installations to reduce damage during enemy bombing and shelling. In addition, we will enhance the concealment of various positions by the construction of dummy positions to absorb the enemy shelling and bombing. All this was done. Even the firing ports of the pillboxes were made small and angled so that nothing could enter them but a grenade thrown from a few feet away or a handgun fired point-blank. If this cut down the field of fire, it made little difference. There were so many pillboxes supporting each other. When the 7th Air Force launched its 72-day pounding of Iwo Jima, Kuribayashi's men stayed out of sight and dug their ditches all the deeper. When the long, thick shapes of the American bombardment ships slid out of the darkness in the morning of February 16th, the Japanese refused to be goaded into firing back and giving away the position of the coastal guns. Even though they had smokeless powder, they refused. Only when the swimmers of the underwater demolition teams came into the eastern beaches on February 17th did they open up. They thought the invasion had begun, and big guns on the cliffs to the north began shooting at the covering gunboats. It was their only mistake, and they paid for it dearly. Those vital guns were knocked out and left dangling down the cliff faces. Otherwise, Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi calmly observed the destruction of pillboxes on the eastern beaches and heard reports of the gradual loss of much of his communications. He had expected the last and had prepared for the first. The Americans would come ashore thinking his armor knocked out. Their planes would fly away. Their naval gunfire would lift. They would see only the terraces of volcanic ash, which sea and wind had piled a few dozen yards inland at heights up to 15 feet. They would struggle beyond these. Then they would see the flatland, with its hummocks of sand. But the hummocks would turn out to be hidden guns, and the armor supposedly knocked out would begin the slaughter already celebrated in the Iwo Jima garrison song. Where dark tides billow in the ocean, a wink-shaped isle of mighty fame guards the gateway to our empire. Iwo Jima is its name. We brave men who have been chosen to defend this island strand, filled with faith and certain triumph, yearn to strike for fatherland. Thoughts of duty ever with us, from dawn to dusk we train with zeal, bound by emperors commanding to bring the enemy to heel. Oh, for emperor and homeland, there's no burden we won't bear. Sickness, hardship, filthy water, these are less to us than air. Officers and men together, work and struggle, strive and trust, to the hated Anglo-Saxons lie before us in the dust. 3. The hated Anglo-Saxons? Though there were indeed many men of that racial strain among the force forming to come against Iwo Jima, the Japanese, who had mistakenly assumed at the war's outset that their chief opponents were to be the British Army and Navy, had again erred in identifying the foe. They were Americans. There were Anglo-Saxon names, such as Erskine or Grey or Chamberlain, but there were others such as Schmidt or McCarthy or Stein or Lebel or Basilone. And there was that commonality of the Smiths, which could be any or all of these. Chief of the Smiths was old Howlin' Mad, now a gruff lieutenant general of 63 years. He was commander of the expeditionary troops mounting out for Iwo, a position which was purely titular. Kelly Turner commanded at sea, and Major General Harry Schmidt would be in charge ashore once the Fifth Corps had landed. Smith sought to explain his presence with the quip, "I guess they brought me along in case something happens to Harry Schmidt." Actually, he was along because the admirals wanted him to be. Smith and his staff were the most experienced amphibious commanders in the Pacific. Even so, the admiral's admiration for Smith did not preclude a recurrence of the dispute over the volume of pre-invasion bombardment to be delivered by the Navy. The Navy planned 3 days of pre-invasion shelling, timed to coincide with the first carrier forces' first strikes at Tokyo. These raids would neutralize enemy homeland air strength. If they began, say, 4 days before the invasion, and were interrupted in 2 days or less by either bad weather or enemy resistance, then Japan would have enough time to recover from them and strike American shipping at Iwo. If they began only 3 days before the landings, as planned, and were interrupted in 2 days or less, then Japan would not have enough time to recover. The Navy's other reason for restricting the pre-invasion bombardment to 3 days was that this was sufficient, and that anything beyond it would be subject to the law of diminishing returns. The Marines, still mindful of how little was knocked out at Tarawa and Peleliu, as well as how much was destroyed at Roy Namur, made 4 separate requests for extended shelling, one of them asking for 10 days of it. The Navy refused for the reasons cited, the most telling of which was the one concerning the law of diminishing returns. 3 days' shelling did get the Marines safely ashore. After that, they had to go against Kuribayashi's masterly defenses, the only way possible, on foot with a hand weapon. Events proved that nothing else but target pinpointing by troops ashore could have knocked out those positions. But at the time of the Marine requests, no one suspected the extent of Iwo's fortifications. Smith and Schmidt honestly believed that more bombardment would reduce casualties. That was why there were tears in Howland Mad Smith's eyes when he met the press off Saipan on February 16th, told them there would probably be 15,000 casualties, and said, "We've never failed, and I don't believe we shall fail here." Harry Schmidt also spoke, scowling heavily to conceal his inner tension. "The landing force is ready for combat," he said. "We expect to get on their tails and keep on their tails until we chop them off." It was Schmidt who had done most of the planning for the Iwo assault, but the man who had contrived the masterpiece at Tinian had found no lonely, unguarded beaches on Iwo Jima. Here it was either east beaches or west beaches, with only the forecasts of wind and tide to suggest which might be easier. Schmidt chose the east. The 4th Division would go in on the right or north, the 5th Division on the left. Commanding the fledgling 5th was Major General Kelleraki. He had been Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps before taking over his division a month after it was activated in January 1944. Though Big Kelleraki's outfit was new to battle, neither he nor many of his men were. Rocky had fought in World War I and could wear the French fourragère, one in Belleau Wood. He was leading Marines such as Manila John Basilone, the man who had won his Medal of Honor holding off the Sendai and Guadalcanal. Sergeant Basilone could have spent the rest of the war making war bond tours in the States, but it was like being a museum piece, he explained, when his astonished new buddies in the 5th asked what had possessed him to come back to the islands. "I kept thinking of how awful it would be if some Marines made a landing on Dewey Boulevard on the Manila waterfront, and Manila John Basilone wasn't among them." So Sergeant Basilone and other veterans, such as Corporal Johnny Gettings, the parachutist whom Brute Krylak had called the Pineapple Kid on Schwassel, were back leading untried youths like PFC Jacqueline Lucas or Corporal Tony Stein. Stein was a youth of unusual good looks, and he was tough and bold as well. He had passed the time in Hawaii learning to use a special weapon he had devised. It was an air-cooled machine gun stripped from a wrecked Navy fighter. It was called a Stinger. Stein had it with him as he left Camp Tarawa with the 28th Marines, and the regiment began boarding its ships. Stowed away aboard another ship was young Jacqueline Lucas. He was not yet 17. He had enlisted at 14, lying about his age. It was easy to believe he was older, for he was a young bull at 5 feet 8 inches and 200 pounds. Jacqueline Lucas had been in the brig twice already. The first time for fighting, the second time for being absent without leave, for being in possession of a case of beer which was not his, for beating up the MP who sought to shut off his frolic. 2 sentences of 30 days' bread and water were enough to convince Lucas that he was stuck in a chicken outfit. He went down to the docks where his cousin was boarding ship with the 1st Battalion, 26th Marines. He went aboard with them. On January 10, 1945, his own outfit, the 6th Base Depot in Hawaii, declared him a deserter, but Jacqueline Lucas couldn't care less. He was off to Iwo to fight with the 5th Marine Division. The 4th Marine Division was also mounting out of Hawaii to fight at Iwo Jima. It had been only a year since the 4th sailed straight to Roy Namur from the west coast, but the division was already as salty as outfits that had been out 3 times that long. It still had its own salts, men as radically different as Jumpin' Joe Chambers, the hell-for-leather leader of the 3rd Battalion, 25th. As tight-lipped, taciturn Captain Joe McCarthy, still commanding Company G of the 24th Marines, with the Silver Star from Saipan and 2 battle stars to his credit. And as little Sergeant Ross Gray, still moving quietly along with Company A, the 1st Battalion, 25th. They called him Preacher Gray. He had studied for the ministry. He read his Bible constantly. He held church services before the guns of Roy Namur had ceased, and been a carpenter in Saipan until his buddy was killed. Then he changed. He volunteered to fire a bar in Tinian, and now the preacher was going to lead a platoon on Iwo. Commanding such men was the oldest salt of them all. Major General Clifton Cates had been in Belleauwood, and had come out of France loaded with American and French decorations. He commanded the 1st Marines the night the Ichiki shuffled off to annihilation at the Tenaru. He had commanded the 4th Division when it was the spearhead at Tinian. He was a leader of invincible aplomb. His division had drawn the toughest assignment of landing on the right beneath the guns of the northeastern cliffs. "You know," Clifton Cates said slowly to a war correspondent, "if I knew the name of the man on the extreme right, of the right-hand squad, of the right-hand company, of the right-hand battalion, I'd recommend him for a medal before we go in." As the 4th was making the 3,800-mile voyage to Iwo, the men of the 3rd Marine Division on Guam prepared to follow in floating reserve, under the new commanding general they called the Big E. Graves Erskine had been Lieutenant General Smith's chief of staff. Now at 46, already wearing 2 stars, he led a division. His men had named him well, not so much for his physique, which was strong, but for the strength of his will, for the disciplined intelligence evident in his handsome face. In France during World War I, Erskine had taken a patrol of 38 men into no man's land and had come back with 4. His commanding officer said, "Go back out there and throw a rock at that machine gun so it will shoot at you, and then we can knock it out." Erskine went back and threw the rock. He was soft-voiced and his smile could be gentle, but his eyes were green and cold. He was stern. On Guam he had court-martialed artillerymen for firing short rounds that killed Marine riflemen. But he had the respect of his men, of men such as Sergeant Reed Carlos Chamberlain. He had been Lieutenant Chamberlain once. That was in the Philippines, where he had fought as a guerrilla for a year and a half. Before that, he had been a corporal with the old 4th Marines. He had fought in Cavite, Bataan, Corregidor. 5 hours after the rock fell, suffering from malaria and multiple wounds, he made his escape by boat to Mindanao. He joined the guerrillas. He was commissioned a 2nd lieutenant in the U.S. Army, then a 1st lieutenant. In 1943, a submarine took him to Australia. He was flown to the States to receive a Distinguished Service Cross for what General MacArthur described as extraordinary heroism. He could have remained there to take the bows he deserved, but he resigned his Army bars in exchange for Marine Sergeant stripes and requested combat duty. They sent him to the 3rd Division. There he trained with those men who marched over dusty roads, bellowing the song they had composed to the tune of McNamara's band. "Right now we are rehearsing for another big affair. We'll take another island, and the Japs will all be there. And when they see us streaming in, they'll take off on the run. They'll say, 'Old pal from Guadalcanal, you didn't come here for fun.'" Training ended, and the 3rd boarded ship to join the armada of 495 vessels steaming into Iwo with Anglo-Saxons. And yet, when the assault Marines did go ashore on February 19th, some of them had in their pockets copies of the prayer of a 17th-century Anglo-Saxon general. One of the chaplains had given them cards bearing Sir Jacob Astley's plea before the Battle of Edgehill in 1642. "O Lord, thou knowest how busy I must be this day. If I forget thee, do not thou forget me." 4. It was a bright, clear day. Superforts were bombing, Hellcats were strafing, all the warships and rocket ships were thundering. But Iwo Jima lay death-like and quiescent, Mount Suribachi squatting toad-like to the south, the black beaches and hummock-speckled sand silent and menacing in the center, the jumble of ridges and hills vaguely visible north. "Very light swells," broadcast Vice Admiral Turner's flagship El Dorado. "Boating excellent, visibility excellent." It was a day made for invasion, and the Marines went roaring in. They hit the beaches at about 9 o'clock, and within an hour both divisions had all their assault battalions ashore and fighting. 1 hour. That was all that Tadamichi Kuribayashi gave the American Marines. Then his gunners struck at the invaders with all the fury of their formidable armament. Shells shrieked and crashed among the invaders, every hummock spat automatic fire, and the very beaches erupted with exploding landmines. But the American Marines had had the opportunity to move inland from 200 to 300 yards, and that was all they needed. On the left flank, the 5th Division was battling to carry out its mission of crossing the island. "Come on, you guys," Manila John Basilone called to his machine gunners. "Let's get these guns off the beach." They sprinted inland, sinking above their ankles in that hot, loose sand, the soles of their shoes turning warm, the calves of their legs protesting against the unfamiliar strain. But Manila John would never see Dewey Boulevard again. A mortar shell crashed in his very footprints, and Basilone died with 4 other Marines. Below one of the highest terraces, barring the path of tanks and Amtraks, young Lieutenant Norman Brugman jumped erect and shouted to his men, "If you want to win this war, let's get the hell up there." He swung an arm at the top of the terrace and fell dead, while his men crawled and clambered over the sands and swept inland. In their ears, in everyone's ears, was the constant crashing of enemy shells, the sighing of bullets, the soughing of the big projectiles, the whizzing of shrapnel. Concussion lifted them and threw them down. They dug foxholes for cover, but the buckshot sand slid down and filled them in. No hummock could be trusted. A captain sat on one and called out an order to advance. The blasting of a 5-inch gun beneath him knocked him unconscious. Still, the attack on the left pressed forward, and, with the passage of every new obstacle, a new Marine hero was born, too often in his death. Captain Dwayne Bobo Mears went after a pillbox blocking his company's advance. He knocked it out, but a bullet opened a gash in his neck. He waited until it could be bandaged. He moved on. Another bullet tore through his jaw. Blood poured from the ragged hole. He kept on. At last he sank to his knees, his huge vitality ebbing from his big body. Bullets dug spurts of sand around him. A private tried to hide him from sight of the enemy. "Get the hell out of here," Mears gasped. "I'll be all right." The corpsman found him, but he died aboard ship. Tony Stein did not die until he had fought perhaps the most incredible single fight of the landing. Weighted with ammunition and his stinger, Stein covered his entire company as it moved into position. When it was pinned down, he jumped erect, drawing fire and spotting the enemy guns. Alone, he struck at pillbox after pillbox, killing 20 Japanese. He ran out of ammunition. He threw off his helmet, shucked his shoes, and sprinted back for more bullets. He did this 8 times, each time pausing en route to help a wounded Marine to an aid station. At last, the Japanese forced his platoon to pull back. Stein covered their withdrawal. Twice his stinger was shot from his hands. But he retrieved it and fired on, until at last the inevitable bullet found him and he died. It was with such men that the 4th Division bucked across the island, cutting off Mount Suribachi to the left, while to the rear of both divisions the Japanese gunners made a bloody, burning, smoking shambles of the beachhead. For perhaps 2 hours after the Japanese had opened up, only a few landing craft were able to pierce that curtain of fire drawn along the shore. Tanks and lighters, Amtanks and Amtraks sank or blew up on the beaches. Early in the invasion, Lieutenant Henry Morgan brought his tank, the Horrible Hank, into the left flank beaches, only to have its lighter founder and sink in the surf. Morgan radioed his commander. Horrible Hank sank. He went on to have 2 more tanks blown out from under him. Many of the vital Shermans were stalled before the terraces. They could neither climb nor find traction in the loose sand. Amtanks were forced to back out into the surf to take pillboxes under fire from the water. Bulldozers were needed to cut paths through the terraces. Marston matting was needed to build hasty roadways of steel mesh. But that could not be done until the 4th Division on the right stormed the high ground from which much of the Japanese fire was coming. On that extreme right, for which Major General Cates had shown so much respect, the ghouls of Jumpin' Joe Chambers had fought into their Gethsemane. They called themselves ghouls for the ghostly anti-flash burn cream they had smeared on their faces in anticipation of close work with demolition charges. But the cream was not proof against bullets and shell fragments, as Chambers led them against the high ground above a rock quarry. They took it. They beat off Japanese attempts to throw them off, but they had only 150 front-line men left when the 1st Battalion, 25th, relieved them that night. By nightfall, the regiment had suffered 35% casualties, but the right flank was nailed down, and on the left of the 4th Division's zone, the Marines of the 23rd Regiment had fought up to the eastern edge of Airfield No. 1. Sergeant Darrell Cole got them there as much as anyone. He led his machine gun section toward the field and into a network of pillboxes and a storm of fire. He knocked out 2 positions with hand grenades himself. A trio of pillboxes pinned his men down. Cole directed a torrent of machine gun fire on the nearest to silence it. The Japanese retaliated with grenades. Cole counterattacked. He slipped forward, armed with a pistol and 1 grenade. He tossed his bomb and withdrew to get more. He attacked again, hurling grenades, again running back. Still the Japanese fired. Cole struck a third time. He knocked out the Japanese strong point, and then a bursting grenade snuffed out his own life. Casualties were mounting, and the reinforcing regiments had hunched their soldiers and come ashore. They came in riddled, forming on a battlefield more horrifying than any in the memory of the old assaults. Death had been violent on Iwo Jima. Few indeed were the corpses not mangled. Some were cut squarely in half. Legs and arms lay everywhere, rarely within less than 50 feet of the body from which they had been torn. It was as though the owner of a toy factory had gone berserk and strewn handfuls of heads and limbs over a miniature island. Except for the putty tapes of the Japanese or the yellowish leggings of the Americans, it was hard to identify the fallen of either side. From it all rose the intensifying reek of death. It had cost the Marines 2,420 casualties to take a beachhead 4,000 yards wide from south to north, 1,000 yards deep at the left where the island had been crossed, 400 yards deep on the right. Of these casualties, close to 600 were surely dead, and there were more dying. During the night, there were more casualties under the methodical onslaught of Japanese artillery. The big Japanese rockets also appeared, although they turned out to be harmless. They invariably overshot their marks and landed in the open sea, after first having terrified the Marines by passing overhead with a horrible blubbering noise, trailing showers of red sparks. The Marines soon grew contemptuous of the rockets, calling them bubbly-wubblies, but the Marines were not so derisive of the enemy artillery, especially the fire falling on the beachhead from Mount Suribachi to the south. This was Iwo's highest ground. Atop Suribachi, the Japanese could look down the Americans' throats. The volcano would have to be taken. Big Colonel Harry Liversedge was called Harry the Horse, both for his size and his galloping style of attack. He had commanded a raider regiment on New Georgia, and now he led that 28th Regiment, which had landed on the extreme left flank and cut off Suribachi from the rest of Iwo Jima. On February 20th, the second day of battle, Liversedge's men faced south toward the volcano and attacked. They struck down island, 2 battalions abreast, while warships, rocket boats, and land artillery pounded Suribachi's approaches. Although the shelling knocked out some pillboxes, it merely unmasked the presence of many others, and the Marines had to go in on foot with dynamite and flamethrowers. There were also Navy and Marine fighters slashing the volcano slopes in strafing runs or dropping tanks of napalm, but the firebombs merely flamed and went out. There was nothing to catch fire. The Marines gained only 200 yards. Their casualties grew. The wounded were taken to the beaches, where wine-colored bottles of whole blood swung like strange blossoms on upended rifles, and they were loaded aboard Amtraks. The Amtrak Mama's Bathtub took 6 maimed Marines aboard and wallowed into the sea with a roar as a Japanese rocket slobbered in from Suribachi. Colonel Bruno Laurenti and PFC's William Seward and Alex Hebert had been making round-trip runs since the day before. They were groggy from want of sleep. Laurenti sent Mama's Bathtub churning out to a mercy ship. It was dark when they reached it, but they discharged their burden. Laurenti wheeled the Amtrak around and made for his LST. The ship's jaws were clamped tight shut, and the skipper would not open them during darkness and a mounting sea. Mama's Bathtub came about and headed for the shore. Halfway in, a huge wave struck the Amtrak, and she nearly capsized. Her engine sputtered and died. She began to drift. She floated 8 miles out to sea. A Higgins boat came along and took her in to tow, but the rope broke. The Higgins boat turned to go ashore for another rope. "We'll come back," the coxswain called. They did not. Laurenti got the motor going just enough to idle the bilge pumps and keep the pontoons from filling with that seawater which would sink them. Mama's Bathtub began to drift faster. The tiny craft pitched and tossed. The 3 Marines passed an LSM. They shouted at it, flashed lights, waved signal flags. The LSM chugged on unheeding. It was nearing midnight, and it was getting very cold. Iwo Jima is in the North Pacific, and this was February. In the bright moonlight, the darkly gleaming obsidian waves seemed mountainous. Behind them, they could see rockets exploding in the sky. They were not rockets, but flares. The commander of Suribachi had fired them after he had signaled his general. "We should rather like to go out of our position and choose death by banzai charges," and Kuribayashi had curtly answered no. So the Suribachi garrison stayed under cover and sent up flares, marking the American lines. Down from the northern ridges came a whistling rain of shells, and the 28th Marines passed the night almost as bad as the day. In the morning, with 40 fighters and bombers harrying the volcano, supported by tanks, half-tracks, naval gunfire, and field artillery, Harry the Horse's regiment pressed slowly forward until by nightfall all lower pockets had been reduced and the base of Suribachi had been reached on both coasts. That same morning, the trio of chattering Marines in Mama's bathtub sighted a destroyer. They signaled. They were seen. The destroyer came carefully alongside and threw them a line. They were towed back to their mothership and helped aboard, exhausted. They staggered below and sank into sleep, while behind them Mama's bathtub sank beneath the surface of an angry sea. The weather had turned bad at Iwo. Wind and waves were broaching supply craft on the beaches, leaving them helpless targets, capsizing some of them. On the morning of February 22nd, as the 28th Marines attacked 3 battalions abreast, a drizzling rain began to fall. It turned into a downpour, and Suribachi's ashes became a clutching gray paste, a sticky goo which fouled rifle breeches and made them impossible to fire except on single shot. Drenched, exhausted, the Marines moved around the base of the volcano, to either side fighting all the way. Corporal Dan McCarthy alone shot 20 Japanese. Sergeant Merritt Savage killed 7 as he led his platoon in a charge. One Marine was charged by a saber-swinging Japanese officer. He seized the sword, wrenched it away with dripping hands, and cut off the officer's head. Another Marine jumped alone into a blockhouse and killed its 10 occupants before he died. Corpsmen crept up to the muzzles of the enemy guns to treat wounded Marines. Sergeant Charles Harris paddled a rubber raft out in the rocky surf to come in among the enemy bullets and rescue 2 Marines lying helpless on the west side of Suribachi. By dusk, Suribachi was surrounded. All but a 400-yard strip on the west coast was in Marine hands. Already it had become obvious that the Japanese defenders were cracking. A language officer had come forward with a loudspeaker to broadcast surrender appeals. Shortly after, the Marines saw Japanese leaping to their deaths from the lip of the crater. It was a sure sign. "At dawn," said Harry the horse, "we start climbing." They started at dawn and went right up. Sergeant Sherman Watson and PFC's Ted White, George Mercer, and Louis Charlo climbed to the summit without spotting a single Japanese. Watson reported back. Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson of the 2nd Battalion made a decision. He rounded up a 40-man patrol under Lieutenant Harold Schreier. "If you reach the top," Johnson said, "secure and hold it." He handed Schreier a square of colored cloth. "And take this along." It was an American flag. Lieutenant George Wells had brought it ashore from the transport Missoula. Schreier's patrol picked its way up the northern or inner slope of the volcano. They climbed through the debris of shelled positions, through an eerie silence. Battles sputtered to their rear, but here there was no sound. They worked past the Japanese defenses and came to the crater, where they spread out and charged. Nothing but the lava pit yawning beneath their feet. Suribachi had fallen. At 10:30, the American flag was raised above it, flown from a hollow pipe someone had found and jammed between rocks. It was raised by Schreier and Sergeants Ernest Thomas and Henry Hansen, by Corporal Charles Lindbergh and PFC James Michaels. It fluttered while Sergeant Louis Lowery photographed the event, and PFC Jim Robeson snorted, "Hollywood Marines," and wisely kept a wary eye peeled for Japanese. They came, even as the tiny flag brought forth a cheer from the Marines below. An enraged Japanese jumped from a cave to heave a grenade. He was shot dead. An officer charged, waving his sword. He was shot into the crater. "Let's go," Schreier called. "We haven't got any time to waste around here. Let's get back to work." For the next 4 hours, fierce fighting raged at every level of Suribachi. But by 2:30, the volcano was fairly secure. It was then that the most dramatic picture of World War II was recorded. From below Suribachi, the Marines could barely see the little 54 by 28-inch flag. One of them went aboard LST 779, beached near the eastern base of the volcano. He borrowed a big flag, 96 by 56 inches, and took it up Suribachi. Joe Rosenthal, the Associated Press, saw him going and followed with his camera. When Rosenthal reached the summit, he saw 6 men raising the new flag. They were PFC Ira Hayes, PFC Franklin Sousley, Sergeant Michael Strank, Corpsman John Bradley, PFC Rene Gagnon, and Corporal Harlan Block. Rosenthal photographed them in that order, left to right, and the great battle photograph of American arms had become history. The flag had arisen at Iwo Jima, and although the inevitable scoffers of the inevitable post-war reaction have spit on the event as a phony, there was very little fakery about the death which shortly overtook Sergeant Strank, Corporal Block, and PFC Sousley, or in the wound of Corpsman Bradley. Nor was the first flag raising a piece of stagecraft any more than the subsequent deaths of Sergeant Hansen and Thomas and PFC Charlo, or the wounds suffered by PFC's Robeson and Michaels. The flag went up in the first place because the sight of it would cheer Marines below who knew that the Japanese looked down their throats so long as they held the highest land on Iwo. When the first flag proved too small to be seen, a second and bigger flag went up. This raising was photographed by Rosenthal with no attempt to stage it, else why everyone's face away from the picture, and thus unidentifiable for the newspapers, and it turned out to be superb. The fact that the famous flag raising was the second, not the first, no more affects its place in history than the fact that the Suribachi flag raising was itself intermediate to the first flag raising on Guadalcanal and the last on Okinawa. The facts were that Suribachi fell because American Marines suffered and died to conquer it, and that some of them raised flags above it to proclaim the victory. It was the second famous flag which was seen by the Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, as he stepped on the warm soil of Iwo Jima, just as it was caught and flung by the strong north wind whipping Suribachi's crest. Forrestal had followed the battle aboard the command ship El Dorado. Now he was standing on the battleground, with Lieutenant General Smith beside him. He saw the flag unfurling, and he turned to Smith. "Howland," he said, "the raising of that flag in Suribachi means the Marine Corps for the next 500 years." To the Marines slowly slugging into the first belt in the north, the news came over the loudspeaker used by the beachmaster to direct unloading operations. The speaker blared, "Mount Suribachi is ours. The American flag has been raised over it by the 5th Marine Division. Fine work, men." Those who could turned dust-rimmed, staring eyes to their rear. They squinted and saw the flag. They looked to the north once more. The loudspeaker blared again. "We have only a few miles to go to secure the island." The young old eyes blinked. "Only," one Marine repeated. "Only." 5. All but 3 of the 26 Medals of Honor awarded to Marines and their Navy corpsmen on Iwo Jima were won in that nightmarish up-island battle which began the day the 28th Marines swept south to Suribachi and the rest of the assault troops slugged north into General Kuribayashi's first belt. That was on February 20th, and on that day young Jacqueline Lucas saw his first and last combat. He moved with 3 other men in the 5th Division strike up the western coast. They came to a ravine and were ambushed. The air was filled with enemy hand grenades. One landed among the 4 Marines. Lucas dove over his comrades to smother it with his body, just as another grenade landed. He pulled this one to him, and he had begun to think, "Luke, you're gonna die," when the bombs exploded and his own hoarse, trailing scream rose above the roar. The 3 other Marines attacked and forced the enemy position. Lucas was left for dead behind them, but 7 months later he was well enough to receive his Medal of Honor. On that same day, Captain Robert Dunlap was leading his company against a steep, cave-pot cliff commanding the western beaches. The Japanese pinned them down. Dunlap crawled forward for 200 yards, while the bullets sang above him. He spotted the enemy guns, crawled back, relayed the information to naval gunfire and artillery observers, crawled up again, and spent 2 days and nights among the enemy's rocks, calling down the fire, which did most to knock out the guns and secure the western beaches. He, too, won a Medal of Honor. On the right flank, the 4th Division fought a fierce battle to overrun Airfield No. 1, as well as to push deeper into the cliffs north of the landing beaches. The airfield fell by nightfall the first day, but the high ground along the east coast was not so swiftly seized. Here was flesh and blood and will opposing steel and concrete. Here captains commanded battalions, lieutenants and sergeants led companies, corporals and privates rallied platoons. Here there were also Medals of Honor won, by Jumpin' Joe Chambers, who was wounded leading his last attack, by Captain Joe McCarthy, who gathered a picked band of Marines to take a vital ridge in a hand grenade charge, by Little Sergeant Ross Gray, taking 6 pillboxes and 25 Japanese soldiers before he fell fatally wounded. Hundreds of other Marines received their mortal wounds in this bitter 3-day advance through the eastern anchor of General Kuribayashi's first belt. But on the 4th day, February 23rd, the very day on which the flag flew over Suribachi and the loudspeaker voice prattled of only a few more miles to go, the 4th Division made its biggest gains. The Marines broke into the ridges at the point where the pork chop bellies out. They seemed to have pierced Kuribayashi's inner line, but they had actually reached the meat grinder. By February 23rd, the Marines began to suspect that they had made no beachhead in Iwo Jima because Iwo was all beachhead. The familiar rhythm of break in, break out, break through would not be repeated here. Lieutenant General Smith had said, "We will be ready for an early counterattack in one of 3 places. We welcome a counterattack. That is generally when we break their backs." But there had been no counterattacks, and it was the Americans whose backs were breaking on the rock of the Japanese center. A regiment of the 3rd Division had been committed there on February 21st. The 21st Marines, veterans of the Big Banzai on Guam, dashed again and again at the center, just below the southwestern tip of Airfield No. 2. Small breakthroughs often became disasters. Penetrating Marines were raked from the flanks, chewed up, sometimes wiped out. Tanks that butted through were knocked out by guns blasting from interlocking pillboxes, or were hoisted on the spouting fireballs of exploding landmines. Engineers crept forward on their knees, probing the black sand for the kettle-shaped killers which the Japanese had buried so abundantly, but they couldn't find them all. Nor could Marines with flamethrowers and dynamite knock out all the pillboxes. Corporal Herschel Williams won a Medal of Honor by blasting or burning out position after position, but there were 800 pillboxes in the sector, 1,000 yards wide and 200 yards deep. Yet the center had to move. It was holding up the 5th Division on the left and the 4th on the right. When Major General Erskine came ashore with Major General Schmidt on February 23rd, he ordered the 21st Marines forward the next day at all costs. Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Duplantis had commanded the 3rd Battalion during that wild night on Guam when Major Yukioka's suicide troops had shot the gap and surrounded his command post. Now on Iwo Jima, Duplantis was awaiting the tanks which would lead his battalion forward at 9 o'clock. But the tanks didn't show. Attack must proceed without the tanks, he signaled his company commanders. Captain Clayton Rockmore led out I Company and fell dead with a bullet through the throat. Captain Dan Marshall took over. Captain Rodney Hines led out K Company and fell wounded. Lieutenant Raoul Archambault took over. Archambault urged K Company's Marines forward into the first line of pillboxes, the wind-blown sand pelting their faces like buckshot. Hurling grenades, they sped through it. They found the Japanese in their trenches and jumped in among them. They jabbed them with bayonets, chased them down those corridors, jumped out again and swept on. The charge changed to a rush. Far ahead of I Company, the men of K Company were running past mounds of pillboxes and up the slope leading to Airfield No. 2. Marine tanks had entered the fight behind them and were pouring into the hole, mopping up. Now the riflemen in their baggy green dungarees were flowing across the airfield with a yell. They crossed it raked and struck by bullets. Marines fell, but others went over the airfield and up to the crest of a 50-foot ridge just on its northern side. And then, by one of those errors common to war, Marine artillery fire began to fall on them. Lieutenant Archambault took K Company back down the hill. The shelling stopped. Archambault took them back up. The Japanese drove them off again. Now I Company was driving through the hole, coming up to the northern edge of the airfield, but now both companies were being struck on their exposed flanks. Still, Archambault led his Marines forward once more. They started up the ridge, and a wave of Japanese infantry rose from a gully on its reverse slope to come pouring over the crest and down among them. The Marines stood back to back in ankle-deep sand, fighting with knives, bayonets, clubbed rifles, shovels, and fists. In a few minutes, the banging and screaming had subsided, and there were 50 dead Japanese at the foot of the ridge. I Company came up and both outfits began digging in. They had come through Kuribayashi's rugged center at all costs, and now their orders were hold at all costs. They did. Next day, the 3rd Division's entire attack flowed through the hole these companies had punched. The 9th Marines went into battle. They slugged slowly up to Vital Hill 199 overlooking the airfield, making the kind of fight immortalized in Admiral Nimitz's remark that on Iwo Jima, uncommon valor was a common virtue. To win a Medal of Honor in this advance, a man's daring and shrewdness must surely be blessed by the fortunes of war. Only this, or the direct intervention of the Almighty, could have kept Private Wilson Watson alive as he stood in plain view on top of a ridge line to hold off an entire Japanese company with his bar. Wilson got up there by knocking out a pillbox alone. He came down after he shot 60 Japanese and his ammunition ran out. That was on February 27th, the day that the up-island advance at last encompassed Hill 199 and the very heart of Kuribayashi's first belt had been pierced. Airfield No. 2 had been conquered, except for a few yards on its extreme northeastern tip. Southern Iwo Jima was now American, and the growl of the bulldozer was already audible on Airfield No. 1. But on the left flank, the 5th Division had been brought up short in an evil pocket known as Hill 362, while on the right the 4th had entered the meat grinder. 6. The hill, the amphitheater, and Turkey Knob were the 3 knives of the meat grinder. The hill, or Hill 382, was the highest ground on northern Iwo. It rose about 100 yards east of the northern end of Airfield No. 2. About 600 yards beneath it was the amphitheater. Just east of the amphitheater was Turkey Knob, Within this complex was Iwo's communications center and a maze of crags, rocks, and outcroppings from which the Japanese had kept the Marines under observation since the landings. Tanks buried to their turrets guarded all natural approaches. Anti-tank guns poked their snouts from scores of cave mouths. There were 75mm anti-aircraft guns and twin-mount artillery pieces with muzzles lowered to fire point-blank, and everywhere was a multiplicity of heavy and light machine guns. The hill, the amphitheater, and Turkey Knob were also mutually supporting. Artillery and mortars could be brought down on all or any of them. The meat grinder, hard shell of this iron nut of an island, could only be taken by storming all its points at once. Up against the hill went the 23rd Marines. The 24th took on the amphitheater, the 25th moved on Turkey Knob. At the hill, the Marines reached the summit with amazing ease, and then the Japanese struck them to the ground and kept them there with a murderous fire. It even came from the rear, for the Marines' rush had carried them past a system of well-hidden pillboxes. The Marines came down from the hill under cover of a smokescreen. The same thing happened the next day, even though PFC Douglas Jacobson attended to the pillbox system, knocking out 16 positions in a tank with his bazooka and killing 75 Japanese to win the Medal of Honor. It happened also down at the amphitheater and on Turkey Knob behind it. It seemed the Marines could take these heights almost at will, and then be sorry for taking them. The Japanese withdrew each time it became clear they could not hold. Then they called for their artillery and mortars. When the Marines were forced to withdraw at dusk, the Japanese returned. For 7 days, from February 25th to March 3rd, the Marines were torn on the knives of the meat grinder, taking casualties so great that on a single day the 4th Division used 400 pints of whole blood. Casualties among the doctors and corpsmen were also fierce, and there were many feats of impromptu medical skill, as well as of courage among them. Corpsman Cecil Bryan rushed to aid First Sergeant Fred Lunch when a shell fragment shattered Lunch's windpipe. Bryan seized a section of yellow rubber transfusion tubing from his pack. He cut off a 6-inch length. He inserted it within Lunch's torn throat and carried him to an aid station, saving both his life and his power of speech. Gradually, the battering of the Marine attacks began to break Japanese resistance. 4 days after the battle began, there was a shift of regiments. The 24th relieved the 23rd in front of the hill, while still fresh units of the 23rd went down to the amphitheater and Turkey Knob. One position after another on the hill was hammered into powder. Caves were sealed, observation posts blown up. At Turkey Knob, a 75mm howitzer was hauled to the front to deliver point-blank fire into a blockhouse. Men with demolitions crawled up to it to blast holes in its walls. A flame-throwing tank rolled up a path cut by tank dozers to bore hissing streams of flame through the holes. Turkey Knob fell. So too did the amphitheater by the 6th day of fighting. On the 7th, E Company of the 24th Marines all but disappeared, but its remnants, having survived a half-dozen company commanders, joined the remnants of F Company and a platoon remaining from a company of another battalion and went up the hill under Captain Walter Ridlin. They stayed there. The meat grinder was utterly broken on March 3rd, though it had cost the 4th Marine Division thousands of casualties. The division's losses were now 6,591 men killed and wounded, and its fighting capacity was down 30%. In the center, the 3rd Division slashed through the first belt with a series of slanting attacks, finally breasting it, overrunning the half-completed airfield No. 3 and coming up short against Kuribayashi's secondary line. On the left, Hill 362 still resisted the 5th Division. If this western height was only 20 feet lower than its bigger brother in the meat grinder, it was only that much less costly. Marines burned the Japanese out of their caves by rolling gasoline drums inside and shooting them aflame, by hanging over cliff ledges to lower explosives on ropes, which the Japanese often cut, and by bringing up rocket trucks to loose showers of missiles on the infested hillside. 3 of the men who helped raise flags over Suribachi died on Hill 362. Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson, the commander who had ordered Old Glory flung to the winds on the volcano summit, also was killed there. The Pineapple Kid died too. Corporal Gettings volunteered to help evacuate wounded. He gave his helmet to a stricken Marine. 10 minutes later, a shell fragment struck him in his now exposed neck and killed him. 4 more Medals of Honor were won on Hill 362, by Sergeant William Harrell, holding off a squad of Japanese infiltrators, by Gunnery Sergeant William Walsh, Corporal Charles Berry, and PFC William Caddy, throwing themselves on grenades and dying to save their friends. Hill 362 fell on March 1st, after holding out to the last man. The final defender killed himself. He came out of a cave and tapped his grenade on his helmet to arm it. The Marines saw him duck back, thinking he meant to throw it. There was a silence, and the Marines raised their heads above the rocks again. The Japanese soldier was crouched with the grenade to his ear, as though listening. It had not exploded. He tapped it again and listened. No sound. He tapped it a third time and listened. It went off. None of the Marines thought it grimly comic. None thought it sad. They merely turned to glance at those western beaches, which the fall of Hill 362 now made secure, and wondered if the skipper would be able to get hot chow up to them. 7. It was March 4th, and General Kuribayashi was signaling Tokyo for help. He had already told Imperial Headquarters, "I'm not afraid of the fighting power of only 3 American Marine divisions, if there are no bombardments from aircraft and warships." Now he was calling for his own aircraft, his own warships. "Send me these things, and I will hold this island," he said. "Without them I cannot hold." He would not get them, although Japan had tried. On February 21st, the kamikazes had made a major attack on the American warships surrounding the island. Suicide planes came in at dusk and sank the escort carrier Bismarck Sea, badly damaged Big Saratoga and sent her limping home to Pearl Harbor, and damaged the escort carrier Lunga Point, plus a cargo ship and an LST. None of the planes of the 2nd Mitate Special Attack Force ever returned to base. That was all the help that Kuribayashi got from a homeland beginning to reel beneath the intensified raids of the American B-20. The night before Kuribayashi's last appeal, Japan had been raided again, and on that very morning of March 4th, one of the returning superforts was frantically trying to contact Iwo Jima. At last, Sergeant James Cox heard a voice crackling over his radio. "This is Iwo. What's your trouble?" "Iwo, this is 9 Baker Able. We are running low on gasoline. Can you give us a bearing to Iwo?" "Course 167 for 28 miles. Do you prefer to ditch offshore or try to land on the strip?" "We prefer to land." Sergeant Cox switched off his radio. He watched the tiny cinder draw closer to the big bomber's nose. He looked over the side as Lieutenant Raymond Malo circled the smoking, flashing little island in 2 wide circles, the narrow runway sliding out of his field of vision each time. The third time, Lieutenant Malo hit the runway squarely. The big, silvery bomber rolled 3,000 feet before it came to a halt. Lieutenant Malo and Sergeant Cox grinned to hear the cheering of the Marines outside the plane. The first B-29 had landed on Iwo Jima. It was the forerunner of 2,251 superforts, which, with 24,761 crewmen, would make safe landings on Iwo before the war ended. Already, with the battle for Iwo not yet over, the value of Iwo had been made evident. 8. Even though Major General Erskine's 3rd Division had overrun Airfield No. 3 more than 2/3 of the way up the island, they had not been able to knock out a pocket of savage resistance holed up in blockhouses about 200 yards below the field in Motoyama village. It was decided to flank it, to strike at Hill 362C, which stood above and behind it, for the 3rd Division was trying desperately to break through Kuribayashi's secondary line to the northeastern beaches. This was to be done while the 4th Division continued to clean out all resistance in the eastern bulge of Porkchop. The 3rd was to drive to the sea, above the 4th, then face north and press up the island's right flank, while the 5th marched up the left. Below them, in the bulge, the 4th would be whittling away at the enemy. The decision to make the flanking movement on Hill 362C, a night attack, was made by General Erskine. He had come to realize how skillfully the Japanese had adapted themselves to American attacks. When Marine artillery and naval guns began the fire preceding each morning's attack, the Japanese scampered down to their deepest caves to wait it out. When it ceased, they ran back up to their guns to receive the Marines, inflicting heavy casualties, killing men such as the brave Sergeant Reed Chamberlain. The Japanese had done this so often, they had it mastered to the point of split-second timing, and they had practically nullified the effect of preparatory shelling. On the morning of March 7th, an hour and a half before daylight, the 9th Marines attacked without artillery. 3 battalions faced almost directly east. The left or northernmost battalion was to take Hill 362C. The others were to slip into the heart of the Japanese defenses and strike them at daylight. At 5 in the morning, with a whistling wind hurtling cold rain in their faces, they slipped out. There was not a shot fired. There was not a hand raised against them. The battalions on the lower or right flank reported moving 200 yards without detection. They were ordered to take another 100. The left flank battalion came upon the enemy asleep in their emplacements and wiped them out. Jubilantly, the Marines reported they had taken Hill 362C, but they had not. In the darkness, they had mistaken Hill 331 for their objective, and now it was daylight, and those two battalions in the center and right had been spotted and pinned down. They fought back throughout the day. The men in the center were hit so savagely that companies were reduced to barely more than squad strength. By nightfall, Lieutenant Wilcie O'Bannon commanded less than 10 men, all that was left of F Company. He held them together on a mound 300 yards within the Japanese strongpoint while directing mortar fire by radio. But the Japanese opened with counter-mortars, and O'Bannon's radio fell silent. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cushman ordered tanks to the rescue. 36 hours after the dawn attack began, the tanks ground over the rubble to the mound where O'Bannon and 4 other men lay fighting. They straddled them to drag them inside the escape hatches. And Company E, under Captain Maynard Schmidt, fared just slightly better in the same sector. They had 7 men left. On the right, there were also companies cut off among the jumble of rocks and crags, out in front of pillboxes and pastured in the darkness. Here Lieutenant John Lemus risked death 3 times to save his men, once crawling 400 yards through enemy fire to lay communications wire from his cut-off company to the battalion command post, and then, after skillfully pulling his company back out of the trap, twice more crawling up to the abandoned ridge to rescue wounded Marines, and for this he received the Medal of Honor. Such desperate heroics throughout that tragic March 7th made it appear that the night attack had ended in disaster. But it had not. Other companies had been fed into the fighting on the center and the right, and here it was found that the Marines had penetrated the outer works of a formidable bastion which would be known as Cushman's Pocket and would fall only after 8 evil days of fighting. On the north, the men who had taken Hill 331 fought doggedly on to take their original objective, Hill 362C, which rose directly in front of them. They took it, but only because their surprise assault had taken Hill 331. It was there that the Japanese had concentrated their fortifications. By nightfall, all the highest ground on the Motoyama Plateau was in Marine hands, and from it the end was in sight. There were other proofs that the Japanese had begun to crack. They had begun to commit suicide. Over on the left flank, 100 enemy soldiers holed up inside a ridge blew themselves up, as well as a company of Marines who had occupied the ridge. The night of the next day came the battle's only banzai, another sign of Japanese desperation. 1,000 Japanese tried to break the 4th Division's lines in the right flank. They tried to infiltrate to gain Airfield No. 1, where they would blow up equipment with the charges wound around their waists, but they were blown up themselves. The Marines killed 784 of these human bombs. It was the only break of the Iwo Jima campaign. 784 Japanese, who could have exacted a fearful price within their caves and pillboxes, had come out to be killed easily. The following day, March 9th, a patrol of the 3rd Division reached the northern end of Iwo Jima. They clambered down the rocky cliffs to the sea. They filled a canteen with seawater and sent it back to Major General Schmidt, inscribed, "For inspection, not consumption." Iwo Jima had been traversed in 18 days. That night, Tadamichi Kurabayashi sent his first melancholy message to Tokyo. "All surviving fighting units have sustained heavy losses. I am very sorry that I have let the enemy occupy one part of Japanese territory, but I am taking comfort in giving him heavy damages." He was indeed doing that. Even though resistance was subsiding, there were still many Japanese holed up in individual pockets. In the eastern bulge, where the 4th Division had been gathering momentum since the banzai, there were numerous holdout pockets. One of them was believed to be the headquarters of Major General Sadasui Senda, commander of the 2nd Mixed Brigade, which had opposed the 4th. To him, Major General Clifton Gates addressed a surrender appeal broadcast from loudspeakers. He said, "You have fought a gallant and heroic fight, but you must realize the island of Iwo Jima has been lost to you. You can gain nothing by further resistance, nor is there any reason to die when you can honorably surrender and live to render valuable service to your country in the future. I promise and guarantee you and the members of your staff the best of treatment. I respectfully request you accept my terms of honorable surrender. I again appeal to you in the name of humanity. Surrender without delay." But Senda did not surrender, nor was his body found when, by March 16th, there was nothing but corpses opposing the Marines in the eastern bulge. The 4th Marine Division had conquered again, but it had suffered casualties of 9,098 men, of whom 1,806 had been killed. That was half the division's strength. In 14 months' time, this splendid division had fought 3 major battles and had suffered casualties almost equal to its strength, 17,722 dead and wounded Marines. In 3 more days the battered Fourth would sail for Hawaii, never to enter battle again. But the brother 3rd and 5th Divisions still had fighting to do in the West Sector, commanded by Colonel Masaru Akida. On March 16th, General Erskine made his own surrender appeal. It was addressed to Colonel Akida and typed in English on one side of a paper, written in Japanese on the other. It said, "Our forces now have complete control and freedom of movement on the island of Iwo Jima, except in the small area now held by the valiant Japanese troops just south of Kitano Point. The fearlessness and indomitable fighting spirit which has been displayed by the Japanese troops on Iwo Jima warrants the admiration of all fighting men. You've handled your troops in a superb manner, but we have no desire to completely annihilate brave troops who have been forced into a hopeless position. Accordingly, I suggest that you cease resistance at once and march with your command through my lines to a place of safety where you and all your officers and men will be humanely treated in accordance with the rules of war." General Erskine entrusted the message to 2 captured enemy soldiers. He gave one of them a walkie-talkie radio and instructed him to tell his countrymen that he had taken it from enemy Marines after a harrowing fight. On the message, Smith had said that the Japanese soldiers had been taken captive while lying unconscious in their foxholes. The 2 men set out to pass a day and a night divided between lying to their countrymen and dodging the shell bursts of both armies. One of them actually reached the cave occupied by Colonel Ikeda and got a sergeant friend to take the note into him. But then the resourceful prisoner got cold feet. He slipped away. He rejoined his companion and spent the next day spotting targets for the Marine artillery. The 2 Japanese returned to the Marine lines the night of March 17th, but to those of the 5th Division. To their great indignation, they were seized and treated as common prisoners. An American officer asked them in Japanese how they got the walkie-talkie. "An American general gave it to me," the boldest of them replied, adding stiffly, "I demand to be taken to my commanding officer." The interpreter grinned. "Oh yeah? Who's he?" The Japanese soldier stiffened and rapped it out rat-a-tat-tat. "Major General Graves Erskine," he said, and the interpreter was just startled enough to call the 3rd Division's command post. "Well, I'll be damned," he said after the grin had faded from his face. "Yes, sir, I'll bring them right over." General Erskine's attempt had also failed, and now it was up to the 5th Division to clean out the rocky, Japanese-infested gorge lying south of Kitano Point. Here were the remnants of Colonel Akida's 145th Infantry. Here were blockhouses commanding all the entrances, and here was General Kuribayashi himself. It was the most grinding work of the grimmest battle in Marine history. One blockhouse withstood endless shelling as well as demolition attempts with 40-pound shaped charges. The Marines cleared out the surrounding positions and bypassed it, leaving it to the tank dozers to seal off its air vents and cave it in with 5 1,600-pound dynamite charges. Then the tank dozers caught up with the riflemen moving through the gorge. One of them began shoving out a path for the Sherman tanks to follow. Suddenly a single Japanese soldier scrambled out of a cave and ran at the tank dozer with a satchel charge. The driver swung his tank sharply to face the charging Japanese. He raised his blade high in the air. It paused there. Then it dropped to cut the assailant in 2. To the astonishment of the men in the waiting Sherman tanks, the tank dozer's turret came open. The driver popped out. He ran back to the tanks, while bullets whined and clanged off rock and steel. He hammered on the side of one of them until someone answered him through a fire port. "Did you see what that nip bastard trying to do to me?" he called. "That does it, brother. I've had it." He turned and walked out of the gorge. But the next day he was back again, sealing off caves, clearing roads for the killer tanks as the attack in the gorge ground forward. That was on March 21st. That night General Kuribayashi was still alive, for he got off a message to Major Hori on Chichijima. "We have not eaten nor drunk for 5 days, but our fighting spirit is still running high. We're going to fight bravely to the last." 3 days later, Major Hori's radio crackled again. "All officers and men of Chichijima, goodbye." Silence. The following night, on Iwo Jima, some 300 figures arose from caves, from the ruins of pillboxes and blockhouses in that last northwest pocket. Many of them carried swords, for there were numerous officers among them. Most of them carried explosives. They slipped down to the western beaches, and they fell on men of the Army Air Corps 7th Fighter Command based there. They had come upon those Americans least trained to fight on foot in the dark, and they took a fearful toll. Then they raced on to the bivouac of the 5th Marine Pioneer Battalion, and here they were brought up short against a hastily organized defense line and were struck to the ground by a counterattack led by Lieutenant Harry Martin. The counterstroke broke them, though Lieutenant Martin himself did not live to receive his Medal of Honor. In the daylight of March 26th, there were 223 Japanese bodies counted on the western beaches, 196 of them in the 5th Pioneers area. The Marines looked eagerly for the body of Tadamichi Kuribayashi, for they had heard it was he who had led this last lash of the Japanese tail on Iwo Jima. Like Senda's, it was never found. But there were bodies of more than 5,000 Marines to be buried, in grim testimony to the skill and tenacity with which Tadamichi Kuribayashi and 21,000 Japanese warriors had defended the Emperor's front gate. In all, 5,885 United States Marines were killed in Iwo, or in the air above or sea around it. There were also 17,272 Marines wounded, 46 Marines missing and surely dead, 2,648 Marines felled by combat fatigue, as well as 738 dead and wounded Navy doctors and corpsmen. The 5th Division had more Medal of Honor men to bury. Platoon Sergeant Joseph Julian lost his life charging pillboxes. PFC James LaBelle and Private George Phillips had thrown themselves on grenades to save their comrades. Lieutenant Jack Lummis had died leading his men. Corpsmen Jack Williams and John Willis had perished protecting wounded Marines. They were all buried in the shadow of the volcano their division had captured. In the hospitals far from Iwo Jima, Private Franklin Sigler and Corpsman George Wayland recuperated from wounds suffered while helping stricken comrades. They too would receive Medals of Honor. So the fledgling 5th was blooded now, with 8,563 casualties in its first and only fight, and the 5th buried its dead at the base of Mount Suribachi while taps blew sad and solitary over the drifted ash dunes. Higher up the island, 3rd and 4th Divisions buried their dead in adjoining cemeteries. Already the men had carved memorials out of Iwo sandstone and decorated the graves of their friends with carved crosses and Marine emblems. Some had made inscriptions. Reach down, dear Lord, for this Marine who gave us all that we might live. Monty, a good Marine who died in deed but not in vain. And then this single stark cry of anguish. For God, 15 years is not enough. Marines came to the cemeteries from their bivouacs to stand or kneel in prayerful farewell before they took ship to sail away from this dark, ugly curse of an island. Major General Erskine spoke to them, commemorating all the fallen. Only the accumulated praise of time will pay proper tribute to our valiant dead. Long after those who lament their immediate loss are themselves dead, these men will be mourned by the nation. They are the nation's loss. There is talk of great history, of the greatest fight in our history, of unheard-of sacrifice and unheard-of courage. These phrases are correct, but they are prematurely employed. Victory was never in doubt. Its cost was. The enemy could have displaced every cubic inch of volcanic ash on this fortress with concrete pillboxes and blockhouses, which he nearly did, and still victory would not have been in doubt. What was in doubt, in all our minds, was whether there would be any of us left to dedicate our cemetery at the end, or whether the last Marine would die knocking out the last Japanese gun and gunner. Let the world count her crosses. Let them count them over and over. Then, when they understand the significance of the fighting for Iwo Jima, let them wonder how few there are. We understand and we wonder. We who are separated from our dead by a few feet of earth, from death by inches and fractions of an inch. The cost to us in quality, one who did not fight side by side with those who fell, can never understand. There would be more crosses for the world to count, more stars, more plain headboards for those non-believers who also fell, and the cost to the nation in quality would increase. On March 26th, the day the fighting at Iwo Jima was declared ended, an Army division landed at a place called Kiramareto. Okinawa, the last battle, had begun. 9. No one expected Okinawa to be the last battle. To both sides, the inevitable fight for this chief and largest island of the Rikyo chain was to be but prelude to the titanic struggle on Japan itself. To America, it meant seizure of the last stepping stone to Nippon. To Japan, it was to be the anvil on which the hammer blows of a divine wind would destroy the American fleet. This was still the chief object of Japanese military policy, the destruction of American sea power. It was sea power which had brought the Americans through the island barriers, had landed them at Iwo within the very prefecture of Tokyo, was now bringing them to within less than 400 miles of Kyushu in southern Japan. Only sea power could bring about the invasion of Japan, something which had not happened in the 3,000 years of Nippon's recorded history, something which had been attempted only once before. In 1570, a Mongol emperor massed a great amphibious force in the Chinese coast. Japan was ill-prepared to repel the invaders, but a kamikaze, a divine wind, sprang up in the shape of a typhoon, and it scattered and sank the Mongol fleet. In early 1945, nearly 4 centuries later, a whole host of divine winds was blowing out of Nippon. They were the suicide bombers of the Special Attack Forces, the new kamikazes, who had been so named because it was seriously expected that they too would destroy an invasion fleet. They had been brought into being by Vice Admiral Takajiro Onishi. He'd led a carrier group during the Battle of the Philippine Sea. After that aerial disaster, he had gone to Fleet Admiral Toyoda with the idea of organizing a corps of flyers to crash-dive loaded bombers into the decks of American ships. Toyoda agreed. He sent Onishi to the Philippines. There in August 1944, Onishi began organizing kamikazes on a local and spontaneous basis. Then came the Palau and Philippines invasions. On October 15th, Rear Admiral Masafumi Arima tried to crash-dive the American carrier Franklin. He was shot down by Navy fighters, but the Japanese High Command told the nation he had succeeded in hitting the carrier and had thus lit the fuse of the ardent wishes of his men. The first organized attack of the kamikaze came on October 25th, at the start of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Suicide bombers struck blows savage enough to startle the Americans and make them aware of a new weapon in the field against them, but not enough to stun them. Too many kamikaze missed their targets and were lost. Too many were shot down. Of 650 kamikaze sent out in the Philippines, about a quarter of them scored hits, but mainly on small ships. The High Command, still writing reports in rose-colored ink, still keeping the national mind carefully empty of news of failure, announced hits of almost 100%. The High Command did not believe this, of course. The High Command guessed privately at hits ranging from 12 to 50%, but the High Command also assumed that nothing but battleships and carriers had been hit. So the kamikaze was born in a storm of enthusiasm and anticipated glory. A huge kamikaze corps was organized in the homeland under Vice Admiral Matomi Ugaki. By January of 1945, they were a part of Japanese aerial strategy, if not the dominant part. So many suiciders would be ordered out for an operation to be joined by so many fighters and bombers. Often the duty of the fighters would only be to protect those 6-plane units of suiciders. The duty of the bombers would be to guide them to the targets. They needed to be guided because they were often a combination of old, stripped-down aircraft and young, hopped-up flyers. Admiral Ugaki did not use his best planes or his best pilots as Admiral Onishi had in the Philippines. Ugaki considered this wasteful. He considered that the spiritual power of the glorious, incomparable young eagles would compensate for their own lack of flying skill, as well as the missing material power of obsolete aircraft from which even the instruments had been removed. To this end, as well as to inspire the nation, the kamikaze were hailed as saviors. They were wined, dined, photographed, and fondled. Many of them attended their own funerals before taking off, or climbed into the cockpit with legs made wobbly by the exuberance of farewell feasts. It did not seem to occur to the Japanese that the sake drunk at such inspiring leave-takings might influence the purpose as well as the aim of the kamikaze. It did not, because the kamikaze had so thoroughly captivated them. It was this very deep, this very real faith in the kamikaze's second coming which dictated how the battle on Okinawa would be fought. Okinawa was to hold out as long as possible to make the supporting American fleet the target as long as possible. This was the order which Major General Isamu Cho took down to Lieutenant General Mitsuro Ushijima in January of 1945. They had served together in Burma, Ushijima as an infantry group commander, Cho as Chief of Staff of the Southern Army. They had returned to Japan together, Ushijima to become Commandant of the Japanese Military Academy, Cho to serve in the General Military Affairs Bureau. They had come to Okinawa together, Ushijima to command the Japanese 32nd Army, Cho to be his Chief of Staff, and they were as unlike as two men could be. Lieutenant General Ushijima, graying, a senior officer in line for full general, was a man of great presence and serenity, capable of inspiring his subordinates, capable of seeing his own incapacities. To fill these, he had chosen Major General Cho, a firebrand of 51 years, already in line for his second star, a planner and an organizer, strict but resourceful, aggressive and so invincible in argument as to be unpopular. Since August of 1944, when Ushijima had taken command on Okinawa, the two men had been anticipating Tokyo's orders to fight the kind of battle which would bleed the Americans white. Their plans were reflected in the 32nd Army's battle slogans. One plane for one warship. One boat for one ship. One man for 10 of the enemy, or one tank. Fulfillment of the first slogan was up to the kamikaze, for General Ushijima had little air power based on Okinawa's 5 airfields. The second would be handled by nautical divine winds of the sea raiding squadrons. They were enlisted youths, fresh out of high school, trained to ram explosive stuffed motorboats into American ships. There were about 700 suicide boats hidden in the Rikuyus, and about 350 were only about 15 miles west of southern Okinawa, in the islets of Kiramaretto. The third stricture was left to a force of about 100,000 men, of whom about a fifth were conscripted from an Okinawan population of nearly 500,000 people. The great bulk of these men were concentrated in the southern third of Okinawa's 485 square miles, where a fantasia of cliffs and caves made formidable defensive terrain. Here Ushijima began to build a line facing north like a broad arrowhead. Its point rested on the heights surrounding Shuri and Shuri Castle, the city and citadel of Okinawa's ancient kings. Its flanks swept back to the sea on either side through a jungle of ridges to the chief city of Naha on the west or left, and through similar hills back to Yonobaro Airfield on the right. It was the Naha-Shuri-Yonobaro line. It held the bulk of Ushijima's fighting men, the 62nd Division which had served in China, the 24th Division, and the 44th Independent Mixed Brigade. To its left on Oruku Peninsula, jutting into the sea west of Naha, were about 3,500 Japanese sailors and 7,000 Japanese civilians under Vice Admiral Minoru Ota. Roughly 3,000 soldiers of the 2nd Infantry Unit under Colonel Takehiko Udo held the wild, uninhabited northern half of Okinawa, that part which Ushijima, under the urging of Cho, had chosen not to defend. Nor would Ushijima attempt to defend the Hagushi beaches in west-central Okinawa. He would defend the Minatoga beaches to the south, because they were in the rear of his Naka-Shuri-Yonoburo line, but he would defend almost nothing north of that line, except, of course, its approaches. He would not even defend Yantan and Kadena airfields to the east of the Hagushi beaches. These would be wrecked the moment the Americans appeared by a special force drawn from the Boishia, the home guard of about 20,000 men, which Ushijima had ruthlessly called up from among the Okinawan males of between 20 and 40. The wrecking crew was called the Bimbo Butai, or Port Attachment, by those Japanese soldiers whose loathing of Okinawa and all things Okinawan had already become a problem to General Ushijima. There was indeed little to love about the Great Luchu, as Okinawa was called when Chinese influence was great enough to give the entire chain its original name of the Luchus, or bubbles floating on water. Japanese military power and Japanese difficulty in pronouncing the letter L changed it to Rikyus in 1875, but even the divine emperor could do nothing about those floating bubbles. Neither Eritrea nor the Belgian Congo is more humid than Okinawa, and the Great Luchu skies are capable of pouring out 11 inches of rainfall in a single day. Its people of mixed Chinese, Malayan, and Ainu blood are among the most docile in the world. The Okinawans have no history of war. They neither make nor carry arms, a fact which filled Napoleon with enraged incredulity in the early 19th century, and which in the mid-20th led the Japanese to regard the Okinawans as an inferior race. Apart from those school teachers trained in Japan, Okinawans were disdained as good for nothing but farming their tiny plots of sweet potatoes, sugarcane, or rice. So spurned, they resented their masters and clung doggedly to their Chinese culture. The houses and customs here resemble those of China, a Japanese private wrote in his diary. They remind one of a Chinese town. Christ, Allah, and Buddha had been to Okinawa with venturesome European and Malay sailors, with Chinese culture, but the people still practiced a primitive animism while worshipping the bones of their ancestors. These were placed in urns kept within lyre-shaped tombs, sprinkled over plains and low hillsides. Many tombs within the Naha-Shuri-Yonoburo line had also been fitted with machine guns and cannon, and strengthened by those diggers and drillers of Ushijima's unwilling Boishia. Conscription of the Boishia had unwittingly led to one of the chief complaints among Ushijima's soldiers, the lack of fresh vegetables. There hadn't been enough adult males around to produce the normal vegetable crop that fall and winter, and Tokyo was shipping in bullets, not beans. "I cannot bear having just a cup of rice for a meal with no side dishes at all," a soldier wrote. "Our health will be ruined." The lament was raised frequently elsewhere, and Ushijima took account of it by urging his men to display a more firm and resolute spirit, hold to the belief of positive victory, and always remember the spirit of martyrdom and of dying for the good of the country. By way of consolation, the general issued each man a pint and a half of sweet potato brandy, proclaimed a temporary amnesty for drunkards, and promised another issue on April 13th, when the Emperor Hirohito would become 44 years old. That had been in January, just before General Ushijima dispatched General Cho to Tokyo on a flying visit. Cho came back in late January. He reported that Ushijima's defense plans dovetailed with Imperial headquarters strategy, and that he had been able to dispel some doubts about the decision not to defend the Hogushi beaches. Cho was also elated by a secret report on the kamikaze, which he had seen. The attacks of 26 of Admiral Ugaki's six-plane units had brought about instantaneous sinking of one American battleship, 6 carriers, and 34 cruisers. Even the clear-headed Cho had been blown overboard by the divine wind. He got out an inspirational message for the 32nd Army's top commanders. It said, "The brave, ruddy-faced warriors, with white silken scarves tied about their heads, at peace in their favorite plains, dash out spiritedly to the attack. The skies are slowly brightening." But the skies were rather darkening with the airplanes of the American fast carrier forces, which began striking the Great Luchu late that month. After the raid of January 22nd, a Japanese superior private wrote in his diary, "While some of the planes fly overhead and strafe, the big bastards fly over the airfield and drop bombs. The ferocity of the bombing is terrific. It really makes me furious. It is past 3 o'clock, and the raid is still on. At 6, the last 2 planes brought the raid to a close. What the hell kind of bastards are they? Bomb from 6 to 6. They were hard-nosed bastards, these Americans, and there were more and bigger ones coming, both at the Ryukyus and Japan, both by air and by sea. Naha was being pounded to rubble, and the wolf packs of the American submarine surface were littering the floor of the China Sea with sunken cargo vessels and drowned sailors. The enemy, wrote another private, is brazenly planning to destroy completely every last ship, cut our supply lines, and attack us. The enemy was also hurling neutralizing thunderbolts at the homeland. Giant V-29s had begun to strike Tokyo, Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe in 300-plane raids. On March 9th, the superforts came down to 6,000 feet over Tokyo to loose the dreadful firebombs which burned up 250,000 houses, made 1 million persons homeless, and killed 83,793 others. Neither Hiroshima nor Nagasaki would equal the carnage of this most lethal air raid in history. Throughout February and March, while the Marines were conquering Iwo Jima, land and carrier-based air struck again and again at the Great Luchu. Superforts began to rage all over the Ryukyus. Okinawa was effectively cut off from Kyushu in the north, Formosa in the south. On March 1st, while the fast carrier forces were returning to Ulithi from their third strike at Japan, there were so many planes strafing, bombing, and rocketing Okinawa that pilots had to get in line for a crack at a target. Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima was impressed. "You cannot regard the enemy as on a par with you," he told his men. "You must realize that material power usually overcomes spiritual power in the present war. The enemy is clearly our superior in machines. Do not depend on your spirits overcoming this enemy. Devise combat method based on mathematical precision. Then think about displaying your spiritual power." Ushijima's order was perhaps the most honest issued by a Japanese commander throughout the war. It was Bushido revised, turned upside down, but the revision had been made too late. 10. There were 1,300 ships and perhaps another 300 left behind in the anchorages. Some of the ships were new, some came from the west coast and were sailing 7,200 miles to battle, putting in at island battlegrounds whose names they bore, staging up through the latest battlegrounds at Ulithi, Leyte, and Saipan. They roved boldly about that Pacific Ocean, which was now an American lake, for Manila had fallen on February 24th, and only the mighty battleship Yamato had survived the Holocaust on Leyte Gulf. There were British vessels present, a fast carrier force of 22 warships, for in Europe the gate had been left open at Remagen. American troops were over the Rhine, and the old Queen of the Waves was sending help to the new Lord of the Seas. Fleet Admiral Nimitz was still in overall command in Hawaii, as he had been when the Japanese were stopped at Midway, when the long charge began at Guadalcanal. Admiral Spruance commanded the Fifth Fleet, and there was the Salty assault still giving orders to the Expeditionary Force. Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner had brought the Marines to Guadalcanal, and now, nearly 3 years later, still roaming his flagship bridge in an old bathrobe, still a profane perfectionist with beetling brow and abrasive tongue, a matchless planner who would also not scruple to tell the coxswain how to beach his boat, Kelly Turner was bringing the 10th Army to Okinawa. A newcomer to the Central Pacific led the ground troops, Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr., the old man of the mountain, the son of the famous Confederate general of that name and rank, himself a product of the strictest Army training, a big man, ruddy-faced, white-haired, strong for the physical conditioning of troops. He had served 4 years in Alaska in the Aleutians and had built up the Alaskan defenses. He had hoped to lead the invasion of Japan through the North Pacific, but the thrust from the Aleutians was never made. It was coming from the center, and Simon Bolivar Buckner was called down to lead it, commanding that 10th Army, which was in fact only a new number for 7 veteran divisions which had made the assault possible. These were the 7th, 27th, 77th, and 96th Infantry Divisions, making up Major General John Hodges' 24th Corps, and the 1st, 2nd, and 6th Marine Divisions of Major General Roy Geiger's 3rd Corps. The 27th, which had seen action at Macon and Saipan, and was still commanded by Major General George Greiner, would be in 10th Army Reserve. The 77th, of Major General Andrew Bruce, those old bastards who had waited ashore at Guam and gone to Leyte, were to start the battle for Okinawa. On March 26th, the 77th soldiers began taking the islands of the Kuramaretto, destroying the lairs of Ushijima's suicide boats. They also occupied those reef islets of Kishishima, which the Marines of Major Jim Jones' Reconnaissance Battalion had scouted in night rubber boat landings. On these islets went the 155mm long toms of the 420th Field Artillery Group. They began laying down a galling fire on southwestern Okinawa, especially in the vicinity of the Higuchi beaches. These beaches were to be taken with the Marines on the left or north, the soldiers on the right. Nailing down the right flank was the spearhead team which Hodge had used in the Philippines, the 7th, led by Major General Archibald Arnold, and blooded at Attu, Kwajalein, and Leyte, and the 96th of Major General James Bradley, also a veteran of Leyte. Once these 2 divisions were ashore, they were to capture Kadena Airfield, drive east across the island's waist, and then wheel south to attack abreast in that direction. Geiger's 3rd Corps would capture Yantan Airfield, drive east cross island, and turn north to overrun that half of Okinawa. This would be done by the 6th and 1st, while the 2nd made a feint off those southern or Minatoga beaches which General Ushijima had so carefully fortified. Covering the landings would be the biggest bombardment force yet assembled. 10 old battleships, 10 cruisers, and scores of destroyers and gunboats, as well as the far-ranging new battleships and fleet carriers of the fast carrier forces, the flying buffer of the British task force in the southern Mauritius, the Navy's minesweepers and underwater demolition teams, the big bombers of the 20th Air Force, and the 10th Army's own tactical air force, made up chiefly of Marine flyers and commanded by a Marine, Major General Francis Mulcahy. Okinawa was to be the biggest battle of the Pacific, with 548,000 Americans of all services involved, as well as history's greatest amphibious assault, with an attack force of 183,000 men, of which 154,000 were in the actual combat divisions. Okinawa would also crown the unique mission of the Marine Corps, one which began after the Allied disaster at Gallipoli in World War I had convinced most military thinkers that hostile and fortified shores could not be overcome by invasion from the sea. The Marines disagreed. They insisted amphibious assault could be successful and developed the craft and techniques to make it so. They also trained the Army in the specialty, which was to be needed in Europe as well as the Pacific. The Army's first 3 amphibious divisions, the 1st, 3rd, and 9th, were trained by Marines. Those very infantry divisions going into Okinawa, the 7th, 77th, and 96th, were Marine trained, while the 81st Division, which Lieutenant General Buckner was holding in an area reserve in New Caledonia, had also been taught by Marines. And the Tactical Air Force, led by Major General Mulcahy, was to put into the air an overwhelming number of Marine pilots, especially trained in the Marine tactic of close-up aerial support. It was also fitting, in this last battle of the war, that the 1st Marine Division, which had launched the long counteroffensive, should be in at the kill. The 1st had a new commander, Major General Pedro de Valle, He had relieved Major General Rupertus, who went back to the States to die in his bed. WWII was a Puerto Rican who had gone through Annapolis and had served with Italy's Marshal Badoglio as an observer in Ethiopia. Hot-tempered, with dark brows the equal of Admiral Turner's, he was quick-witted as well, an artillerist whose guns had saved the first at Guadalcanal, so that the Hard-Noses could go on to fight in New Britain and Peleliu. There was the 2nd Marine Division, which had also come a long way from Guadalcanal, had passed through Bloody Basho in Tarawa, and fought the grinding fight on Saipan. Major General Thomas Watson still led the 2nd, and he had broken in 8,000 replacements by setting them to mopping up Japanese stragglers in the Marianas. The 2nd's battalions would make the feint off southern Okinawa. They had done it so well at Tinian, they were being asked to do it again. But even so, there were frequent growls about how come the upstart 6th was going into the assault on the left of the 1st. If the 6th was new in number, it had a faultless veteran staff and command under Major General Lemuel Shepard. It had men such as Brute Krulak, the sawed-off dynamo who had made so much smoke at Choiseul and was now a lieutenant colonel in charge of operations. It had 70% veterans, and only 2 of its battalions had not yet been in battle. The 6th was gung-ho, and veterans of other outfits might have been startled to find that the division with a silver crusader sword for its emblem harbored such seemingly passé types as the Glory Kid. He was a brawny, red-haired corporal of 20 years, and his name was Donald Rusty Goler. He had fought with the 22nd Regiment on Guam and won a Bronze Star. "I'm a storybook Marine," Goler said. "I'm looking for glory, and I'm looking for Japs." There were glory boys from the ranks of collegiate football, too. In the 4th Regiment, commanded by Colonel Alan Shapley, one of the Naval Academy's finest athletes, there were enough football stars to field 2 All-American teams. Lieutenant George Murphy of the 29th Marines had been captain of the Notre Dame team. These were the troops of the 3rd Corps, with their artillery battalions and engineers, their tanks and Navy corpsmen. In all, there were 85,246 of them, nearly as many as the 88,515 soldiers of the 4-Division 24th Corps. For the 3 Marine divisions, having anticipated heavy casualties early in the battle, were bringing their replacement battalions to Okinawa with them. Yet there was hardly any talk of casualties as the great convoy flowed up the curve of the world. Most of the conversation was about the deadly habu, a snake something like a cobra, which intelligence reported abundant on Okinawa. Intelligence even had pictures of the deadly habu, and because it was indeed a venomous-looking reptile, the habu soon joined the immortal marine menagerie of the goony birds of Midway, the pissing possum of Guadalcanal, the New Zealand kiwi, the lunatic-lunged kookaburra of Australia, and the indecent snow snake of Iceland. The men spoke so much of the habu they almost forgot the Japanese, although officers would frequently hold school on the importance of their objective to the war effort. "From Okinawa," one lieutenant told his platoon, "we can bomb the Japs anywhere, China, Japan, Formosa." "Yeah," a sergeant mumbled, "and vice versa." It was true, of course, that the Japanese had 65 airfields on Formosa to the south and 55 on Kyushu to the north, as well as a few dozen scattered throughout the southern Ryukyus. But such discouraging information is not normally disseminated among the troops. More pointed and helpful information came from veterans, such as Corporal L. Biscanson of the 6th Division, who offered this earnest advice to the boots. "When you aren't moving up or firing, keep both ends down. The GI Bill of Rights don't mean a thing to a dead Marine." The GI Bill rivaled the habu as a topic of conversation, for a surprising number of these young men intended to go to college when the war was over. They even expected that great event to happen soon. "Home alive in 45, they said, a happy revision of Guadalcanal's gloomy estimate of the Golden Gate in 48. They sang "Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Okinawa," and joked about the latest dreadful estimates of American disaster broadcast by Radio Tokyo. The Japanese had already made the mistake of believing that the 5 American carriers damaged by kamikaze during the March 18th and 19th strikes against Japan would prevent early invasion of Okinawa. Because of this, the kamikaze were caught unprepared when the Kuramaretto landings began. Only Ushijima's handful of planes in Okinawa and scattered suicide runs from Japan were able to intervene, and though they did extensive damage, it was nothing like the broadcast reports. On March 28th, the Marines heard Radio Tokyo announce the sinking of a battleship, 6 cruisers, 7 destroyers, and 1 minesweeper, and then the voice of an American-educated announcer simpering, "This is the 0 hour, boys. It is broadcast for all you American fighting men in the Pacific, particularly those standing off the shores of Okinawa. because many of you will never hear another program. Here's a good number. Going home. It's nice work if you can get it. You boys off Okinawa listen and enjoy it while you can, because when you're dead, you're a long time dead. Let's have a little jukebox music for the boys and make it hot. The boys are going to catch hell soon, and they might as well get used to the beat." Then, having described the varieties of death instantly impending for the boys off Okinawa, the voice concluded, "Don't fail to tune in again tomorrow night." 2 days later, the voice was somber. 10 American battleships, 6 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 2 transports have been sunk. The American people did not want this war, but the authorities told them it would take only a short while and would result in a higher standard of living. But the life of the average American citizen is becoming harder and harder, and the war is far from won. 2 more days and Radio Tokyo had lost its audience. The boys off Okinawa had gone ashore. That was on April 1st, Easter Sunday, April Fool's Day, or L Day, as it was called officially. The L stood for landing, but the Marines who hit the Hagushi beaches, with hardly a hand raised to oppose them, had another name for it. They called it Love Day. 11. The Bimbo Butai had broken and fled at almost the first salvo of American guns. The airfields at Yantan and Kadena were left intact, and there were only a few mortars and a handful of riflemen to oppose the hordes of Americans circling offshore beneath overcast skies. They came in. On the northern beaches, the Marines had anticipated another Tarawa in the reefs barring their passage, in the 3-foot seawall just back of the beaches, but high water bore them over the reefs, and they had merely to clamber up the seawall to get past it. Only the inevitable confusion of putting 50,000 fighting troops ashore on a beachhead 8 miles long hindered the invasion of Okinawa. All along the line, the incredible landing was going forward with unbelievable speed. By mid-morning, the 6th Marine Division had reached Yantan Airfield and was moving across it, while the 1st Marine Division on the right struck out rapidly for Nakagusuko Bay on the east coast, chopping up the remnants of the demoralized Bimbo Butai. Many of these reluctant soldiers threw off the hated Japanese uniform and melted out of sight among their own people. Many true Japanese soldiers, who were scattered throughout the landing area, also put on dirty blue Okinawan kimonos and turned guerrilla, but there were not enough of these sniping irregulars to do more than badger the advancing Marines. They brushed past them, exulting in the Pacific bliss of Love Day. A half hour after the 1st of the 6th Division's riflemen had swept inland, the division's tanks were ashore. They rolled over beaches blessedly free of mines, while behind them came the bulldozers to cut passage through the terraces. American mechanical energy was everywhere, moving and shaking, transforming the beachhead, while up front the Marines were succumbing to the great Luchu's pastoral charm. They were rounding up the shaggy little Okinawan ponies found ambling along the dirt roads. "Yahoo! I'm Captain Jinks of the Horse Marines." It could have seemed an April Fool's Day joke, even though here and there a Marine was being shot. In the battalion aid stations along the beaches, the doctors looked almost frustrated. Out in the command ships, among the forests of masts and fluttering signal flags, steady reports of bloodless advance had produced an atmosphere first of disbelief, then relief, then wary suspicion. At noon, Major General Shepard moved his 6th Division headquarters ashore with the smiling remark, "There was a lot of glory on Iwo, but I'll take it this way." Shepard's staff sailed shoreward past hospital ships, lying lonely and unattended by an invasion's customary swarming of casualty boats. And one of the new LST hospitals assigned to the 1st Marine Division, the ship's surgeon was impatient. Since the moment the assault Amtraks had rolled down the ramp, sailors had been at work transforming the ship. All the litter left behind by the Marines was heaved over the side. The tank deck was hosed down. Rows of cots were set up inside it. Outside the big yawning bow doors, a company of Seabees rigged a pontoon pier for casualty boats. All was accomplished in less than 2 hours. The surgeon strode out on the pier. He could see columns of Marines vanishing behind the seawall. But there was no return traffic. He turned anxiously to a corpsman. "No boats, no wounded?" "Nothing yet, sir." The surgeon shrugged and went back inside the LST. In a moment he was outside again, for he had heard a motor. A Marine was stepping onto the pier from a casualty boat. "What's wrong with you, son?" The Marine held up a spouting finger stump. "One of my buddies let go and shot the top of my finger off." The surgeon peered at it, ordered it dressed. "What's happening in there, son?" "Don't ask me, Doc. All I know is everybody's going in standing up." The surgeon sighed. He glanced shoreward again, turned and went back inside the ship to eat lunch. He came out. Still no return traffic. He called to his solitary patient. "Come on, son, let's go make you a new finger. We got plenty of time to do it in." That was Love Day in Okinawa, a most fortuitous 8 hours of daylight during which the 10th Army captured 2 airfields and a beachhead 8 miles long and 3 to 4 miles deep, all at a cost of 28 killed, 27 missing, and 104 wounded. Only a few of the dead or missing was from either of the assaulting Marine divisions, but 16 of them were from that 2nd Marine Division, which had drawn the soft assignment of making the feint off southern Okinawa. Down there, a kamikaze crash-dived LST-884 with 300 Marines aboard her. The ship burst into flames. Ammunition began to explode. The LST had to be abandoned temporarily. 8 Marines were killed, 8 were missing, and 37 were wounded. Another kamikaze put 3 holes in destroyer Hinsdale, and the stricken ship had to be towed away by fleet tugs. The departure may have prompted General Ushijima's report of having forced the enemy to withdraw after being mowed down one after another. Up north, though, there were 50,000 of the enemy on Okinawa. Objectives which were expected to require 3 or more days and many lives were firmly in American hands. At Yantan Airfield, that dusk of April 1st, there were bulldozers clearing away wrecked planes and General Ushijima's clever dummies of sticks and stones. Already an airplane was touching down, but it had a red ball in its fuselage. It came in as bulldozers stopped and men hopped quickly to the ground. Marines heating their rations stood erect and walked quietly toward the landing strip. The Zeros swung seaward and turned back to a smooth landing. The pilot wriggled out of his parachute pack. He climbed down. He walked toward the Marines. He stopped. Between that moment in which he reached for his pistol and the next, when he slumped to the runway, riddled, an expression of indescribable horror had passed over his face. "There's always one," a Marine said, shaking his head ruefully. "There's always one poor bastard who doesn't get the word." 12. It was the morning of April 2nd. The Marines were awake, stamping chilled feet, amazed to see their breath making vapor puffs, while they drew their newly issued wool and gabardine field jackets tighter around them. It was something less than 50 degrees. It would not go above 60, but it was nippy enough to chill the thin blood of men with years in the tropics behind them. They moved out rapidly along the narrow roads, passing through peaceful fields sprinkled with little thatched farmhouses, each sheltering behind stone walls or bamboo windbreaks. They gathered momentum, the 6th Division striking swiftly for Zampa Cape in the north to seize the site for Admiral Turner's badly needed radar station, the 1st speeding east across the island for Nakagusuko Bay. "Off and on," the sergeant shouted. "Let's keep moving." "You there, what do you keep looking behind you for?" "I can't help it, Sarge. I keep feeling somebody's going to slug me from behind." It was a common sensation, as Love Day turned into honeymoon week at Okinawa. Only the 6th Division was running into any kind of opposition, and this in ambushes or isolated attacks on scattered strongpoints. Battles real enough to the few men who died or wounded in them, but not in large enough volume to deter the 6th swift advance. The 1st Division was having a picnic. Major General WWII called a press conference in the afternoon and told the newsmen, "I don't know where the Japs are, and I can't offer you any good reason why they let us come ashore so easily. We're pushing on across the island as fast as we can move the men and equipment." They were, and in 2 days of fighting, the 1st Division's casualties totaled 3 dead and 18 wounded. Next day, the division's jubilant Marines were standing on the eastern seawall overlooking the bay and the Pacific Ocean. They had severed the island. That same day, scouting parties turned sharply right and swept out onto the narrow finger of the Quechan Peninsula, traversing it without opposition. With the 10th Army lifting all restrictions, the 1st Division rapidly secured all the east coast between Yantan and the Ishikawa Isthmus, that narrow neck of about 2.5 miles, which lay 2/5 of the way up Okinawa's 60-mile length. In 4 days, the 1st had taken territory expected to require 3 weeks of heavy fighting. Above these Marines, the 6th Division was sealing off the base of the isthmus, preparatory to its drive north. The 1st would clean up behind the 6th, and also attend to the problem of the Okinawan refugees now clogging the roads. There were so many of them, women with babies at their breasts, children without parents, grizzled, bearded ancients hobbling along with bent backs, leaning on staffs and carrying pitiful small bundles, representing all that the war had left them, that terrible war, which had also robbed them of the authority of their beards and had exposed them to Japanese mockery and American pity. and the old white-haired women who could not walk, who merely squatted in the road, shriveled, frail, hardly bigger than monkeys, waiting to be carried, waiting for the kind Marine who might stop and stick a lighted cigarette between their toothless gums. They were a docile people, and now they were terrified because the Japanese had told them the Americans would torture them. They were frightened also because they knew that among them were Japanese soldiers disguised as civilians. But their fear vanished with gentle treatment, with the policy of carefully searching all males between 15 and 45 to discover many a knife or cartridge belt beneath a smock, and of placing all of these within prisoner-of-war camps. Soon the Okinawans were speaking openly of their hatred for the Japanese, their loathing for the reign of radiant peace. Nippon ga Maketa, they said. Japan is finished. But Nippon was neither Maketa nor Zemetsu. Nippon had at last recovered from the American carrier strikes at the homeland and was about to hurl her thunderbolts with characteristic suicidal fervor. On April 6th, hundreds of kamikaze came roaring down from the north, and trailing after them, in the spreading white majesty of her mighty bow wave, came nothing less than a suicide battleship. She was the Yamato, the mightiest warship ever built, the most beautiful battleship afloat, and the last capital ship left to Japan. Yamato had survived Leyte Gulf, where her sister ship Musashi had not. Yamato could outshoot anything in the U.S. Navy. She had 9 181-inch guns, firing a projectile weighing 3,200 pounds, a distance of 45,000 yards, compared to the 2,700-pound shell and 42,000-yard range of the American 16-inchers. She displaced 72,809 tons fully laden and drew 35 feet. She was 863 feet long and 128 in the beam. She could hit 27.5 knots at top speed or cruise 7,200 miles at 16 knots. And she was sortying out of the inland sea for Okinawa with only enough fuel in her tanks for a one-way voyage. If soldiers and tanks, flyers and airplanes, sailors and boats could be enrolled in the ranks of the suiciders, it was logical that admirals and dreadnoughts should follow. There were 3 admirals coming with Yamato, and the light cruiser Yahagi and 8 destroyers. There might have been more of them and more warships, but Admiral Toyota could scrape up only 2,500 tons of fuel for the venture. Toyota also had only 699 planes, half of them kamikaze, to hurl against the Americans in the aerial phase of the attack. He had hoped to have 4,500, but American strikes on the homeland had crippled aircraft production and had also destroyed many planes on the ground. Still, Toyota hoped for great things from the Kikusui, or floating chrysanthemums, which was the name given to 10 massed kamikaze attacks planned for Okinawa. His hopes for the Surface Special Attack Force, led by Vice Admiral Seishi Ito aboard Yamato, could not have been other than forlorn. He gave the great ship only 2 fighter planes for cover. Yamato shoved off from Tokuyama at 3:20 on the afternoon of April 6th, exactly 20 minutes after the first of the Kikusui dove on the American ships off Okinawa. On that morning of April 6th, the fast carrier forces were discovered by Japanese scout planes in the northern Ryukyus. Some 100 fighters and bombers were brought down on them. Later in the day, American air patrols flying off Okinawa's now operable airfields were drawn off into battle with Japanese fighters sent down in advance of the kamikaze. At 3 o'clock, with the way cleared for them, the suiciders struck. They dove on the destroyers of the radar picket screen and among the forests of masts and the Hogushi anchorage. Some 200 came for 5 hours, until darkness veiled the targets or magnified the death pyres of American ships. Destroyers Bush and Calhoun went down, the minesweeper Emmons, LST-447, and the ammunition ships Logan Victory and Hobbs Victory. 9 other destroyers were damaged, as were 4 destroyer escorts and 5 mine vessels. Up north, the carrier Hancock and 2 destroyers of the fast carrier forces were hit. It was an impressive day's work for the first sally of the Kikusui, even though they had lost 135 planes. But the kamikaze reports were, as usual, exaggerated, dovetailing with those from the 32nd Army claiming 30 American ships sunk and 20 more burning. Such bloated estimates helped inflate the spirits of Yamato's 2,767 officers and men as the sleek dreadnought tore through the night, making for the inland sea's southeastern gate at Bungo Strait. There had been a ceremony. At 6 o'clock, all men and officers not on duty had been broken out on deck. A message from Admiral Ozawa was read. Render this operation the turning point of the war. The men sang the national anthem, gave 3 banzais for the Emperor, and returned to quarters. At 10 o'clock, Yamato was in the Pacific Ocean, racing down Kyushu's eastern shores with her consorts gathering about her, shooing the American submarine Hackleback away, swinging to starboard off Kyushu's southern nose to sail west through Van Diemen Strait into the East China Sea. Admiral Ito was taking the Surface Special Attack Force on a big swing west-northwest in hopes of pouncing on the Americans off Okinawa at about dusk of the next day. But Hackleback had already alerted Admiral Spruance, and shortly before 8:30 the next morning, a scout plane from Essex spotted the Japanese force just southwest of Kyushu, less than 400 miles above Okinawa. Patrol planes began taking off from Kuramareto. At 10 o'clock, Yamato's pathetic pair of fighter escorts flew back to Japan. At 10:30, Rear Admiral Morton Dale was ordered to take 6 battleships, 7 cruisers, and 21 destroyers north and place them between the approaching Japanese warships and the American transports. At almost the same moment, the patrol planes found Yamato sailing at 22 knots in the middle of a diamond-shaped destroyer screen, with cruiser Yahagi trailing behind. The big planes shadowed the naked enemy fleet like vultures. "Hope you will bring back a nice fish for breakfast," Admiral Turner signaled Admiral Dale. The commander of the intercepting force seized a signal blank and pencil to write his reply. "Many thanks, we'll try." An orderly handed him an intercepted message. Scouts of the fast carrier forces had found the enemy. 3 groups totaling 380 planes were preparing to strike. "We'll try to," Dale concluded, "if the Pelicans haven't caught them all." The Pelicans had. At 12:30, the American warbirds were over the target. 10 minutes later, 2 bombs exploded near Yamato's mainmast. Another 4 minutes, and a torpedo had pierced her side. At the same moment, destroyer Hamikaze stood on her nose and slid under, and Yahagi took a bomb and a fish and went dead in the water. There was a respite. The Americans came again at 1:30 and planted 5 torpedoes in Yamato's port side. Water rushed into boiler and engine rooms, and great Yamato began to lean to port. Rear Admiral Kosako Ariga, Yamato's captain, ordered counter-flooding in the starboard boiler and engine rooms. Ensign Mitsuru Yoshida attempted to warn the men there. Too late. They were sacrificed. Still Yamato listed, and she had but 1 screw working. Her decks were shambles of cracked and twisted steel plates. Her big guns would not work. The watertight wireless room was filled with water, and an explosion had wrecked the emergency dispensary and killed everyone inside. At 2 o'clock, the final attack began. Hellcats and Avengers plunged from the skies to strike at the hapless ship. Yamato was shaken fore and aft, and the entire battleship shuddered violently. Communications with the bridge were cut off. The distress flag was hoisted. The steering room became flooded, and with the rudder jammed hard left, mighty Yamato sagged over to a list of 35 degrees. "Correction of list hopeless," the executive officer cried. Down came the Americans for the death blow. "Hold on, men," Ariga shouted. "Hold on, men." Bombs were striking around and upon Yamato, raising a giant clanging, flinging waves of roaring air across her decks, jumbling men together in heaps. Out of one pile crawled high-ranking staff officers. Admiral Ito struggled to his feet. His chief of staff arose and saluted him. The 2 men regarded each other solemnly. Ito turned, shook hands with each of his staff officers, wheeled and strode into his cabin, either to embrace death or await it. The world will never know which. Admiral Ariga rushed to save the Emperor's portrait, but met death instead. Yamato was dying slowly, like the giant she was. Her decks were nearly vertical. Her battle flag all but touched the waves. Explosions racked her monster body. Her own ammunition began blowing up, and all around her were her sister ships in death agonies. Yahagi was sinking. Isokaze, Hamikaze, Asashimo, and Kasumo had received their death blows. At 23 minutes after 2, Yamato slid under, a full day's steaming from Okinawa. Japan had lost her navy. The suicide battleship had failed, and it was now up to the kamikaze and the men of Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima. 13. In the north of Okinawa, Ushijima's men seemed to have melted away from the pelting-up island advance of the 6th Marine Division, the striking 6th, as the men of General Shepard's freshly blooded outfit were calling themselves. The 6th swept up both coasts, a regiment to either side, making giant strides daily. Tanks loaded with grinning riflemen rolled up the dusty roads unimpeded but for an occasional sniper, a clumsy roadblock which bulldozers or the tanks themselves could knock aside, or here and there an obviously freshly planted landmine. On April 8th, the tanks came to the mouth of the Matobu Peninsula, a wild headland jutting to the west or left flank of the Marines. Here the Marines discovered why it was they had come so swiftly up the island. On Matobu were gathered almost all of the 2,000 remaining soldiers of Colonel Udo's Northern Defense Force. They were holed up on 1,200-foot Mount Yataki, among the usually well-chosen and well-fortified labyrinth of cave-eaten ridges, cliffs, gorges, steep hills, and rocky quarters, well supplied with guns, prepared to fight to the end. The Marines moved in. They pushed cautiously around the coastal roads, their engineers swiftly building bridges over the ruins of those demolished by the Japanese, or trucking in loads of rock and dirt to fill tank traps blasted at the foot of cliffs or out in the rice paddies. By April 13th, they had driven the Japanese back onto the crest of the Yataki stronghold. They were prepared to attack in a pincers, 3 battalions to begin a fighting climb from Matobu's west coast, 2 to strike from the east. That was a Friday the 13th in Okinawa. With first light, these Marines of the 6th Division were startled, then grief-stricken, to hear the bullhorns of the ships offshore blaring, "Attention! Attention all hands! President Roosevelt is dead. Repeat, our Supreme Commander, President Roosevelt, is dead." Swiftly the news reached men out of earshot. They were stunned. Many of them cried. Most of them prayed. Many of these youths had known no president other than Franklin Delano Roosevelt. They had truly loved him, had depended on him. How much they did not know until they heard that he was dead. Nor could they turn for solace to company officers, barely a few years their seniors. They could only ask, "What do we do now?" Memorial services might be possible on ships even now flying the flag at half-mast, but the Marines in Matobu could do nothing but move out. The Yataki attacks became a week-long nightmare against a phantom enemy. Everywhere in the hills were small groups of Japanese clustering around a Hotchkiss heavy machine gun and the usual proliferation of Nambu lights. Marines might grenade these nasty spitting nests, might call down exact mortar fire, but then, in the succeeding rush, might find nothing but a trail of blood to suggest that anyone had struck at them. "Geez," a Marine swore. "They've all got Nambus, but where the hell are they?" On April 15th, naval gunfire and close-up airstrikes grew stronger. More artillery was brought in. Artillery observers went forward, among them a battery commander and a spotter, PFC Harold Gonsalves. The commander lived because Gonsalves hurled himself on a Japanese grenade to save him and win the Medal of Honor. More and more guns lashed at Yataki. Next day, the Marines drove deeper into the Japanese complex. Corporal Richard Bush led a squad forward on the right flank of the 3-battalion line, striking at Yataki's eastern mass. The face of the opposing ridge erupted with gunfire. Bush's squad went up and over it to drive the Japanese out, to score the first breakthrough, but Bush was badly wounded. He was pulled back to a cluster of protecting rocks where other men lay. A grenade sailed in. Bush pulled it to him. He saved the other wounded, and he also lived to join that amazing company of Marines whose medals of honor testified to the toughness of their bodies. Through the hole his squad had cut, through other holes along the line, the fight marched upward, swirling up in the mountains, where it became as much a matter of supply as killing the enemy. Marines toiled up the hills with 5-gallon cans of water on their backs and bandoliers of rifle clips or grenades slung crisscross about their bodies. Battalion commanders going up to inspect the lines brought a water can or mortar shell along with them. It was 4 days before the Marines burst into Colonel Udo's headquarters to discover this mimeographed sheet intended for their eyes. News of news. Number 1. Saturday, April 14th. President Roosevelt died, a sudden death. To the men of the 6th Marine Division, we take it a great honor to speak to you for the first time. We are awfully sorry to learn from the UP Telegraph that the life of President Roosevelt has suddenly come to its end at 3:30 p.m. on April 12th. It seems to be an incredible story in spite of its actual evidence. Men of the 6th Marine Division, particularly men of the 15th and 29th Marines and the 3rd Amphibious Corps, we express our hearty regret with you all over the death of the late President. What do you think was the true cause of the late President's death? A miserable defeat experienced by the U.S. forces in the sea around the island of Okinawa. Were this not the direct cause leading him to death, we could be quite relieved. We do not think that the majority of you have exact knowledge of the present operations being carried out by the U.S. forces, although a very few number of you must have got a glimpse of the accurate situation. An exceedingly great number of picked aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, and destroyers held on her course to and near the Sea of Okinawa in order to protect you and carry out operations in concert with you. The 90% of them have already been sunk and destroyed by Japanese special fighting bodies, sea and air. In this way, a grand U.S. sea-bottom fleet numbering 500 has been brought into existence around this little island. Once you've seen a lizard twitching about with its tail cut off, we suppose this state of lizard is likened to you. Even a drop of blood can be never expected from its own heart. As a result, an apoplectic stroke comes to attack. It is a sort of vice, however, to pressure upon others' unhappiness. This is why we want to write nothing further. It is time now for you, sagacious and prudent, however, to look over the whole situations of the present war and try to catch a chance for reflection. The Marines went on to conquer the rest of Motobu, securing the peninsula on April 20th. Above them, the 6th Division's 22nd Regiment had reached Okinawa's northernmost point. The biggest battle in the northern sector was over. The 6th spent the rest of April patrolling and pursuing those Japanese who had fled Yataki and turned irregular, using war dogs to scent the enemy and bark a warning. They even found that natural enemy of whom they had such ample, ominous warning. "Look at the snake I just killed. It's one of them habu." "Who what?" "Habu, the snake they was all talking about before we landed." "What are you going to do with it?" "Do with it? With the slop they've been feeding us on this screwy island? I'm going to cut it into fillets and then I'm going to fry it and eat it." Marines of the 1st Division were not quite so desperate. They were in fact still celebrating the honeymoon, extending it for the duration of the month of April. Many of the division's battalions built bivouacs, complete with gravel paths, showers, and mess holes. The men went on to abandoned Okinawan homes to remove the sliding panels which separated the rooms. They used them for foxhole covers or to build shanties. Everybody had a pet, a pony, a goat, even one of those numerous Okinawan rabbits which might have escaped the pot. There was an open-air theater at division headquarters, and there all the clerks and typists gathered nightly to play leapfrog until it was dark enough for a movie. This was not battle as the first had known it, but the men said, "Peace, it's wonderful." They were so enchanted by lilac time that they brewed jungle juice out of their rations, drank it from borrowed lacquerware, one of Okinawa's few crafts, and began to harmonize. They sang all the old favorites, such as the Wabash Cannonball or Birmingham Jail, as well as that vast repertoire of bawdies and unprintables collected or composed by local bards during 3 years of tramping the Pacific. There was a new printable one for Okinawa, and it went, "Oh, don't you worry, Mother, your son is safe out here. No laps on Okinawa, no sake, booze, or beer. Your sons can't find no nips, so we're going back on ships. But don't you worry, Mother, 'cause we're going on another." But they were not. The honeymoon was ending. They were staying in Okinawa and going south, down to that Naha Shuri Yonaburu line, which had stopped the Army's 24th Corps. 14. The honeymoon had been brief for the 24th Corps, hardly more than a weekend. The day after Love Day, while the 2nd Marine Division made another feint off southern Okinawa, the 24th soldiers raced across the island. Next day they turned south, 7th Division on the left flank, 96th on the right. Their advance seemed to be as effortless as the Marine thrust in the north. But on April 4th they found resistance stiffening. It grew stiffer daily until on April 8th, greatly increased resistance was reported. They had come into the outerworks of Ushijima's barrier line. 3 days later they were stopped cold beneath one of the Pacific War's most furious and skillful artillery barrages. A regiment of the 27th Division, now ashore while the 2nd Marine Division was sailing back to Saipan, was ordered in with the 96th Division on the right. On April 12th, the Japanese launched a land-air counterattack. Another mass kamikaze raid struck at American shipping that day, and in the night the 32nd Army attacked all along the line. The Japanese were repulsed, but they came again the following night. They were stopped again, with losses totaling 1,594 men. It seemed that the time for the American breakthrough had arrived. Major General Hodge planned a powerful thrust with 3 divisions abreast. It was scheduled for April 19th. In the interval, the 77th Division, assisted by Major Jones's recon battalion, moved to seize Iashima, just off the western tip of Mobutu Peninsula. Ai was a good-sized island and had an airfield. The 77th landed on April 16th and fought a savage 4-day battle, killing 4,706 Japanese while losing 258 soldiers killed or missing and 879 wounded. Among the 77th's dead was the most famous and beloved civilian who ever marched with the Dog Faces, the correspondent Ernie Pyle. Pyle was killed going up front again. Back at Ulithi, as he shoved off to join the 1st Marine Division, with whom he landed at Hagushi, another newsman called out jokingly, "Keep your head down, Ernie," and Pyle had snorted, "Listen, you bastards, I'll take a drink over every one of your graves." But Pyle's grave was dug on Iyashima, and over it his new comrades in the Pacific placed the inscription, "On this spot, the 77th Infantry Division lost a buddy, Ernie Pyle, 18 April 1945. It was the following day that General Hodge's grand assault began, with the 7th Division on the left, 96th in the center, 27th on the right, with 6 battleships, 6 cruisers, and 9 destroyers firing on call, with 650 Marine and Navy planes flying close-up support or scourging enemy supply and assembly areas, with 27 battalions of artillery massed and hurling everything from 75mm to 8-inch shells all along that 5-mile front. The 24th Corps attacked, and it began to measure gains by the yard. The Army infantry had come to its own Peleliu, or Iwo Jima. It had come to defenses against which enormous massed fires from sea, land, or air were often hardly more useful than a smokescreen. Bombardments might get them close to such positions, but only ardor could overrun them. Only the impetuous foot soldier, slashing in with his hand weapons and using tanks, explosives, and aimed flame, can succeed in a war against armed and resolute moles. The naval shell's flat trajectory, the bomb's broad parabola, the artillery projectile's arc, even the loop of the mortar, cannot chase such moles down a tunnel. If they can occasionally collapse the tunnel and the whole position with a direct hit, a rare feat, they have knocked out only one spoke of the wheel. But the wheel still turns, and in the absence of that military miracle, direct hits on call, the man on foot has to go in, with his tanks if he can. In southern Okinawa, on that April 19th, the soldiers of the 24th Corps found it tough to take the tanks along. Up and down terrain, and Yoshijima's careful preparations had made it so. Not long after the 27th Division moved out on the right, a company of tanks ran into a trap at Kakazu Ridge. Mortar spreads and the fire of machine gun infiltrators cut them off as they sought to pull out of a pass. Without covering infantry, they were defenseless against anti-tank guns and hurled satchel charges. Only 8 of 30 tanks came out of the Kakazu action. In one day, the 27th had lost almost a third of its armor. It was not so disastrous in the center and on the left, but the attack was nevertheless slow. During 12 days of seesawing battle toward the Naha-Shuri-Yonabaru line, the front did not advance 2 miles. In spots, it failed to make a mile. The situation called for fresh veteran troops, and on April 27th, Lieutenant General Buckner ordered the 1st Marine Division to stand by. The next day, he put the entire 3rd Corps of Marines on alert. The 1st Division would enter the line on the west on May 1st, relieving the 27th. The 27th would move north as garrison troops, relieving the 6th Marine Division, which would also come south. In the meantime, the 77th Division would relieve the battered 96th. By May 7th, the line would be divided between 2 full corps, 24th on the left or east, 3rd on the right. In that order, the divisions would be 7th Infantry, 77th Infantry, 1st Marine, 6th Marine. On April 30th, the men of the 1st Marine Division stopped harmonizing. They knocked down their shanties and trucked to the south. On May 1st, they entered the line. They began patrolling, realigning, marking time until the 6th came down to take up the slack on their right. 2 miles southeast of them, in a dimly lighted tunnel underneath Shuri Castle, the fiery Isamu-cho was preparing their annihilation. The top commanders of the 32nd Army had come to the tunnel at the summons of Lieutenant General Mitsuri Ushijima. They sat on canvas chairs at a rough flat table covered with maps. Around them, the stones of the tunnel glistened with sweat. Water from the moat surrounding medieval Shuri Castle seeped through crevices and dripped on the earthen floor. Sometimes the dim light glinted off the glasses worn by all these men, or danced on the collar stars of the numerous generals present. Isamu-cho, now wearing the double stars of a Japanese lieutenant general, sat near Lieutenant General Ushijima. Cho stared arrogantly into the questioning gaze of Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, the 32nd Senior Staff Officer and Operations Chief. Yahara, outspoken, persuaded by neither the rank nor the rhetoric of Isamu Cho, had raised the single voice of protest against the abortive counterattack of April 12th and 13th. He was alone again in opposing the present plan for a massive counterstroke put forward by Cho and his friend, Lieutenant General Takeo Fujioka, commander of the 62nd Division. Even Lieutenant General Tatsumi Amamiya, no admirer of the boastful Fujioka, supported the plan, for it would put his untested 24th Division into battle at last. Major General Kosuke Wada, who led the 5th Artillery Command, was for it too. He agreed with the others that the 32nd Army had made an achievement unprecedented in Pacific warfare. It had preserved its main body intact after a month of fighting the Americans. Yahara had said bluntly that this was only because there had been no costly counterattacks, and also because the Americans had not yet hurled their full strength against the Naha-Shuri-Yonabaro line. The argument had raged for days, with much bitterness and acrimony between commanders of the 62nd and 24th Divisions. Concurrently with dissent among the top command had come discontent among the troops. The Emperor's birthday had passed without the promised issue of sweet potato brandy. The American attack, though slow, was inexorable. For 30 days these men had arisen every morning to look from the heights of their bastion upon bays and anchorages choked with American ships. The divine winds had not blown them away. It was difficult even for Japanese soldiers to believe that the American fleet held the bottom half of the ocean, nor could they fail to complain about being left to fight alone only one day's sail from the homeland. The situation was difficult, and now on the night of May 2nd, Mitsuro Yoshijima, a general cast in much the same formal mold as his opponent, Simon Bolivar Buckner, had called for final presentations. Then he would say, "I decide." Isamu Cho rose. It was true, he said, that the Americans had not thrown in all their strength, but they were doing so now. There was a new Marine division in the line, the 1st, the hated butchers of Guadalcanal. The moment to destroy this fresh power was opportune. Strike them now and annihilate them, before the Americans can grind down to the main line. Careful, full-scale counterattack, not the foolish splendor of the Banzai, would do it. There must be help from the kamikaze, then massed artillery fire with the troops attacking all along the line. The fresh 24th would be hurled at the center, would open a hole through which the 44th Brigade would pour in a thrust to the west coast. Then the 44th would wheel south, and the 1st Marine Division would be isolated, then annihilated. 24th Corps would be rolled up. There should also be counter-landings on both flanks. The 26th Shipping Engineer Regiment would embark from Naha in barges, small boats, and native canoes to strike the rear of the Marine Division. Later, the youths of the 26th, 28th, and 29th Sea Raiding Squadrons would cross the reef and wade ashore to help the engineers. A similar counter-landing would strike the rear of the 7th Infantry Division on the east. It was a good plan, detailed, realistic. Even Colonel Yahara could agree that Cho's tactics were excellent. It was his strategy that was bad. To take the offensive with inferior forces against absolutely superior enemy forces is reckless and will only lead to certain defeat, Yahara said. We must continue the current operation, calmly recognizing its final destiny, for annihilation is inevitable no matter what is done, and maintain to the bitter end the principle of a strategic holding action. If we should fail, the period of maintaining a strategic holding action, as well as the holding action for the decisive battle for the homeland, will be shortened. Moreover, our forces will inflict but small losses on the enemy, while on the other hand, scores of thousands of our troops will have been sacrificed in vain as victims of the offensive. Yahara sat down. It was now up to Yoshijima. He nodded to Cho. The attack would begin at dawn on May 4th. Before that, the flank counter-landings would be launched. Before them, the artillery would commence, and before everything would come the kamikaze. The Japanese aerial assaults began at 6 o'clock on the night of May 3rd. Once again, the bombers sought to get at the rich pickings in the Higuchi anchorage, but 36 of them were shot down, and the rest forced to unload at high altitude with little damage. Only the suicide-diving kamikaze broke through. They sank destroyer Little and an LSM while damaging 2 mine layers and an LCS. After midnight, 60 bombers struck 10th Army rear areas, coming in scattering window or streamers of metal foil to cloud radar screens with blips of non-existent aircraft. Terrible anti-aircraft fire rose in crisscrossing streams of light as though a million narrow-beam searchlights were aimed into the night, and the bombers dropped their loads aimlessly. though some of them landed in a Marine evacuation hospital. An hour later, Marine tanks guarding Machinato Airfield on the west coast fired at voices on the beach. American cruisers, destroyers, and gunboats on flycatcher patrol shot at squat Japanese barges sliding darkly up coast from Naha. The barges lost their way. Instead of landing far enough north to take the Marines in their rear, they veered inshore and blundered into the outposts of B Company, 1st Marines. The Japanese sent up a screeching and gobbling of battle cries, and the surprised Marines sprang to their guns. All up and down the sea wall, the battle raged, with Marine Amtraks waddling out to sea and coming in again to grind the Japs to pieces between two fires. Some 500 Japanese died in this futile west flank landing. The east flank landings came to the same annihilating end. Navy patrol boats sighted the Japanese craft. They fired at them and turned night into day with star shells. Soldiers of the 7th Division's reconnaissance troop joined the sailors to complete the destruction of 400 men. At dawn, the main attack began. It went straight to the doom which Colonel Yahara had predicted. Wave after wave of the 24th Division's men shuffled forward to death in that gray day, moving among their own artillery shells, taking this risk in hopes of getting in on the Americans. But the soldiers of the 7th and 77th Divisions held firm, while American warships, 16 battalions of division artillery and 12 battalions of heavier corps artillery, plus 134 airplanes, smothered the enemy in a wrathful blanket of steel and explosive. Ships as big as the 14-inch gunned New York and Colorado, as small as gunboats with 20mm cannons, ranged up and down the east coast, firing at the Japanese on call. Across the island, the kamikaze dove again on ships in Hagushi anchorage, again falling on the luckless small vessels of the radar picket screen. With them were the Baka or foolish bombs, those piloted rocket-fired suicide missiles flown to the target area beneath the bellies of twin-engine bombers. When a Baka's pilot had sighted his victim, he was released from his mother plane with a swooshing of rockets. The Bakas were well named. Clumsy, with low fuel capacity and piloted by ill-trained suiciders, they seldom hit anything. This May 4th, one of the Bakas hit the light mine layer Shea and set it temporarily on fire. But the kamikazes sank 2 more destroyers, Luce and Morrison, as well as 2 LSMs, while damaging the carrier Sangamon, the cruiser Birmingham, and another pair of destroyers, a minesweeper and an LCS. Again they failed to get at the cargo and transport ships, and they lost 95 planes. Ashore, Isamu Cho's massive counterthrust was being broken by that very material power for which Mitsudo Ushijima had shown such great respect. Much of the Japanese assault died of morning. Sometimes the Japanese closed, but rarely. There were seesaw battles up and down some of the ridges held by the 77th, but they ended with the soldiers either in command of their previous position or holding new ground farther inside the Japanese territory. 1 battalion of the Japanese 24th Division got behind the 77th on the left, but it was annihilated by a reserve battalion of the 7th Division in a 3-day fight. Otherwise, the 24th Division never punched that hole through which the 44th Brigade was to race and isolate the 1st Marine Division. And the 1st began attacking on the morning of May 4th. Even as the soldiers on their left bore the brunt of Cho's Big Sally, these Marines were battling toward the key bastion of Shuri to the southeast. They scored gains of up to 400 yards. Next day they attacked again, once more pushing the Japanese back, even though their advance was made more costly by the fact that they were up against rested battalions of the Japanese 62nd Division, which had not joined the counter-assault. By the night of May 5th, the Marines had picked up another 300 yards, and by that night also Lieutenant General Isamu Cho's massive stroke had been completely shattered. Those 2 days of fighting had cost the Japanese 6,227 dead. The 7th and 77th Divisions had lost 714 men killed or wounded while holding the line. The 1st Marine Division had taken losses of 649 men in the more costly business of attack. Next day, the 1st gained another 300 yards and added a 4th Medal of Honor winner to its rolls since coming into the line on May 1st. Corporal John Fardy had smothered a grenade with his life, as had PFC William Foster on May 1st and Sergeant Albert Kinzer on the 4th. 2 days before that, Corpsman Robert Bush had risked his life to give plasma to a wounded officer, driving off a Japanese rush with pistol and carbine, killing 6 of the enemy and refusing evacuation though badly wounded. There would be more medals of honor won in the days to come. The 1st Division, by that night, had come against Ushijima's main line, as had the soldiers on their left. In front of the first was the western half of the Shuri bastion. To the right was Naha, and this would be assigned to the 6th Marine Division next day. In the sector of both these Marine divisions were systems of interlocking fortified ridges, such as those encountered in Iwo Jima, nor would the way be made easy here by further counterattack. A change had taken place at Shuri Castle. In tears, Lieutenant General Ushijima had promised Colonel Yahara that from now on he would listen to no one but him. The Ushijima-Cho relationship had ended in the recrimination of a red and useless defeat. Isamu Cho argued no longer. He became stoic. From now on, said General Cho, only time stood between the 32nd Army and ultimate destruction. 15. Time, yes. Time for 60,000 men of the 32nd Army to set a high price on their ultimate destruction, for the kamikaze to strike and stagger an American fleet as none had been shaken before, for the great Lu Chu to pour out some 15 inches of water during 17 days of storm and torrential rain, for the Japanese to attempt airborne raids on the airfields, and for the month of May to become a mad compound of mud, misery, and death. Even as General Geiger's 3rd Corps took over the western half of the 10th Army's front, the rains came rushing down with an intensity reminiscent of New Britain. By late afternoon of May 7th, they had begun to make that mud which was nowhere to be matched, which was to become a factor in the Down Island attack. Okinawa mud was everywhere, in the ears, under the nails, inside leggings, or squeezed coarse and cold between the toes. It got into a man's weapon. It was in his food, and sometimes he could feel it grinding like emery grains between his teeth. Whatever was slotted, pierced, open, or empty received this mud. Wounds also. Men prayed not to get hit while rain fell and made mud. It embarrassed the bulldozer and made pick and shovel men of those haughty tank Marines. Some days it denied the Americans the use of roads altogether, and Marines attacking Shuri only a few miles from base had to be supplied by airdrop. Some days it was hardly possible to walk in it. 2 strides and a man's shoes were coated, 2 more and they seemed as though encased in lead, another 2, and it was easier to slip out of the shoes and walk barefooted. Engineers around the airfield threw their shoes away, working with sacking drawn over bare feet and tied around the knees. It was this mud which bogged down the entire 10th Army on the 8th of May, the day on which smeared and dripping soldiers and Marines received the splendid news that Germany had surrendered. So what? They snorted. The death of Hitler and the fall of the Third Reich had as much meaning to them as the pardon of one condemned man might have to another still under sentence. General Ushijima and the Japanese 32nd Army were their only concern, and at that very moment Ushijima was taking advantage of the rain to strengthen his flanks, while his men were reminding the Americans of reality by striking them with deliberate artillery shots fired from carefully husbanded guns and shells. Ushijima reinforced his strong points over a 40-foot wide concrete highway running east and west behind his barrier line. He settled down to that grim war of attrition urged on him by Colonel Yahara, and because of this, as well as the rain, the attack to the south moved slowly on the following day, May 9th. As it did, the kamikaze scourging of the invasion fleet rose to almost that pitch of destruction predicted for it by the Japanese High Command. Nowhere was the ordeal more terrible and sustained than among those small ships of the radar picket line. Here, perhaps mistaking destroyers for battleships and minesweepers for cruisers, the kamikaze and the Baka struck in massed hundreds. Men were horribly burned. They were blown into the ocean, either to drown or pass agonizing hours awaiting rescue and the ministrations of a corpsman. Those who survived the suiciders' screaming dives went for days on end without sleep, their nerves exposed and quivering like wires stripped of insulation. Men in the boiler rooms worked in fierce heat, the superheaters built to give quick pressure needed for sudden high-speed maneuvering under aerial attack, and were often kept running 3 or 4 days at a time, though they had been made for intermittent use. It had to be that way, for the war off Okinawa was war at a moment's notice. Very little time separated that moment when the radar screens clouded with pips and the next when the kamikaze came plunging through the ack-ack. Following them down were those Marine Corsair pilots who had come to Okinawa to fly close-up support, but had been called to the rescue of the radar picket line instead. Even with ammunition expended, they rode the suiciders down, forcing them away from their targets and into the water, even going after them with their propellers, as Lieutenant Robert Kingman did in the Battle of the Frozen Machine Guns. That was the dogfight, fought at over 40,000 feet among a Japanese 2-seater Nick fighter and 2 Corsairs, piloted by Kingman and Captain Kenneth Rooser. On combat air patrol over Ishima on May 10th, They spotted the vapor trail of the Japanese at 25,000 feet. They chased him, climbing steadily from 10,000 altitude until, after a pursuit of 185 miles, firing off most of their ammunition to lighten their load, they caught up with the Nick at 38,000 feet. They closed. Reusser shot up all his ammunition in damaging the Japanese's left wing and left engine. Klingman bored in to within 50 feet and pressed his gun button. His guns were frozen. He drove in, his propellers whirling. They chopped up the rudder and left it dangling. In the Nick's rear cockpit, the gunner was banging his fists on his own frozen guns. The Corsair's big propellers chewed on. Klingman turned and came back for another pass. He cut off the rudder and loosened the right stabilizer. He was running out of gas. He decided he didn't have enough to make Okinawa anyway, and turned for a third pass. He cut off the Nick's stabilizer. The plane went into a spin, and at 15,000 feet, it lost both wings and plunged into the East China Sea. Klingman started down, losing his oxygen at 18,000 feet and his power at 10,000. But he landed at Kadena Field, dead stick and on his belly, his wings and fuselage sewn with bullet holes and pieces of the destroyed Nick in his cowling. Next day, Klingman's fellow pilots were whirling among 150 Japanese planes that struck the radar picket lines, coming to the aid of little destroyers Evans and Hugh W. Hadley in one of the classic ship-airplane battles of World War II. For an hour and a half, without let-up, Evans and Hadley fought off 50 kamikaze. Hadley alone shot down 23 of them, while Evans claimed 15. The Marines from Yantan and Kadena knocked another 19 out of the skies. Commander Baron Mullaney of Hadley called for Marines to help him. Back came the squadron leader's answer. "I'm out of ammunition, but I'm sticking with you." He did, flying straight into a flurry of 10 kamikaze, coming at Hadley fore and aft, trying to head them off, while other Marines of his squadron rode down through the ack-ack with stuttering guns. They were not always successful, for both of these tough little ships took 4 kamikaze hits apiece. But they survived to be towed to that anchorage in Karamareto, which had become a vast hospital ward for stricken and maimed American ships. And there Commander Mullaney could write this tribute to the Yantan and Kadena flyers. "I am willing to take my ship to the shores of Japan if I could have these Marines with me." But the commander's ship would be a long time repairing, as would dozens of others which had limped or been towed to Karamareto. It had been because of this terrible loss among picket ships, as well as mounting casualties among the big vessels of the fleet, that Admiral Turner had asked General Buckner to speed up his drive to the south. Buckner had agreed. He had set May 11th, the very day of Hadley's ordeal, as the date for the 10th Army to attack all along the line. On that day, the attack rolled forward in massive frontal assault. In its numbers, and in the fact that it was being fought on foot, it was similar to those great offensives in France during World War I. But in its terrain, and in the quick splintering off of its actions, it was as unlike France as battle could be. It was mountain warfare on the broad scale. Each of these 4 divisions in line were fighting for a specific height. The refreshed 96th Infantry, which had relieved the 7th Infantry on the left, struck out for Conical Hill. The 77th Infantry fought for Shunt Castle, the 1st Marine bucked at Shunt Heights, and the 6th Marine marched on the Sugarloaf. Like the terrible meat grinder of Iwo Jima, the Sugarloaf of Okinawa was not one hill but a complex of 3. Coming down from the north, the men of the 6th Marine Division saw Sugarloaf as an oblong of about 50 feet in height, protected to its left rear by the Half Moon, and to its right rear by the Horseshoe, a long ridge stuffed with mortars. Commanding their approach from the left was Shuri Heights, also stuffed with gunners and many of them able to hit Sugarloaf. To attempt to get at Sugarloaf was to be hit by the others. To strike at the others was to be hit by Sugarloaf. But this was not suspected until the main position was reached on the morning of May 14, after a fighting crossing of the Asa River and steady grinding down of smaller hills guarding the approaches. On that May 14th, most of the morning was spent evacuating Marines stricken while crossing the flat open ground, approaching that harmless-looking loaf of earth. In the afternoon, a charge with supporting tanks was driven back when 3 of 4 tanks were knocked out, and artillery from Sugar's front, left rear, and rear fell among the riflemen. A second assault, before dusk, reached Sugarloaf's base, but of 150 Marines from the 2nd Battalion, 22nd, who began it, only 40 reached the hill. They were exhausted. They were out of supplies. It was getting dusk. Suddenly the enemy stopped firing. The men realized that someone was speaking to them. It was Major Henry Courtney, the battalion's executive officer. "If we don't take the top of this hill tonight," he was saying, "the The Japs will be down here to drive us away in the morning. The only way we can take it is to make a banzai charge of our own. I'm asking for volunteers." There's hardly a pause before the Glory Kid stepped forward, grinning. "I hate to sound like a guy in a dime novel," said Corporal Rusty Goler, "but what the hell do we come here for?" There were 19 other volunteers from this exhausted remnant, and there were 26 freshmen, who appeared carrying supplies. Major Courtney took those 45 Marines up Sugarloaf under cover of darkness, heaving grenades as they went, digging in under the protection of their own mortars. From the Horseshoe and Half Moon came machine gun fire and mortar shells, while grenades came at them from the reverse slope of Sugarloaf. At midnight, Courtney heard the enemy gathering below. He decided to strike them. "Take all the grenades you can carry," he whispered. "When we get over the top, throw them and start digging in." They went out behind Courtney. They heard the major shout, "Keep coming, there's a mess of them down there." And then they heard the explosion of the mortar shell that killed him. They answered with grenades of their own, hanging on to Sugarloaf, while all of the Japanese positions struck at them, while a cold rain swept in from the East China Sea, until the mists of the morning showed that there were only 20 men left of the 46 who had come up the night before. In that mist, Rusty Goler, the self-styled storybook Marine, fought the battle he had always sought. He had set up his light machine gun on the right flank of Sugarloaf. With daylight, the Japanese on Horseshoe Hill to his right opened up on him. Goler fired back. The Japanese on Half Moon to the left opened up. With a deep booming "yeah," Goler swiveled his gun to rake Half Moon. Back and forth it went, the whip-song Japanese fire, the booming "yeah" of the Glory Kid, and its own alternating bursts. It went on while Sugarloaf's defenders were gradually whittled to a handful, and men trying to bring up ammunition were killed or wounded, until only Goler and a few others were left alive. He drew his pistol, yelling, "Gotta use what I got left." He emptied it twice more. He threw it at the caves below and began scurrying about the hill crest to gather grenades from the bodies of dead Marines. "Still need more stuff to throw at those guys," he yelled at Private Don Kelly, one of the few men still left alive on the ridge. He threw. He found a loaded bar in the hands of another fallen Marine, seized it, jumped up, and fired it until it jammed. "Nothing more to give him now," he bellowed to Kelly. "Let's get some of these wounded guys down." He bent down and easily picked up a stricken Marine. "I'll have you in sick bay in no time," he said. He walked toward the rear edge of Sugarloaf. A Japanese rifle cracked. Rusty Goler staggered. He put the wounded man down carefully. Incredulity was written on his broad, whitening features. He walked to a ditch. He sat down, pushed his helmet over his face, and he died. Soon the Japanese mortars were bursting on the crest of the Sugarloaf, driving the Marines off. Japanese crawled from their caves at the foot of the reverse slope and began creeping to the crest again. It was on the crest that they collided with the relief platoon of 60 men, led by Lieutenant George Murphy. The Japanese met the Marines at bayonet point and in a hand grenade battle and were driven back. But to hold Sugarloaf was to hold a lease on death. Little clouds of dust and mortar smoke eddied over it. Murphy contacted Captain Howard Mabee and asked for permission to withdraw. Mabee ordered him to hold, but Murphy could not. He had heard too many of his men scream. He covered them as they crawled down the hill. He picked up a wounded Marine and brought him down. A mortar struck him in the back. He let the Marine fall, turned to empty his pistol at the Japanese, and fell mortally wounded. Captain Mabee brought his company forward to cover Murphy's survivors. He signaled battalion. "Request permission to withdraw. Irish George Murphy has been hit. Has 11 men left in platoon." The reply came 2 minutes later. "You must hold." 5 more minutes and Mabee had rejoined. "Platoon has withdrawn. Position was untenable. Could not evacuate wounded. Believe Japs now have ridge." They did have it. They held on to it through that day and the next, clinging to Sugarloaf while the entire complex quivered beneath the combined air-sea-land barrages which preceded the Marine assaults, hurling back each attack exactly as they had repulsed the first. But on May 17th, an end run turned Sugarloaf's left flank. An almost imperceptible depression had been observed running north and south between Half Moon Hill to the left and Sugarloaf. It was not actually a valley, but Japanese fire on Marines who had wandered into it had not been heavy or accurate. General Shepard, up on the lines now, decided to move an entire regiment, the 29th, through this tiny chink in Sugarloaf's armor. 2 battalions would go through to strike at Half Moon Hill, holding there to support another battalion moving against the left face of Sugarloaf, which their own assault was expected to unmask. The battalions went forward under a fierce barrage. Half Moon Hill was hit. Sugarloaf was attacked. 3 times a company of Marines charged to Sugarloaf's crest. Each time they were driven off. They surged up a 4th time and won, but they had no more ammunition. None could be brought up to them. It was heartbreaking. They had to go down, giving up the vital height taken at a cost of 160 casualties. Next day, they went up to stay. 4 days of full-scale attack, the hammering of 2 Marine regiments and supporting arms, had worn the complex's defense thin. Sugarloaf was ready to fall. Captain Mabey brought his assaulting company up to the edge of the low ground opposite the hill. Artillery and mortars plastered the crest, while 3 tanks slipped around the left flank. The barrage stopped. The Japanese rushed from their caves below the reverse slope to occupy the crest. The tanks took them under fire, surprised them, and riddled them. Rocket trucks raced down from the north, bumping and swaying over a saddle of ground, stopped, loosed their flights of missiles, whirled and careened away with the whine of changing gears and a roar of wasted gasoline, just avoiding the inevitable Japanese artillery shells crashing in behind them. The rockets made Sugarloaf's hillsides reel and reverberate as though a string of monster firecrackers had been set off. Artillery began again. The Marines sprinted over the field and up Sugarloaf, 1 platoon taking the right face, peeling off its fire teams, another sweeping up on the left. They met on the crest, formed, and swept down the reverse slope, killing as they went. Back came the message. Send up the PX supplies. Sugarloaf is ours. Next day, the fresh 4th Marines relieved the fought-out 29th. Marines, such as Private Harry Kazarian, a man so big his buddies called him the Beast, could rest and have their wounds cared for. Kazarian had 3, all received at Sugarloaf. The 6th Division's total casualties for the battle were 2,662 killed and wounded, with another 1,289 knocked out by battle fatigue. But the fall of Sugarloaf had set Yoshijima's western flank to crumbling. During the next 3 days, the 4th Marines drove deeper and deeper into the complex, while throwing back a counterattack in battalion strength. They turned to take Half Moon Hill, to nail down their left flank, preparatory to the drive down island into Naha. Artillery struck them. It came plunging from the left. It was on Shuri Heights. The 6th Marine Division could not strike into the Naha flank of the Japanese line until the 1st Marine Division polished off Shuri Heights in the center. The 1st Marine Division was processing its way south. This was the cold, impersonal term coined by Major General WWII to describe the cold, grim warfare his Marines were fighting en route to Shuri Heights. Along that way lay Dakishi Ridge, Dakishi Town, Wana Ridge, Wana Draw, those bristling, rough places which only the processing of tank, infantry, flamethrower teams could make smooth. These 4 places were the sentinel forts guarding the Northwest Way into the heart of the Naha-Shuri-Yonobaru line at Shuri Castle. Moving down against them, its regiments leapfrogging one another all along the pitiless way, the 1st Marine Division was exposed to almost constant fire from its left flank and struck unceasingly from its front. The deeper the advance, the more numerous and formidable became the defenses in depth, the more difficult the terrain. On May 11th, the 1st began bucking at Dakishi Ridge and Dakishi Town. Both fell after a seesaw 3-day battle, the Americans plodding forward by day, the Japanese counterattacking by night. Platoons took a position at the cost of 3/4 of their men, then tried to hang on with the survivors. Sometimes they could not. Daylight sometimes meant a fresh attack to recover ground surrendered during the night. In Dakishi Town, the Marines found a labyrinth of tunnels, shafts, and caves, with snipers everywhere among the ruins, crouching behind broken walls, hidden in wells or cisterns. But Dakishi Town also fell, and on May 14th, the 1st Marine Division entered Wana Draw. Wana Draw was a long, narrowing ravine running east to Shuri. It was formed by the reverse slope of Wana Ridge on its left and the forward slope of another ridge to the right. All its low, gently rising ground was covered by gunfire. From its mouth, 400 yards wide, to the point at which 800 yards east it narrowed sharply between steep cliffs under the heights of Shuri. Though neither Shuri nor Shuri Castle was in the zone of the 1st Marine Division, but rather in the 77th Division's, the plunging fire that fell from them was meant for the 1st Division's left flank. It was necessary for the 1st to face left or east and attack up Wana Draw, both to remove that thorn from its flesh and to knock out those powerful positions menacing the entire western half of the 10th Army front. Any attack south past Shuri would be struck in both flank and rear. On May 14th, the day on which Major Courtney led the charge on Sugarloaf, which was to bring him the Medal of Honor, the 1st Marine Division began processing Wana Draw. A few tanks slipped into the ravine. They probed for the caves. Anti-tank fire fell on them. Supporting riflemen took the Japanese gunners under fire. Suicide troops rushed the tanks, hurling satchel charges. Again, the supporting riflemen protected the tanks. But sometimes the anti-tank guns knocked out the tanks. Sometimes the Japanese infantrymen drove the Marine riflemen back. Sometimes the satchel chargers blew up a tank. But when the tanks did gain a foothold, then the more vulnerable flame-throwing tanks rumbled in. They sprayed the hillside with fire, particularly those reverse slopes which could not be reached by bombs or artillery. Squads of foot Marines went in after them, men with bazookas, flamethrowers, hand grenades, blocks of dynamite, peeling off team by team, taking cave after cave, crawling up to them under the protective fire of riflemen kneeling in the mud. More and more men went into WWII. Day after day the division bucked against this barrier, but soon there were whole companies working up the slopes, processing caves and pillboxes, calling down their mortars and rifle grenades on the machine guns and mortars sure to be nesting on the reverse slope. It was war at its most basic, man-to-man, a battle fought by corporals and privates. And these were the men who won the Medals of Honor while the 1st Division processed its way into Shuri. Private Dale Hansen, using a bazooka, a rifle, and hand grenades to knock out a pillbox in a mortar position and kill a dozen Japanese before he lost his own life. PFC Albert Schwab attacking machine guns alone with his flamethrower, silencing them even as he perished. Corporal Louis Haig doing the same with grenades, and also dying. With these men were their indomitable comrades of the Navy Medical Corps, men such as Corpsman William Halliburton, who deliberately shielded wounded Marines with his own body until the life leaked out of it. This was the fight for WWII, the elemental bloodletting which took place while the very elements howled about these struggling men in muddy green floundering up the forward slopes, these men in smeared khaki sliding down the reverse slopes. At night, under the cover of smoke screens, the men in khaki crept forward again to close with the men in green, to fight with bayonets and fists and strangling hands. But the men in khaki were losing the fight for WWII. The Marines drew closer to Shuri. The soldiers of the 77th Division on their left were thrusting toward Shuri and Shuri Castle from the eastern gate. On the east flank, the 7th Infantry Division was back in the line and smashing into Yanabaru. The 6th Marine Division was again on the march to Naha on the west. All along the line, division and corps artillery were battering Yoshijima's strongpoints. The 10th Army's Tactical Air Force roved over the battlefield at will, and the warships of the fleet were slugging away with the most formidable supporting fire yet laid down in the Pacific, for they had caught the hang of pasting those reverse slopes which land-air pounding could not reach. Ushijima's barrier line was buckling. On the night of May 22nd, while Marines of the 6th Division crossed the Asato River and the division was poised to break into Naha, there was another conference under Shuri Castle. Lieutenant General Ushijima had decided to retreat. He could no longer hold his Yonabaru-Shuri-Naha line. He would have to withdraw south of the Yonabaru-Naha Valley, abandoning even that fine cross-island road. Where to? Should it be the wild, roadless Chinen Peninsula on the east coast, or southernmost Kiyamu Peninsula? The wrangle began. In the end, the Kiyamu was chosen because of the strength of the Jeju-Yuza peaks and the honeycombs of natural and artificial caves which could accommodate the entire 32nd Army for its final stand. Next day, Ushijima began reinforcing his flanks again to hold off the Americans while his withdrawal began. But he was too late to prevent the turning of the west flank at Naha. The 6th Division burst into the city's ruins and began its reduction. Ushijima still counterattacked the 7th Division on the east flank at Yanabaru, trying to relieve the pressure there, but the 7th's valiant dog faces held fast. A nocturnal kamikaze raid hurled at Okinawa shipping to coincide with Ushijima's land strikes was shattered, with 150 planes shot down in exchange for the loss of the destroyer transport Bates and 1 LSM, plus damage to 8 other ships. The most ferocious display of anti-aircraft power yet seen in the Pacific broke up a daring airborne attack on Yontan and Kadena airfields. It was an unusually clear night, and there were thousands of witnesses to this small, savage setback, which the suicide spirit was able to inflict on the Americans. Perhaps 20 twin-engine bombers came gliding through a fiery lacework woven by American anti-aircraft gunners. 11 of them fell in flames. The rest, except 1, fled. That solitary Sally bomber skidded on its belly along one of Yontan's runways. When it stopped, 8 of 14 men of the Japanese 1st Air Raiding Brigade were dead in their seats, but 6 of them were alive, tumbling out the door, coming erect, and sprinting for parked planes while hurling heat grenades and phosphorus bombs. They blew up 8 airplanes, damaged 26 others, destroyed 2 fuel dumps housing 70,000 gallons of gasoline, and killed 2 Marines and wounded 18 others before they were finally hunted down and killed. In the morning, the 10th Army was still grinding down toward the heart of Ueshijima's defense in Sherry Castle. Marines of the 1st Division in Wanna began to draw swiftly closer to the city and its heights to their east. They began to notice Japanese sealing off caves and quitting the draw. At noon of May 26th, Major General WWII asked for an aerial reconnaissance over the Yanabaro-Naha Valley. He had a hunch the Japanese were pulling back from Sherry, trying to sneak out under cover of a heavy rain. A spotter plane from the battleship New York reported that the roads behind Sherry were packed. Between 3,000 and 4,000 Japanese were on the rear march with all their guns, tanks, and trucks. In 13 minutes, despite rain and bad visibility, the warships of the fleet were on the target. Soon 50 Marine Corsairs were with them, rocketing and strafing, and every Marine artillery piece or mortar within range had its smoking muzzle pointed toward the valley. They killed from 500 to 800 Japanese and littered the muddy roadways with wrecked vehicles. 3 days later, the Marines took Sherry Castle. It was not supposed to be theirs to take. It was the objective of the 77th Division, the very plum of the Okinawa fighting, but the 1st Marine Division took it anyway. General WWII sent a battalion of the 5th Marines climbing into Sherry on May 29th. He wanted to get around and behind the Japanese still holding out in Wanna Draw. The 1st Battalion quickly stormed Sherry Ridge to the east or left of the draw, so quickly that Lieutenant Colonel Charles Shelburne asked permission to go on to the castle 800 yards east. WWII granted it. The 77th Division was still 2 days hard fighting from the castle, and the chance was too good to ignore. The light defenses around Sherry might be only a temporary lapse. Company A, the 5th Marines, under Captain Julius Dusenberry, began slogging east in knee-deep mud. Inside Captain Dusenberry's helmet was a flag, as had become almost customary among Marine commanders since Suribachi. While the Marines marched, WWII was just barely averting the 77th's planned artillery and aerial strike on Sherry Castle, and then Dusenberry's Marines overran a party of Japanese soldiers and swept into the castle courtyard, into the battered ruins of what had once been a beautiful palace with curving tiered roofs of tile. They ran up to its high parapet, and over this, Captain Dusenberry flew his flag. Sherry Castle, the key bastion of the Okinawa defenses, was in American hands, and if the 77th Division was irritated, if the 10th Army was displeased, the soldier who commanded the Americans in Okinawa could not be entirely annoyed. The flag which Captain Dusenberry of South Carolina flew was the flag of Simon Bolivar Buckner's father. The stars and bars, not the stars and stripes, waved over Okinawa. 2 days later, Old Glory was in its rightful place. General WWII sent a party with the standard of the 1st Marine Division, the one that had flown over Guadalcanal, New Britain, and Peleliu. Now above Sherry Castle, not far from the spot where Commodore Perry had hoisted the American flag a century ago, the most victorious flag of the Pacific was caught and flung in the breeze. The Japanese retreating to the south could see it. They fired on it, missing. They kept firing, for they understood that the terrible power it symbolized was already massing to come south and destroy them. 16. It was the month of June, the month of Ueshijima's last stand. Lieutenant General Buckner had redisposed his 10th Army for the final heave of the war. On the west or right flank, the Marine sector had been narrowed. The 6th Marine Division was going to make a shore-to-shore amphibious assault on the Oroku Peninsula in the southwest, and the 1st Marine Division had not the strength to cover the entire 3rd Corps front. The 3rd Corps, in fact, was depleted. With the 2nd Marine Division sent back to Saipan, rather than kept afloat as a kamikaze target, Major General Geiger had not been able to rest either the 1st or the 6th. He had no reserve, and the divisions themselves had tried to maintain battle efficiency by resting one regiment while the other two attacked, but it could not always be done. So the 3rd Corps needed troops, and soon the 8th Regiment of the 2nd Marine Division would be brought into Okinawa to furnish them. But not until after the 8th had finished capturing islands to the west of Okinawa to give Admiral Turner long-range radar and fighter director stations. The 24th Corps was in better shape. Major General Hodge had 3 divisions, exclusive of the 27th on garrison in the north, and had been able to rest one while the other 2 were attacking. Only infrequently, as in the final days before Shuri, were all 3 in the line. But from June 4th onward, the 24th Corps was grinding down on the Jeju-Yuza peaks, where most of the 32nd Army's remnants had holed up. Even General Ueshijima was here, conducting the last stand from his headquarters cave just above the ocean. The Jeju-Yuza's caves were crammed with men, and also with misery. There were many sick and dying. Some caves had become reeking pest holes. As many as 40 men lay in some of these hillside holes. At times a doctor or corpsman came around to ask how they felt. They could do little more. They had no supplies. Men died from wounds not considered serious. Filth accumulated. The rain drummed outside. Water streamed into the caves, and the wounded nearly drowned. The smell was so overpowering that men could hardly breathe. Still, Ushijima was determined to fight on with so many of his men in such affliction. He shared the fanaticism of those army diehards, who were even then, in that month of June, attempting to wreck the peace party which the new premier, Baron Kantaro Suzuki, was forming with the secret encouragement of Emperor Hirohito. Tokyo had been savaged twice more, on May 23rd and 25th, and the emperor was now genuinely dismayed by the slaughter among his people. But General Ushijima and General Cho, resuming their old relationship, were capable of no such dismay. The fight was to be to the finish, and on June 4th, the 10th Army shuddered and drove forward. On that date, the 6th Marine Division spearheads shoved off from Naha to make the last Marine amphibious assault of World War II. Again the Amtraks, the wallowing sea waves, the naval gunfire thundering overhead, the shores to the objective winking and spouting smoke, and in they went to conquer 3x2 Aruko Peninsula in a whirling 10-day battle. Again beaches, coral pinnacles, caves, hills, tunnel systems, 5,000 last-ditch Japanese to be killed, an admiral to be driven to suicide, and again death and wounds for Marines, 1,608 of them. Oroku was the Pacific War in microcosm, even in its medals of honor. Private Robert Victorious attacking machine guns firing on stretcher-bearers and losing his life to save his buddies. Corpsman Fred Lester continuing to treat wounded Marines while dying of his own wounds. But Oroku fell. It ended with Admiral Ota committing harikiri, and it ended in a rout. On June 13th, the Japanese threw down their arms and fled toward the mainland in the southeast. They could not escape. The 1st Marine Division had driven past the base of the peninsula and sealed it off. The Japanese began surrendering. Beneath Oroku, the 1st Marine Division had broken through to the south coast. Okinawa had been sliced down the middle. But more important to those weary, hungry Marines who did it was the sea outlet to which Amtraks could now bring supplies. The men had been a week on reduced rations, slogging through the mud which made supply nearly impossible. On the eastern flank, the 7th and 96th Infantry Divisions were also nearing the southern coast. Lieutenant General Buckner had already made a surrender appeal to Ushijima. He had had a letter dropped behind the lines. It said, "The forces under your command have fought bravely and well, and your infantry tactics have merited the respect of your opponents. Like myself, you are an infantry general long schooled and practiced in infantry warfare. I believe, therefore, that you understand as clearly as I that the destruction of all Japanese resistance on the island is merely a matter of days." The letter was dropped on June 10th. It reached Ushijima and Cho on June 17th. They thought it hilarious. How could a samurai surrender? A samurai can only kill himself. Ushijima and Cho had already resigned themselves to harikiri by that 17th of June, for by then all was over. On the west flank, the 1st Marine Division was battling through Kunishi Ridge, while the 6th had again come into line on the right and was racing for Outer Point, the southernmost tip of Okinawa. In the east, the 96th Division was finishing off resistance in the Yejo-Yuza Peaks, and the 7th Division soldiers were closing in on the 32nd Army's very headquarters. There was nothing left, save the satisfying news next day that the American who had insulted them with the surrender offer was himself dead. Simon Bolivar Buckner had come down to Misato Ridge to see the fresh 8th Marine Regiment enter battle. The 8th had come to Okinawa on June 15th, after seizing Admiral Turner's radar outposts, and was attached to the 1st Division, as had happened in the beginning at Guadalcanal, when another regiment of the 2nd Division was attached to the 1st, so it was happening in the end at Okinawa. Colonel Clarence Wallace sent the 8th Marines in at Kunishi Ridge. They were to attack in columns of battalions to seize a road, to split the enemy in two, to carry out General WWII's plans for a decisive thrust to the sea. Lieutenant General Buckner joined Colonel Wallace on Misato Ridge at noon. He watched the Marines for about an hour. They moved swiftly on their objective. Buckner said, "Things are going so well here, I think I'll move on to another unit." 5 Japanese shells struck Misato Ridge. They exploded and filled the air with flying coral. A shard pierced General Buckner's chest, and he died within 10 minutes, knowing at least that his 10th Army was winning. Command went to Roy Geiger, senior officer and about to be promoted to lieutenant general. The grizzled white bear, who had been at Guadalcanal in the beginning, was leading at the end on Okinawa. That end came 3 days later. On June 21st, a patrol from the 6th Marine Division reached a small mound atop a spiky coral cliff. It was the tip of Ara Point. Beneath them were the mingling waters of the Pacific Ocean and the East China Sea. A few more days of skirmishing and a reverse mop-up drive to the north remained. When these were over, and the last of the kamikaze had been shot down, the Japanese 32nd Army was no more, with roughly 100,000 dead, and surprisingly, another 10,000 surrendered. American casualties totaled 49,151, with Marine losses at 2,938 dead or missing and 13,708 wounded. The Armies at 4,675 and 18,099, and the Navies at 4,907 and 4,824. There was little left of Japanese air power after losses of 7,800 planes against 763 for the Americans, and the sinking of Yamato and 15 other ships meant the end of Nippon's navy. Though the American Navy had been staggered, with 36 ships sunk and another 368 damaged, there was still plenty left to mount the fall invasion of Kyushu from Okinawa. So the great Luchu fell to the Americans after 83 days of fighting. A few hours after the Marine patrol reached Ara Point, Major General Geiger declared organized resistance to be at an end. That night, Mitsuru Ushijima and Isamu Cho wrote final messages and prepared to kill themselves. Our strategy, tactics, and techniques all were used to the utmost, Ushijima signaled Tokyo. We fought valiantly, but it was as nothing before the material strength of the enemy. Cho wrote, 22nd day, 6th month, 20 year of Showa era. I depart without regret, fear, shame, or obligations. Army Chief of Staff, Army Lieutenant General Cho Isamu, age of departure 51 years. At this time and place, I hereby certify the foregoing. Precise to the end, Isamu Cho arose and vested himself in the white kimono proper for harakiri. He joined General Ushijima, who was dressed in full uniform. They sat down to the last banquet, while the roof of their cave shook to the muffled sounds of American grenades exploding above. Behind them, at the mouth of the cave, they could see moonlight shimmering on the sea. They finished eating and drank off toasts of Scotch whiskey. They arose. Well, Commanding General Ushijima, as the way may be dark, I, Cho, will lead the way. Please do so. I will take along my fan since it is getting warm. They strolled out to the ledge above the sea, General Ushijima calmly fanning himself. They bowed in reverence to the eastern sky. They sat on a white sheet spread over a quilt. 100 feet behind them were the American soldiers. They began hurling grenades, unaware that Ushijima and Cho were so close to them. First, Ushijima, then Cho, bared their bellies to the upward thrust of the ceremonial knife, while the adjutant stood by with his saber, awaiting the sight of blood. 2 shouts, 2 sword flashes, and it was done, and the moon began sinking beneath the sea, turning polished black. 17. And when he gets to heaven, to St. Peter, he will tell, 'One more Marine reporting, sir. I've served my time in hell.' It was everywhere behind them, this glorious rough epitaph. It had been pin-pricked out on a mess pan nailed to a rough cross among the rots and stinks of Guadalcanal. It had been carved into coconut logs, forming that dreadful sea wall at Tarawa. Men had spelled it out with cartridges pressed into the damp, black earth of the Bougainville rainforest, or scrawled it beneath stars of David, rising from leveled kunai fields in New Britain. Macon knew it, and the hyphenated coral islets of Roy Namur, in the vast atoll of Kwajalein, Eniwetok, Schwassel, New Georgia, and a dozen forgotten islands where only a handful fell. Marines who lived to sail away from Saipan and Tinian, or from Guam, had left this farewell there in memory of those who did not sail. It had fallen from heat-shriveled lips on Peleliu, had followed the flag that rose at Iwo Jima, and been scratched on a punctured helmet perched on a bayonet struck in Okinawa mud. It was the salute of the brave living to the braver dead. It was a Marine's sad sardonic so long to a fallen body, and yet it was also the epitaph of the mighty island empire that was once Japan's. For the men who earned or wrote these lines were also the men whose long sea charge had now brought that very hell to within 350 miles of Japan herself. And they were ready to resume the charge. 6 Marine divisions were again in training, again preparing for battle, on the 6th of August, 1945, when a great silvery airplane, named Enola Gay, rose from that very Tinian island which had been the masterpiece of marine warfare. It flew to Hiroshima to drop its horrible mushrooming egg. 3 days later, the bomb was dropped again on Nagasaki. 5 more days and Japan surrendered. 16 more days, the 30th of August, and transports were sliding through the dawn mists into Tokyo Bay. They carried men of the 2nd Battalion, 4th Marine Regiment. The ships anchored off Futsu Point, where massive stone forts flew white flags of surrender. For the last time came the order. Land the landing force. For the last time came the roaring run inshore, the salt sea spray in the face, the firmer hold on rifle slings. For the last time, the grinding of steel keels on beaches, the lurching halt, the banging fall of the ramp, and the buckskin-shod feet pelting through surf and sand. For the first time, Nippon had been invaded. The men in green were forming orderly ranks on Japanese soil and marching on the silent forts to receive the surrendered arms of Japanese soldiers. The long charge was over, and there would be no more epitaphs.